Chapter 1, The Kung Fu Fly. In the city of Tianwu, within the Zhao residence.At this moment, in the courtyard of the kitchen, a young man clad in white was dancing about animatedly. The surrounding flies, startled by his movements, flitted about in a state of panic. A closer inspection revealed that the young man's eyes were a dull gray, devoid of any luster. He was evidently blind. "Look, our esteemed young master from the Zhao family is at it again, trying to catch flies. How peculiar, a blind man attempting to catch flies," another remarked. "Shall we wager on how many days it will take him to catch just one?" The onlookers, comprised of kitchen staff, indulged in unabashed ridicule. In a world where martial prowess reigned supreme, commoners were already looked down upon. A blind man was even more of a target for mockery. Yet, amidst the jeering, the young man suddenly thrust out his hand. It was uncertain whether it was mere luck or his keen sense of hearing that guided him, but he managed to ensnare a fly in his grasp. Beep. "Congratulations, host, you have captured a fly and successfully activated the divine animal evolution system." Upon hearing the electronic voice echo in his mind, Lin Hao felt a rush of emotion, nearly brought to tears. As a member of the Transmigration Army, he understood the significance of a system. Though it had manifested a full 18 years late, it was undoubtedly a fortuitous turn of events in his current predicament. However, to initiate the system, he needed to capture an animal first. Thus, he had chosen the kitchen, the locale teeming with flies. After 3 arduous days and enduring relentless mockery, he had finally accomplished his task. Beep. Detection of host capturing a fly. "Would you like to adopt it as a pet?" Instinctively, Lin Hao thought. "Yes, congratulations, host, you have adopted a pet. You may name it Kung Fu Fly." Upon uttering the name, Lin Hao's heart stirred, reminiscent of a science fiction film from his past. Beep. Pet has been successfully named. As the system's voice faded, a data panel materialized in Lin Hao's mind. Kung Fu Fly. Codename 001. Owner, Lin Hao. Combat power, 1. Lifespan, 50 days. Skills, none. Can evolve, all organs. From the information presented on the system panel, Lin Hao grasped the functionality of the animal evolution system. Its primary purpose was to enhance the combat capabilities of animals for the owner's benefit. This function was divided into 2 categories. The first category was full body enhancement, allowing for the fortification of all an animal's organs. There were 4 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and king level. The higher the level, the greater the monetary cost, increasing tenfold at each tier. For instance, beginner evolution required 10,000 taels of gold, while intermediate evolution necessitated 100,000. The second category was advanced enhancement, divided into 7 stages: D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. In essence, this ability enabled animals to evolve and transform. For example, a rooster that reached SSS level could potentially metamorphose into a divine beast, a fiery phoenix. However, this advanced type came with a hefty price tag. Each advancement required at least 100,000 taels, with subsequent levels also increasing tenfold. Furthermore, the first type of full body enhancement needed to reach the king level before it could qualify for advancement. I see. With a thorough understanding of the system's capabilities, Lin Hao felt a surge of excitement. If he could enhance a multitude of divine beasts, would this world not be his playground? Yet, he soon confronted a critical issue: he was utterly penniless, lacking the funds for evolution. Beep. Detection of host's first pet binding. Congratulations, you have received a beginner's gift package. Would you like to claim it? Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Hao immediately thought, yes. Congratulations, host Lin Hao, you have received a free animal king level enhancement. Congratulations, host Lin Hao, you have received a free animal advancement. Please select the pet to evolve. Instantly, a holographic panel appeared in Lin Hao's mind, displaying 5 small squares. The first square depicted a small black fly, while the remaining 4 squares presumably indicated his capacity to capture 4 additional pets. Lin Hao promptly selected the fly's icon. Beep. Enhancement successful. The Kung Fu Fly has undergone comprehensive improvement. In the next instant, Lin Hao noticed significant changes on the Kung Fu Fly's data panel. Its speed, strength, sensory abilities, and intelligence had all received substantial boosts. For instance, its combat power soared from a mere 1 to 1,000, while its lifespan remained at 50 days. Clearly, this enhancement did not extend the pet's life. Next came the advanced upgrade. Beep. Advancement successful. Congratulations, the Kung Fu Fly has ascended to level and acquired a special skill, Blood Blade Scythe Feat. Lin Hao was thrilled to witness the fly's icon transform dramatically. The previously diminutive fly now resembled a muscular athlete, with robust limbs and claws akin to scythes, gleaming with a metallic sheen. Most remarkably, its lifespan surged from 50 days to an astonishing 500 days. Lin Hao could not help but take a deep breath. This advancement feature was truly exhilarating. He tentatively opened his palm. To his astonishment, the kung fu fly did not flee immediately but instead perched obediently in his hand, seemingly awaiting his command. What is this? In a moment of clarity, Lin Hao realized that his vision was no longer shrouded in darkness. He could perceive the surrounding light and objects. Yet, this newfound sight did not originate from his eyes but from his palm, precisely where the kung fu fly resided. Could it be that he could share the kung fu fly's perspective as if viewing the world through its eyes? With this revelation, Lin Hao felt a surge of exhilaration. This divine animal evolution system was undeniably tailored for him. How boring, he caught it so easily. Our bet is null and void. A blind man actually managed to catch a fly. That's unprecedented. As Lin Hao succeeded in capturing a fly, the kitchen staff, though surprised, continued to express their mockery. At that moment, Lin Hao, through the kung fu fly's perspective, clearly discerned the countenance of the mockers. Each of them bore a rotund face, glistening with grease. In the Zhao residence, cooks were regarded as lower-tier laborers, yet even so, these individuals showed him no respect. Hailing from one of the 3 prominent families in the city, Lin Hao had a respectable background, but his congenital blindness rendered him an outcast within his own family. Half a year ago, under the guise of a familial alliance, he had been married into the Zhao family, enduring endless humiliation. Despite having a beautiful wife with whom he shared a room, they were forced to sleep apart every night, one on the bed and the other on the floor, even lower in status than the Zhao household servants. Unfazed by the cook's taunts, Lin Hao turned to leave the courtyard. Buzz, the kung fu fly performed a loop in the air before landing gracefully on Lin Hao's shoulder. Noticing Lin Hao's intention to depart, the lead chef shot a glance at his apprentice. The apprentice nodded in agreement and approached Lin Hao with a sinister expression, preparing to trip him. Through the kung fu fly's perspective, Lin Hao observed the entire scene with clarity. Since being married into the Zhao family, he had become a frequent target for trouble, particularly from these cooks, who often tampered with the meals in nefarious ways. Chapter 2. The Mastered Beast Tamer. To deceive me is a grave mistake. Lin Hao's expression turned icy as he lifted his right foot and forcefully stomped down on his opponent's ankle. With this strike, he summoned all his strength. Crack, the sound of bones fracturing echoed as his foot landed, causing the apprentice's ankle joint to shatter, leading him to collapse to the ground, screaming in agony. Witnessing this scene, the rotund chef and others were taken aback, staring at Lin Hao in astonishment. Could he actually see? That was impossible. They were all too familiar with the background of this young master of the Zhao family. It is said that the blind possess exceptionally keen hearing. Perhaps he sensed the commotion and recognized that someone was trying to trip him. The stout chef furrowed his brows, convincing himself of this notion. I would like to see whether you are truly blind or merely pretending. Seeing that they were all allies, he approached Lin Hao with a fierce demeanor. Whoosh. His hefty hand swung towards Lin Hao's head. Swoosh. However, at that moment, the agile kung fu fly darted from Lin Hao's shoulder, moving with astonishing speed, resembling a fleeting shadow. In the next instant, the stout chef's raised hand was suddenly severed, 3 fingers lopped off, blood gushing forth. My hand! The stout chef emitted a wail that resembled the cries of a slaughtered pig, his eyes wide with terror as he looked at his mutilated hand, cold sweat pouring down his body. The other chefs stood frozen in shock, their faces pale. What had just transpired? How had the chef's fingers been severed in the blink of an eye? They were certain that Lin Hao had made no move at all. Such an unfathomable event left all the chefs in a state of bewilderment. The kung fu fly had now returned to Lin Hao's shoulder, licking the blood from its forelegs, exuding a coldness akin to that of a mercenary. Having gained the skill of blood-blade scythe claws through enhancement, the kung fu fly's claws were as sharp as blades, making it significantly more powerful. How could an ordinary chef possibly perceive the trajectory of the kung fu fly's attack, let alone know who had inflicted the injury upon him? What incredible speed! Witnessing the power of the kung fu fly made Lin Hao's heart race. If even a mere fly, enhanced, could possess such might, what would a more advanced animal or fierce beast be capable of? I can still capture 4 more pets. I must find a way to earn some money. Having tasted the sweetness of the system, Lin Hao's ambition soared as he contemplated building an army of animals. However, while capturing animals might be feasible, acquiring money was not as straightforward as working harder. Thus, it was imperative to earn money swiftly. After all, the most basic enhancement in the system required 1,000 silver coins, and with his current impoverished state, he could only seek quick money-making opportunities. With this thought in mind, Lin Hao stepped forward, departing from the scene with a steady gait. His calm demeanor instilled a sense of dread among the chefs, who dared not provoke him further. As he exited the Zhao residence, Lin Hao lifted his head. The kung fu fly mirrored his action, both admiring the afterglow of the setting sun. The orange glow illuminated his chiseled features, and his gray-white pupils radiated a subtle confidence. Since his transmigration, Lin Hao had never felt as exhilarated as he did today. Walking along the bustling streets, he took in the surroundings with fresh eyes. After all these years, it was his first time truly observing the city's sights, which bore some resemblance to ancient architectural styles from his past life. With age, Lin Hao had also gained a general understanding of this continent. The land was known as the Azure Sky Continent, devoid of the common sex and immortal cultivation found in novels. Warriors and mages were the primary practitioners in this world. Next in line were martial arts. Martial techniques were categorized into heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. When warriors of the same level faced off, possessing superior techniques could provide a significant advantage in combat. As for the magic practiced by mages, it was exceedingly intricate and complex, unobtainable in the marketplace. One could only learn it by entering the martial arts academy. Lin Hao perceived his current abilities as belonging to a somewhat obscure profession, a beast tamer. However, this beast tamer was akin to a rapidly rising master. With a single enhancement, he could make any animal utterly loyal, even elevating their combat prowess and enabling their evolution. One must wonder, which beast tamer could achieve such feats? After wandering the streets for a while, Lin Hao's steps eventually led him to a shop adorned with a black sign. The sign was entirely black, devoid of any inscriptions, giving it an eerie appearance. Ordinary people might not comprehend its significance, but those in the know understood it to be a special establishment, a hub for assassination contracts. Lin Hao was well aware that the two major forces behind this shop were the Zhao family and the Lin family.I in Tianwu City. The Zhao family was the wealthiest benefactor. The Lin family, as an ancient martial family, boasted the strongest martial prowess. Opening such a specialized establishment required not only formidable protection but also substantial financial resources, compelling the two families to collaborate. Half a year ago, he had been a sacrificial pawn, marrying into the Zhao family and solidifying the alliance between the two families. This black shop was the origin of the humiliation he had once endured. Since this is where it began, let it also be where it ends. Gazing at the shop before him, Lin Hao murmured to himself, his peripheral vision catching sight of a conical hat resting against the wall. He casually picked it up and placed it upon his head. The brim of the hat was draped with a veil of black gauze, obscuring his features entirely. Lin Hao stepped through the door, immediately greeted by a faint, pleasant aroma. Utilizing the Kung Fu Fly's vision, Lin Hao spotted a woman approaching him. As she exited the shop, he noted her wearing an elegant pale blue garment, her figure graceful, and her exquisite face breathtakingly beautiful. This scent. Could it be her? Lin Hao's nose twitched. Although he had been unable to see before, he instantly recognized the unique fragrance emanating from her. For this stunning woman was none other than his nominal wife, Zhao Linger. Despite their limited communication over the past 6 months, he had gleaned some understanding of her. Zhao Linger was not only beautiful but also an exceptionally talented businesswoman, having achieved the rank of a level 4 mage in martial cultivation. In Tianwu City, mages were a rarity, let alone those who could reach level 4. Thus, within the Zhao family, her power and status ranked just below that of the family head, making her the clandestine manager of this black shop. In her quest to expand the family business, Zhao Linger, due to her proud nature, had chosen to marry Lin Hao, a controllable blind man, rather than lose herself to someone she had yet to meet. You may think I am beneath you now, but in time, I shall leave you in my wake. A faint smirk played on Lin Hao's lips as he silently brushed past Zhao Linger. Chapter 3, The Assassin's Mission. As the two figures brushed past each other, Zhao Linger cast a fleeting glance back at Lin Hao, her clear eyes reflecting a moment of confusion. Why did this man's silhouette seem so familiar? Her delicate brows furrowed slightly as she focused on Lin Hao's retreating figure. Momentarily lost in thought. He was merely a blind man, it was improbable for him to be here. She shook her head inwardly and shifted her gaze to Lin Hao's feet. Observing his steady strides, each step purposeful and resolute, she noted that he did not navigate with the cautious uncertainty typical of the blind. Dismissing her curiosity after a few more glances, Zhao Linger turned to leave. The interior of the establishment bore resemblance to a weapon shop. Lin Hao noticed an array of arms displayed on the shelves, predominantly daggers and slender swords tailored for assassination. Clearly, this place not only facilitated contracts for killing but also catered to the armament needs of assassins. Dear guest, if you are merely here to purchase weapons, I regret to inform you that we are not conducting business today, remarked a middle-aged proprietor, sporting a distinctive mustache, as he eyed Lin Hao with a hint of trepidation. Feigning a cold demeanor, Lin Hao replied, "Spare me the pleasantries, I am here to seek work." At his words, the proprietor's expression shifted to one of caution. His gaze now laced with a measure of wariness. Those who came seeking assignments were typically ruthless assassins, and he dared not offend them, lest he face dire consequences. "May I inquire your esteemed name?" the proprietor asked, his tone noticeably more respectful. In the realm of assassins, while identities were seldom disclosed, each had a codename, leading to the emergence of a ranking system. Lin Hao pondered briefly, then replied nonchalantly, Jingku. Jingku? The proprietor paused, clearly unfamiliar with the name, wondering if this was a novice. His curiosity was stifled by the shadow of Lin Hao's wide-brimmed hat. Our missions are categorized into 4 tiers: ordinary, intermediate, difficult, and red list, the proprietor explained, eyeing Lin Hao. Which type do you wish to undertake? I prefer the ordinary, preferably one not too far away, Lin Hao stated. As it was his first assignment, and he had no intention of venturing into the realm of challenging kills. The so-called red list was undoubtedly reserved for the assassination of formidable individuals, tasks that had long remained unfulfilled. Though the proprietor remained silent. A flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. It was clear that he was dealing with a novice, explaining the choice of such a mundane task. He then approached the counter and began rifling through a substantial stack of papers. Ah, here it is, he said with a faint smile. Your luck is fortuitous. We have an ordinary mission available right here in Tianwu City. As he spoke, the proprietor produced a sheet of paper and handed it to Lin Hao. It detailed the assassination assignment, prominently featuring the word kill in crimson at the top right corner. Target, Chendejiu, age, 38, strength, level 2 warrior, occupation, owner of the Daily Gambling Den, active location, Daily Gambling Den subordinates, 23. All level 1 warriors, bounty, 100,000 taels. The information was exhaustive, outlining Chendejiu's numerous misdeeds, including his predatory exploitation of the weak. An accompanying image depicted him as a fearsome figure, with a menacing scar etched across his left cheek. Lin Hao perused the details and nodded thoughtfully. Such a villain was hardly deserving of sympathy, and the promised remuneration was indeed enticing, a lucrative opportunity for swift earnings. According to the customary arrangement, the shop would retain a 30% commission. The shop will send a representative to verify the target's demise upon completion of the task, the proprietor stated calmly. Very well. Lin Hao replied indifferently, then turned to depart. After deducting the commission, he would still retain 70,000 taels, a commendable sum. After inquiring with a passerby for the location of the Daily Gambling Den, Lin Hao soon arrived at his destination. Before him stood a casino. Its sign emblazoned with the character for gamble, glaringly conspicuous. The doors were tightly shut, yet the raucous sounds of shouting could be heard from within. In such an establishment, those who lost were often the most distressed. Adjacent to the casino was a pawnshop, willing to accept any valuable items as collateral for quick cash, which could then be wagered at the tables. Astute individuals understood the symbiotic relationship between casinos and pawnshops, creating a lucrative cycle. Little fly. Locate the target and execute swiftly, Lin Hao commanded, before retreating to a shadowy corner of the street to await the outcome. He had no desire to immerse himself in the chaotic atmosphere of the gambling den. Buzz. Upon receiving the directive, Little Fly darted from Lin Hao's shoulder and slipped through a window at the rear of the building. Roll, 3 5s, full house. Is this dice cursed? Again with a full house? If I lose this round, I'll pawn the place to recoup my losses. I refuse to believe I can't turn this around. Inside the casino, 10 tables were occupied by the cacophony of desperate gamblers. Each corner of the room was guarded by intimidating bouncers, their imposing physiques deterring any potential troublemakers. In a secluded area at the back of the gaming floor, Chendejiu lounged in a chair, embracing a courtesan, his hands roaming freely. The banker that Laobot introduced is quite impressive. I've been making at least $1 million lately. Chendejiu observed the unfortunate gamblers around him, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. As he smiled, the scar on his cheek twisted grotesquely, enhancing his menacing appearance. This was the target. Through the keen vision of Little Fly, Lin Hao quickly identified Chendejiu. Kill, Lin Hao commanded without hesitation. Little Fly glided toward Chendejiu's position at a measured pace. But instead of launching an immediate attack, it circled around him, waiting for the opportune moment. After a brief interval, Little Fly initiated its approach, stealthily inching closer from behind. Being a level 2 warrior, Chendejiu possessed considerable awareness, sensing an approaching presence. He turned sharply, his expression darkening. In response, Little Fly executed a swift maneuver, veering to the side and landing on the back of the courtesan, keeping a watchful eye on Chendejiu. It remained patient, anticipating a prime opportunity for a decisive strike. Remarkably, Little Fly had fully embraced its role as an assassin, opting for cunning over brute force. Chapter 4, Claiming the Bounty. It turns out to be merely a fly. Upon noticing the kung fu fly, Chen Daijiu could not help but scoff, choosing to disregard it. However, his vigilant gaze swept across the crowd, his eyes glinting with menace. He had heard through the grapevine that someone had been hired to assassinate him, compelling him to exercise caution. If I uncover the identity of the employer, I shall flay him alive. Chen Daijiu growled fiercely, reaching for a bottle of liquor. Tilting his head back to gulp down its contents. The kung fu fly's eyes shimmered with cold light. This was undoubtedly the perfect moment for an assassination. It suddenly darted forward with incredible speed, closing in on Chen Daijiu's throat. Whoosh! Its razor-sharp claws sliced through the air, swiftly severing his windpipe. The entire motion was fluid, completed in the blink of an eye. Chen Daijiu felt a sudden pain in his neck and instinctively clutched at it. Yet, in the next moment, a torrent of blood gushed from the wound, hissing ominously. Put! He then opened his mouth, spewing a copious amount of blood, a sensation of suffocation enveloping him. With a resounding thud, he collapsed to the ground, his body trembling involuntarily, and the terror in his eyes gradually dimmed. Ah! The sudden scene left the nearby courtesan pale with fear, prompting her to scream in alarm. The commotion alerted all the thugs and gamblers within the casino. In an instant, a myriad of bewildered gazes turned towards them. Chen Daijiu had been murdered. Upon witnessing the gruesome demise of Chen Daijiu, everyone was left stupefied, their faces etched with panic. The casino's thugs were equally dumbfounded. How could their leader, who had seemed perfectly fine moments ago, be slain in such a swift manner? Unbeknownst to them, a bloodied fly had quietly flown out through the window. Well done! Lin Hao, who had been waiting at the street corner, smirked with satisfaction at the kung fu fly that had landed on his shoulder. Observing the chaos unraveling in the casino, Lin Hao maintained a calm demeanor as he turned to leave. Upon entering the black market, the middle-aged shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback at the sight of Lin Hao. This novice, surely he hasn't come to cancel the mission due to being intimidated by the casino thugs? The middle-aged shopkeeper secretly scoffed, not believing Lin Hao had completed the task. Assassins typically executed their missions under the cover of night, and given that it was still daytime, coupled with Lin Hao's swift return, the shopkeeper regarded him as cowardly. Indeed, novices are utterly unreliable. The middle-aged shopkeeper shook his head internally but maintained a professional smile. Inquiring, "Have you completed the task?" "Yes," Lin Hao replied coolly. "What?" The shopkeeper's expression turned incredulous, thinking he had misheard. He had merely asked out of curiosity, prepared to enjoy a laugh at Lin Hao's expense. To his astonishment, Lin Hao's response exceeded his expectations. "You truly killed Chen Daijiu?" The shopkeeper scrutinized Lin Hao, composedly stating, "According to the rules, falsely reporting a mission will result in having your tongue cut out." As his words fell, two men in purple garments suddenly appeared at the back door, their cold gazes fixed on Lin Hao. They exuded a steady aura. Evidently skilled martial artists at no less than the second-tier warrior level. Hearing the punishment, Lin Hao raised an eyebrow, noting the severity of the consequence. "If you doubt my words, feel free to verify at the casino." Chen Daijiu met his end by having his throat slit, Lin Hao said nonchalantly, casually pulling out a chair and preparing to wait for news. Of course, the middle-aged shopkeeper, clearly skeptical, was about to summon his subordinates when a thin young man in black hurriedly entered the establishment. "Shopkeeper Tong, Chen Daijiu from the casino has just been killed," the young man exclaimed as he burst in. The assassin must be a martial arts master, managing to slit Chen Daijiu's throat amidst all the thugs in the casino without anyone noticing. What? He truly died by having his throat cut. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged shopkeeper inhaled sharply, his expression one of shock as he turned to Lin Hao, realizing that the so-called martial arts master was none other than the man before him. "How is it?" Lin Hao leaned back casually, the implication of his tone clear. "I was blind to your prowess. If I offended you earlier, I beg your forgiveness," the middle-aged shopkeeper stammered, nodding vigorously, fear evident in his eyes. Lin Hao remained silent. unfazed by the shopkeeper's earlier doubts. His primary concern was whether he could claim his reward at that moment. However, the shopkeeper, observing Lin Hao's composed demeanor, felt a different kind of apprehension. Could this master be seeking to settle accounts with him in private? With a gulp, the shopkeeper's forehead broke into a cold sweat. Due to your exceptional efficiency, our establishment will waive 30% of the commission for this task, the middle-aged man said with a forced smile. In an effort to compensate for his earlier misjudgment, he took out 10 gold notes, each worth 10,000 from the Wanlong Trading Company. Lin Hao accepted the 10 gold notes without hesitation. As dusk approached, he had no intention of accepting further assignments and turned to leave. Please walk slowly, do come again. The middle-aged shopkeeper hurriedly followed him to the door, eager to see him off. In his estimation, Lin Hao's exceptional assassination skills qualified him for medium or even higher-level tasks. Yet he chose an ordinary assignment. This left the middle-aged shopkeeper puzzled. Perhaps this master felt a sudden urge to engage in a bit of practice? Shopkeeper Tong. Who was that mysterious person just now? The young man in black asked curiously, watching Lin Hao's retreating figure. That was Jing Ku, the one who accepted the assassination of Chen Daijiu just over 10 minutes ago. The middle-aged shopkeeper replied. The black-clad youth shivered at the revelation, his face filled with astonishment. Fortunately, he had refrained from speaking out of turn earlier, otherwise, he would have been in grave danger. The young man swallowed hard, recalling the gruesome sight of Chen Daijiu's throat being cut, sending a chill down his spine. Meanwhile, as Lin Hao turned into a secluded corner of the street, he removed his hat and discarded his outer garments in a nearby alley. His encounter with Zhao Linger at the black market, although concealed by the hat, still bore the risk of recognition due to his attire. With Zhao Linger's keen intellect, returning in the same clothing could arouse suspicion. Hence, to maintain the secrecy of his identity as an assassin, Lin Hao had to exercise utmost caution, ensuring he revealed no trivial details. Chapter 5, The Ultimate Cultivation Talent on the Streets. Lin Hao entered a clothing store and casually purchased a well-fitting outfit. As he stepped out of the store, his peripheral vision caught sight of a spider web nestled in the corner of the doorframe. In the center of the web, a spider, its body a dull gray-brown and roughly the size of a thumb, lay in wait. Suddenly, a mosquito flew by and, in a moment of misfortune, became ensnared in the web. Witnessing the successful capture, the spider quickly darted forward, sinking its fangs into the mosquito and injecting venom that rendered it motionless. Within moments, the mosquito was reduced to a sumptuous meal for the spider. An idea sparked in Lin Hao's mind. With 100,000 gold tickets in his possession, he could acquire an additional pet for enhancement. Resolute, he grabbed a nearby stick and prodded the spider down from its web, swiftly reaching out to seize it. Beep. Detected that the host has captured a spider. Would you like to adopt it as a pet? Without hesitation, Lin Hao nodded affirmatively. Congratulations, host. You have adopted a pet. You may now assign a name. Wolf Spider, he declared, intending for the name to reflect the creature's formidable prowess, akin to that of a wolf. Beep. Pet naming completed. As the system's voice echoed, Lin Hao silently contemplated the evolution of the creature. In an instant, 2 animal totems materialized in his mind. Please select the animal for enhancement. With a focused thought, he tapped the spider totem. Considering the full body enhancement, the initial tier required a mere 10,000, while the intermediate tier demanded 100,000. Dismissing the basic enhancement as beneath him, he opted for the intermediate level. Beep. Enhancement successful. Wolf Spider has been upgraded to intermediate D rank. Congratulations! You have acquired a special skill, Deadly Venom. In that moment, the 100,000 gold tickets vanished from his grasp. Upon completing the intermediate enhancement, the wolf spider underwent a remarkable transformation. Its once gray-brown body morphed into a deep green hue, its form expanding significantly. The pair of fangs at its mouth elongated and sharpened, glinting with a menacing sheen. Immediately, a data panel materialized before him. Wolf Spider, codename 002 owner, Lin Hao rank, intermediate D combat power, 800 lifespan, 1 year skill, deadly venom. After reviewing the information about the wolf spider, Lin Hao nodded approvingly. The Kung Fu Fly now stood at initial C rank, while the wolf spider had attained intermediate D rank, marking a substantial difference in their levels. Thus, the combat power of the wolf spider was lower than that of the kung fu fly, yet its skill of deadly venom promised to be an excellent assassination technique. Into my pocket you go. With a mere thought, the wolf spider obediently crawled along his arm and nestled itself into his clothing pocket. After enhancement, the spider's body had become considerably sturdier. Even if it were accidentally pressed upon, it would sustain no serious harm. Beep. Detected that the host has successfully adopted a second pet. Positive attitude rewarded with a random lottery draw. Would the host like to participate? Just as Lin Hao was about to depart, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. He paused, intrigued by the additional reward for adopting a pet. The system certainly had its merits. Yes. Without hesitation, Lin Hao affirmed his decision. Beep. Lottery draw completed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the ultimate cultivation talent, enabling you to reach the pinnacle of martial arts training and absorb spiritual energy at 100-fold speed. The ultimate cultivation talent? Lin Hao was taken aback, then overwhelmed with elation. In the realm of cultivation on the Xiangxiang continent, talents were divided into weak, low, intermediate, advanced, and super. The ultimate talent was the zenith of cultivation potential. The level of one's talent determined their martial achievements. Even his wife, Zhao, possessed an advanced cultivation talent, distinguishing her among the younger generation of Tianwu City. Lin Hao could distinctly sense the overwhelming flow of spiritual energy surrounding him. With a mere thought, he could draw this energy into his body, rapidly refining his muscles, blood vessels, and enhancing his physical form. In the past, his frail body would not have been capable of perceiving even a hint of this spiritual energy, let alone cultivating it. However, now he stood at the pinnacle of martial cultivation. With diligence, he could effortlessly ascend to the apex of martial prowess, a true hallmark of genius. As he absorbed the spiritual energy to a state of fullness, Lin Hao felt a sudden tremor within him, as if something had been unblocked, bringing an immense sense of relief. The spiritual meridian has been unblocked. I am now a level 1 warrior. Joy illuminated Lin Hao's face as he comprehended the significance. It was well known that the human body contained 9 spiritual meridians, and unblocking each one allowed for a breakthrough in realms. Just moments ago, he had successfully drawn in the surrounding spiritual energy, unblocking the first meridian, thus crossing the threshold of martial arts and achieving level 1 warrior status. I can finally cultivate. Clenching his fists, Lin Hao reveled in the newfound strength coursing through him, his spirit soaring. This also signified that the turn waste would be forever severed from his identity. Taking a deep breath, he composed himself and set off towards the Zhao residence, accompanied by the kung fu fly and wolf spider, at the end of the street. As evening approached, mealtime was imminent, providing the perfect opportunity to return for dinner while contemplating other potential ventures for earning money. The Zhao residence boasted 2 dining halls, one large and one small. The large hall was reserved for Zhao family members and high-ranking stewards, while the smaller one served the servants. With steady strides, Lin Hao headed directly towards the large dining hall, having no intention of joining the servants in their meager dining area. In the past, he had been blind to his own worth, easily misled, but now he was a different man. Furthermore, as the esteemed son-in-law of the Zhao family, he was undoubtedly entitled to dine in the large hall. Thanks to the keen eyesight of the kung fu fly, Lin Hao seamlessly entered the dining hall without deviation. The decor within was uniquely exquisite, resembling a fine restaurant, complete with private booths. Of course, the booths were privileges reserved for the prominent figures of the Zhao family. At the surrounding tables, numerous young family members were already dining, their sweat-soaked appearances indicating they had just finished training. Beside them stood a gaunt middle-aged man, respectfully inquiring if they required additional servings. However, the Zhao family youth seemed particularly fastidious, making it difficult for him. From the tone of the middle-aged man, Lin Hao instantly recognized him as Qin Qi, the 3rd steward of the Zhao residence. His responsibilities primarily involved managing the family's logistics and various menial tasks. This dining hall fell under his jurisdiction. Recalling past encounters, Lin Hao remembered Qin Qi's disdainful attitude towards him. He often admonished the servants not to provide Lin Hao with clean clothes and even served him leftover food. Although Lin Hao had been blind, he possessed a sharp mind. As the son-in-law of the Zhao family, no mere servant would dare to offend him. The only plausible explanation for their audacity was a more formidable backing that allowed them to act with such impunity. Chapter 6, The Lesson of the Third Steward. At this moment, the third steward, Qin Shi, also noticed Lin Hao. He was taken aback. Unable to comprehend how this usually reticent and easily bullied blind son-in-law of the Zhao family dared to dine in the grand dining hall today. However, the timing was fortuitous. He had been suppressing his frustration while serving these young masters. A sinister smile crept across Qin Shi's mind as he fixated on Lin Hao, perceiving him as a perfect outlet for his pent-up emotions. Sensing the malevolent gaze of the third steward, Lin Hao merely scoffed internally but chose not to react immediately, prioritizing his hunger instead. He extended his hands, feigning a searching motion, and calmly approached the serving counter. At a glance, the dishes here appeared significantly more sumptuous than those in the servants' dining hall. The chef, who had previously witnessed the plights of the hefty head chef and the young apprentice before Lin Hao, felt a twinge of apprehension as he stammered. "What dishes would you like?" Without hesitation, Lin Hao pointed at several meat dishes, callously ordering 5 or 6 selections, which he subsequently carried away on a tray. The chef was momentarily bewildered, realizing that Lin Hao's seemingly random choices comprised only high-quality ingredients. Thus, Lin Hao made his way to a table opposite Qin Shi, where he leisurely began to enjoy his meal. In the midst of his dining, Lin Hao deliberately dropped a piece of pork belly onto the table. The agile little fly, aptly named Kung Fu Fly, immediately descended upon the morsel, voraciously devouring it. However, the spider, fond of live prey, would have to wait until nightfall to hunt, as its enhanced abilities allowed it to easily capture mosquitoes and flies. How pitiful, the blind man can't even hold on to a piece of meat. Qin Shi seized the opportunity to mock Lin Hao. To him, Lin Hao's presence in the grand dining hall was merely an invitation for ridicule. Yet, Lin Hao continued to ignore Qin Shi's taunts, treating him as if he were merely a figment of the air. "How dare this blind fool disregard me?" Qin Shi's eyes narrowed, his face darkening with indignation. In his eyes, Lin Hao was a worthless creature, unworthy of such audacity. This situation ignited a fiery rage within Qin Shi, prompting him to pour a vial of horse urine into Lin Hao's soup. Unbeknownst to him, Kung Fu Fly observed the entire scene, and Lin Hao was also fully aware of the unfolding events. What did it matter if he was the Zhao family's son-in-law? He remained resolute in his control over the situation. Qin Shi smirked internally, eagerly anticipating Lin Hao's reaction upon consuming the tainted broth. The Zhao family members present began to take notice of Qin Shi's antics, yet they remained indifferent, adopting a spectator's mentality as they suppressed laughter, eagerly awaiting Lin Hao's sip of the concoction. At that moment, Lin Hao raised the bowl of soup to his lips under the scrutinizing gazes of the onlookers. Just as everyone expected him to drink, he suddenly flipped the bowl, splashing the contents onto Qin Shi's face. Although the soup was not scalding, it was still around 80 degrees, causing Qin Shi's face to flush instantly, accompanied by his anguished cries. What could be said of the aroma of the broth mixed with urine? Lin Hao abruptly stood, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "Ah! It seems this blind man possesses quite a keen sense of smell," he observed. The Zhao family members, initially taken aback, soon erupted into laughter. Seeking death. Qin Shi, now infuriated and humiliated, clenched his fist and charged at Lin Hao. Given their proximity and Lin Hao's blindness, Qin Shi was confident he could land a solid punch. Yet, an astonishing event transpired next. As Qin Shi's fist neared Lin Hao's face, it inexplicably froze 2 inches short, along with the shocked expression on Qin Shi's face. Upon closer inspection, a tiny fly hovered just in front of his fist, seemingly blocking the blow. To the untrained eye, it appeared as though a transparent barrier shielded Lin Hao. With a sharp crack, Lin Hao raised his right hand and delivered a resounding slap. The sound reverberated through the hall as he followed with 2 more swift strikes. Qin Shi cried out in pain, a vivid imprint of Lin Hao's hand appearing on his face, which quickly swelled. Instantly, the grand dining hall fell into a profound silence and absolute stillness. Even Qin Shi, who had been struck, stood frozen in disbelief. The onlookers stared in shock, unable to fathom that the once impotent blind man had transformed into a formidable force, daring to retaliate against the third steward of the Zhao household. Qin Shi's expression morphed into one of incredulity as flames of fury ignited in his eyes. Although his combat prowess was on par with a level 1 warrior, he had underestimated Lin Hao and was caught completely off guard due to Kung Fu Fly's interference. "You blind fool! You dare to ambush me! You're courting death!" Qin Shi soon regained his composure, his rage boiling over as he leapt into action, aiming his sweeping kick at Lin Hao's head. However, in the next instant, Kung Fu Fly, poised for action, darted forth like lightning. With a swift motion, its sharp claws slashed at Qin Shi's ankle, severing his tendons and causing blood to spurt forth. Ag! Qin Shi was overwhelmed by a wave of excruciating pain, collapsing to the ground while clutching his bloodied foot, howling in agony. The surrounding Zhao family members stood agape, astonished. Was that really a fly? Did I just see what I thought I saw? How could a fly possess such lethal power? Whispers of disbelief and speculation filled the air. "You, a mere steward, dare to disrespect me, the young master? Consider this your lesson." With a cold expression, Lin Hao turned and strode toward the exit. The commotion had extinguished his appetite. As he departed, Kung Fu Fly swiftly alighted on Lin Hao's left shoulder, diligently licking the blood from its claws. In this manner, under the astonished gazes of many, Lin Hao exited the dining hall with unruffled composure. Chapter 7: Water Elemental Spells. Upon returning to the house, Lin Hao casually gathered a few articles of clothing and headed straight for the bathhouse. Fortune smiled upon him, as the bathhouse was devoid of any patrons, allowing Lin Hao to choose the largest bath chamber. The subterranean warmth, possibly due to the presence of a hot spring, rendered the water perfectly heated, providing great convenience. Lin Hao filled a few buckets and settled into a delightful soak. The little insect, Kung Fu Fly, was left to wander outside, as it harbored a fear of water, while the wolf spider remained nearby, standing guard. Unexpectedly, the little creature flitted about, seemingly attracted by an alluring scent, and inadvertently ventured into the adjacent women's bathhouse. In an instant, a myriad of enchanting images flooded Lin Hao's mind, transmitted through the creature's visual sharing. This was the women's bathing area. Lin Hao took a deep breath, quickly comprehending the situation. The entire women's bathhouse was enveloped in a mist. Tall and graceful young women from the Zhao family, along with beautiful matrons, were laid bare before his eyes. Although Lin Hao could indulge in this visual feast through the shared perspective of his pet, he had no intention of voyeurism. Just as Lin Hao was about to command the Kung Fu Fly to retreat, a lithe figure draped in white suddenly appeared in the bathhouse. It was none other than his nominal wife, Zhao Linger. Flanking her were two charming maids, each carrying Zhao Linger's change of clothes and bathing essentials. As the daughter of the Zhao family, coupled with her extraordinary business acumen, her privileges far surpassed those of most women in the Zhao residence. In a moment of reflection, Lin Hao felt an unexpected surge of vindictive emotion and tacitly permitted Kung Fu Fly's actions. The tiny creature nestled in the corner of the bath chamber, perfectly positioned to observe everything. Unbeknownst to anyone, Zhao Linger, assisted by her maids, began to disrobe. "That's enough. You two wait outside," she instructed, dismissing her maids at a critical moment. With a flourish, Zhao Linger raised her delicate hands, her fingers dancing as she swiftly inscribed a runic symbol that emitted a faint aquamarine glow. The surrounding spiritual energy began to tremble under the influence of the rune. In an instant, this energy coalesced into a veil of mist, enveloping the entire bathhouse. Through the haze, a blurred silhouette could be seen shedding the last of its garments, preparing to bathe. Water elemental magic. Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback, witnessing for the first time the wondrous abilities of a mage's runic artistry. With a simple gesture, one could summon the energies of the universe to conjure a spell. Intrigued, he mused that he must learn this skill when the opportunity arose. Although he possessed the abilities of a system, which merely enhanced animal combat prowess, essentially cultivating a cadre of formidable bodyguards, true strength lay in personal empowerment. "Kung Fu Fly, come out," Lin Hao silently commanded, dismissing any further thoughts of voyeurism. Buzzing in compliance, Kung Fu Fly flitted around the chamber before departing the women's bathhouse. Lin Hao, immersed in the tub, reflected on Zhao Linger's graceful movements as she inscribed the magical rune, his own fingers involuntarily mimicking her actions. However, before he could practice further, Several figures entered the bathhouse. Leading the group was a robust man in his 30s, his complexion flushed and physique ample. Trailing behind him were 3 Zhao family servants. "What bad luck, this useless blind man is here too," the man remarked upon noticing Lin Hao, his expression one of disdain and revulsion. Lin Hao recognized him immediately, Ma Tianyun. The second steward of the Zhao residence, primarily responsible for family procurement, a position rife with opportunities for graft. Such high-ranking servants naturally enjoyed the privileges of the bathhouse. Unlike the lower-tier servants who typically fetched water from the latrine for their needs. "Remove him and clean the tub," Ma Tianyun commanded. His brow furrowing at the sight of Lin Hao occupying the largest bath chamber. "Yes, second steward," the 3 servants replied, their expressions darkening as they approached Lin Hao. Though they were of low status in the Zhao residence, they regarded Lin Hao, the blind man, as inferior to even a dog. Lin Hao, towel in hand, remained unperturbed as he leisurely washed himself. The wolf spider lay motionless at the edge of the tub. However, as the servants drew near, the spider suddenly ejected 3 strands of silk, shooting them forth like silver needles. Caught off guard, the servants found themselves ensnared. And screams erupted as their faces instantly swelled with redness. They soon collapsed, convulsing and frothing at the mouth, as though poisoned. "What is happening?" Ma Tianyun's face froze in shock, his eyes wide with horror. "Did that spider do this?" His gaze quickly fell upon the wolf spider. An emerald-hued creature with a carapace-like skin, unlike anything he had ever encountered. Ma Tianyun's pupils dilated in fear as he recognized the spider's potent venom, causing his complexion to drain of color. He wasted no time in fleeing the bathhouse, one shoe lost in his haste. "Not dead yet." "It seems the toxin is not lethal," Lin Hao observed as he rose from the tub, noting the 3 incapacitated individuals still drawing breath. Clearly, the spider's venom required a direct bite to unleash its deadly effects. After dressing, Lin Hao summoned Kung Fu Fly back and exited the bathhouse, with the wolf spider obediently crawling into his pocket. Just as he stepped out, he spotted Ma Tianyun leading a group of servants approaching with haste. Armed with clubs and other makeshift weapons, they formed a formidable front. "You weren't bitten?" Ma Tianyun was taken aback, staring at Lin Hao with incredulity, astonished that he had emerged unscathed. "Bitten? Was something amiss just now?" Lin Hao feigned confusion, shrugging his shoulders innocently. "Useless blind man, it's pointless to ask." Ma Tianyun frowned, finally realizing Lin Hao's condition, and sneered disdainfully. "Let us go inside and eliminate that venomous spider, lest the young masters inadvertently be bitten." He gestured grandly, exuding authority. Yet, his bravado faltered, compelling him to send the servants in first. Still haunted by the memory of how swiftly the wolf spider had incapacitated the 3 men. Chapter 8, Zhao Linger's suspicions outside the bathhouse. Under the command of Ma Tianyun, the servants rushed inside. Outside, only he and Lin Hao remained. "Little spider, act as instructed." Noticing that Ma Tianyun had no assistance by his side, Lin Hao decided to teach him a lesson. Upon receiving the command, the wolf spider stealthily emerged from his pocket and promptly fired a silk thread at Ma Tianyun, intentionally targeting a most sensitive area. A piercing scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig erupted instantly. Ma Tianyun clutched his groin and collapsed to the ground, frothing at the mouth, his body trembling uncontrollably. This venomous injury, even if healed later, would render his manhood utterly useless, condemning him to a life akin to that of a eunuch. Ma Tianyun's agonized cry soon drew the attention of the servants who had rushed into the bathhouse, and they all hurried back out. Upon witnessing the dire state of the second steward, they collectively inhaled sharply, stunned into silence. At that moment, the young women and noble ladies of the Zhao family, startled by the commotion, emerged from the bathhouse, hastily covering themselves. Among them was Zhao Linger, enveloped in mist from her recent bath, exuding an ethereal beauty that took one's breath away. "What has happened to Steward Ma?" Zhao Linger inquired coldly, glancing at Ma Tianyun before turning her gaze toward the panicked servants. Reporting to the young lady, "Steward Ma instructed us to enter the bathhouse to deal with a poisonous spider. However, as soon as we entered, we heard his screams from outside and found this chaotic scene," one servant, trembling with respect, replied. "A poisonous spider?" Zhao Linger frowned slightly, her curiosity piqued. "What did it look like?" The servant shook his head. "We are not sure, it was only Steward Ma and this blind." The servant glanced toward Lin Hao and then back at Zhao Linger, quickly correcting himself, and the young master was waiting outside. Zhao Linger maintained her icy demeanor, seemingly indifferent to Lin Hao's status as her nominal husband within the Zhao family. "Do you know the type of poisonous spider?" she asked Lin Hao, her tone detached as if speaking to a stranger. "Isn't it ironic that you would ask me such a question?" Lin Hao retorted, a slight smirk on his lips. He turned to face Zhao Linger, his pale, unseeing eyes fixed on her. Without further words, he brushed past her. "Ironic?" Zhao Linger paused, reflecting on Lin Hao's words. It dawned on her that he was blind and therefore could not see. Yet, as he brushed past her, she felt a flicker of recognition and turned to look at his retreating figure. Familiar gazing at his silhouette, Zhao Linger was struck by a sense of déjà vu. Suddenly, she recalled the mysterious figure clad in a straw hat from the black market. Her gaze shifted back to Lin Hao's gait, and she noted the striking similarity to that enigmatic individual. Could it be him? Zhao Linger's gaze sharpened with suspicion. She had heard tales from the black market of a mysterious assassin named Jinko, who completed a mission in a mere 10 minutes, leaving over 100 witnesses in the dark regarding the identity of the perpetrator. Such skill was beyond even her capabilities as a level 4 mage. From the perspective of the agile little fly, Lin Hao sensed Zhao Linger's questioning gaze upon him. A chill ran down his spine, and he pretended to stumble, nearly falling. He extended his hands, mimicking the usual gestures of a blind person as he navigated forward. It must merely be a coincidence, Zhao Linger thought to herself, shaking her head discreetly. The likelihood of Lin Hao being the assassin seemed low. After all, it was rare for individuals in this world to bear such striking resemblance, and a mere silhouette could not substantiate any claims. Most importantly, Lin Hao was blind, struggling even to walk, making it implausible for him to be that formidable assassin. As her thoughts shifted, Zhao Linger resolved to locate the poisonous spider and eliminate the threat. She commanded the Zhao family servants, immediately find the poisonous spider and eradicate it. "Yes, young lady," they replied, her exquisite features radiating an air of authority that compelled the servants to nod in loyalty and spring into action. "This woman is truly exceptional," Lin Hao thought to himself as he distanced himself from the crowd, wiping the sweat from his brow. He had come to understand Zhao Linger's intelligence and attention to detail over the past 6 months. The way she had scrutinized him just now indicated she had deduced something. Otherwise, she would not have acknowledged him at all. Without evidence, even if she has guessed something, she cannot act against me, he mused, confidence swelling within him. After all, who would believe that a blind man could be an assassin? Once he was out of sight. Lin Hao straightened his posture, his steps growing steady and assured. Back in his room, he sat at the table, contemplating ways to earn money. At present, becoming an assassin seemed the most expedient path to wealth. His initial earnings from the assassination using the agile little fly had indeed been sweet. However, given his current capabilities, capturing more formidable creatures was beyond him. Take, for instance, the magical beasts of this world, ferocious creatures far more terrifying than ordinary animals. It was said that these beasts were extraordinarily powerful, capable of absorbing the essence of heaven and earth to cultivate, rendering them treasures in their entirety. Yet, they were costly, with live specimens fetching prices in the hundreds of thousands of gold. Nonetheless, according to Lin Hao's forthcoming plans, engaging in assassination tasks involving smaller, ordinary animals would be more suitable. For instance, who would be wary of a fly or a mosquito? Creatures so diminutive that they could easily be crushed with a single finger? It was precisely by leveraging this underestimation that one could achieve flawless assassination results. Buzzing. With nothing pressing to attend to, the agile little fly flitted about the room. After evolving to stage C, it had developed independent consciousness, appearing carefree when Lin Hao was not issuing commands. Lin Hao's mind was filled with the sights the little fly observed. Suddenly, he noticed a book resembling a martial arts manual resting on the bed in the inner chamber. Having been blind since birth, Lin Hao had never engaged with any martial arts or techniques. Its mere presence ignited a surge of curiosity and interest within him. However, he recalled that the inner chamber was Zhao Linger's private quarters, and he had been expressly forbidden from entering on their wedding night. At that time, blinded and uninterested, He had not thought twice about it. But now, the situation was markedly different. Chapter 9, Compendium of Spells. Little spider, close the door and lock it, Lin Hao instructed. Then proceeded towards the inner room. Upon receiving the command, the wolf spider promptly leapt from his pocket. With a swift hiss, 2 strands of silk shot forth. And as he tugged, the door was sealed tightly. The wolf spider then climbed rapidly along the silk to secure the bolt. The entire sequence was executed with fluidity and precision. A satisfied smile appeared on Lin Hao's face, reflecting his approval of the wolf spider's efficiency. Upon entering the inner room, Lin Hao was immediately enveloped by a refreshing fragrance in the air, reminiscent of Zhao Linger's delicate scent. He picked up a book from the bedding. And the diligent little fly instantly perched on Lin Hao's shoulder, directing its gaze towards his palm. The title Compendium of Spells was emblazoned in golden letters. In the lower right corner, a small note read, transcribed version from the Tianyan Academy. This revelation surprised Lin Hao. Although he seldom ventured outside, he had heard whispers about the Tianyan Academy, a prestigious royal institution of the Dian dynasty, akin to a university in his former life. Only those of exceptional talent could gain admission after passing rigorous tests. At 19, Zhao Linger met the age requirement for acceptance into the Tianyan Academy. Her proficiency and aptitude in spells were more than sufficient. Thus, she had recently received her admission notice. The Compendium of Spells was a gift from an examiner at that time. While the content merely contained elementary theoretical knowledge, it would command a considerable value in the marketplace. Curious, Lin Hao began to leaf through the pages, feeling as though he had unlocked a new realm of understanding. As he read, he realized that the role of a mage was not as he had previously imagined, involving magic in the conventional sense, but rather a skill of inscribing runes to manipulate the energies of the universe to form spells. Recalling the earlier moment in the bathhouse when he had stealthily observed Zhao Linger bathing, her graceful hand movements had been a demonstration of utilizing her mental energy to delineate a water rune, which subsequently summoned the ambient spiritual energy to shroud the room in mist. Lin Hao now comprehended that the training of a mage primarily revolved around meditation, enhancing the density of one's mental energy. The stronger the mental energy, the greater the capacity to harness spiritual energies. As he reached the end of the book, Lin Hao discovered instructions on how to meditate and cultivate mental energy. In essence, this involved ceasing all external conscious activities to attain a state of emptiness. With the elevation of mental energy, one could connect with the energy fluctuations of the universe, fostering a deeper affinity. The stronger the mental energy, the greater the affinity with the spiritual energies. How enlightening, Lin Hao murmured to himself before settling into a cross-legged position, clearing his mind and attempting to meditate. Bolstered by his ultimate cultivation talent, he swiftly entered a meditative state. During this meditation, he distinctly sensed an overwhelming wave of spiritual energy surrounding him, vast and magnificent, akin to being immersed in an ocean of inexhaustible power. The spiritual energies within the room became tumultuous. Were there a skilled practitioner present, they would undoubtedly be astonished. For Lin Hao's mental energy resonated in perfect harmony with the spiritual energies, a sensation akin to the unity of man and sword, epitomizing the effects of his ultimate cultivation talent. While meditating, Lin Hao, aided by the little fly's vision, focused on the fire rune of the first-level spell depicted in the book. With a gentle extension of his hand, an invisible thread of mental energy suddenly emerged from his fingertips. As he moved his fingers, albeit somewhat clumsily, this mental energy gradually traced the contours of a rune totem. As Lin Hao's intention shifted, he observed the rune begin to transform. The surrounding spiritual energy immediately coalesced, and the lines of the rune began to flicker with the essence of flames, emitting a faint glow. Soon, the flames intensified, and he formed a small fireball. Though the fireball did not reach the size of a watermelon as described in the book, merely being the thickness of a thumb, Lin Hao was nonetheless elated. This marked his inaugural attempt at casting a fire spell, a significant and successful start. I never imagined I could become a mage. Lin Hao struggled to contain his inner excitement. It was noted at the beginning of the Compendium of Spells that while mental energy talent was important for learning spell runes, the most crucial element was comprehension, understanding how to utilize mental energy effectively while inscribing runes. Those with good comprehension could master this in 1 to 2 months, while those lacking it might toil for 6 months with little to show for it. This was why mages were far rarer than warriors, with a much higher barrier to entry. In the diminutive Tianwu city, mages were exceptionally scarce. Thus, possessing the title of mage commanded respect and made one a coveted guest at any gathering. Just then, a sound of someone attempting to push the door open echoed from outside. As the door was securely locked, the person outside was unable to enter. Lin Hao. Are you inside? A light and melodious voice soon followed, unmistakably belonging to Zhao Linger. Lin Hao felt a surge of unease and quickly returned the compendium of spells to its rightful place. With a swift flick of his fingertip, the fireball vanished in an instant, and he hurriedly exited the inner room, unbolting the door. Creak! As he opened the door, Zhao Linger's exquisite yet slightly frosty visage greeted him. Why did you lock the door? Zhao Linger inquired, her brows knitting slightly in concern as she scrutinized Lin Hao. Lin Hao feigned a hint of anxiety as he responded, there was a venomous spider in the residence, and I feared it might slip inside. So I locked the door upon returning. One could not help but commend Lin Hao's acting skills and his well-timed explanation. Zhao Linger, hearing this, expressed no suspicion whatsoever. Instead, her gaze towards Lin Hao reflected a hint of disdain and contempt. If only I had known earlier, I would not have brought him into the family. Zhao Linger sighed internally, beginning to regret her decision. While the Lin family had many outstanding and talented scions, none matched her preferences. Her choice of the seemingly inept Lin Hao was primarily to maintain control while preserving her own dignity. Once she officially became a student of the Tianyan Academy, she could leverage its powerful backing to dissolve her marriage with Lin Hao. At that point, even if the Lin family grew in strength, they would not dare to act rashly against the Zhao family. Chapter 10, The Fire Runes. Only 2 months remain until liberation. As Zhao Linger contemplated the opening day of the Tianyan Academy, a glimmer of anticipation and joy graced her countenance. That sentiment, evidently, had transformed into an obstacle on her path, and she could hardly wait to cast it aside. Perceiving the shift in Zhao Linger's gaze, Lin Hao could not help but smirk inwardly. He was well aware of this sentiment. Now equipped with a system, Lin Hao possessed unshakable confidence. Those who currently looked down upon him would undoubtedly regard him with newfound respect in the future. In their exchange, Zhao Linger seemed to speak in veiled hints, unwilling to elaborate further, and turned directly towards her dormitory. Did you meddle with my belongings? Came her voice shortly thereafter. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao raised an eyebrow. It dawned on him that although he had returned the book to its original position, he had inadvertently reversed its front and back. He was astonished by Zhao Linger's keen observation, capable of detecting such minute details. As Lin Hao's thoughts raced, Zhao Linger emerged, clutching the tome compendium of spells. Her gaze icy as she fixed it upon him. Wasn't there a venomous spider in the manor? Lin Hao replied nonchalantly. I was concerned it might be hiding under your bed, so I took the liberty to check. Zhao Linger's brow furrowed slightly. It was clear she was not appreciative of Lin Hao's actions. In my dormitory, you are forbidden to step without my permission, she stated coldly, her eyes betraying indifference. No problem, Lin Hao shrugged, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Remember, our marriage is merely a pretense. Zhao Linger retorted frostily, in 2 months, I shall write a letter of divorce, dissolving our marital ties and compensating you with double the betrothal gifts. At her words, a surge of indignation welled up within Lin Hao. Not even double, or even tenfold, could restore his dignity. Suit yourself, he replied, striving to suppress his rising anger. He then turned and silently approached the corner cabinet, retrieving his bedding to lay it on the floor. After half a year of living in the Zhao manor, he had grown accustomed to it. Yet that did not imply he was devoid of rebellious thoughts. Due to his current weakness, any rebellion would be futile. Now that he had just activated the system, it was the perfect opportunity to bide his time and cultivate his strength within the Zhao family. In 2 months, the question of who would seek a divorce remained uncertain. Observing Lin Hao's unusual calmness, Zhao Linger felt a momentary shock, finding his reaction unexpectedly composed. She had anticipated a furious retort from him upon delivering her statement. Instead, Lin Hao's cool demeanor caught her off guard. Her father's words echoed in her mind. Indeed, a coward exhibited no temper at all. With a soft sigh, Zhao Linger regarded her husband with a perception she deemed devoid of value. Though her voice was low, Lin Hao's keen hearing captured her words with clarity. Drawing a deep breath, he faced Zhao Linger's pride and disdain, suppressing the fury that threatened to erupt. Had she not been his nominal wife? He might have summoned the venomous spider to bite her. With only 2 months remaining, he resolved to earn more money and strengthen his pet. Lying on the makeshift bed, he had made up his mind. When the time came to leave the Zhao manor, he would ensure he did so without appearing utterly defeated. As for divorce, he found no apprehension. There were countless flowers in the world, the next woman might prove even better. As the candlelight flickered out, the room plunged into darkness. Inside, Zhao Linger disrobed, donning a sheer crimson nightgown that accentuated her fair skin, rendering her a vision of exquisite beauty. Unbeknownst to her, a fly lingered in the corner. Its gaze fixated on her every movement, all under its watchful surveillance. Though the woman was beautiful, Lin Hao mused that he could not afford to indulge in such allure. Perhaps divorce would indeed offer a form of liberation. With his hands behind his head, Lin Hao visualized all that the fly had observed, his heart remaining unperturbed. After changing into her nightgown, Zhao Linger did not immediately retire but rather sat cross-legged on her bed. Her exquisite eyes gently closing as she appeared to enter a meditative state. Level 4 mage already, yet still so diligent. I have only just begun. I cannot afford to lag behind. Witnessing this, Lin Hao felt a spark ignite within him, as if the seed of diligence had been awakened. He swiftly sat up, clearing his mind to meditate in turn. Although he was not well versed in the runic spells, his mental acuity had already reached the level of a novice mage, allowing him to navigate this meditation with ease. Within mere breaths, the ambient spiritual energy swiftly aligned with Lin Hao's mental force, allowing him to perceive the pulsations of various elemental energies. His inner mental strength began to flourish during this meditative process. After approximately an hour, upon achieving a state of abundant mental energy, Lin Hao, recalling his memories, extended his hand to weave intricate gestures. As his fingers danced, they summoned strands of mental energy, rapidly sketching a rudimentary fire rune totem. Fire rune, manifest. Lin Hao's mind stirred as he invoked the energy flow of the fire rune. In an instant, the totem seemed to come alive, radiating with brilliance. The spiritual energy within the room surged at a remarkable pace, coalescing with fervor. Whoosh! When the energy within the rune reached its zenith, a fireball materialized out of thin air, illuminating the entire chamber. The fireball had notably increased in size, transforming from the width of a thumb to that of a fist, exuding an intense aura of heat. This development bore a certain lethality and signified Lin Hao's official entry into the realm of mages. Just then, Zhao Linger, seated upon her bed, abruptly opened her eyes. The energy fluctuations produced by Lin Hao's fire spell had evidently stirred her. What pure fire elemental energy! Who is wielding magic? Zhao Linger's expression shifted, and she promptly rose, heading towards the outer room. Meanwhile, the fly, hidden in the corner, swiftly conveyed the information to Lin Hao. Creak! As the door swung open, Lin Hao extinguished the fireball and feigned sleep. Standing at the threshold, Zhao Linger scanned the vicinity with a perplexed gaze, discovering that the earlier fire elemental energy had vanished without a trace. What just happened? A flicker of surprise crossed her beautiful eyes as they settled on Lin Hao, lying on the floor. He was the only one present. Could it be that the earlier energy fluctuations were conjured by him? Impossible, she thought incredulously. Chapter 11, heading to the finance room. It should not be him. Quietly gazing at Lin Hao's figure, Zhao Linger silently shook her head, dismissing her earlier thoughts. For she knew better than anyone about Lin Hao's background and circumstances. Although he hailed from the Lin family, a lineage of ancient martial artists, he was born blind, unable to cultivate martial arts from a young age, and struggled with daily life, resembling a burden. How could someone in such a state suddenly wield spells? It was utterly inconceivable. Strange, could it have merely been an illusion? Zhao Linger furrowed her brows, her expression shifting, as this reasoning seemed to fit best. After all, there were indeed instances of illusions or hallucinations arising during meditation. With this thought, Zhao Linger surveyed her surroundings, finding no signs of anomaly, and then returned to her dormitory to shut the door and sleep. That was close, I almost revealed myself. Lin Hao let out a quiet sigh of relief. Thankful that he had instructed the martial arts fly to keep watch. Otherwise, if Zhao Linger had discovered him, he truly would not have known how to explain. Moreover, until his strength had genuinely grown, he was not eager to expose his abilities. Only in this manner could he better protect himself. Due to the earlier incident, Lin Hao found no inclination to continue meditating. Thus, he gradually drifted into sleep on his makeshift bed, with the martial arts fly and wolf spider as his guards. He enjoyed the most comfortable night since his arrival in this realm. Meanwhile, in the brightly lit main hall of the Zhao family compound, a formidable middle-aged man sat with an imposing presence. He was Zhao Gaolai, the head of the Zhao family. Beside him stood an elderly man with gray hair. His face lined with wrinkles, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. It was reported that a conflict had arisen in the dining hall between steward Qin Shi and Lin Hao, resulting in Qin's tendons being severed. Zhao Gaolai furrowed his brows and asked in a deep voice, what exactly transpired? The elderly man shook his head, replying, at that time, I was not present and only heard snippets of the story. However, according to the young masters in the household, it seems that a fly was responsible for injuring Qin Shi. A fly? Zhao Gaolai's expression momentarily froze in astonishment as he stared at the elderly man. Qin Shi, capable of injuring a first-level warrior in an instant, possessed strength at least above that of a second-level warrior. And if it were an animal, ordinary beasts would find it nearly impossible, let alone a mere fly. In this situation, the most plausible explanation was the involvement of a magical beast, which, compared to ordinary wildlife, was far more formidable and deadly. Yet among magical creatures, a fly capable of attack was utterly unheard of. This matter was rather perplexing. Zhao Gaolai's gaze darkened slightly as he instructed, Zhao Rong, keep a close watch on Lin Hao during this time. Understood, the elderly man nodded respectfully, then inquired with confusion. But Lin Hao is merely a blind man, could it be that the family head is suspecting him? When Lin Hao was mentioned, a flicker of calmness crossed Zhao Gaolai's eyes. It was not without merit to consider such a possibility. With an indifferent expression, he replied, just follow my orders. Yes. After speaking, the gray-haired elder slowly walked out the door, vanishing abruptly into the night. The next morning, as Lin Hao awoke, he found Zhao Linger still seated on her bed, meditating. It seemed that talent was not only important but also diligence. Lin Hao sighed inwardly, then washed up briefly before heading straight to the dining hall with the martial arts fly and wolf spider. Regardless of the circumstances, one must first fill their stomach. Inside the dining hall, the chefs, having witnessed the previous day's events, now regarded Lin Hao with a look of trepidation, as though he were a harbinger of misfortune. Especially the plump head chef, who even refrained from reporting his injury, claiming instead that he had accidentally severed his finger while chopping vegetables. After all, the truth was far too sensitive. How could he explain that he intended to harm the son-in-law yet inexplicably lost 3 fingers? He would likely lose his job and be left to lament his misfortune. Today's selection of dishes seemed rather meager. Lin Hao feigned sniffing the air and remarked blandly, the offerings appear somewhat lacking. The plates mainly consisted of steamed buns and minced meat with vegetables. The chef's hearts quivered as they hurriedly retrieved high-quality ingredients, reserved for the Zhao family's upper echelon, to prepare breakfast for Lin Hao. Nodding in satisfaction, Lin Hao, under the astonished gazes of numerous Zhao family members, took a tray of food and found a spot to begin his meal. After satisfying his hunger, Lin Hao contemplated and made his way toward the finance room in the northern courtyard. In the Zhao family, each member received corresponding allowances based on their status. As the Zhao family's son-in-law, he was entitled to approximately 5,000 taels monthly. Having been married for half a year, he had maintained a low profile, content with mere sustenance, and had yet to claim his monthly stipend. However, circumstances had changed. With the system's evolution, he found himself in dire need of funds, often exceeding 10,000 taels. Half a year equated to 6 months, amounting to 30,000 taels, an opportunity not to be squandered. The finance room, being the most crucial area of the Zhao family, was naturally heavily guarded. The person in charge held significant influence within the estate, Zhao Rong, the chief steward. Compared to the second steward, Ma Tianyun, and the third steward, Qin Shi, Zhao Rong's status was evidently superior, as he was a blood relative of the Zhao family. It was said that he had once been a junior branch but had climbed to the position of chief steward, a testament to his formidable abilities. Lin Hao regarded this with disdain. No matter how capable Zhao Rong was, he could not withhold what was rightfully his. Upon reaching the northern courtyard, Lin Hao noticed that every corridor was manned by numerous Zhao family enforcers, strong and composed warriors, each possessing the strength of at least a second-level fighter. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from loitering in the finance room. A gruff voice boomed as a bearded man strode forward. Upon seeing Lin Hao, he paused momentarily, then scoffed, "Oh. It's you. It seems you truly are just wandering aimlessly." The surrounding Zhao family enforcers openly laughed. For Lin Hao, being blind, wandering about indeed seemed fitting. "I have come to the finance room to collect my allowance. Kindly make way," Lin Hao said politely. "You wish to collect your allowance?" The bearded man mocked. "I could give you a gold note, but you probably won't even know its value, haha." Lin Hao smirked slightly and replied, "Is that so? Then let us wager." "Wager what?" the bearded man inquired, his amusement fading to intrigue. "You present me with any object, and if I can guess what it is." "You lose," Lin Hao stated calmly. "As for the stakes, should I be incorrect, my 6 months' allowance, 30,000 taels, will be yours. If you lose, however, just 10,000 taels will suffice. What say you?" 10,000 taels. The bearded man's eyes lit up at this figure, clearly tempted. However, with a monthly salary of only 3,000 taels, losing would mean several months of labor wasted, a considerable risk. "Oldly, if you're afraid to wager, let me take your place," another voice chimed in. "I've never seen a blind man guess right, ha." As the bearded man hesitated, the other Zhao family enforcers began to jeer. "Ridiculous. What do I have to fear?" the bearded man retorted, anger flaring in his eyes. He then fixed his gaze on Lin Hao. "Fine, I'll take your bet. However," he quickly added, "but the rule is you cannot hold the item for too long, no more than 10 seconds. "Agreed." Lin Hao's expression remained serene, showing no signs of protest against this stringent rule. Chapter 12, The Seizure of Gambling Winnings. Gazing at Lin Hao's confident demeanor, the bearded man felt a chill creep into his heart. Was it possible that he had fallen into this young man's trap? His brow furrowed, sensing something amiss. Yet, having already made his wager, he could not backtrack without becoming the laughingstock of all. Besides, the opponent was merely blind. A blind man, indeed. "I shall see what you can deduce." The bearded man scoffed internally, pondering his next move. "Wait for me a moment." Suddenly, an idea struck him, and after uttering a brief phrase, he swiftly turned and hurried toward the kitchen. Unbeknownst to him, a fly followed closely in his wake, silently trailing him. Minutes later, the bearded man returned, confidently holding an object resembling an egg. Simultaneously, the clever fly returned, landing on Lin Hao's shoulder. Remarkable. Upon seeing the egg in the bearded man's hand, the Zhao family henchmen raised their thumbs in approval. This egg was, in fact, a crocodile egg, though smaller in size, and to the untrained eye, it could easily be mistaken for a chicken or duck egg. Such a scenario presented an excellent opportunity for misjudgment, especially for someone who could not see. Moreover, the eggshell bore cracks, suggesting it had been opened and then reassembled, indicating something extraordinary within. "Let the game begin." The bearded man smirked, handing the crocodile egg to Lin Hao. Lin Hao pretended to weigh it in his hands before seriously examining it. Observing Lin Hao's meticulous scrutiny, the bearded man felt a twinge of anxiety and quickly declared, "Time's up." As soon as he finished speaking, he snatched the egg from Lin Hao's grasp, fearing the latter might uncover something. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Hao slowly declared, "If I am not mistaken, this should be a crocodile egg." Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged incredulous glances. This blind man had actually guessed correctly. They stood dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend the situation. Was he genuinely blind? Or was it merely an act? However, the bearded man burst into laughter. "Ha! Even if you deduced it was a crocodile egg, you are only half right. The truth is, He was about to reveal the answer when Lin Hao abruptly interrupted. What do you wish to say? The bearded man furrowed his brow, sensing a foreboding feeling. This crocodile egg is not filled with yolk, for it is water. The moment those words escaped Lin Hao's lips, he swiftly swiped his hand, knocking the egg from the bearded man's grasp. With a sharp crack, the eggshell shattered, splattering clear water everywhere. The sight left the Zhao family henchmen utterly stunned. Even they had failed to discern the trickery behind the crocodile egg. How could Lin Hao have deduced it with just a few touches? This was nothing short of miraculous. The bearded man gaped, disbelief etched across his face. Impossible. His complexion reddened as he yelled, "You little brat, did you sneak a peek just now?" Yet he quickly realized the flaw in his accusation. After all, how could a blind man manage to spy? Oldly, you are surely doomed, a bald man chuckled, relishing the moment. Though it defies belief. We can all attest that you have stood here the entire time. Accept your loss, 10,000 taels. Lin Hao replied with an air of calm indifference. Accept my loss? Nonsense. This wager does not count. The bearded man seethed with rage, his fierce demeanor revealing his intent to bully Lin Hao. In response, Lin Hao remained unfazed, a knowing smile playing on his lips. No money to wager, then let it be forgotten. TSK, so Oldly cannot afford to lose. It was no wonder. After all, he frequented the brothel every night, chasing after that little flower. The surrounding Zhao family henchmen erupted in laughter. Their monotonous lives as guards suddenly finding a source of amusement. Their taunts stung the bearded man's pride, and his face turned ashen with fury as he glared at Lin Hao. Who says I lack funds? A mere 10,000 taels is no concern for me. With a huff, the bearded man produced a gold note from his waist pouch, the amount clearly stating 10,000 taels. Even if I choose not to pay, what can you do about it? He sneered, regarding Lin Hao with a predatory gaze. Lin Hao's lips curled into a slight smile. If there was money involved, matters would become much simpler. With a swift motion, the clever fly shot forth, its sickle-like claws aimed menacingly at the bearded man's palm. The force behind the strike was tremendous, a single scratch could sever his hand. However, as a second-tier warrior, the bearded man possessed keen reflexes and quickly recognized the impending attack. In a panic, he stepped back forcefully, drawing a long sword to counter the onslaught of the clever fly. Yet, the fly was extraordinarily swift, and with a deft change of trajectory, it easily evaded the blade. With a buzzing sound, it lunged at the bearded man once more. What manner of creature is this? The bearded man was utterly terrified. Retreating further as he frantically swung his sword, the blade flashing as he attempted to stave off the relentless assault of the clever fly. The Zhao family henchmen watched in bewilderment. Under ordinary circumstances, the bearded man could effortlessly eliminate a mere fly. Yet, this particular fly seemed rather extraordinary. Could it be the same one that severed the tendons of the third steward yesterday in the dining hall? As this thought crossed their minds, shock washed over their faces. Suddenly, at Lin Hao's command, a wolf spider emerged from his pocket, launching several strands of silk. The bearded man, engrossed in fending off the clever fly, remained oblivious to the spider's approach. Before he knew it, the silk pierced the skin of his neck, and the poison rapidly coursed through his veins. Ah! He screamed, stumbling back a few steps before collapsing, frothing at the mouth. Consider this a lesson, remember to accept your losses in the future. Lin Hao said as he stepped forward and calmly retrieved the gold note, stating indifferently. Could that be the venomous spider that appeared in the bathhouse last night? At this moment, the Zhao family henchmen finally recognized the wolf spider's presence. It turned out that both of these extraordinary creatures were pets of his. He was a beast tamer? In an instant, realization dawned upon them, and they regarded Lin Hao with a mix of horror and astonishment. No wonder both the second and third stewards had fallen victim to him. Chapter 13, Enhancing Combat Power. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lin Hao maintained his composure and directly walked towards the finance room. From the earlier confrontation, it was evident that Kung Fu Fly was nearly evenly matched with the bearded man. It seemed that with a combat power of 1,000, he was merely at the level of a second-tier warrior. Therefore, with Wolf Spider possessing only 500 combat power, It could be inferred that it was only as strong as a first-tier warrior. In his mind, Lin Hao silently invoked, "System, I wish to evolve my pet." "May I inquire, host, which pet would you like to evolve?" The system's prompt resonated. "Kung Fu Fly," he declared. At that instant, a luminous interface materialized in Lin Hao's mind. With a slight mental nudge, he tapped on the basic enhancement option. Ding! Enhancement successful. Congratulations to Code 001, Kung Fu Fly, for achieving an increase in combat power. As the announcement echoed, the 10,000 taels of gold in Lin Hao's hand vanished instantly. Subsequently, all of Kung Fu Fly's information was displayed in his mind. Kung Fu Fly, Code 001 Master, Lin Hao Combat Power, 2000 Lifespan, 499 Days Talent Skill, Bloodblade Scythe Leg Advancement Level, C-Class Beginner Full Body Enhancement, Basic, Intermediate, Advanced. King Level Advancement Upgrades, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. Upon reviewing the information, Lin Hao nodded in satisfaction. Combat power encompasses speed, strength, and defense. With Kung Fu Fly's doubled combat power, if it were to engage the bearded man again, Lin Hao was absolutely confident it would be a crushing victory. The sheer combat prowess of such a seemingly insignificant fly was indeed a sight to behold. As Lin Hao departed, an elderly man with gray hair stepped out slowly from behind a pillar at the end of the corridor. The family head was right. This Lin family lad is indeed extraordinary. Gazing at Lin Hao's receding figure, the old man muttered hoarsely to himself. Intrigued, he stepped forward, heading in Lin Hao's direction. Chief Steward. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the gray-haired elder, the Zhao family's henchmen's expression shifted, and they immediately greeted him with reverence. Undoubtedly, this man was Zhao Rong, the financial steward of the Zhao household. The finance room, situated in the heart of the northern courtyard, was expansive, with walls constructed entirely of metal, providing formidable security. After all, the finance room served as the treasury of the Zhao family, housing the majority of their wealth. Should it be breached, the repercussions would be dire. Upon entering, Lin Hao was greeted by rows of bookshelves filled with account ledgers detailing the Zhao family's assets. The actual treasury was likely located in the basement. A gaunt man responsible for record-keeping sat at a desk and, upon noticing Lin Hao's arrival, lifted his gaze. "Well, what brings our esteemed Zhao family son-in-law to the finance room today?" The gaunt man's expression momentarily froze, his voice laced with mockery. In Kung Fu Fly's line of sight, the man appeared sharp-featured and shrewd. Though it was Lin Hao's first visit to the finance room, he recognized the voice from the cafeteria. The man was Qin Si, one of Zhao Rong's 5 primary assistants, tasked with managing the financial records. "Surely, you haven't taken a wrong turn?" Qin Si sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Hao. "I've come to withdraw my salary," Lin Hao replied nonchalantly. "Calculating the time, it has been 6 months since I last collected my monthly stipend, totaling 30,000 taels." Upon hearing this, Qin Si paused, then couldn't help but chuckle. "What would a blind man need with money? As long as you have food and drink, isn't that enough?" Qin Si leaned back, adopting an air of superiority. Though his status within the Zhao household was not high, he felt a sense of superiority before Lin Hao. The blind and seemingly useless son-in-law. "That is none of your concern, just tally the accounts." Lin Hao maintained his calm demeanor, unfazed by the mockery. "It has been too long, the records are lost, so I can only start from this month." Qin Si waved his hand dismissively, his tone exceedingly rude as he ushered Lin Hao away. "But the time for salary collection has not yet arrived. If you have no other business, leave at once and do not linger here." Lin Hao smiled coldly. "I beg to differ. The finance room, being the family's most critical system, retains all records. Even those from decades past, let alone the mere 6 months." At this point, Lin Hao shifted his tone. "If I am not mistaken, you intend to embezzle my salary? Or perhaps you have already pocketed it?" Qin Si's expression shifted, revealing a hint of panic as he barked, "You blind fool! Speak carelessly again, and I shall tear your mouth apart." Lin Hao scoffed. "Whether my words are reckless or not, you are well aware. You insolent wretch, you seek death." Qin Si abruptly rose, seething with rage as he advanced towards Lin Hao. Although he was not a martial artist, he felt confident in confronting a blind man. This time, Lin Hao refrained from issuing commands to Kung Fu Fly or Wolf Spider. Instead, he suddenly extended his hands, swiftly inscribing a fire-type rune. Buzz! In an instant, the spiritual energy within the rune surged like a tidal wave. Activate! With a low command, the rune's glow intensified, transforming into a fireball in an instant. A mage! Chen Si paled, utterly taken aback, standing frozen in place. In the realm of martial cultivation, mages held a status superior to that of warriors. With Lin Hao's display of power, he could easily gain certification from the Mage Association and earn a badge, thus becoming a recognized mage. At that point, he would command respect from any family within Tianwu City. Were you not looking for a fight just now? A faint smile graced Lin Hao's lips. I am fully prepared. Come at me. Upon hearing this, Chen Si shivered involuntarily, quickly stammering, Master, you misunderstand. I merely saw a fly on your shoulder and wanted to shoo it away. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow, teasingly replying, shooing away a fly? I dare say, before you even made a move, you would have already met your end. As his words fell, Kung Fu Fly's wings flitted, darting forth like lightning, its scythe-like claws gleaming menacingly. Swish! In the next moment, the wooden table beside Chen Si was cleaved in two. The break was smooth and even, as if sliced by a blade. This! Chen Si gaped at the sudden turn of events, his face awash with terror. A mere fly possessed such formidable lethality. Surely, I am not dreaming? Chen Si swallowed hard, struggling to comprehend the reality before him. Meanwhile, Zhao Rong had already appeared at the entrance of the finance room, undoubtedly having witnessed the display of Kung Fu Fly's power. Chapter 14, The blackmail of the chief steward. The speed had increased significantly, along with strength. Zhao Rong's expression darkened, revealing his surprise. Previously, he had observed the combat between the Kung Fu Fly and the bearded man. The earlier speed and power were comparable to that of a second-tier warrior. Yet now, it had surged to a level akin to that of a third-tier warrior. This remarkable enhancement left Zhao Rong quite astonished. Lin Hao had long since noticed Zhao Rong's arrival. Although somewhat sensitive about the exposure of his strength, he was indifferent. It was an opportune moment to claim his due monthly salary. Since the chief steward was here, it was time to discuss the accounts. Lin Hao spoke with a calm demeanor, neither servile nor arrogant. Zhao Rong raised an eyebrow, surprised by the young man's perceptiveness. How did you detect my presence? He inquired with curiosity, chuckling lightly. Footsteps, Lin Hao replied, maintaining a serene expression. Although I cannot see, every person's footsteps carry subtle differences. This explanation was reasonable and did not raise Zhao Rong's suspicions. Your hearing is quite impressive. Relying on footsteps to recognize others is indeed an excellent method, Zhao Rong praised, smiling as he stepped inside. Chief Steward. Upon seeing Zhao Rong enter, Chen Si regained his composure and bowed respectfully. Zhao Rong paid him no mind. His gaze fixed on Lin Hao and the Kung Fu Fly perched upon his shoulder. The wolf spider remained concealed in his pocket, making it difficult to observe. However, Zhao Rong was already well aware of the spider's terrifying abilities from the previous night's events involving the second steward, Qin Shi, and the poisoning incident with the bearded man. This fellow claims that the accounts from my 6 months at the Zhao residence cannot be found. Lin Hao addressed Zhao Rong. What do you suggest should be done? As the steward responsible for the family's finances, Zhao Rong felt that discussing matters directly with him would prove more effective. Cannot find the accounts? Zhao Rong's expression darkened instantly. He turned to Chen Si, furrowing his brow in inquiry. Every transaction in the finance department is meticulously recorded. How could it possibly be lost? Chen Si stammered, trembling under the chief steward's scrutiny, unable to articulate a coherent response. I will fetch the family members' account books at once. I need to review them personally. Zhao Rong had evidently guessed the underlying issue and barked his command. Years of accumulated authority meant that Chen Si dared not delay. Hastily retrieving a thick ledger from the bookshelf, as Zhao Rong flipped through the pages, he quickly located the account for Lin Hao's 6 months of salary. To his astonishment, it showed that he had received payments every month. Buzz! The Kung Fu Fly circled around, relaying the information from the ledger directly into Lin Hao's mind. Chen Si, You must provide me with a reasonable explanation today. Zhao Rong's expression turned grim as he fixed his gaze on Shen Si, reprimanding him sternly. What is the meaning of this? Is there even a need for an explanation? Obviously, you have embezzled my funds, Lin Hao said coolly, pulling out a chair and preparing to observe how Zhao Rong would resolve the situation. Faced with the exposure of his misdeeds, Shen Si's face turned pale, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. Previously, he might have denied any wrongdoing or even accused Lin Hao of having received payments and merely coming to extort money. However, now that Lin Hao was not only a mage but also had the Kung Fu Fly's earlier intimidation backing him, he dared not utter a word of falsehood. Chief Steward, I should not have let greed cloud my judgment. Shen Si fell to his knees, a sorrowful expression on his face as he pleaded for mercy. Please give me another chance, I assure you I will never do so again. Upon confirming the truth, Zhao Rong's fury ignited. He bellowed, immediately return all 30,000 taels, or I shall sever your hands. Hearing this, Shen Si broke into a cold sweat, hurriedly pulling 3 banknotes from his pocket. He understood well Zhao Rong's methods, which were always clear in reward and punishment. Failure to return the embezzled 30,000 taels would result in dire consequences. You are henceforth forbidden from stepping foot in the Zhao residence again. Leave. Zhao Rong declared coldly. Yes. Shen Si, as if granted a reprieve, fled the finance room in a panic. After clearing the room, Zhao Rong turned his attention to Lin Hao, who had been observing the spectacle. I implore you, son-in-law, to keep today's events confidential. I will compensate you double your 6-month salary. A forced smile crept onto Zhao Rong's face. For many years, he had managed the finance department with meticulous care, and no errors had ever occurred. However, the revelation of Shen Si's embezzlement would undoubtedly mar his otherwise flawless career. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow at this. It seems this old man values his reputation quite highly. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Hao smiled, that sounds agreeable, but I demand tenfold. What? Zhao Rong nearly jumped at Lin Hao's audacious request for tenfold compensation. 10 times the 6-month salary amounted to 300,000 taels. Beyond the 30,000. The excess would have to come from his own pocket. Impossible. At most, 5-fold. Zhao Rong's face darkened, his voice firm and resolute. Deal. Lin Hao responded swiftly. He had initially requested 10-fold merely to leave room for negotiation. 5-fold compensation, equating to 150,000 taels, was already quite substantial. With a heavy heart, Zhao Rong begrudgingly handed over 150,000 taels in banknotes to Lin Hao. Thank you, Lin Hao said with a grin before turning to leave. Zhao Rong sighed inwardly, realizing that in order to protect his reputation, he would have to bear this financial loss himself. Originally tasked by the family head to discreetly observe Lin Hao, he had indeed acquired valuable information, yet he felt that the cost was too steep. Thus, Lin Hao exited the northern courtyard, clutching a significant sum of banknotes, and made his way towards the black market. 150,000 taels would vanish in the blink of an eye through the evolution of animals, and it could not possibly satisfy Lin Hao's immense ambitions. What he needed most at this time was capital, and the clock was ticking. In 2 months, Zhao Linger would issue him a divorce letter. It was imperative that he accumulate sufficient resources before that day arrived. On his way to the black market, Lin Hao detoured into a clothing store. When he emerged, he was clad in a voluminous black cloak that concealed his figure entirely. Next, he visited a nearby equipment shop and purchased a metallic mask to wear over his face. With this disguise, as long as he remained silent, even his own parents would struggle to recognize him. Of course, Lin Hao had no intention of remaining mute. He adjusted his throat, settling on an acceptable tone before finalizing his new identity as Jing. Chapter 15, timed mission. At this moment, within the confines of the black shop, Master Tong stood respectfully beside the table, where Zhao Linger occupied the main seat. Miss, this morning we received a timed mission, please determine its level. Master Tong placed a mission sheet upon the table. Timed mission? Zhao Linger responded with slight surprise, her gaze shifting to the details on the mission sheet. A timed mission necessitates completion by a specified moment, otherwise, it becomes void. Such tasks are considered rather unique assassination missions, and naturally, The remuneration is several times greater than that of tasks of the same rank. The target is a second-level warrior, accompanied by a formidable fourth-level warrior swordsman. It should be classified as a medium-level task, I believe. After analyzing the details, Zhao Linger expressed her thoughts. The classification of task levels generally aligns with the strength of the target. First to third level warriors are deemed ordinary, fourth to sixth level martial artists are categorized as medium, while seventh to ninth level warriors fall into the difficult category. The names on the red list belong to exceptionally powerful warriors who transcend the ninth level. Such formidable beings are beyond the reach of ordinary assassins, who would struggle to even track their movements. Understood, Master Tong nodded respectfully, stamping a red seal on the mission sheet. Just then, a shadow entered the room, drawing the attention of Zhao Linger and Master Tong. May I inquire who you are? Master Tong, unable to recognize Lin Hao due to his change of attire, asked. Jingko, Lin Hao replied in a lowered voice, his tone indifferent. Upon hearing the name Jingko, Zhao Linger felt a momentary jolt, her bright eyes lingering on Lin Hao for a moment longer. She was already aware of the swift completion of the task by this mysterious assassin the previous day. Mr. Jingko, which type of mission do you wish to undertake today? Master Tong promptly approached with a smile. As before, Lin Hao replied coolly, an ordinary mission within Tianwu City. Zhao Linger silently shook her head. She had initially thought him a hidden master, but now realized he was merely opting for a low-level task, leading her to underestimate him. Master Tong maintained his professional smile. I'm afraid there are no ordinary missions available within Tianwu City. The nearest option is in Xingyang Town, 500 miles away. 500 miles. Lin Hao frowned slightly. Even by horseback, it would take a full day. Sensing Lin Hao's thoughts, Master Tong continued, however. We received a timed mission today, taking place within Tianwu City. This task is rather special, requiring completion at a specific moment and classified as medium level. Lin Hao's eyes flickered with surprise upon hearing this. The mission indeed sounded intriguing. The location being within Tianwu City meant he could manage the timing. However, the medium-level classification implied a significant increase in the difficulty of the assassination. What is the remuneration? Lin Hao could not help but inquire, as his primary concern remained his own interests. If the rewards were insufficient, there would be no incentive to take such risks. According to standard practice, a medium-level mission requires 200,000 taels. However, due to the special nature of this timed mission, the reward is doubled to 1 million taels. Master Tong smiled. 1 million taels. Upon hearing the sum, Lin Hao's gaze brightened, and he nodded decisively. I accept this task. Master Tong was not surprised by Lin Hao's prompt decision. To him, Lin Hao appeared to be a top-notch assassin merely seeking to earn some extra coin in his leisure time. He promptly handed Lin Hao a mission sheet, the details clearly visible to the discerning eye. Target, Ma Feiyu, age, 25, strength, second-level warrior identity, second young master of the Ma family in Xingyang Town, recent activity location, Tianwu City. Underground Market Trading Center subordinate, Li Cohen, 4th-level warrior, skilled in swordsmanship, reward, 1 million taels, deadline, July 5, 9986, at 8 p.m. Upon the extinguishing of lights in the trading hall, immediate assassination is required. After reviewing the mission details, Lin Hao felt a stir within. It was evident that this was a meticulously planned murder, otherwise, how could one know the precise moment the lights would go out? He did not dwell on the reasons behind it, his sole objective was to eliminate the target at the designated time. From the information, Lin Hao gleaned a rough understanding of Ma Feiyu. He was a quintessential young master, abusing his family's influence in Xingyang Town, known for his domineering and malicious behavior. Removing such a scourge while profiting in the process could be deemed a virtuous act. A knowing smile graced Lin Hao's lips. While he chose the path of an assassin, he did not wish to become a tool for malevolence merely motivated by profit. What constitutes good and what constitutes evil? Deep within, despite his cold and unfeeling exterior, he retained a flicker of conscience. The timed mission necessitated the target's elimination at the specified moment. Failure to do so would be deemed unsuccessful, and no remuneration would be awarded by the employer. At that moment, a soft voice spoke. Zhao Linger was addressing Lin Hao. Her gaze fixed upon him, she asked, I have explained the rules, do you accept? Facing Zhao Linger, Lin Hao harbored no intention of yielding. He replied with unwavering firmness, "Enough of the pleasantries, prepare the reward." With that, Lin Hao turned and left. This high-handed demeanor momentarily startled Zhao Linger. Her gaze narrowed as she watched his retreating figure, feeling a sense of astonishment. Though the task was classified as medium, due to its time constraints, even seasoned assassins would hesitate to accept it without proper preparation. Did he truly possess such confidence? After departing the black shop, Lin Hao glanced at the mission timeline once more. July 5, 9986, at 8 p.m., that was merely tomorrow evening. Lin Hao felt a weight settle in his heart. The time was indeed pressing. "I currently have 150,000 taels, I shall set that aside as a reserve." As he navigated through the bustling streets, Lin Hao began to ponder. The Kung Fu Xiaoying was at C-rank beginner level, while the Wolf Spider stood at D-rank intermediate level. With a single king level enhancement, the Wolf Spider would meet the conditions for evolving to C-rank. However, the costs for enhancements were considerable: 1,000 for beginner, 100,000 for intermediate, 1 million for advanced, and 10 million for king level. There was still a considerable distance to cover before reaching king level enhancement. Given that Ma Feiyu was accompanied by a 4th level warrior swordsman, Lin Hao deemed it prudent to bolster the Kung Fu Xiaoying's armament. As he contemplated, he bypassed the weapon shop and headed directly towards the neighboring blacksmith's workshop. Due to Kung Fu Xiaoying's size, the equipment at ordinary weapon shops was ill-fitting, necessitating custom crafting. Upon entering the blacksmith's workshop, a wave of heat greeted him, followed by the heavy sound of metal striking metal. Lin Hao looked up to see a stout middle-aged blacksmith at the forge, wielding a hammer and vigorously forging a sword, sparks flying. The blacksmith was quite short, reaching only to the waist of an average adult, with a bushy beard obscuring much of his face. Nonetheless, he appeared robust, with bulging muscles exuding an aura of strength. Chapter 16, Forging Arms. It turns out that the craftsmen are dwarves. Despite this being Lin Hao's first encounter with dwarves, he immediately recognized their peculiar physical features. According to legend, the dwarves possess an extraordinary talent and passion for forging, with nearly every dwarf being well-versed in the art of blacksmithing. The vast majority of weapons on the Azure Sky continent originate from the hands of dwarves. At that moment, the dwarven blacksmith did not cease his work upon Lin Hao's arrival. He continued to swing his hammer with remarkable strength, striking the newly formed sword blank repeatedly. Lin Hao chose not to interrupt, patiently observing in silence. Although he lacked expertise in metallurgy, he understood that during the weapon forging process, particularly when shaping the item, any deviation could result in a substandard product. With nothing else to occupy his mind, Lin Hao casually glanced around the modest workshop, taking note of the surroundings. In one corner, there were dozens of blocks of black mysterious iron ore, alongside several iron swords standing upright. Nearby, a heap of broken swords and roughly shaped sword blanks was piled high, clearly representing failed attempts at crafting. It was evident that this dwarven blacksmith was meticulous about his sword-making. To the left, an open area housed a rack displaying 7 or 8 swords and knives, likely serving as samples. Lin Hao approached, utilizing the vision of his pet, the Kung Fu fly, to examine them closely, before picking up one of the long swords. He flicked the sharp blade with his finger, producing a subtle sound. As he swung it a few times, the thin blade sliced through the air, creating a sharp whistling sound, as if the very atmosphere was being torn apart. A fine sword indeed, Lin Hao thought to himself, placing the long sword back in its original position. At that moment, the clanging ceased, and the dwarven blacksmith finally halted his work. He let out a sigh, then submerged the forged iron sword into a water vat. Instantly, a hissing sound erupted as the water churned violently, steam rising, signaling the completion of the process. "Young man, your patience is commendable," the dwarven blacksmith remarked, casting a knowing glance at Lin Hao. "You too have demonstrated a serious work ethic," Lin Hao replied with a subtle smile. "What weapon do you wish to forge? Do you provide your own materials?" The blacksmith inquired directly, without any preamble. "I do not have materials," Lin Hao shook his head, responding, "I wish to forge a set of armor for my pet." At this, the dwarven blacksmith, with a rugged voice, asked, "For what kind of pet?" "A fly," Lin Hao admitted, bracing himself. He knew that mentioning such a pet might invite ridicule, but he had no alternative. Sure enough, the dwarven blacksmith's expression shifted to one of astonishment upon hearing that the pet was a fly. "You intend to forge equipment for a fly?" He stared at Lin Hao, incredulous, convinced he must have misheard.
Indeed, that's correct, Lin Hao confirmed, nodding and extending a finger. The kung fu fly immediately took flight from his shoulder, landing gracefully on his fingertip.
If possible, I would also like a set of defensive armor for another pet. As his words fell, the wolf spider emerged from Lin Hao's pocket and climbed onto his shoulder. Witnessing this scene, the dwarven blacksmith's expression shifted again as he inhaled deeply,
seemingly struggling to suppress an urge to curse.
Had it not been for Lin Hao's demeanor, which indicated he was not jesting, and the patience he had exhibited during the forging process, he might have already ejected him from the workshop. Such small creatures, even if armor could be forged for them,
would be unable to withstand the weight of the mysterious iron.
The dwarven blacksmith frowned, declining, therefore, there is no need to waste time and resources. Lin Hao smiled gently.
Rest assured, these two pets, though small, are far from ordinary animals.
As he spoke, the kung fu fly suddenly darted forward, soaring to the furnace, where it grasped the massive iron hammer and lifted it effortlessly.
What? The dwarven blacksmith's expression shifted dramatically.
He recognized that this hammer was forged from fine iron, weighing an astonishing 200 pounds. For an ordinary person, lifting it would be quite a challenge, let alone a diminutive fly that would be crushed under its weight if merely placed upon it.
Yet,
the scene before him completely shattered all preconceived notions he had ever held. Before the shock could dissipate, the wolf spider shot out a strand of silk, quickly ensnaring a piece of mysterious iron ore and effortlessly pulling it closer, the silk remaining intact.
Hiss! The dwarven blacksmith couldn't help but gasp in astonishment.
These were no ordinary creatures, their strength rivaled that of fierce beasts.
The blacksmith was secretly amazed, his eyes wide with disbelief. A fly lifting a hammer, a spider dragging an iron sword, such an extraordinary sight had never been witnessed before.
If you believe my two pets are incapable of supporting armor, I have nothing further to say, Lin Hao remarked, observing the astonished dwarven blacksmith. Recovering his composure, the blacksmith fixed his gaze on Lin Hao, asking in surprise,
"Are you a beast tamer?"
Lin Hao hesitated for a moment, then nodded, "I suppose you could say that." "Very well, I shall forge tailored equipment for your two pets." The dwarven blacksmith grinned, his tone tinged with excitement. Initially, he had thought Lin Hao's pets were merely cats or dogs, never anticipating such peculiar little creatures. In his decades of crafting, he had never forged equipment for such small animals as flies and spiders, making this a unique challenge. The prospect of venturing into new territory clearly exhilarated the dwarven blacksmith.
"How long will it take to forge these pieces of equipment?"
Lin Hao inquired.
After all,
they would need to be ready for use by tomorrow evening, and he would pay double if it could be expedited. However, he wisely refrained from voicing this thought. "Once I take the measurements, it will be completed by tomorrow," the dwarven blacksmith replied, retrieving a fine measuring tape from a metal box. Lin Hao nodded appreciatively.
The timing was perfect. Following Lin Hao's instructions, the kung fu fly and the wolf spider lay quietly on the table, allowing the blacksmith to take their measurements.
Once he had finished measuring, the dwarven blacksmith raised his head and turned to Lin Hao, asking, "What materials are needed for forging the equipment?" Unfamiliar with such mining materials, Lin Hao simply stated, "The best available." The dwarven blacksmith, straightforward as ever, produced a dark red iron block about the size of an egg.
"You are in luck.
I have a piece of lava fine iron left, which is more than sufficient for crafting your pet's equipment." The dwarven blacksmith seemed to recognize that Lin Hao was a novice,
providing a brief explanation of the properties of lava fine iron.
It was a mineral found in underground magma, exceptionally heat-resistant and incredibly sturdy. Weapons forged from it typically surpassed human grade, classified as earth-tier treasures.
However, due to the difficulties of mining, it was rare and consistently expensive. Chapter 17 The Prey appears. How much is this piece of lava refined iron?
Lin Hao thought it prudent to inquire about the price first, otherwise
he would find himself in an awkward position tomorrow if he couldn't afford it.
10,000, plus an additional 2,000 for labor.
Upon hearing the dwarf blacksmith's quotation,
Lin Hao inhaled sharply. For such a small piece of lava refined iron, asking for 10,000 taels was outrageous. To forge a long sword would cost several tens of thousands.
Fine, the price is not the issue, quality is paramount.
Although he found it exorbitantly expensive, he had to maintain his composure.
With that,
Lin Hao produced 5,000 taels as a deposit.
Ha, after searching so many smithies, I finally found it.
At that moment, an excited voice rang out. A young man clad in splendid robes entered, his gaze fixed intensely on the piece of lava refined iron in the dwarf blacksmith's hand. Behind him trailed two subordinates. One of them, carrying a long sword, had eyes as sharp as the blade itself.
Ma Feiyu.
Lin Hao recognized the young man instantly. His heart sinking as he recognized the prey from the mission portrait. The middle-aged man bearing the long sword was undoubtedly Ma Feiyu's companion, a formidable fourth-level warrior skilled in swordsmanship.
Named Li Kuan. This fellow is quite strong.
Lin Hao's heart grew heavy as he scrutinized Li Kuan, realizing that assassinating Ma Feiyu would not be an easy feat.
As for the other young subordinate, he was merely a first-level warrior, not worth fearing. Boss, I want this piece of lava refined iron. Name your price. Ma Feiyu declared arrogantly upon entering, and then forge me a ring.
The dwarf blacksmith shook his head. I'm sorry. But this piece of lava refined iron has already been reserved by this esteemed guest. At these words, Ma Feiyu turned his gaze towards Lin Hao, studying him curiously. Given that Lin Hao wore a black cloak and a mask at that moment, it was difficult to discern anything about him.
Nonetheless,
Ma Feiyu seemed to regard this mysterious figure with caution. My name is Ma Feiyu, from the Ma family of Qingyang town. He introduced himself, smiling.
I am in need of a piece of lava refined iron. If you are willing to part with it, I shall offer you a satisfactory price. Lin Hao remained unmoved by his words, replying coolly, not for sale. Young man. It is a privilege for you that my second young master has taken an interest in your item. Do not be ungrateful. Seeing Lin Hao's rejection, Ma Feiyu's subordinate stepped forward, shouting angrily.
Xiao Wu, speak with more decorum, he is still considering.
Ma Feiyu waved his hand.
A shadow of a sinister smile crossing his face as he admonished his subordinate.
This friend, would you not agree? His gaze shifted back to Lin Hao. The smile on his face reminiscent of a cunning tiger.
Since you are genuinely interested in purchasing, it is not impossible. Lin Hao replied with a smile that was not quite a smile. Upon hearing this, Ma Feiyu's eyes sparkled with surprise. Excellent, you are quite straightforward. The transfer price is 100,000 taels. However, Lin Hao's subsequent words caused the surprise on Ma Feiyu's face, along with his smile, to freeze instantly.
What? 100,000 taels? The subordinate reacted most dramatically, staring at Lin Hao as if he were a lunatic. 100,000 taels could easily procure a much larger quantity than this piece of lava refined iron. The swordsman, Li Kuan, remained silent.
As if all of this had nothing to do with him. As long as the safety of the young master was not at risk, he would not act recklessly. Young man, do not mistake kindness for weakness. Ma Feiyu's expression darkened, his voice dripping with cold malice. 100,000 taels was clearly a mockery.
Did he think himself a fool?
Seeing that Lin Hao deemed the price too high, he turned to leave, aiming to bypass Ma Feiyu and head for the door. At that moment, however, the hawk-nosed subordinate stepped in front of Lin Hao, blocking his path.
You won't leave until we agree on a price.
The hawk-nosed man threatened. His demeanor arrogant. With that, he suddenly swung his fist at Lin Hao.
Get lost.
Yet, Lin Hao's speed surpassed his own. He swiftly lifted his leg and kicked the man away. The hawk-nosed subordinate crashed into the nearby furnace, yelping in pain from the burn. You should know your place when you strike. Ma Feiyu's eyes gleamed with cold fury as he lunged towards Lin Hao. His hand forming a claw to grasp at Lin Hao's throat. At such close range, he was confident Lin Hao could not evade.
Boom! Suddenly,
a surge of potent mental energy erupted from Lin Hao, forming an invisible barrier that halted Ma Feiyu's advance as if he were mired in mud, unable to move forward.
A mage. Ma Feiyu's expression changed drastically, fear flashing in his eyes.
He was only a second-level warrior, to be intercepted by mental energy.
The opponent must possess at least the strength of a second-level mage.
Little did he know that although Lin Hao was currently a first-level mage, the density of his mental energy was already approaching that of a second-level mage. He was but a step away from a breakthrough.
Whoosh! At that instant,
a flash of sword-light cut through the air. The mental barrier binding Ma Feiyu was instantly severed.
The swordsman was none other than Li Kuan. Ma Feiyu felt a sudden lightness and hastily retreated to stand beside Li Kuan. Faced with a second-level mage, even if he were to win as a warrior, the cost would be tremendous. Boldly, sever his hands, let us see how he can cast spells then. Ma Feiyu commanded with a dark expression. Li Kuan nodded indifferently. His longsword infused with spiritual energy, the fierce sword intent locking onto Lin Hao's figure. Sensing the formidable aura, Lin Hao felt a weight of gravity settle in his heart. A fourth-level warrior posed a significant threat to his current prowess, especially since the opponent was a swordsman. However, severing my hands will not be an easy task. Swish! Without further ado, Li Kuan lunged forward, his sword aimed straight at Lin Hao. Yet, in the moment of his strike, a sense of crisis surged within him. From the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a glimmer slicing through the air towards him at astonishing speed. The target of the attack seemed to be his sword hand. In that split second, Li Kuan realized that if he continued his strike against Lin Hao, he might very well lose his hand. A swordsman without hands would suffer a fatal blow. Quickly, Li Kuan retracted his sword and, from a cunning angle, slashed towards the incoming glimmer. Clang! A sound akin to metal clashing resounded. What is this, a fly? Li Kuan focused his gaze, astonished to discover that he had been engaged in battle with a mere fly, which held a tiny iron needle, roughly the thickness of a little finger. Chapter 18, Enhancement of Power. How is this possible? Ma Feiyu was astounded to see a fly wielding an iron needle, holding off Li Kuan's sword. The dwarf blacksmith beside him wore an expression of shock as well. Initially, they had assumed Lin Hao's little pet was merely strong. But it turned out to be capable of resisting the attack of a level 4 warrior. This was utterly astonishing. A magical beast? A flicker of doubt crossed Li Kuan's eyes. Yet, to his recollection, there had never been such a peculiar breed of fly among magical beasts. Are you intending to forcibly seize what you cannot buy? How audacious! Lin Hao replied with a cold smile. As his voice fell, he deftly manipulated his hands, summoning a rune of light through his mental power, which instantly manifested into a colossal fireball. Although the timed task required him to execute it at the underground market tomorrow night, the current situation did not allow him to hesitate. If a confrontation was inevitable, he was prepared to fight. It is indeed rare for a mage to tame beasts, Li Kuan remarked, his gaze darkening as he focused on Lin Hao. A hint of astonishment in his voice. Lin Hao retorted with a cold laugh, the rarity of something only reflects your limited perspective. Let us see if a mere fly can withstand my sword strikes. Li Kuan scoffed, as his internal spiritual energy surged, continuously pouring into his sword. In an instant, the silver blade erupted with a dazzling white light, and the sword aura surged, pushing the diminutive fly back. Have you all had enough? In my domain. If you dare to cause a ruckus, I will crush you. At that moment, the dwarf blacksmith bellowed, seizing his hammer with fierce determination. It was evident that the dwarf was also a martial practitioner, as a blazing red light emanated from the hammer in his grasp. A level 4 warrior. Li Kuan's brow furrowed. Noticing that the dwarf blacksmith was clearly siding with Lin Hao, he felt a sense of gravity settle on his face. A fiercely powerful fly. A level 4 warrior and a mage combined made the situation unfavorably tilted against them. Even if they were to win, the cost would undoubtedly be severe. Young master, there is no need to incite unnecessary trouble over a piece of lava iron, Li Kuan whispered to Ma Feiyu, weighing his options. We still have important matters to attend to at the underground market tomorrow night. Recognizing the precariousness of the situation, Ma Feiyu, not a fool, nodded with a grim expression. Kid, consider yourself fortunate this time. Next time we meet, I will break your legs. Ma Feiyu shot Lin Hao a furious glare, leaving behind a harsh warning as he led his subordinates away. Next time? A cold smile crept onto Lin Hao's lips. You want my legs? I want your life. From their previous encounter, it was clear that this individual was as described in the task materials, domineering and temperamental. If he could act so arrogantly in Tianwu City, then in Xinyang Town, a stronghold of the Ma family, he would surely run rampant. Thank you for your assistance, Lin Hao smiled at the dwarf blacksmith, fully aware that had it not been for the latter's intervention, today's situation would have spiraled out of control, potentially jeopardizing his plans for tomorrow night. It's nothing.
I simply detest arrogant individuals, the dwarf replied with a grin, casting a peculiar glance at the kung fu fly as he began to contemplate how to craft the most suitable armament. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Hao departed the blacksmith's workshop. However, he did not return to the Zhao residence but instead made his way to the civilian district of the city, renting a modest room. The price was reasonable. Merely 300 taels for a month. This arrangement provided him with a secret hideaway, allowing for a change of attire when necessary, thus avoiding exposure. Most importantly, he could cultivate here without any disturbances. The landlord was a taciturn old man, suggesting that there was little to worry about. Inside the room, Lin Hao sat cross-legged on the bed, beginning his spell cultivation. Although he possessed a divine-level animal evolution system, he knew that his personal abilities must also keep pace. With swift finger movements, a series of fire-type rune patterns repeatedly flashed from his fingertips. Through this rigorous practice, his proficiency in rune inscription gradually improved. In almost no time, he was able to cast a fire-type rune. However, after approximately an hour, Lin Hao noticed that his mental energy was waning. His status as a level 1 mage was too feeble. Even with the assistance of his ultimate cultivation talent, it was insufficient for such prolonged exertion. As his mental energy dwindled, he began to feel an overwhelming fatigue. When his internal mental power was rapidly depleted, a wave of dizziness washed over him, prompting him to halt. Patience is key, Lin Hao mused, taking a moment to adjust his mindset before commencing meditation. Thanks to the enhancement of his ultimate cultivation talent, he found that his mental energy, which would typically require at least 6 hours to replenish, could revive in just 30 minutes. My mental energy seems to have increased. Lin Hao suddenly perceived that the mental energy within his mind had noticeably thickened. It was as if what once fit in a single jar could now fill 2. Could it be that completely depleting my mental energy and then replenishing it results in an increase? Realizing this, Lin Hao was filled with exhilaration. As if he had discovered the key to cultivation. After all, he had only just begun to tread the path of martial cultivation, lacking a master to guide him. Everything had to be explored through trial and error. Thus, Lin Hao resumed practicing the inscription of fire-type runes, his speed rapidly increasing. Each time his mental energy was exhausted, it would recover at an astonishing rate. This cycle continued, as he immersed himself in his training, neglecting all else. It was not until the following evening that Lin Hao ceased his cultivation. He appeared revitalized, his complexion rosy, entirely devoid of the previous pallor that had plagued him. As if he had undergone a transformation, brimming with vitality. To think that merely one night had elevated him to the status of a level 2 mage. Lin Hao felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Although this method of cultivation was monotonous, its effectiveness was undeniable. However, upon reaching level 2 mage status, his mental energy had increased exponentially. The fireball spell consumed energy at a much slower rate. What once depleted his reserves in 1 hour now required over 10 hours to exhaust completely. This presented a rather awkward situation for Lin Hao. Despite possessing top-tier cultivation talent, he lacked any resources to support his training. As the saying goes, the rich in martial skill, the poor in literature. This adage had long ago elucidated everything. While pills and treasures were secondary, the most critical element was the inheritance of martial arts. Although he was currently dual practicing martial and magical arts, in the absence of combat techniques and spells, he held little advantage against opponents of equal standing. It seems I must find a way to acquire some cultivation resources. Lin Hao murmured to himself, pondering this dilemma. Suddenly, an idea struck him: Tianyan Academy. As his thoughts raced, Lin Hao recalled this prestigious institution. Established by the royal family of the Great Yan Dynasty. With a profound foundation and a wealth of resources, it was a coveted place for young talents. Every 4 years, the academy recruited students, and the competition for the limited spots was fierce, often resulting in fierce struggles among aspirants. For them, Tianyan Academy represented a gateway to greatness. Crossing it would lead to a meteoric rise. The admission assessment for Tianyan Academy was set for the autumn equinox, 2 months hence. On that day, it marked a significant occasion for numerous young martial artists of the Great Yan Dynasty. Zhao Linger possessed an extraordinary talent for advanced magical cultivation. And she had already been preordained for success, exempt from any assessments.
Thus, I shall also join in the festivities." Lin Hao chuckled softly, as if a resolution had formed within him. He recalled that Zhao Linger would be attending the Tianyan Academy for further studies in 2 months. He wondered how she would react if they happened to cross paths there. Chapter 19: The Enigmatic Sword in the Stone. After a brief wash, Lin Hao donned a black cloak and masked his face before departing from his rented room. Today marked the day he would retrieve his items from the smithy. And he pondered whether the dwarf blacksmith would be able to forge equipment the size of the kung fu fly. In his previous life, during the age of technology, the existence of 3D printers made it possible to create even the tiniest of molds. However, in this world that revered martial prowess, Lin Hao could not guarantee the capabilities of the blacksmith. As he strolled through the streets, Lin Hao first entered a tavern to satiate his hunger before heading straight to the smithy. "You finally arrived," the dwarf blacksmith chuckled upon seeing Lin Hao enter. The armaments for both pets were ready, placed neatly in a box. The blacksmith set the pre-prepared small box on the table. With a sense of anticipation, Lin Hao quickly approached and opened the box. Inside lay 2 sets of miniature armaments, exquisitely crafted. Perhaps due to the use of lava-refined iron, the equipment emitted a faint red glow. "You are fortunate, these 2 sets are flawless and classified as Earth-grade treasures," the dwarf blacksmith remarked with a grin, his eyes gleaming with pride in his handiwork. "Earth-grade treasures?" Lin Hao's face lit up with joy upon hearing the blacksmith's words. Earth-grade treasures transcended ordinary human-grade weapons. Capable of slicing through iron like mud, and possessed enhanced attack capabilities, making them incredibly powerful. "Hurry and equip your pets to test them out," the blacksmith urged, clearly eager to see the results of his craftsmanship. "All right," Lin Hao replied with a faint smile. With a mere thought, the kung fu fly and the wolf spider sprang into action. Although they were at the bottom of the food chain, their abilities had significantly improved after enhancement. Consequently, donning the equipment was a trivial task, accomplished in just a few moments. The kung fu fly was now adorned with a helmet, armor, and metallic blades on its 6 limbs. With this, it could stand its ground against enemies wielding swords and knives. As for the wolf spider, the blacksmith had not only crafted armor according to Lin Hao's specifications but had also equipped its 8 legs with blades, providing both defense and offense. "Impressive!" Lin Hao exclaimed, examining the 2 sets of pet armaments closely. He noticed that they seemed to be inscribed with intricate runic totems. The delicate patterns were difficult to detect without careful observation. "Excuse me, what purpose do those runes serve?" Lin Hao couldn't help but inquire. The dark runes possess an invisibility effect, allowing the armaments to blend into the skin. The dwarf blacksmith replied with a self-satisfied smile. When attacked, they can manifest in response. Lin Hao was taken aback for a moment. Then a look of delight spread across his face. He had initially thought the armaments were too conspicuous, hindering the stealthy actions of the kung fu fly. However, the invisibility runes resolved this issue. "If you dislike them, I can remove them," the blacksmith suggested. "No, this is perfect," Lin Hao quickly shook his head. He then produced a gold card, smiling as he said, "Here is 10,000 taels, no need for change." The forging cost 12,000 taels. And he had already paid a 5,000 tael deposit, clearly satisfied with the 2 sets of armaments. The surplus of 3,000 taels served as a tip. "Thank you." The dwarf blacksmith chuckled. "Since you are so straightforward, I won't take advantage of you, I'll gift you something." He gestured to the weapons displayed in the shop. "Choose any one you like." While his tone appeared generous, the dwarf was not foolish. The weapons on display were of human-grade quality, worth merely 1 or 2,000 taels. In the end, he still made a profit. Lin Hao, not one to be polite, browsed the shop. His gaze soon fell upon a peculiar black iron stone in the far corner, with a broken sword embedded in it, strikingly unusual. The sword's blade bore signs of rust, exuding an ancient aura. "Is this sword in the stone crafted by you?" Lin Hao inquired curiously, pointing at it. The dwarf blacksmith looked in the direction of Lin Hao's finger and chuckled. "That piece is an antique, it existed before I was born." "Oh? How long has it been here?" Lin Hao asked, clearly intrigued. "I'm not sure, it has been passed down through generations, at least several hundred years, if not longer." The dwarf blacksmith replied, shaking his head.
Though he found the sword in the stone mysterious, having been around it for so long, he had not been able to decipher its secrets. Several hundred years. Lin Hao's expression momentarily froze, realizing it was indeed an antique. This sword is quite peculiar, no one can seem to draw it out. If you don't believe me, you can try, the dwarf blacksmith chuckled. If you manage to pull it out, consider it a gift. Lin Hao, slightly astonished, wasted no time and grasped the sword in the stone. With his left hand gripping the stone and his right hand on the hilt, he pulled with all his might. However, the broken sword remained utterly immovable. As if fused to the stone, impervious to his attempts. Even with the assistance of the kung fu fly and the wolf spider, they could not budge it an inch. Lin Hao was inwardly astonished, even suspecting that the sword in the stone was an elaborate ruse. I told you, no one can pull this sword out. The dwarf blacksmith observed Lin Hao's exertion with an even broader smile, as if it were a natural occurrence. For hundreds of years, anyone who had attempted to draw the sword, even those as strong as ninth-tier warriors, had failed. The dwarf blacksmith watched Lin Hao's efforts with a sense of amusement, confident that he could not succeed. And indeed, the outcome confirmed his belief. Ding! Detection, host has acquired an ancient treasure. Would you like to unseal it? Unlocking fee, 50,000 taels. Just as Lin Hao was about to give up, a prompt resonated in his mind. A surge of excitement coursed through Lin Hao. He had not expected the system to possess an unlocking function. However, the fee was rather exorbitant, 50,000 taels. This ancient treasure should be worth it, he thought. Lin Hao fixed his gaze on the sword in the stone and silently intoned, unseal. As soon as the words left his mind, 5 banknotes vanished from his pocket. Ding! Successfully unlocked. Lin Hao felt a subtle energy emanating from the sword in the stone. This energy did not spread outward, only those in contact could sense it. So the dwarf blacksmith remained oblivious to any changes. Was it really that simple to unlock? Lin Hao pondered, a hint of intrigue gracing his lips. Just to be clear. If I can draw out the broken sword, you will gift it to me? He turned to the dwarf blacksmith once more to confirm. Chapter 20, Drawing the Broken Sword. Indeed, it depends on whether you possess the skill. Upon hearing Lin Hao's confident tone, the dwarf blacksmith chuckled and nodded. His suggestion to gift the sword was merely in jest, as it was a treasured heirloom passed down through generations. Nevertheless, he believed that no matter how many attempts Lin Hao made, it would be futile. Very well, I hope you keep your word. Lin Hao smirked slightly, then grasped the sword's hilt and began to draw it forth. In the next instant, the broken sword, wedged in the stone crevice, exhibited signs of loosening. How is this possible? Witnessing this, the dwarf blacksmith's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes filled with disbelief. With renewed determination, Lin Hao exerted force and yanked the sword out. A resounding clang echoed as the sword suddenly released from the stone. However, an unexpected turn of events ensued. A thick black mist surged from the sword, emanating an intensely chilling energy. This dark aura spread rapidly up Lin Hao's arm, seemingly attempting to engulf his entire being. The speed of its encroachment was alarming, and soon it reached his shoulder. Simultaneously, a sharp pain coursed through his arm. Startled, Lin Hao hastily reinserted the broken sword into the stone. In an instant, the black mist dissipated entirely. That was close. Lin Hao broke into a cold sweat, recalling the recent events, still shaken. Staring blankly at the scene, the dwarf blacksmith appeared utterly astonished. He clearly had not anticipated that the ancestral sword, embedded in stone for centuries, would be drawn out today. Thank you. This artifact now belongs to me. Lin Hao smiled nonchalantly. Although the sword seemed somewhat sinister, its value was undoubtedly considerable. Perhaps he had truly stumbled upon a treasure. Young man, I was merely joking earlier. How about I refund you the 3,000 taels, along with the forging fee? The dwarf blacksmith, his gaze fixated on the sword, proposed awkwardly. Joking? At this, Lin Hao's demeanor soured. The unlocking fee was 50,000 taels, and now this dwarf wished to backtrack? He would suffer a tremendous loss. No way. Lin Hao furrowed his brow and resolutely replied, one must uphold honesty. This item is a family heirloom of the Wu clan. I initially believed you could not draw it out and sought to play a prank, but I did not expect this outcome.
seeing Lin Hao's unwavering stance. The dwarf blacksmith began to fidget and declared, "How about you name your price, and I will redeem it back?" His face was a mask of distress. Wishing he could slap himself for his earlier words. Had he known, he would have acted differently. Lin Hao sighed, shaking his head. His expression resembling that of a master chastising a wayward apprentice. Observing the dwarf blacksmith's beleaguered visage and recalling how he had chosen to assist him, even at the cost of offending others, Lin Hao's resolve began to waver. Redemption is possible, but I require 50,000 taels. Acknowledging the assistance received the previous day, Lin Hao decided not to exploit him and simply stated his loss. 50,000 taels? The dwarf blacksmith, unaware of the circumstances, reacted strongly to this price. Merely turning over 50,000, this lad seemed intent on taking advantage of him. The dwarf's lips twitched, his complexion taking on a pallid hue. However, considering that the ancestral heirloom had finally been unlocked, the sum was, in comparison, worth it. Very well, you drive a hard bargain. The dwarf blacksmith gritted his teeth and retrieved 5 gold notes from the cash box, handing them to Lin Hao. Upon completing the transaction, the dwarf blacksmith eagerly seized the sword from the stone, his expression brimming with excitement. Yet, as he grasped the sword to draw it, the outcome surpassed his expectations entirely. Why can't I pull it out? The dwarf was momentarily dumbfounded, casting a suspicious glance at Lin Hao. Observing this, Lin Hao also felt perplexed. Hand it over. Let me try, Lin Hao suggested. The dwarf hesitated briefly before returning the sword to Lin Hao, wary of being cheated again, swiftly reclaiming the 5 gold notes. Taking hold of the sword, Lin Hao exerted force to draw it, yet it remained immovable. What is going on? Lin Hao felt a wave of confusion wash over him. It had been unlocked, so why couldn't he pull it out? Ding! The system detected that the host had obtained an ancient artifact. Should the seal be lifted? The unlocking fee is 50,000 taels. At that moment, the system's prompt echoed in his mind, and Lin Hao suddenly realized. This stone must possess a sealing function. Each time the broken sword was reinserted, it would be confined once more. In other words, if he wished to draw the sword again, he would require another 50,000 taels. What a scam! Realizing this, Lin Hao's lips curled slightly. However, if he raised the price again, the dwarf might explode with anger. Rather than face such a confrontation, it would be simpler to claim it as his own. Regrettably, this sword has already recognized its master. Returning it to you would serve little purpose. As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Hao began to weave his tale. Recognized its master? At this, the dwarf's heart sank, regarding Lin Hao with suspicion yet refraining from retort. Being an artifact smith, he was aware of some legends surrounding transcendent spiritual tools. It was said that once a spiritual tool recognized its master, it could not be wielded by another unless the master perished. Gazing at Lin Hao, a flicker of coldness crossed the dwarf's eyes, contemplating dark intentions. However, noticing the martial companions by Lin Hao's side, he quickly dismissed such thoughts. Given the power they had previously displayed, the dwarf felt a twinge of apprehension. Furthermore, armed with his own crafted gear, his combat prowess had significantly increased. Killing Lin Hao might not be that simple. Moreover, even if he succeeded in slaying him, he could not guarantee the sword would be drawn. If you doubt my words, allow me to demonstrate once more. To prove his point, Lin Hao commanded the system, unlock. Ding! Successfully lifted the seal. The moment the 5 gold notes vanished from his pocket, Lin Hao transformed his indignation into strength and forcefully drew the broken sword. As anticipated, a thick black mist immediately enveloped the air. Just as Lin Hao intended to reinsert the sword into the stone, a thunderous dragon's roar suddenly erupted in his mind. The terrifying sound waves roared like a mountain torrent, shaking his spirit and nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Beep! Soul intrusion by beast spirit detected, the situation is critical. Activating soul defense will cost 100,000 taels. As the dreadful roar echoed within his mind, Lin Hao was filled with alarm. Yet, the subsequent urgent notification from the system nearly made him curse. Was this system a black market merchant? Every request involved exorbitant fees, starting at 10,000 taels. It was utterly outrageous. To make matters worse, he now had only 80,000 taels left,
insufficient to activate the soul defense system. What to do?
Chapter 21, The Assassination Location. At this moment, a dark aura had seemingly spread to Lin Hao's neck.
Should the black mist completely envelop his head? The outcome would be dire, as he would inevitably fall prey to that terrifying beast spirit. What to do? Lin Hao felt a mix of embarrassment and fury. Where could he possibly procure 100,000 taels? At that moment, he steadied his mind, unleashing the power of poverty as he forcefully reinserted the broken sword into the crevice of the stone. With the crisis averted, Lin Hao collapsed onto the ground, secretly wiping the cold sweat from his brow. He had not anticipated that the broken sword concealed a beast spirit. Furrowing his brow, Lin Hao concluded that this sword was likely an evil artifact. However, the dwarf blacksmith was oblivious to the peril Lin Hao had just faced. He merely observed Lin Hao's sudden collapse and surmised that withdrawing the broken sword had taken a toll on him. The dwarf swallowed hard, growing increasingly fearful. Clearly, he had not foreseen that the sword would choose its master, and even attempt to attack its owner. What if he were to forcefully claim it as his own? The consequences would be far worse. Sighing, the dwarf blacksmith thought to himself that since the item had already recognized its master, it indicated a connection between them. He might as well relinquish it. He looked at Lin Hao, speaking with resignation. It was evident that he had decided to give up on the sword. "Thank you for the gift," Lin Hao replied, his heart soaring with joy as he quickly rose and clasped his fists in gratitude. He had managed to avoid a loss of 100,000 taels in unlocking fees. As for the cursed sword, it was too ominous to deal with now. He would postpone addressing it until after tonight's mission was complete. "Boss Wu, I shall return when I have a new pet." Lin Hao smiled at the dwarf blacksmith before departing the forging shop, accompanied by the small flying insect. As he stepped outside, night had fully descended. The time until the mission was running short. Lin Hao immediately set off towards the western part of the city. The underground market was located in the northern square of Tianwu City. The term underground did not imply a subterranean establishment, rather, it referred to the darkness of the area. This location was a nexus for various factions within the city, teeming with a mix of characters and a complex web of influences, fraught with depth. For many years, various factions had engaged in both overt and covert battles, and none could claim dominance over the market. Over time, families had established their businesses within the market, creating an unspoken balance. Most of the goods sold there were of dubious origin yet could be easily traded. Thus, the underground market earned its name, gradually becoming the most lucrative trading venue in Tianwu City. Upon arriving at the entrance of the underground market, Lin Hao was taken aback by the throngs of people and the cacophony of noise. Although night had fallen, the area remained bustling with activity, illuminated by countless lights. The sheer volume of patrons justified its reputation as the largest trading hub in Tianwu City. It was no wonder that various factions, despite their fierce conflicts, sought to profit from this bustling marketplace. With the help of the small flying insect's perspective, Lin Hao took a peculiar glance around the market. He had traversed this world for a considerable time, yet due to his previous blindness, this was his first visit to such a lively place. And he found the atmosphere to be quite fascinating. Afterward, Lin Hao ventured deeper into the market. The numerous shops dazzled him with their variety. And just walking down a single street, he was jostled by the surging crowd, leaving him somewhat disheveled. After several minutes, Lin Hao's steps finally halted in front of a massive pavilion at the end of the street. This was the center of trading for the market, the designated location for his assassination mission. Unlike other shops, this venue did not sell items outright, rather, it operated on a bidding system, where the highest bidder prevailed. Outside the pavilion's black entrance, numerous figures moved in and out. However, most of them were clad in dark capes or hats, obscuring their identities. "It's about to begin." Lin Hao took a deep breath, suppressing his slight nervousness as he walked through the entrance. Inside, several passageways branched out, each equipped with a ticket booth. This prestigious establishment was not open to just anyone. To partake, one had to purchase a ticket. The passageways were classified into low and high tiers. The cheaper low-tier passage appeared crowded. To save money, Lin Hao opted for the low-tier entrance. "Master, I have spotted the target." The small flying insect communicated in Lin Hao's mind. Startled, Lin Hao suddenly saw Ma Feiyu's figure through the insect's perspective.
The man had entered a high-tier passage, closely followed by the swordsman, Li Hao. It seemed there would be no saving of funds. Lin Hao chuckled to himself. Unfamiliar with the layout of the auction venue, he realized he needed to enter the same passageway as Ma Feiyu to get closer to him. The high-tier entrance promised a better vantage point. After inquiring about the fee, he learned it was merely 1,000 taels. Previously, this price might have caused Lin Hao some distress, but now with an asset of 80,000 taels, he could afford such a trivial expense. Row 2, number 88, Lin Hao noted, pleased with the number on his ticket. He proceeded down the passageway to the end and successfully entered the venue. Instantly, the small flying insect revealed a vast auction hall, spacious enough to accommodate thousands. The auditorium was arranged in a fan shape, lined with rows of chairs. The front row, reserved for VIPs, boasted luxurious seating akin to genuine leather sofas, wide and comfortable. Taking his seat, Lin Hao noticed that Ma Feiyu was not far from him, separated by only 7 or 8 seats. "Oldly, that fellow has arrived," Ma Feiyu remarked, noticing Lin Hao's presence. His expression darkened, and he sneered, "You arrived just in time. I vow to break your legs upon our next encounter." "Young master, do not act impulsively," Li Hao cautioned, shaking his head. "This is the center of the trading hall. Causing a scene here might provoke the organizer's displeasure." At this, Ma Feiyu frowned, his arrogance visibly diminished. Clearly, he held a healthy respect for the power of the event's organizers. After all, hosting an auction in such a chaotic underground market indicated a formidable background. Otherwise, there would be rampant chaos, with numerous instances of items being forcibly seized, lacking any semblance of order. The primary stakeholder of this event was none other than the Lin family. Chapter 22, The Auction House Turmoil. As a prominent family of ancient martial arts, the Lin clan holds a position of great influence within Tianwu City. Consequently, no one attending the auction dares to provoke trouble. "Once the auction concludes, I shall see how to deal with you." Ma Feiyu glared at Lin Hao with a fierce expression, letting out a cold snort. Lin Hao merely smirked, well aware that Ma Feiyu had taken note of him. He was indifferent, after all, the assassination mission was not one he would execute personally. Although the existence of the assassin Xiaoying had been revealed, Lin Hao possessed another trump card, wolf spider. With the lethal venom of the wolf spider, even a second-tier warrior struck by its silk would succumb to paralysis. If bitten, survival would be utterly impossible. As the auction was about to commence, the atmosphere within the hall grew increasingly lively, nearly every seat occupied. In every corner of the auction hall, numerous thugs appeared, vigilant and on guard. The auction was set to begin at 8 o'clock, coinciding with a time-sensitive mission. With mere minutes remaining before the task was to be executed, Lin Hao recalled the information on the mission sheet. Time limit, July 5, 9986. At 8 o'clock in the evening, when the lights in the main hall of the trading house extinguish, the assassination must occur immediately. Could it be that the lights would momentarily go out at the beginning of the auction? Lin Hao's thoughts crystallized. And he understood, the commencement of the auction would indeed signal the moment to strike. "Little spider, you may proceed," Lin Hao silently commanded. Upon receiving the instruction, the wolf spider sprang into action. Suspended by a thread, it silently descended to the ground, creeping beneath Ma Feiyu's chair, fixating on his ankle, waiting for the opportune moment. Given the central location of the trading house, bolstered by the Lin family's influence and the presence of a nearby swordsman attendant, Ma Feiyu felt exceedingly secure. Little did he know that his life was already under the dominion of a small spider lurking beneath him. Moments later, the clock struck 8. Suddenly, a clear chime resonated throughout the hall. As the bell tolled, the previously bright lights extinguished in an instant, plunging the auction hall into darkness. "Kill!" At the very moment Lin Hao's internal cry echoed, the wolf spider, poised and ready, lunged fiercely towards the exposed skin of Ma Feiyu's ankle. The deadly venom swiftly infiltrated his bloodstream, spreading with alarming speed. "Ah!" A scream pierced the darkness. "What is happening?" Shock rippled through the crowd as they cast bewildered glances around. The thugs present also tensed, scanning the vicinity for the source of the cry. Nevertheless, the auction's opening ceremony continued unabated. A beam of light shot down from the ceiling, illuminating the center of the auction stage. Countless gazes converged upon it. In that radiant column stood a stunning woman before the auction podium, with a voluptuous figure accentuated by a form-fitting red qipao that highlighted her perfect curves. She was none other than Lin Wanrong, the auction's host. "Quick, turn on the lights." As Lin Wanrong made her entrance, she urgently commanded. Swiftly, the auction hall brightened once more. "Young master." Upon realizing the situation, Li Koan was taken aback, springing to his feet. There, slumped in his chair, Ma Feiyu appeared pallid, blood oozing from his orifices, devoid of life. The sight was unmistakable, he had succumbed to poison. Most attendees bore expressions of astonishment, however, a small faction of mysterious figures, their faces obscured by hats, coldly observed the unfolding scene. "Our second young master of the Ma family has been assassinated here. You must deliver the murderer, or face the consequences." Li Koan's fury surged as he drew his sword, glaring menacingly at the approaching Lin family's thugs. "We are merely maintaining order and seeking the assailant. Please report to the authorities." A burly middle-aged man stepped forward, his demeanor composed as he spoke coldly. Clearly, he was unimpressed by Li Koan's threatening tone. The Lin family, as the local power in Tianwu City, had little to fear from anyone. Moreover, prior to this event, they had received insider information from a black market source indicating that an assassination would occur during the auction. Although the reasons remained undisclosed, they were instructed to disregard it. Armed with this secret directive, they felt no compulsion to intervene. The middle-aged man, while astonished by the assassin's ability to exploit the brief blackout during the opening ceremony, considered it a fortunate turn of events. After all, the assassin's exceptional skill suggested that they were a formidable opponent. Ignoring the situation would ultimately serve their interests, otherwise, a thorough investigation could lead to considerable casualties and jeopardize the auction's proceedings, adversely affecting the family's profits. "You think you can bully the Ma family just because this is the Lin family's territory?" Upon hearing the middle-aged man's indifferent response, Li Koan's expression darkened, and he retorted angrily, "Fine, remember your words." The middle-aged man remained unfazed, coldly instructing, "Bring the body outside. If necessary, it can be taken directly to the authorities." With that command, 3 thugs stepped forward, roughly lifting the corpse. Enraged by the unfolding events, Li Koan prepared to intervene with his sword but suddenly caught sight of a spider scuttling away from the chair leg. Could the murderer be it? Observing the wolf spider's retreat, Li Koan regained a sliver of composure. Doubts about Ma Feiyu's death lingered in his mind. After all, he had been seated right beside him. It was implausible that someone could carry out an assassination without arousing suspicion. Realizing this, Li Koan crouched down and examined the area around the corpse's ankle. Confirming his suspicions, there were indeed bite marks, and the skin around the wound was blackened with bruising. Undoubtedly, this was the source of the poison. Beast! Li Koan's fury erupted, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. "Little spider, retreat." Observing that Li Koan had made the connection, Lin Hao's heart raced, and he urgently commanded. Hiss! The wolf spider reared its head, swiftly unleashing a long thread that adhered to the ceiling. Guided by the silk, it ascended rapidly. "Do you think you can escape?" Li Koan scoffed, channeling his energy into his sword, unleashing a powerful wave of sword chi that cleaved through the air. The might of a 4th-tier warrior's full-force strike was formidable, even iron would shatter under such force. As the sword chi approached, the wolf spider's earth-level armor activated, its runes glowing fiercely. Bang! The immense sword chi collided, sending the wolf spider crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. Chapter 23, The Murderer is Him. The fierce sword energy sent the wolf spider flying. In the next moment, a small hole was created in the wall, surrounded by cracks. How could this be? However, astonishment filled Li Koan's eyes. He was acutely aware of the sword's might, even a wild boar could be cleaved in 2 by it. Yet, this seemingly feeble spider could withstand such a blow and even create a hole in the wall. It was simply unbelievable. What followed next left Li Koan even more shocked. The wolf spider's head emerged from the small hole in the wall, with its rear dangling as silk thread as it descended to the ground. The landing spot was precisely at the auction hall's exit. Under Lin Hao's orders, it made a swift escape, its 8 legs moving with astonishing speed, vanishing in an instant. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. What? Was that truly a spider? Surely I did not missee.
It could withstand the sword energy of a level 4 warrior. Its defense is extraordinary. Just now, when the sword energy struck, I believe I saw a set of metallic armor glinting on its body. Gasps of surprise erupted as some keen-eyed individuals noted the spider's armament. Shock was etched on everyone's faces, bewildered by the peculiar armor adorning such a diminutive creature. Undoubtedly, this was a premeditated murder. Seeing the task completed, Lin Hao had no intention of lingering any longer and turned to leave the auction hall.
Stop! A thunderous shout rang out. Li Kuan raised his sword,
pointing at Lin Hao's retreating figure, coldly declaring, "Brat, I recall you had a formidable fly yesterday. If I am not mistaken, that venomous spider was also your pet."
Was it not? At this revelation, the crowd's gaze turned sharply towards Lin Hao. The murderer is him? Could he be an assassin? Instantly,
suspicion clouded their faces as they scrutinized Lin Hao, beginning to speculate.
Faced with such an accusation, Lin Hao remained silent, continuing on his path. The kung fu fly perched on his shoulder, its compound eyes warily watching Li Kuan from behind.
For the sake of a dispute over a piece of lava-fine iron, they actually poisoned our young master. What cruelty! This time, I shall ensure you are thoroughly punished. Li Kuan's glare at Lin Hao was filled with murderous intent.
As a bodyguard,
to have his master die by his side was a dereliction of duty that would surely lead to severe repercussions upon returning to his family.
In that moment,
he resolved to drag someone down with him, even without evidence, to mitigate his punishment.
Whoosh! Li Kuan's figure shot forward,
his sword unleashing a sharp sword energy aimed directly at Lin Hao's head. At that instant, the kung fu fly surged forth,
its armor shimmering with the influence of the sword energy. Clang!
The piercing sound of metal clashing filled the air. The kung fu fly, with legs as fine as hair,
effortlessly blocked the blade.
Thanks to the armor crafted from lava-fine iron and its earth-grade weapon status, it held its ground without faltering.
What? This is truly a fly. Yet its combat prowess is astonishing.
It can actually block an attack from a level 4 warrior, even surpassing that venomous spider in strength.
The spectators were left agape, disbelief evident in their eyes.
So that's why you went to the blacksmith yesterday, to forge weapons for these two little creatures from lava-fine iron.
Realizing the kung fu fly's armor was identical to that of the wolf spider, Li Kuan felt increasingly convinced that Lin Hao was undoubtedly the mastermind behind the assassination of Ma Feiyu.
Unable to uncover the true murderer,
you resort to framing someone else. Impressive indeed.
Lin Hao turned to face the imposing Li Kuan, a cold smile gracing his lips.
Admitting to being the assassin was a foolish thing he would never dare to take on.
Otherwise, with so many henchmen present, escaping would be nearly impossible.
Less talk. I believe you are guilty.
Li Kuan fixed a dark gaze upon Lin Hao, his voice a thunderous command. With that, he swung his sword in a fierce arc, only to be thwarted once more by the kung fu fly.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
In an instant, the two engaged in a fierce battle, the sharp sounds of metal clashing echoing throughout. Lin Hao silently rejoiced, grateful he had previously equipped the kung fu fly with armor.
Otherwise, with the kung fu fly's peak level 3 warrior strength, it would have been utterly decimated by Li Kuan's attack. Hey, it seems this is merely a misunderstanding. I trust you all have heard that, right? Lin Hao suddenly chuckled, addressing the group of Lin family henchmen with a cold tone.
This man is distorting the truth in the auction hall, deliberately causing trouble.
Do you not intend to step in and restore order? Upon hearing this,
the leading middle-aged man's expression darkened. Although he was uncertain if Lin Hao was indeed the murderer, the insider information from the black market clearly indicated a desire to quell the matter. This guest is correct. In the absence of evidence, no disturbances shall be tolerated in the auction hall. The middle-aged man declared sharply, throw this fellow out. Should he dare resist, show no mercy.
Yes, Captain. As the words fell, dozens of Lin family's henchmen drew their weapons, surrounding Li Kuan with palpable hostility.
Indeed, quite a display of resolve. Lin Hao silently praised, feeling gratified. Despite the kung fu fly's earth-grade weaponry providing short-term support, he could see it was gradually becoming overwhelmed as the battle progressed. At this juncture, external assistance was imperative, otherwise defeat was inevitable.
Fortunately, the Lin family's henchmen were exceedingly cooperative, standing firmly by his side. Now, faced with the encirclement of numerous henchmen, a grave expression mixed with fury surfaced on Li Kuan's face. Outnumbered, he could no longer afford to persist in his pursuit. We shall see. And you await the Ma family's retribution in Xingyang town. With a fierce glare at Lin Hao, he spat out a threat before hoisting the corpse and departing the auction hall. We at the auction house are quite taken aback and sincerely apologize for the recent events. As a gesture of goodwill, tonight's auction will reduce commission fees on all items by half. At this moment, a warm and clear voice shattered the tense atmosphere. The speaker was none other than the beautiful woman in a red cheongsam, Lin Wanrong. One must commend her composure in the face of such a death. It was evident she was a strong woman who had weathered her share of storms. Her generous offer undoubtedly captured the attention of all the guests. One death could lead to a 50% reduction in auction commissions. What an incredible deal! After all, the items in the trading center were rare treasures, with bids often reaching millions or even tens of millions. A commission of 20% on the final price was no small sum. In an instant, the crowd found themselves thanking the assassin for creating such an advantageous evening. Sensing the peculiar heat of the gazes around him, Lin Hao felt a slight smile tug at the corner of his mouth beneath his mask. He had initially thought that a murder in the auction hall would incite fear. Instead, it had morphed into a scene of gratitude. This was entirely beyond Lin Hao's expectations. Chapter 24, The Underworld Organization. Immediately, Lin Hao, utilizing the vision of the nimble little fly, cast a complex glance at Lin Wanrong. So it turns out that Sister Wan is this beautiful, he murmured softly to himself before turning away. That familiar silhouette. As Lin Wanrong gazed at Lin Hao's figure departing towards the auction house's exit, her heart quivered slightly. With her enchanting eyes glistening, she sighed gently, reflecting that it had been half a year since she last saw Lin Hao. And she wondered how he was faring at the Zhao residence. The auction continued, yet Lin Hao had already exited the grand doors of the trading hall. Although he yearned to witness the proceedings of the auction, his financial constraints rendered him merely a spectator, left to gaze longingly at any items that caught his eye. It was more prudent to exit early and avoid unnecessary complications. As he turned the corner, the spider he had been waiting for swiftly approached. Lin Hao extended his hand, cradling the spider in his palm. The quality of its armor was commendable. In the future, should he acquire new pets, he would seek Master Wu for further crafting. Observing the spider's armor, Lin Hao silently praised it, noting that the area struck by the sword energy bore only a faint mark, leaving the creature unharmed. Upon arriving at the black market, only Manager Tong was present. Zhao Linger evidently only visited sporadically to assess task grades. Lin Hao assumed she was diligently training at the Zhao residence, preparing for the upcoming semester at Tianyan Academy in 2 months. Jingku, congratulations on completing the task. The timing of the assassination was perfectly aligned with the requirements. Manager Tong greeted Lin Hao with a beaming smile as he entered. The informants who had been lurking in the auction hall promptly returned to relay the news following Lin Hao's successful assassination of Ma Feiyu. Enough pleasantries, where's my reward? Lin Hao interjected decisively, his tone indifferent. He urgently needed funds to enhance the abilities of the nimble little fly and the spider, quickly elevating his strength. Otherwise, if the Ma family traced him, his fate would be sealed. It is prepared. According to the standard procedure, a 20% commission has been deducted. Here are 800,000 taels, please accept, Manager Tong offered with a restrained smile, handing Lin Hao a stack of gold notes. His cautious demeanor suggested he feared Lin Hao might erupt in anger over the commission. After all, such incidents had occurred before. Lin Hao's lips curled slightly. He indeed felt the commission was excessive. Originally, the reward was 1,000,000 taels, and now 200,000 had been siphoned away. Such exorbitant profits made it clear why the Zhao and Lin families collaborated to establish this black market, utilizing him as a mere pawn in their profit-driven enterprise. This line of work was truly a lucrative venture. Just as Lin Hao was about to depart, a figure suddenly entered through the shop's door. The newcomer wore a wide-brimmed hat and draped a purple cloak around herself. Though obscured by a black veil, her curvaceous figure unmistakably revealed her femininity. An eerie, chilling aura emanated from her, sending shivers down one's spine. "It's you," Manager Tong exclaimed, surprise flickering in his eyes upon recognizing her.
For this purple-clad woman was the client who had placed the order just days prior. That order was the very task Lin Hao had just completed. However, according to protocol, client information was not to be disclosed. Thus, Manager Tong smiled amiably at Lin Hao, saying, "Please take care, and we welcome your return at any time." Lin Hao understood the implied dismissal but paid it no mind, simply bypassing the purple-clad woman. "Please, wait," she suddenly called out. Her voice was light yet cold as steel, devoid of any emotional nuance. Lin Hao paused momentarily, not turning back as he inquired, "Did you call for me?" "Yes, you are Jingku, are you not?" The purple-clad woman replied coolly. "I witnessed everything at the underground market auction this evening." Lin Hao furrowed his brow, uncertain of her intentions. Noticing his silence, the woman continued. "In truth, I am the client of this limited-time task." At her words, Lin Hao raised an eyebrow, then smiled lightly. "The reward is quite generous, thank you." Manager Tong stood dumbstruck, clearly astonished that this enigmatic client had revealed her identity voluntarily. Was it intentional? What could be her purpose? A cascade of questions swirled in Manager Tong's mind. The limited-time task was merely a threshold I set for evaluation. According to the criteria, "You are precisely the candidate we seek," the purple-clad woman stated directly. "I am a member of the Underworld Organization, would you be interested in joining us?" Hearing this, Lin Hao was taken aback. What was the Underworld Organization? His expression was one of confusion, while Manager Tong's face turned pale with shock. You are a member of the Underworld?" Manager Tong stammered, staring at the purple-clad woman with trepidation, his features twitching slightly in fear. "Is the Underworld Organization that formidable? What do they do?" Lin Hao asked, intrigued by Manager Tong's stunned expression. "What? You do not know about the Underworld Organization?" Manager Tong's astonishment only deepened at Lin Hao's words. He regarded Lin Hao as if he were an oddity. After all, how could a killer like Lin Hao be unaware of such a colossal entity's reputation? However, instead of responding immediately, he turned his gaze to the purple-clad woman. "No worries. Please enlighten him," she permitted, casting a curious glance at Lin Hao, seemingly surprised by his ignorance. Receiving her approval, Manager Tong inhaled deeply, as if receiving a pardon from death, before explaining to Lin Hao, "The Underworld Organization is the most powerful assassin group in our great Yin dynasty. Established by the royal family, and is a dark legion directly under the Flame King. Any target marked for assassination typically finds it difficult to escape death." This brief introduction certainly piqued Lin Hao's interest. He turned to face the purple-clad woman, curiosity etched on his features. He had not anticipated her background to be so formidable. "Now, you should comprehend the nature of the Underworld Organization," she stated with an undeniable tone of pride, her voice cold yet assertive. "You are the most unique beast-taming assassin I have ever encountered. The Underworld Organization is precisely in need of someone of your caliber." Lin Hao remained indifferent, responding, "What benefits would I gain from joining?" Although the Underworld Organization was powerful, he remained unconcerned about joining or not. His primary focus was on his own interests. If it merely entailed a hollow title with no tangible rewards, he would prefer to abstain. Chapter 25, $1 million monthly salary. Upon hearing that Lin Hao had the audacity to negotiate benefits with the woman in purple, Manager Tong could not help but display a look of astonishment. This man possessed an outrageous level of boldness. It was one thing to be unaware of the ominous organization known as the Minggu, but to negotiate terms was an entirely different matter. If he truly angered them, he would be oblivious to the manner of his demise. With this thought, Manager Tong cautiously glanced at the woman in purple, only to find that she did not appear to harbor any anger. He could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, fearing that he might also be swept up in the ensuing chaos. "You are indeed a person of character, I have not made a poor choice," the woman in purple remarked coldly, a satisfied smile gracing her lips at Lin Hao's demeanor. As the saying goes, men die for wealth, birds perish for food. The three great temptations of power, wealth, and lust are desires that dwell within nearly every individual. A person devoid of greed is undoubtedly difficult to control. Thus, upon hearing Lin Hao's avarice, she found an opportunity to bind him to her will. After all, as a covert force of the imperial dynasty, they were never short of wealth. This was a lesson frequently imparted by the Flame King on the art of manipulation.
Joining the Minggu organization, even without tasks,
grants a monthly salary of 10 million taels, the woman in purple stated, extending a finger with an air of indifference.
At this, Lin Hao could not restrain a deep breath. 10 million a month. It was akin to a pie falling from the sky. What are the rules of the Minggu organization? He inquired, striving to maintain his composure despite his excitement. Although this salary was enticing, he could not simply sell himself without understanding the terms. The rules are quite simple: complete loyalty to the organization and the Flame King, no matter the mission. Disobedience is not tolerated, the consequences are yours to bear, the woman in purple responded with a light, yet chilling voice that hinted at an underlying menace. Lin Hao felt no significant aversion to this stipulation. After all, he understood the principle of taking a person's wealth to help them avert disaster. It was akin to a company in his previous life offering you a high-ranking position and a generous salary. Failure to perform could lead to dismissal. Revealing company secrets to competitors would result in imprisonment. The comparison was strikingly similar. The salary is indeed appealing, and I may consider joining, Lin Hao said.
But then he shifted his tone, smiling as he added, however, to verify the authenticity of your identity, I require 1 month's salary in advance. The woman in purple pondered for a moment before producing a gold card. This is a gold card from the Wanlong silver merchant, containing a balance of 20 million taels. The additional 10 million is in advance for your future operational expenses during missions, she stated coldly. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao's heart swelled with delight.
How extravagant! To receive 20 million without having done anything was simply generous. Entering such an organization would undoubtedly lead to a continuous influx of wealth. Thank you,
Lin Hao said with a smile, accepting the gold card without reservation. He noticed that the card's surface was engraved with intricate symbols he could not decipher. This was the universally accepted Wanjin card of the Sky Dome continent, convenient for transactions akin to a bank card in his previous life, allowing for both consumption and transfers. Moreover, the runes provided formidable security measures. By dripping a drop of blood onto the card, the owner could activate the runes, establishing a connection with the Wanlong merchant's rune system in real time. However, the Wanjin card was not available to just anyone. Generally, it was reserved for the upper echelons of society, divided into gold and silver tiers. The gold card granted the additional feature of advance payments. Even if the card had no funds, one could still access a loan of up to 50 million taels.
In the entire Tianwu city,
only 2 individuals were qualified to possess a gold card, heads of the Zhao and Lin families. Such was the power of the Minggu organization. Manager Tong's gaze flickered, enviously fixed upon the Wanjin card in Lin Hao's hand.
He never anticipated that this limited-time task would enable the novice assassin named Jing Ke to leap into prominence.
Lin Hao then commanded his assistant, the agile Xiaoying, to prick his fingertip with a sharp blade.
Blood immediately oozed forth and dripped onto the gold card. In the next moment,
the crimson liquid seemed to possess a life of its own, rapidly spreading across the rune patterns. As the blood covered every inch, a flash of golden light erupted,
instantly engulfing the blood.
Simultaneously, Lin Hao felt a sudden connection with the gold card, an extraordinary sensation of awareness.
Evidently,
the Wanjin card had successfully established a link with the rune system of the Wanlong merchant.
Fascinated,
Lin Hao allowed a thread of his mental energy to penetrate the card, promptly retrieving the balance within.
To his satisfaction, it precisely amounted to 20 million taels. Lin Hao silently commended the rune's functionality, which rivaled the electronic technology of his former life. However, how would he execute the transfer function? Manager Tong,
it is rather inconvenient to hold this 80,000 taels in cash, please transfer it to me, Lin Hao thought to himself,
finding a way to alleviate his ignorance with a reasonable request.
Once Manager Tong demonstrated the process, he would surely grasp it.
Certainly.
Please allow me to connect your card to the runes, Manager Tong replied, showing no hesitation as he produced a silver card, smiling amiably. Such tasks were evidently routine for him.
Connect?
Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback but quickly realized. This was evidently the first step in the transfer process. Just as with a bank card, one must know the recipient's account number to transfer funds. As the gold and silver cards touched, The runes upon them began to shimmer with brilliance. In a strange manifestation, the light patterns intertwined, forming a new rune design.
All right. I will transfer the 80,000 to you now.
Manager Tong retracted his silver card, and with a flick of his will, the card revealed a series of runic patterns. He quickly located the corresponding rune pattern linked to Lin Hao's gold card and tapped it, transferring the entire amount.
In the next moment,
Lin Hao felt a slight tremor from the Wan Jin card, and upon checking the balance, he discovered it had indeed increased by 80,000 taels.
So it was that simple.
Lin Hao understood the process, feeling enlightened. This is not the place for discussions, let us converse outside as we walk.
The woman in purple declared, turning on her heel and exiting the shop.
Lin Hao followed closely behind.
Safe travels, esteemed guests.
Manager Tong said respectfully as he walked to the entrance to see them off. Unbeknownst to them, it had begun to rain outside, and the number of pedestrians dwindled.
The once bustling main street became eerily quiet under the night rain. You are indeed here.
Suddenly, a cold voice rang out.
Across the street, Li Cohen stood with a long sword in hand, glaring at Lin Hao with a menacing aura.
The body of Ma Feiyu was conspicuously absent.
Evidently transported back to Qingyang town by his orders.
I had suspected you to be an assassin. After completing your task, you would undoubtedly come here to collect your reward.
Li Cohen remarked frostily, his gaze fixed on Lin Hao.
As expected, it is indeed troublesome. Lin Hao silently shook his head.
Realizing that entangling himself with such a loyal swordsman would lead to unending troubles. Chapter 26, The Female Assassin, Zai. This is my personal affair with him.
If you wish to avoid death, I suggest you keep your distance. Li Cohen's gaze swept over the woman in purple, his voice laden with a chilling murderous intent.
However,
as soon as he finished speaking, the woman in purple suddenly lifted her hand. Whoosh! A purple embroidered needle shot forth from her fingertip with astonishing speed,
tearing through the raindrops in the air.
By the time Li Cohen realized what was happening, the black needle had already pierced through his brow in an instant. In the next moment, Li Cohen's pupils dilated, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground, a lingering expression of terror etched upon his face. So swift! Lin Hao was momentarily stunned by the scene before him. He had not anticipated the woman in purple to possess such lethal speed.
The entire process was executed with precision and efficiency, devoid of any unnecessary banter. From another perspective, it was clear that the woman's strength was formidable. To kill a level 4 warrior in the blink of an eye suggested that her cultivation was at least level 6. Truly, a member of the Ming Pavilion organization, remarkably powerful.
Tong, the innkeeper, who stood at the entrance to bid farewell, was now utterly astonished, his face a mask of horror.
He was well aware of Li Cohen's background,
yet had not expected him to be slain before the battle even commenced. Such prowess placed her among the top 100 assassins on the assassin leaderboard. The woman in purple cast a cold glance at the corpse before striding down the left side of the street.
Lin Hao followed her until they reached a secluded area devoid of onlookers. The woman in purple suddenly spoke, "Should I call you Jingku or Lin Hao?"
At her words, Lin Hao's expression shifted.
How did she know my name?
There was no need for speculation, from the moment you accepted the mission. You have been tracked by our Ming Pavilion intelligence agents. Seemingly sensing Lin Hao's suspicion, the woman in purple replied indifferently, I am fully aware of your identity.
Including your appearance. Lin Hao furrowed his brow, growing increasingly uneasy. After receiving the mission at the black market yesterday, he had not returned to the Zhao residence but had instead rented a place in the commoners' district. Moreover, he believed he had been exceedingly cautious in his movements and attire over the past 2 days. The only individuals he had interacted with were the landlord of the rental and Master Wu from the weaponry shop. As for Ma Feiyu and Li Cohen, they were now deceased. Wait, the landlord! A realization struck Lin Hao. When he rented the place yesterday, the elderly landlord, wary of renting to dubious characters or fugitives, had insisted on seeing his true face. Understanding the landlord's concerns, Lin Hao had removed his mask for a brief moment. Could it be that, at that moment, the Ming Pavilion's intelligence agents lurking nearby caught a glimpse of him and began their covert investigation? Lin Hao marveled inwardly. The Ming Pavilion was indeed no ordinary organization. What should I call you then? Lin Hao countered, not revealing any surprise at his identity being exposed.
My name is Zhao, the woman in purple replied coolly.
In the organization, I am your superior. Any future missions will be coordinated through me.
Zhao. Lin Hao murmured, then smiled.
What a cool name.
Cool. A flicker of surprise crossed Zai's eyes, clearly unfamiliar with the connotation of the term from Lin Hao's previous life. Lin Hao, disinterested in explaining, suggested. Since you are my superior, let us reveal our true identities to each other, to avoid any future misunderstandings. With that, he removed his mask. Zai hesitated for a moment,
considering Lin Hao's reasoning, before taking off her conical hat.
Instantly, a strikingly beautiful yet cold visage emerged before Lin Hao's eyes. Perhaps due to her daily wear of the hat, Zai's skin appeared exceptionally fair and delicate.
However,
her eyes radiated an aloofness that made it difficult to discern her inner thoughts.
Are you truly blind? Zai inquired, scrutinizing Lin Hao's grayish-white pupils with curiosity. Lin Hao remained non-committal, replying calmly, did not the intelligence agents provide you with a thorough account of my background?
The report indeed stated that you were a natural-born blind person, yet your actions are quite remarkable.
Zai regarded Lin Hao with suspicion,
pondering how a blind individual could possibly fulfill assassination missions and know the target of the task. I have my own secrets, Lin Hao replied with a faint smile,
unwilling to disclose matters related to the system.
Seeing that Lin Hao did not wish to elaborate, Zai refrained from pressing further. Her gaze shifted to the kung fu fly perched on Lin Hao's shoulder. Your pet is quite extraordinary, it is the most formidable fly I have encountered. And that poisonous spider. As she spoke, Zai scanned Lin Hao's figure but failed to catch sight of the wolf spider.
Little spider,
come out and greet our beautiful superior, Lin Hao commanded, a smirk gracing his lips. As his voice fell, the wolf spider emerged from the inner pocket of his cloak, extending its limbs in a gesture that seemed to wave at Zai in greeting. At this sight, a hint of astonishment flickered in Zai's beautiful eyes.
In the animal kingdom,
such creatures were typically at the bottom of the food chain, exceedingly vulnerable. Yet, their displayed strength rivaled that of ferocious beasts, remarkably powerful. Where did you capture it?
Zai could not help but inquire.
Lin Hao smiled nonchalantly, I trained it myself.
Zai's expression momentarily faltered, intrigued by Lin Hao's skills in taming beasts. However, her curiosity did not compel her to press on.
Each beastmaster possessed their own unique techniques, and Zai understood that even if she asked, Lin Hao would likely refuse to divulge any details. Zai studied the kung fu fly and the wolf spider for a moment before shifting the conversation. Your primary task now is to become a student of the Tianyan Academy. However, for reasons of confidentiality, the organization will not provide assistance. You must secure your admission based solely on your own abilities.
Tianyan Academy? Lin Hao echoed, his curiosity piqued. What is the purpose of this mission?
Once you successfully enter the academy, await further instructions, Zai replied coolly, producing a piece of yellow talisman paper.
This is a transmission talisman. When the time is right, I will convey your next mission to you.
Lin Hao raised an eyebrow, noticing that the talisman bore intricate symbols that emanated a faint aura of spiritual energy. For the sake of maintaining your anonymity, I shall refer to you as Jing Ke from now on and record this as your codename within the Ming Pavilion. Zai donned her conical hat once more, the black veil draping over her striking yet frigid visage. Having said this, she turned away without looking back, walking toward the end of the street until she vanished from the Kung Fu Fly sight.
Chapter 27, Beast Spirit Demon Dragon. The Tianyan Academy, is it? Just what I desired.
Lin Hao gazed at the transmission talisman in his hand, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips. He had originally intended to visit the Tianyan Academy. Now, it seemed fortuitous that he could not only earn money but also fulfill his own wishes, a delightful situation indeed.
However, the task ahead likely would not be a simple one. After all, the Tianyan Academy was teeming with formidable experts,
and attempting to commit murder within its walls would undoubtedly carry significant risks. Nonetheless, for the moment, his priority was to earn money. Lin Hao pressed his lips together,
momentarily adjusting his thoughts. Moreover, having a beautiful superior was also a pleasant aspect of his work. As night fell, the rain intensified,
accompanied by the resounding claps of thunder and flashes of lightning. Lin Hao wandered through the streets, not immediately returning to the Zhao residence, but instead leading Gongfu Xiaoying and his companions to the rented room. After a brief wash-up, he closed all the windows of the room. Once he confirmed that no one was watching him from the shadows, he took out the Shizhong sword. Previously, at the refining workshop, he had been unable to contend with the beast spirit sealed within the broken sword due to his financial constraints. However, the situation was entirely different now. Lin Hao grasped the hilt with his right hand, applying a slight force. As before, the broken sword would embed itself into the stone crevice and could not be withdrawn.
Ding! Does the host wish to unlock?
The system's voice suddenly resonated, seemingly detecting Lin Hao's intentions.
Yes. Lin Hao nodded without hesitation. Ding!
Seal successfully lifted, deducting 50,000 taels. In the next moment, Lin Hao felt the runes of his million gold card ripple slightly, evidently indicating that the system had consumed 50,000 taels. However, with a fortune of 20 million at his disposal, that amount felt negligible, akin to a drop in the ocean.
System. I wish to activate the soul defense in advance.
Recalling the terrifying beast spirit, Lin Hao still felt trepidation, believing it prudent to prepare before drawing the sword.
Ding! The soul defense system has been activated for the host.
Following this, another 100,000 taels were deducted from his card.
With precautionary measures in place,
Lin Hao took a deep breath and pulled with force.
Clang!
A crisp sound echoed as the broken sword was effortlessly withdrawn from the stone crevice.
Swoosh! In an instant, a dense, terrifying black malevolence erupted forth.
Within mere moments, the black mist enveloped Lin Hao's arm and rapidly spread across his body.
Roar!
Following the release of the black mist, the ferocious roar of a savage beast suddenly exploded in Lin Hao's mind.
The terrifying beast's roar shook Lin Hao's spirit, evoking a sensation that was more alarming than the thunder outside.
This time, with the soul defense activated in advance, Lin Hao no longer panicked as he had before. He steadied his mind, bracing himself for the beast spirit's onslaught. The Gongfu Xiaoying and the wolf spider perched on his shoulder seemed to sense the danger of the black mist and immediately detached from Lin Hao's body. Their gazes vigilant and fierce, fixated upon the broken sword in Lin Hao's hand. Yet, without Lin Hao's command, they refrained from taking any action. Thus, as the black mist completely enveloped Lin Hao, he felt as though something had invaded his mind. Simultaneously, the frenzied roar of the beast echoed from within him.
Had it already invaded? Lin Hao's heart trembled, and he immediately concentrated his mental energy to inspect within. Having attained the rank of a second-level mage, his mental prowess now allowed him to introspect his own body. Soon, in the Tianling cavity where his mental energy was stored, Lin Hao discovered a mass of black fog. At that moment, this black fog writhed with an eerie speed, gradually taking on the form of a beast spirit, entirely black, resembling a demon dragon. Though the demon dragon was merely a phantom, it was enveloped in an aura of extreme ferocity and malevolence, akin to an ancient behemoth from the abyss. Witnessing this scene, Lin Hao was taken aback. He had not anticipated that such a fearsome beast spirit was sealed within the broken sword. Once the demon dragon's spirit materialized, its crimson eyes instantly locked onto Lin Hao's soul, brimming with unmasked bloodlust. Roar! In the next moment, the demon dragon charged toward Lin Hao's soul. Its fearsome maw opened wide, threatening to devour him. Detecting imminent beast spirit invasion of the host, activating soul defense system. However, just then, the system's cold voice rang out. Abruptly, a greenish-blue cage materialized, ensnaring the demon dragon within, rendering it unable to escape, no matter how fiercely it struggled. A mere insignificant human dares to confine me? What a delusion! The demon dragon conveyed a thought, and though it was not articulated in human language, Lin Hao's spiritual awareness comprehended the arrogance within. As a dragon, it was inherently unruly. Having just emerged from its seal, it now found itself ensnared once more, unable to accept its fate, and began thrashing violently within the cage. Seeing the demon dragon's ferocity, Lin Hao silently rejoiced, grateful for the soul defense provided by the system, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Bang! 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 The heavy sounds continued to resonate as the demon dragon roared furiously, attempting to break free from its confinement with repeated violent impacts. Yet, the system's power exceeded its expectations, and it could not even cause the slightest tremor. What terrified the demon dragon even more was that the cage began to constrict, emanating a horrifying energy fluctuation that seemed intent on erasing its very existence. Feeling the threat to its life, the demon dragon became even more frenzied, displaying profound fear. It had initially believed it could easily seize the body of a mere human, but instead, it had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. "Powerful human, please do not kill me." As the cage continued to shrink, the demon dragon finally succumbed to fear, ceasing its frantic thrashing and began to articulate words. To Lin Hao's surprise, the demon dragon could indeed speak human language, indicating a level of intelligence not to be underestimated. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow, then coldly stated, "I can grant you a chance, but you must return to the broken sword, otherwise, I possess the capability to obliterate you completely." "Very well." Hearing Lin Hao's demand, the demon dragon hurriedly nodded. In that moment, all traces of its former pride as a dragon vanished, completely regarding Lin Hao as a human powerhouse far beyond its own capabilities. "Deactivate the defense." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the cage vanished in an instant. Simultaneously, the demon dragon transformed into a mass of black mist, retreating from Lin Hao's body and re-entering the broken sword. With the crisis averted, Lin Hao couldn't help but exhale in relief. He had indeed felt a surge of panic earlier. After all, that was a dragon from ancient times, exceedingly fierce and powerful. Even in its current form as a mere beast spirit, it could likely obliterate him in an instant. Fortunately, the existence of the system, a sort of cheat, ensured that he would not face any threat. Human powerhouse, as long as you do not insert the dragon-devouring sword back into the celestial meteorite, I am willing to submit to you and become the weapon spirit. The demon dragon's voice echoed in Lin Hao's mind, tinged with fear of being sealed once more in that dark, desolate space. Lin Hao's expression faltered slightly. The beast spirit could actually communicate with him. What exactly was the origin of the dragon-devouring sword? Unable to contain his curiosity, Lin Hao inquired, "Moreover, how did you become sealed?" Chapter 28, The Transformation of the Dragon's Flesh. After a moment of contemplation, the demon dragon replied with an air of confusion, "When my corporeal form was slain, the majority of my memories dissipated, leaving only fragments of information in my spiritual essence. I have long forgotten the specifics of the event." Upon hearing this, Lin Hao felt no desire to delve into the fragmented memories of the demon dragon. Such inquiries would likely yield nothing but wasted time. What mattered most in the present was that the demon dragon was willing to become his spirit weapon, aligning itself with him. With such a formidable beast spirit at his disposal, his combat capabilities would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. "Very well, then you may acknowledge me as your master," Lin Hao commanded, though he was uncertain of the procedure. The demon dragon did not dare to delay. The black light emanating from the broken sword burst forth, suddenly revealing an intricate rune totem. This totem was exceedingly complex, featuring a coiled black dragon at its center, shimmering with brilliance. Just as Lin Hao was processing this, the black dragon lunged forward, sinking its teeth into the finger gripping the sword. Ah! The sudden pain in his finger startled Lin Hao. Yet, recognizing this as part of the acknowledgement process, he feigned calm. However, upon tasting his blood, the black dragon seemed to become invigorated, voraciously consuming his energy. Lin Hao felt the essence of his spiritual veins and mental strength being rapidly devoured. "Enough!" he urgently commanded. If this continued, he feared he would lose all his cultivation. Reluctantly, the black dragon released its grip, retreating back into the rune totem. With a soft hiss, the rune imprinted itself onto the broken sword as if it were scorching iron. In an instant, the blade radiated a dazzling light, and Lin Hao felt a subtle stirring within him, sensing a profound connection to the broken sword. It was as if he had become its master, wielding absolute control over it. "Master, I am now your spirit weapon. By wielding this sword, you may harness my draconic power to enhance your physical form." The demon dragon's voice resonated, imbued with unmistakable respect. "Enhance my physical form?" Lin Hao's heart swelled with excitement at this prospect. Grasping the broken sword, he attempted to invoke its power, awaken the dragon spirit. Boom! In an instant, an intensely violent dark energy surged from the broken sword into Lin Hao's body, racing through his limbs. His bones and muscles expanded explosively, accompanied by a cacophony of cracking sounds. As the energy coursed through him, his muscles swelled, tearing his garments apart. During this transformation,
his right arm became a sight to behold, a layer of fine black scales emerging to envelop it entirely. Simultaneously, Lin Hao's aura surged at an astonishing rate.
This is the dragon scale arm.
Utilizing the vision of his companion, the Kung Fu Fly, Lin Hao witnessed his own transformation in awe.
Gazing upon his berserker-like form,
he felt an exhilarating surge of strength, a magnitude several times greater than before. Though he was merely a level 1 warrior, Lin Hao believed he could contend with a level 2 warrior, relying solely on his physical prowess, even without the aid of the Kung Fu Fly or magic. Due to your current low cultivation, you can only access a portion of my draconic power, the demon dragon remarked, its tone tinged with an odd sense of disillusionment. It had initially presumed Lin Hao to be a top-tier human warrior, only to discover he was merely a novice who had just unblocked a single spiritual vein.
Nevertheless,
having acknowledged Lin Hao as its master, it was bound by the laws of the rune to remain utterly loyal.
Thus, even upon realizing Lin Hao's lack of prowess,
it could not harbor any thoughts of rebellion. As your cultivation progresses, you will be able to access more of my draconic power.
I see now, Lin Hao murmured, unable to conceal his elation.
With his right arm now transformed.
Did this imply the potential for him to become a dragon man or even evolve into a full dragon form in the future?
The mere thought sent waves of excitement coursing through him.
You mentioned earlier that this stone is called the heavenly meteorite. What is its significance?
Lin Hao then shifted his focus to the black stone in his left hand, intrigued by this peculiar rock that had the power to seal the demon dragon. He could only hope to glean some knowledge from the remnants of the demon dragon's memories regarding the origin of the heavenly meteorite. The heavenly meteorite is no ordinary stone. It is a rare metal, refined from extraterrestrial meteors, and is indestructible, the demon dragon explained after a moment's thought. Within this stone lies a dark space. If the broken sword were to penetrate it, I would be trapped within that confinement, forever deprived of light.
Lin Hao was taken aback,
gazing at the heavenly meteorite in his hand, astonished to learn that a dark space existed within its fissures.
Could it be a black hole?
He briefly considered probing it with his mental energy but quickly dismissed the idea.
After all, even a terrifying beast like the demon dragon could be ensnared by that dark space, and he would be even less capable of resisting it.
While he could rely on the system to unlock it, Lin Hao could not guarantee that if his soul were sealed, the system would still function. To avoid any potential risks, he suppressed his curiosity and stowed the heavenly meteorite away in his pocket.
However, the bulging fabric of his pants felt awkward and cumbersome, a nuisance to his attire.
Moreover, he could not simply affix the broken sword, the Dragonbane sword, to his belt every day. Most importantly, he had his golden card, which was his salary card, granting him millions each month.
Losing it would be an enormous setback.
It seemed he needed to acquire a storage pouch.
With his assets increasing, Lin Hao began to contemplate this necessity.
A storage pouch would be far superior to a backpack. It contained a unique space capable of holding any item,
making it incredibly convenient for travel.
Though the price was steep, it was a trivial matter for Lin Hao at this stage. Kung Fu Fly, Wolf Spider, come here, he called, and the Kung Fu Fly and the Wolf Spider, who had been wandering about the room, promptly approached, obediently forming a line before him. Now that he had some resources at his disposal, it was time to enhance their abilities.
A smile crept across Lin Hao's face. Currently,
the Kung Fu Fly was at the C-rank beginner level, comparable to a peak level 3 warrior, while the Wolf Spider was at the D-rank intermediate level, relatively weaker but possessing lethal venom. Furthermore, should it achieve a high-level evolution, it could meet the conditions to advance to C-rank, at which point its combat capabilities might surpass those of the Kung Fu Fly due to its species.
Chapter 29, C-Class Advanced Enhancement. Let us first enhance the little spider, for I cannot afford to lag behind. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Hao made a decision and immediately focused his thoughts.
Evolve the Wolf Spider. As soon as the words left his lips, a system interface suddenly appeared in Lin Hao's mind, displaying the information panel of the Wolf Spider. Due to the prerequisite of reaching the King-level enhancement capability for advancement, Lin Hao did not hesitate to select the King-level option for the comprehensive enhancement of the Wolf Spider.
Ding! King-level enhancement successful.
Your pet, designated code 002, the Wolf Spider, has experienced a significant boost in combat power.
Upon completing the enhancement,
Lin Hao felt a sudden decrease of 10 million in his balance.
Undeterred, he proceeded to execute the evolution enhancement once more. Ding! Advancement successful. Congratulations! The wolf spider has been upgraded to C-class and has acquired a special skill, thousandfold web. Fortunately, the cost of upgrading from D-class to C-class is merely 1 million. However, Lin Hao's brow remained unfurrowed as he expended another 2 million to elevate both the Kung Fu Fly and the wolf spider to the level of C-class advanced enhancement. After several evolutions, his balance dwindled to just over 5 million, insufficient for further enhancements. Lin Hao's mind stirred as he summoned the data panels of his two pets. Kung Fu Fly, Code 001 Master, Lin Hao Combat Power, 4000 Skill, Blood Blade Scythe Level, C-Class Advanced, Wolf Spider, Code 002 Master, Lin Hao Combat Power, 6000 Skills, Lethal Venom. Thousandfold Web Advancement, C-Class Advanced. Upon reviewing the information of his two beasts, Lin Hao nodded to himself. After the advancement, the combat power of the Wolf Spider, encompassing speed, strength, and defense, far surpassed that of the Kung Fu Fly. This disparity stemmed from their original forms, where flies were naturally prey to spiders within the food chain. Thus, under identical levels, the wolf spider's combat prowess was evidently superior, complemented by the addition of a special skill, thousandfold web. What astonished Lin Hao further was that although the size of the wolf spider remained unchanged, its skin had hardened to the toughness of fine iron, adorned with a peculiar dark pattern that radiated a chilling aura. Little spider, let us test the thousandfold web, Lin Hao commanded curiously. Hiss! Without the slightest delay, the wolf spider expelled a small white silk cocoon. Yet in the next instant, the cocoon abruptly burst open in midair, and strands of silk rapidly intertwined to form an intricate web, countless loops, truly a thousandfold. The web soon enveloped a wooden table, leading to a terrifying spectacle. Sizzle! As the table came into contact with the web, it began to melt and corrode as if ice met a blazing fire, swiftly disintegrating into countless fragments. Clearly, the venom within the web possessed formidable lethality. Should a person become ensnared, the outcome would undoubtedly be fatal. Impressive! Lin Hao snapped his fingers, expressing his satisfaction. He increasingly perceived this skill as exceptionally effective for assassination. After all, the extensive reach of the thousandfold web, coupled with its toxic strands, would trap any prey. Ensuring escape was impossible. In contrast, the Kung Fu Fly, having not undergone any advancement, retained its previous form, yet its combat power had multiplied several times, reaching the level of a fourth-tier warrior. If faced with the swordsmanly koan at that moment, it would undoubtedly dominate the encounter. Witnessing the enhancement of his two pets filled Lin Hao with a sense of fulfillment. This was a formidable guardian forged through considerable expenditure. Gazing out at the increasingly torrential rain, Lin Hao decided against braving the storm back to the Zhao residence, opting instead to sit cross-legged on his bed in meditation. Unbeknownst to him, due to his 2-day absence, all servants of the Zhao residence had begun a thorough search. Although Lin Hao held no significant standing within the Zhao household, existing as a somewhat superfluous presence, his affiliation with the Lin family necessitated that, even in death, his body must be found to provide closure. At that moment, in the front hall of the Zhao residence, the head of the family, Zhao Gaolai, sat with furrowed brows in the main seat, listening to messages relayed by the chief steward, Zhao Rong. The boy has not yet been found? Zhao Gaolia's expression remained composed, tinged with a hint of confusion. Where could a blind man possibly go? Zhao Rong shook his head and replied hoarsely, after discreetly observing for the past 2 days. I can confirm that Lin Hao is not an ordinary blind man. Surprised, Zhao Gaolai inquired, what do you mean by that? Master, it is as follows. Zhao Rong, having waited until Zhao Gaolai was away on business, finally had the opportunity to explain. As he recounted the events, Zhao Gaolia's astonishment only deepened. When he finally mentioned Lin Hao demonstrating magic in the treasury, he could no longer remain seated and sprang to his feet. Lin Hao is actually a mage. Are you certain you are not mistaken? Zhao Gaolia's gaze fixed incredulously on Zhao Rong, disbelief etched across his face. Rest assured, master, I am absolutely certain. I did not err, Zhao Rong affirmed, nodding, an expression of astonishment mirrored on his aged visage. To him, the notion of a blind man practicing magic seemed utterly fantastical, akin to asking a mute to read. Yet Lin Hao shattered this norm, achieving an unprecedented miracle. If this were indeed true, Then the Zhao family had stumbled upon a treasure, haha. With Zhao Rong's confirmation, Zhao Gulia's spirit soared, his stern visage lighting up with joy. 6 months prior,
he had thought the Zhao residence was compromising by marrying into the Lin family, accepting a worthless individual. Little did he anticipate that this so-called worthless person had transformed into a genius.
What a splendid turn of events! Master, news has arrived from the black market.
It seems the limited-time task accepted yesterday was issued by the Underworld Organization, Zhao Rong stated gravely.
The Underworld Organization. Zhao Gulia's expression stiffened, and he questioned. How could such a powerful entity require our black market?
Zhao Rong hastily replied, from what we learned from Manager Tong. This assassination is merely an assessment set by the Underworld, aimed at selecting suitable new members.
The Underworld is a direct force under the Flame King, with deep-rooted influence. Who could possibly be fortunate enough to be chosen?
Zhao Gulai, intrigued, inquired further, who?
Jingku, Zhao Rong replied solemnly. During the auction,
he used a poisonous spider to eliminate Ma Feiyu, and he possesses a formidable fly by his side.
A poisonous spider? And a fly.
Zhao Gulia's expression froze, as he seemed to grasp something, abruptly turning to Zhao Rong.
Chapter 30. An eye for an eye. The head of the Zhao family was not mistaken, indeed. The son-in-law had 2 small creatures by his side.
Observing the contemplative expression on Zhao's face, Zhao Rong nodded and meaningfully remarked. The day he went missing coincided precisely with the moment the time-limited task was accepted. Therefore, I suspect that the famed Jingku may very well be Lin Hao.
Upon hearing the steward Zhao Rong's account, the shock on Zhao Gulia's face intensified.
He took a deep breath, striving to quell his rising emotions, and then barked. Immediately find Lin Hao and bring him to me.
Yes, master, Zhao Rong replied with reverence, his stooped figure promptly setting into motion. In an instant,
the search for Lin Hao within the Zhao estate expanded beyond mere lowly servants. Even the second and third stewards, as well as the guards, were mobilized.
Damn it! We have to brave the rain for a useless blind man,
muttered the third steward, Qin Shi, limping out of the Zhao estate with a group of subordinates.
Despite his considerable resentment, he dared not defy the Zhao patriarch's orders. If I catch him, I'll break his legs to prevent him from running off again.
Fuming with anger, Qin Shi had been seeking revenge ever since he was injured in the dining hall by that pesky martial arts fly.
As night fell, raindrops enveloped the entire Tianwu city. Throughout the streets, Zhao's servants scurried about, umbrellas in hand.
Unbeknownst to them, Lin Hao was comfortably meditating in his rented room.
It wasn't until the following morning that Lin Hao emerged from his meditation, unable to suppress a yawn. Although he had not slept through the night, he was invigorated.
Time to return, just in time for breakfast, he mused, a playful smile gracing his lips as he whistled at the martial arts fly and wolf spider beside him.
Instantly,
they dashed over, taking their places on his shoulders and in his pockets. As Lin Hao opened the door, he inhaled deeply. Perhaps the night's rain had washed away the city's clamor, leaving the air remarkably fresh. He then ventured into a narrow alley, taking a shortcut towards the Zhao residence. However, as he approached the end of the alley, a group of figures emerged before him. Led by none other than the third steward, Qin Shi. At that moment, Qin Shi was drenched, his hair disheveled, appearing quite disheveled himself. He had expected that after a night of searching, he could return for a meal and some rest, but, to his dismay, as soon as he set down his bowl, he was dispatched again by the chief steward, leaving him filled with frustration. Thus, upon spotting Lin Hao, he froze briefly before his face contorted with rage.
At long last, I found you, you wretched blind fool.
Qin Shi's expression darkened as he glared at Lin Hao, a sinister grin creeping upon his lips.
Seize that worthless fool and break his legs. Don't let him escape again.
Qin Shi barked like a judge passing sentence.
Third steward, is that wise?
One of the Zhao guards interjected, frowning. If he returns and reveals that we broke his legs, it will be difficult to explain. A cruel smile curled Qin Shi's lips as he coldly replied, that's simple enough, just cut out his tongue, and we can concoct any excuse we like.
At this,
the Zhao guard's face paled in surprise as he stared at Qin Shi. The 5 other servants nearby gasped in shock. They were well aware of the events that transpired in the dining hall days prior, yet they never anticipated the third steward's ruthlessness and vengefulness.
This undoubtedly aimed to render Lin Hao both blind and mute. Do you dare disobey my orders?
Qin Shi said icily.
It seems the Zhao estate can no longer accommodate you.
Upon hearing this, the Zhao henchmen's expressions shifted.
Though anger simmered within them, they complied, fearing for their livelihoods.
In their minds, it was better to offend Lin Hao than to cross Qin after all, with Lin Hao rendered blind and mute. He would have no means to testify against them. "Kid, don't blame us, blame your misfortune for marrying into the Zhao family." One of them sneered as they approached Lin Hao with malicious intent. One of the guards even drew a dagger, prepared to cut out Lin Hao's tongue.
"Rest assured,
I won't hold it against you, for my luck has been quite favorable lately," Lin Hao replied with a cold smile. The 6 of them were mere second-tier warriors. Hardly a cause for concern. "Hold him down, I'll cut out his tongue first so he won't scream when we break his legs," the bald man with the dagger suggested,
a vicious gleam in his eyes.
However, before he could finish, a streak of black flashed through the air like lightning.
In the next instant,
his hand holding the dagger was severed and fell to the ground.
"My hand!"
he shrieked in terror, staring at his blood-splattered wrist. The sudden turn of events left Qin and the 5 henchmen utterly astonished. When they focused again, they finally noticed the presence of the martial arts fly.
Was it this fly that wounded my leg in the dining hall?
Qin's eyes widened in horror as he fixated on the martial arts fly. Although he had heard rumors of Lin Hao's formidable fly, he had been skeptical.
But now, witnessing the truth, his disbelief transformed into fury.
Recalling the earlier incident in the dining hall, Qin bellowed, "Whoever destroys this little beast will be rewarded with 1,000 taels."
Upon hearing the bounty,
the Zhao henchmen instantly became energized, drawing their swords and charging after the martial arts fly in a frenzy.
However, due to its small size and incredible speed, their strikes mostly missed.
Even when they managed a lucky hit, the martial arts fly effortlessly blocked it with its earth-tier armor. This standoff did not last long. The martial arts fly suddenly surged forward, becoming a streak of black that darted past.
In a heartbeat, 5 agonized cries echoed as their sword-wielding hands were severed at the wrists, blood gushing forth.
Seeing this, third steward Qin was dumbfounded, terror etched across his face. When he regained his senses, he wasted no time fleeing. Unbeknownst to him, the wolf spider had already set up an ambush behind him. It shot a strand of silk that ensnared Qin, causing him to collapse, convulsing and foaming at the mouth from the poison.
Yet,
Qin remained conscious enough to point a trembling finger at Lin Hao, stuttering, "You blind fool, how dare you harm me? My brother is from the Tianyan Academy, You're dead." Lin Hao approached him, his voice cold. "Since you are so eager to make others blind and mute, I shall grant your wish." As soon as the words left his lips, the martial arts fly lunged forward, its sharp claws piercing Qin's eyes.
"Ah!"
Qin's bloodied eyes erupted in a horrifying wail, akin to a slaughtered pig. The moment he opened his mouth to scream, his tongue was severed, rendering him utterly mute. Gazing at the unconscious Qin, who had succumbed to blood loss, Lin Hao's expression remained impassive. In the past, he had been weak and forced to endure. But he understood deeply that when dealing with enemies, one must respond to violence with greater violence. It was the only way to resolve troubles. Chapter 31, The Return of the Son-in-Law. As the 6 henchmen of the Zhao family beheld Qin, blind and mutilated, their faces turned ashen with terror. When compared to Qin's ghastly state, their own loss of a single hand felt rather trivial.
Upon their return to the Zhao manor,
they were acutely aware that should they dare to distort the truth, they would meet the same grim fate as him.
"Do you understand?"
Lin Hao turned, his grayish-white eyes devoid of luster, gazing at the group with a deathly intensity. "Why yes, we understand," the henchmen stammered, their pallid faces betraying their fear as they nodded vigorously.
Nonetheless,
having lost a hand rendered them incomplete. Whether they could remain in the Zhao family was uncertain. Lin Hao paid them no mind and strode out of the narrow alleyway. Upon reaching the Zhao manor, a cluster of individuals stood gathered at the entrance, engrossed in their tasks, oblivious to Lin Hao's presence across the street. They were preparing to affix a stack of papers bearing Lin Hao's likeness throughout the town.
A worthless blind man. And yet he warrants such commotion from the Zhao family, how absurd. Second steward Ma Tianyun scoffed, spitting disdainfully onto the image he held.
Perhaps his actions had been too vigorous. For a sharp pain flared from his wound, causing him to bend over in discomfort. The memory of being injured by a venomous spider days prior only fueled his ire at having to seek out a blind man while still in pain. "Whoever dares to harm me shall regret it when I lay my hands upon them,"
Ma Tianyun's eyes darkened as he glared at Lin Hao's portrait. His voice a low growl. He had long been aware of the incident in the financial room and realized that the poisonous spider that had appeared in the bathhouse was indeed Lin Hao's pet. Just then, a mocking voice rang out from behind. Ma Tianyun's expression shifted in surprise as he turned to see Lin Hao approaching nonchalantly across the street. Son-in-law. He has returned. The servants at the Zhao manor erupted in joyous exclamations. Their delight stemming not from Lin Hao's safe return but from their relief that they could finally rest. Blind fool, where have you been these past few days? You've made us search high and low for you. Ma Tianyun scolded, his brow furrowed. If you don't provide a satisfactory explanation, I shall flay your skin. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of his lips. I stand before you, if you dare, come and try. Hearing this, Ma Tianyun's face flushed crimson with rage as he bellowed, You insolent brat, do you truly believe I wouldn't dare? Do you? Lin Hao's smile widened, further provoking him. Today, he intended to deal with both the second and third stewards of the Zhao family, preemptively thwarting any future troubles. You wretched scoundrel! You must be tired of living. Ma Tianyun, unable to maintain his composure amidst the public's gaze, lashed out in humiliation and anger. He raised his hand to strike Lin Hao, but suddenly recalled the venomous spider, causing him to falter in his steps. Days prior, when the spider had attacked, he had suspected Lin Hao was its owner. To ensure the safety of the Zhao manor, no poisonous spiders are to enter. You too, search him. He ordered 2 nearby servants. Yet, before he could finish his command, a white thread shot forth unexpectedly, striking precisely at his groin. Ah! A piercing scream echoed at the entrance of the Zhao manor. Previously, the wolf spider had been of D rank, with mild venom. However, now, the C rank spider's potency was exponentially more lethal. This time, even the most potent elixirs would offer no remedy, his fate was sealed. Witnessing the scene, the Zhao servants felt their scalps tingle in horror. To sustain injuries in the same place, twice, was indeed a grim fate. Fear glimmered in their eyes as they regarded Lin Hao, now resembling a demon in their minds. What has transpired? The commotion quickly attracted others from within the manor. A throng of Zhao guards surged forth, led by an elderly man with graying hair, Zhao Rong, the head steward. Upon seeing Ma Tianyun sprawled on the ground and foaming at the mouth, Zhao Rong frowned. Just as he was about to inquire, his gaze fell upon a young man clad in white. Son-in-law, you have finally returned, Zhao Rong exclaimed, his demeanor shifting to one of deference. The crowd was taken aback by the head steward's unexpected humility. Zhao Rong, a member of the Zhao family and a figure of considerable authority, typically commanded respect even from higher-ups within the family. Yet, Lin Hao's presence elicited a level of regard from Zhao Rong that was unprecedented. What are you all standing around for? Quickly, invite the son-in-law inside. Zhao Rong's expression darkened as he admonished the surrounding servants, his attitude toward Lin Hao markedly transformed. But the second steward has been bitten by the spider. A slender servant stammered. The spider is his own doing, Zhao Rong replied coldly, casting a dismissive glance at Ma Tianyun. There is no need to summon a physician. Let him perish. Lin Hao was mildly astonished. Had this elderly man taken some peculiar medicine today? His demeanor suggested a desire to curry favor. Could it be related to the financial misappropriation incident? However, the lengths to which Zhao Rong was going seemed exaggerated for mere reputation preservation. Doubt flickered in Lin Hao's mind. Quickly, summon the physician. Just then, a frantic shout broke the tension, drawing everyone's attention. A collective gasp arose as 6 Zhao guards staggered in, each missing a hand. Despite their injuries, they struggled to carry a figure whose condition was utterly horrific: bloodied eyes, a gaping mouth, and a severed tongue, a sight most grotesque. Chapter 32, Meeting the Zhao Patriarch. Upon closer inspection, everyone finally recognized Qin Shi, and immediately, they were struck with terror, their faces reflecting sheer fear. Zhao Rong, with an expression of astonishment and anger, inquired, What on earth is happening? Who in Tianwu City has the audacity to harm a member of the Zhao family? The bald man trembled, unable to speak, only casting a fearful glance towards Lin Hao. Is it you? Zhao Rong exclaimed, shocked to gaze upon Lin Hao. Realizing the latter's methods were exceedingly brutal. If it were indeed Lin Hao's doing, then the situation would escalate gravely. Although Qin Shi lacked a notable background, his brother was anything but ordinary. Gifted from a young age, he had been pre-selected for admission to Tianyan Academy 3 years prior and possessed formidable strength. If he were to learn of his brother's predicament, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance. I am not capable of such feats, Lin Hao replied, shaking his head in denial. In truth, I have been pursued by an assassin named Jingku over the past few days, which is why I have been in hiding. As he spoke, Lin Hao feigned a semblance of sorrow, sighing, I had thought I was safe and was intending to return home, but just moments ago, I was attacked by that same assassin. Fortunately, Housekeeper San and several guards arrived in time, allowing me to escape. Alas, the assailant was too powerful, resulting in severe injuries to Housekeeper San and his men. At this point, Lin Hao suddenly shifted his tone, addressing the 6 injured guards, wouldn't you agree? Buzz. The small, menacing insect flew swiftly, casting a potent aura around them. The 6 Zhao family guards shivered involuntarily, hastily nodding in affirmation, why yes, the young master speaks the truth. Witnessing this, Zhao Rong and the others were taken aback, clearly skeptical of Lin Hao's claims. Yet, with the involved parties already admitting to the assassin's involvement, they found themselves at a loss for words. Suddenly, Qin Shi coughed up a large mouthful of blood and collapsed onto the ground, convulsing. Though he was blind and mute, he was not deaf. Lin Hao's words reached his ears, igniting his fury and, coupled with his injuries, leading to a fatal cerebral hemorrhage. The onlookers exchanged glances, acutely aware that Qin Shi's brother was not a simple man. Although this incident might leave no evidence, the Zhao family was likely to face trouble. It is better this way, at least Qin Yu will not witness his brother's tragic state. Zhao Rong sighed deeply, his brow furrowed, before his tone turned icy. Quickly incinerate Housekeeper San's body and issue a notice, placing a bounty of 100,000 taels for the capture of the assassin Jingku. Yes, Housekeeper. At Zhao Rong's command, the surrounding Zhao family servants sprang into action. Young master, the patriarch wishes to see you in the hall, Zhao Rong remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Lin Hao before turning to enter the main door. Observing Zhao Rong's slightly hunched figure, Lin Hao pondered. It seemed the housekeeper intended to cover up this incident and shift the blame onto his other identity, Jingku. Subsequently, Lin Hao followed Zhao Rong to the front hall. Please wait here, I will inform the patriarch, Zhao Rong stated, omitting any mention of the earlier events before departing. Lin Hao, unperturbed, casually found a chair and sat down. After all, with the backing of the Ming Pavilion organization, eliminating a minor character like Qin Shi would hardly stir significant repercussions. After a few minutes, steady footsteps echoed from outside. Soon after, a middle-aged man clad in splendid garments entered. Under the watchful eye of the small, menacing insect, Lin Hao knew without looking that this man was none other than the Zhao patriarch, Zhao Gaolai. Greetings, patriarch, Lin Hao stood, offering a respectful salute, maintaining an air of composure. Having been married into the Zhao family for half a year, he had never truly interacted with his father-in-law. How did you know it was me? Zhao Gaolai queried, his gaze scrutinizing Lin Hao. The sound of your footsteps carries a weight of authority. Lin Hao replied with a calm smile. Perhaps it is not as you believe, Zhao Gaolai chuckled darkly, I have heard from housekeeper Zhao regarding today's events, as well as the incidents at the black market a few days prior. At this, Lin Hao's heart skipped a beat. It appeared this meeting was indeed significant. Forgive my ignorance, but I do not comprehend what the patriarch means. Lin Hao feigned confusion, maintaining a composed demeanor. You know precisely what I mean. Zhao Gaolia's penetrating gaze bore into Lin Hao, his voice measured. I have instructed housekeeper Zhao to discreetly eliminate the 6 subordinates who accompanied Qin Shi with this. All eyewitnesses to today's events will be silenced. Lin Hao remained silent, uncertain of his father-in-law's intentions, but it seemed he was attempting to shield him. Housekeeper Zhao has effectively handled the manhunt for Jingko, redirecting external scrutiny away from you, Zhao Gaolai stated with a serious countenance. However, Qin Shi's brother, Qin Yu, is a top-tier student at Tianyan Academy, with exceptional martial talents. His current strength is likely at the level of a 6th-tier warrior, and he is closely associated with the second prince of the royal family. Therefore, I advise you to refrain from assuming the identity of Jingku at the black market for the time being to avoid exposing yourself. What? Lin Hao was taken aback by Zhao Gaolia's words. How could he possibly know of his assassin identity? His emotions surged like tumultuous waves. Was this father-in-law merely speculating? Attempting to extract information?
As thoughts raced through his mind, Lin Hao regained some composure, cautiously maintaining a nonchalant smile.
Is the patriarch regaling me with a tale? He inquired, choosing to tread lightly.
I understand your position is delicate. If you wish not to elaborate, that is acceptable, Zhao Gaolai observed Lin Hao's calm demeanor, a look of approval crossing his face. In 2 months, Ling Er will be attending Tianyan Academy for further studies. She has mentioned to me her intention to dissolve your marriage.
How do you feel about this? Zhao Gaolai's smile faded as he scrutinized Lin Hao. It matters not.
I respect her decision, Lin Hao shrugged lightly, his tone indifferent.
Nonsense!
Zhao Gaolai suddenly exclaimed, his voice rising in authority.
Marriage is a matter of parental arrangement and matchmaking. It cannot be treated so frivolously.
With fierce determination, Zhao Gaolai declared, rest assured, Lin Hao, as long as I am here,
I will never permit Ling Er to sever this union. Lin Hao was utterly astonished by this vehement reaction from his father-in-law.
Little did he know that upon learning of his capabilities and his affiliation with the Ming Pavilion, Zhao Gaolai had come to view him as a prized son-in-law,
unwilling to let him slip away.
In Zhao Gaolai's eyes, as long as Lin Hao remained within the Zhao family, the entire clan would undoubtedly rise to prominence,
becoming a distinguished family within the Dian dynasty.
Chapter 33, Zhao Linger's attitude in the hall. Zhao Gaolai fixed his fervent gaze upon Lin Hao and solemnly declared,
I shall find the time to discuss this matter with Linger.
Should she insist, I shall not acquiesce. Lin Hao remained non-committal, casually responding, regardless.
I intend to attend the Tianyan Academy, to avoid any awkwardness should our paths cross later.
Zhao Gaolai's expression momentarily faltered as he regarded Lin Hao with surprise, asking,
Have you also been conditionally accepted by the Tianyan Academy?
No, Lin Hao replied, shaking his head with a light smile. Apart from conditional admissions,
doesn't the academy also have external recruitment? As long as one passes the assessments, entry is possible. Zhao Gaolai inhaled deeply, then praised, excellent, such ambition.
With Lin Hao's capabilities, not only is the external assessment well within reach, but conditional admission would also be more than sufficient.
Otherwise,
he would not have been selected by the illustrious Minggu organization. Such a formidable power does not simply choose ordinary individuals. Thus, this alone was enough for Zhao Gaolai to believe that the assessments at Tianyan Academy posed no challenge for Lin Hao. Lin Hao, I am quite curious about something, Zhao Gaolai said, observing Lin Hao's grayish-white pupils.
Is it true that you cannot see anything at all?
His gaze shifted to the small martial arts fly perched on Lin Hao's shoulder, scrutinizing it further.
Lin Hao smiled calmly yet retorted, is there any doubt about that? Upon hearing this, Zhao Gaolai's skepticism deepened. Then how do you identify your targets during missions?
He inquired, a hint of astonishment and confusion gracing his features.
After all, the assassination list contained images of the targets. How could a blind man discern whom he intended to eliminate?
I'm afraid I do not comprehend what you mean by tasks and targets, master of the house. Lin Hao maintained his feigned ignorance,
seeing Lin Hao's continued pretense. Zhao Gaolai's facial muscles twitched slightly.
Had it been anyone else, he would have lost patience and slapped them across the face by now.
Ha, I understand.
I truly do. Zhao Gaolai chuckled awkwardly.
Since Lin Hao had not explicitly confirmed his suspicions, they lingered in uncertainty. The sensation of being left in suspense was indeed unpleasant.
Zhao Gaolai sighed inwardly, however, given Lin Hao's sensitive identity, he refrained from pressing further. Otherwise, witnessing Lin Hao's continued charade might provoke him into an outburst. The journey to Tianyan Academy is quite lengthy, nearly half a month from our Tianwu city.
When do you plan to depart? Zhao Gaolai asked cheerfully.
I can arrange for Linger to accompany you and have the servants prepare supplies.
Half a month?
Lin Hao was slightly taken aback, realizing he needed to set out early. Let it be the first day of next month, he replied after a brief contemplation, offering a courteous smile.
I appreciate your assistance, master. Not at all.
Zhao Gaolai waved his hand dismissively, laughing heartily. You and Linger are husband and wife, henceforth, no need to address me as master, simply call me father.
Understood.
Lin Hao nodded with a smile.
If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave for breakfast. Just as he was about to exit,
a graceful figure clad in blue entered through the main door.
It was Zhao Linger.
She cast a glance at Lin Hao but remained silent, brushing past him like a stranger. Regarding this renowned yet insubstantial beauty of a wife, Lin Hao held no inclination to fawn over her. He too walked past in silence.
Stepping out the door.
"Father, I have heard about today's events," Zhao Linger remarked as she approached Zhao Gaolai, her expression one of astonishment.
Was it truly that assassin named Jingke who caused the death of the third steward?
Zhao Gaolai nodded, his voice grave. According to the several servants present at the time, it was indeed him.
Upon hearing this, Zhao Linger frowned slightly, perplexed. However,
Lin Hao has always been reclusive in the Zhao residence due to his physical limitations.
How could he have provoked that assassin?
She found it quite baffling.
Who would engage in conflict with a blind man?
Zhao Gaolai chose not to respond directly and instead chuckled darkly. Perhaps someone hired the assassin to kill him. With you as his remarkable wife, many would desire his demise.
At the mention of the term wife, a flicker of displeasure crossed Zhao Linger's exquisite features.
"Father, to avoid prolonging our respective lives, I have decided to dissolve our marriage." Her voice was cold, exhibiting no sentimentality toward Lin Hao.
You have only just married. How can you be so casual?
I cannot agree, Zhao Gaolai retorted, frowning deeply.
Father, are you worried about offending the Lin family?
Zhao Linger pressed, her lips pursed. Rest assured, I shall handle matters regarding the Lin family. Once I am admitted to Tianyan Academy, even if the Lin family harbors grievances, they will not dare to act against our Zhao family. As she concluded, Zhao Linger linked her arm with her father's, adopting a coaxing demeanor.
In the past,
Zhao Gaolai might have readily acquiesced. However, the circumstances had shifted. Lin Hao, once deemed a worthless son-in-law, had transformed into a prized match. The Zhao family now hoped to elevate their status by aligning with him. Yet, given Lin Hao's peculiar identity, Zhao Gaolai understood the need for discretion. Even with his own daughter. After all, the death of the third steward, Xin Shi, implicated his talented younger brother.
Should this information inadvertently leak,
the Zhao family would undoubtedly suffer repercussions.
I find Lin Hao to be quite commendable as a son-in-law. Why not allow some time for further adjustment?
Zhao Gaolai began to persuade her.
Commendable?
Zhao Linger blinked in surprise, regarding her father as though she had misheard. She was acutely aware of his keen interest in personal gain. To foster collaboration with the Lin family, he had even pressured her into marriage. Previously, she had reluctantly complied to honor familial duty. Yet, over a month ago, upon learning of her conditional acceptance into Tianyan Academy, her father had repeatedly urged her to prioritize her future and not allow marriage and family ties to hinder her path. Clearly, Zhao Gaolai perceived the affluent offspring of Tianyan Academy as far more advantageous than the Lin family's influence, which could no longer satisfy his ambitions for the Zhao family.
What has changed now?
Father, I have always listened to you, but this time I must assert my own will, Zhao Linger declared resolutely, her demeanor unwavering.
Moreover,
I share no true marital bond with Lin Hao.
Given that I am to depart for Tianyan Academy next month, to put it bluntly,
he is merely an obstacle on my path.
Chapter 34, The Stumbling Block. Zhao Gaolai chuckled slyly, deliberately steering the conversation away. What a coincidence!
I just heard Lin Hao mention that he intends to attend the Tianyan Academy as well. It seems you and your husband will be companions. How delightful!
What? He also plans to go to the Tianyan Academy? Zhao Linger responded, a hint of surprise in her voice.
What could he possibly do there? Zhao Gaolai replied with a smile, of course, just like you, he aims to study at the Tianyan Academy.
A blind man? How could he possibly gain admission?
Zhao Linger's tone was laced with disdain.
Moreover, he possesses no martial arts talent.
It seems Zhao Butler hasn't mentioned it to you yet, Zhao Gaolai remarked,
shaking his head.
Actually, during the last incident in the finance room, a servant had a dispute with Lin Hao, and he astonishingly executed a fire spell.
Spell?
Zhao Linger exclaimed, her face a mask of astonishment.
How did he manage that?
Her beautiful eyes brimmed with disbelief.
As a water mage?
She understood the significance of inscribing runes. They were a conduit for channeling the world as spiritual energy. However, the intricate and profound runes were challenging even for ordinary individuals to inscribe seamlessly, let alone for Lin Hao, a congenital blind man. Moreover, apart from the runes, one also needed innate mental prowess. Both were indispensable. Could it be that the commotion that night was caused by him? In that moment, Zhao Linger was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling the fluctuations of fire energy that had erupted in her dormitory during her meditation a few nights prior. At the time, she had dismissed it as a mere figment of her imagination, but now, upon closer reflection, it seemed increasingly peculiar. If Lin Hao were indeed a mage, it would explain all the oddities she had previously encountered. She never imagined he had concealed himself so deeply. As Zhao Linger pondered, she could find no trace of evidence regarding Lin Hao's past actions. Let us not speak of the annulment of our marriage any longer. On the first day of next month, I shall arrange for you both to head to the Tianyan Academy together, Zhao Gaolai declared solemnly. Having already resolved to accept Lin Hao as his son-in-law. An annulment is not an option unless he can pass the entrance examination, Zhao Linger retorted stubbornly. My husband must be someone who can share my days and nights, not someone who resides in a distant realm. Very well, if he truly cannot pass the examination, I shall concede to your wishes, Zhao Gaolai sighed inwardly, casting a sidelong glance toward the entrance. He noticed a fly lazily perched on the threshold, resembling the one that had been on Lin Hao's shoulder earlier. As a shrewd strategist, Zhao Gaolai understood that this fly was likely Lin Hao's peculiar pet. Deliberately observing them. Just then, the fly suddenly took flight and departed. Meanwhile, Lin Hao had reached the dining hall, his expression cold and contemplative. Am I merely a stumbling block in your eyes? He murmured to himself. Initially, he had intended to grant both parties some freedom. But it seemed that in order to preserve his dignity as a man, he must adopt a more resolute stance. A bitter smile crept across his lips. Zhao Linger's words had undeniably ignited the flames of anger within him. This fury was not born of possessiveness, but rather of his pride. Since she held him in such contempt, he would ensure she witnessed how her former husband ascended to heights that would leave others in awe. With this conviction, Lin Hao returned to his dormitory after a hearty meal in the dining hall. The air within still bore the lingering fragrance of Zhao Linger, evoking countless reveries. Enveloped in this aroma, Lin Hao sat cross-legged on the floor, entering a meditative state. He was uncertain of the entrance examination's difficulty at the Tianyan Academy. But in order to hold his head high before Zhao Linger, he must diligently cultivate during this period. Thus, in the days that followed, Lin Hao remained largely confined to his quarters, emerging only for meals and bathing, forsaking his identity as Jing Ke to take on tasks. After all, with the resources of the Ming Pavilion at his disposal, earning a monthly salary in the millions, he had no need to take such risks. As for Zhao Linger, she continued to maintain a frosty demeanor, never engaging him in conversation. Lin Hao found solace in this tranquility, devoting himself to rigorous training. All in preparation for revealing his brilliance at the Tianyan Academy in just over a month. Meanwhile, the news of the assassination of Ma Feiyu at the underground auction house had reached the Ma family in Xingyang town. Days later, the Ma family, accompanied by a legion of thugs, stormed into Tianwu City, intent on wreaking havoc upon the black market and the underground auction house. However, the Lin family, a storied martial arts clan with formidable expertise, proved to be an indomitable force. Ultimately, the Ma family's forces were thoroughly routed by the Lin family's skilled warriors. To protect Lin Hao, the prized son-in-law, Zhao Gaolai had kept his whereabouts concealed from the public, ensuring the incident was effectively quelled. Little did they know, the name Jing Ke had gained notoriety throughout Tianwu City, spreading to every corner. The bounty of 100,000 taels on his head prompted a flurry of mercenaries to mobilize in pursuit of any leads regarding Jing Ke's whereabouts. On one particular morning, Lin Hao set out as usual toward a secluded courtyard. Though it lacked the lively atmosphere of the training grounds, he appreciated the tranquility of the environment, where he could practice undisturbed. Removing his shirt, he revealed a well-defined physique. After half a month of rigorous training, his previously lean body had transformed into a robust frame, with muscles perfectly proportioned. Lin Hao grasped 2 stone locks, each weighing 100 pounds. Feeling their weight in his hands, he then began his daily arm-strengthening exercises, rhythmically lifting and lowering the stone locks.
With each repetition, his arm muscles expanded, revealing powerful veins beneath the surface.
The little flies and wolf spiders idly basked in the sun, thoroughly content.
At that moment, a stooped, gray-haired figure approached the courtyard. It was Zhao Rong, the chief steward of the Zhao household. Clad in simple cotton attire, he exuded an air of humility,
though the glimmer of intelligence in his gentle eyes could not be concealed. Lin Hao noticed Zhao Rong's arrival but did not pause, continuing his workout with unwavering focus. Zhao Rong, too, refrained from interrupting, standing quietly to observe. After about half an hour, drenched in sweat, Lin Hao finally ceased his training.
With a heavy thud,
the stone blocks fell to the ground.
"Good morning, Steward Zhao," Lin Hao gasped, offering a greeting.
"Good morning, young master," Zhao Rong replied with a smile before continuing. "Your training method is indeed effective for building arm strength, but it yields little benefit for your overall cultivation."
"Oh?"
Lin Hao paused, genuinely curious.
"How should I train for it to be effective?"
Although he had recently acquired ultimate cultivation talent through the system, it only pertained to his comprehension of martial arts. When it came to training methods, he remained a novice, just beginning to navigate this world.
Chapter 35, Understanding the Unseen. It is said that Steward Zhao was a man of considerable martial prowess in his youth,
and Lin Hao sincerely requested to be taught a few techniques. Having spent half a year in the Zhao residence, he had heard tales of Zhao's exploits.
Although Zhao Rong had reached his 60s and his physical condition had declined, his cultivation as a level 4 warrior still surpassed that of many young men.
"To teach is a great honor, but if the young master is interested, I could certainly share some insights," Zhao Rong replied, his wrinkled eyes twinkling with mirth. "In the realm of martial arts, there are but two concepts, understanding and practice. While you have indeed strengthened your arms through daily training, the other parts of your body have not kept pace." Lin Hao pondered this, curious to understand further.
"What do you mean by the other parts not keeping up?"
"Allow me to demonstrate," Zhao Rong said suddenly, unleashing a powerful punch aimed at Lin Hao. In the eyes of the skilled observer, the trajectory of the attack unfolded vividly in Lin Hao's mind. Instinctively, he summoned his inner energy, preparing to counter with a punch of his own. The two fists collided with a resounding thud, sending shockwaves through Lin Hao, who staggered back a step. Had he not sensed that the blow lacked any real malice? He would have summoned his companions to retaliate.
"Ah, so you are a dual cultivator,"
Zhao Rong remarked, surprise evident on his face as he regarded Lin Hao. He had not anticipated that Lin Hao was not only adept in spellcraft but also a warrior who had unlocked a spiritual vein. Though currently only at the first level of warrior cultivation, this revelation was astounding, for dual cultivators were exceedingly rare in the martial world. "You seem to have an intention with that punch," Lin Hao inquired, his curiosity piqued. With a gentle smile, Zhao Rong replied, "Young master, while your punch was indeed powerful, it was executed with a certain clumsiness. Your intention is present, but the form has yet to follow." Lin Hao furrowed his brow.
"Intention present, but form absent?"
Zhao Rong raised his fist before his eyes and explained, "This means that your physical responses do not match the speed of your thoughts.
Your punch cannot keep up with your awareness." Contemplating this, Lin Hao asked, "How can one achieve the alignment of intention and form?" "One word, practice,"
Zhao Rong stated plainly. "You must train your entire body rather than focusing solely on your arm strength to achieve greater results." A moment of clarity washed over Lin Hao as he smiled at Zhao Rong.
"Thank you for your guidance. As long as you find it useful."
"That is enough for me," Zhao Rong nodded, appreciating Lin Hao's earnestness. Unlike the children of the Zhao family, who wielded their familial connections with arrogance,
Lin Hao's humility was refreshing.
"I have some matters to attend to, so I shall not disturb your training further," he said, stooping slightly as he departed the courtyard.
"How can I achieve full-body training?"
Lin Hao pondered after Zhao Rong left. He was still in a phase of exploration in martial cultivation, but he was not training aimlessly.
Zhao Rong's suggestion resonated deeply with him. Reflecting on the sudden punch and his inability to respond adequately,
he realized that a true martial expert would have countered long before Zhao Rong's fist reached him.
Then, an idea struck him: the gravity armor. In a flash of inspiration,
he recalled a legendary artifact from a novel in his previous life. The essence of the gravity armor lay in its ability to adjust the gravitational forces acting upon the wearer, enhancing their physical capabilities over time. With a decisive spirit,
Lin Hao left the Zhao residence and made his way to the blacksmith's workshop of the dwarf. Along the way, he ducked into a secluded alley to don the mysterious attire of Jingku. Patting the dark golden pouch tied at his waist, a smirk crept across Lin Hao's face. Since acquiring this storage bag, carrying items had become significantly more convenient. Though its capacity was modest, it sufficed for his needs, including the golden card, the dragon-devouring sword, and other personal items. Upon arriving at the forge, he found the dwarf blacksmith diligently working by the furnace, crafting various copper boxes adorned with celebratory motifs. Lin Hao recognized that prominent noble families often commission such boxes for wedding dowries, intricately designed with runic locks to deter theft. Noticing the inscription Lin family on the side of one box piqued his curiosity. The dwarf blacksmith, noticing Lin Hao's presence, frowned slightly. "Last time, you took my ancestral stone sword. What do you want now?" With a smile, Lin Hao replied, "I am here to bring you business. I wish to forge a personal weapon." "I'm too busy, go to another shop," the blacksmith grunted dismissively. "Are you crafting these items for the Lin family of Tianwu City?" Lin Hao asked, intrigued. "Indeed," the dwarf admitted. "Next month, a daughter of the Lin family is to be wed. And they urgently need a batch of boxes due to the excessive dowry." Lin Hao's heart stirred with interest. "Do you know who is getting married?" "Her name is Lin Wanrong, a renowned beauty in the underground auction market, but alas," the blacksmith sighed. "The Lin family is marrying her off to an old man to forge an alliance with the Li family. Such a waste." Upon hearing that Lin Wanrong was to be married, Lin Hao's expression shifted. Having grown up in the Lin family without parents, he held a low status. But Lin Wanrong had always treated him with kindness, akin to an elder sister. She had brought warmth to his otherwise bleak existence. Now, as she prepared to wed, he should have felt joy. However, learning that her groom was an old man filled him with an inexplicable unease. Chapter 36, The Source of Fury once again. It was an alliance of marriage forged for the sake of familial interests. Lin Hao's expression turned cold, and his hands gradually formed into fists. Although he too was subject to an arranged marriage, at least he was to be betrothed to a wealthy heiress, which was not so humiliating. However, the thought of Lin Wanrong, such an exceptional woman, being forced to marry an old man as a concubine was utterly outrageous. The resentment within him coalesced into an inexplicable source of anger, surging violently within Lin Hao's being. Boom! Suddenly, the devouring dragon sword flashed into Lin Hao's hand. Enveloped in dark mist, and he instantly transformed into the form of a dragon warrior. Gripping the broken sword, he struck fiercely at the boxes, wildly venting the rage within his heart. Despite the rust on the blade of the devouring dragon sword, it was exceedingly sharp. And the thick copper boxes were utterly obliterated under his ferocious blows. "How dare you threaten my business?" The sudden turn of events startled the dwarf blacksmith, who, in a fit of anger, brandished his hammer and shouted, "Stop this at once, or I will hammer you to death." Yet, Lin Hao paid him no heed, continuing to chop at the boxes with mad fervor. As the dwarf blacksmith rushed forward, the kung fu fly suddenly darted out. Bang! The massive hammer struck the kung fu fly, yet it remained unmoved. Upon closer inspection, the metal-clad claws of the kung fu fly had firmly withstood the blow. Since evolving to a C rank advanced, its combat power of 4,000 was more than a match for a level 4 warrior. Impossible! The dwarf blacksmith retreated, alarmed, having personally experienced the power of the kung fu fly, leaving him profoundly shaken. The earlier strike, though devoid of spiritual energy, made him acutely aware that even with spiritual energy, it would likely be impossible to repel the kung fu fly. No wonder that swordsman from before couldn't handle this little fly. The dwarf blacksmith, astounded, caught a glimpse of the lurking wolf spider out of the corner of his eye, causing his heart to skip a beat. Meanwhile, the sounds of destruction within the shop finally ceased. Regaining a measure of composure, Lin Hao turned to face the dwarf blacksmith. Sincerely apologizing, "I must express my regret for my recent actions. I am willing to compensate you for the breach of contract with the Lin family, including this loss." Lin Hao's demeanor was earnest, which somewhat diminished the anger on the dwarf blacksmith's face. "Compensation is acceptable, 1,000,000 taels." The dwarf blacksmith raised a finger, gruffly declaring. Lin Hao's expression remained impassive as he stowed the broken sword into his storage pouch and produced a gold card. He then promptly swiped the card. transferring 1,000,000 taels to the dwarf blacksmith.
Seeing Lin Hao transfer such a large sum without hesitation left the dwarf blacksmith utterly astonished.
"Kid, something seems off about you,"
he remarked, regarding Lin Hao with a strange gaze.
"Did you suddenly change your demeanor upon hearing that Lin Wanrong was to be married?"
"That is a personal matter of mine, and you need not concern yourself with it," Lin Hao replied coldly. "Now that I have settled the breach of contract with the Lin family, I would like to request your assistance in forging a set of gravity armor."
"Gravity armor?"
The dwarf blacksmith was momentarily taken aback, as if he had never encountered such a novel concept before. Lin Hao explained nonchalantly. "It is armor equipped with mechanisms to adjust gravity, intended to enhance my physical endurance during training."
The dwarf blacksmith, astounded, inquired, "Wouldn't that affect your daily life if worn?"
"No matter," Lin Hao replied with indifference. "Just follow my instructions. As for the materials, something lightweight, like soft armor, will suffice."
"Understood."
"You may collect the goods in 3 days," the dwarf blacksmith said, his eyes glinting as he began rummaging through the boxes for suitable materials. Clearly, he preferred crafting something more technical than merely constructing boxes. Exiting the forge, Lin Hao made his way through a deserted alley, removing his mask and black cloak, and proceeded directly northward toward the Lin family estate. The Lin residence, situated in the heart of the northern part of the city, loomed large like a great beast, casting its gaze over the entirety of Tianwu City. Since marrying into the Zhao family 6 months ago, Lin Hao had not returned to the Lin family even once.
Now,
as he approached, a whirlwind of emotions surged within him. In this large family, the warmth and coldness of human relationships were vividly manifested. The majority of the younger generation were treated merely as pawns for the family's benefit, becoming victims of circumstance.
As a time-honored martial arts family, each generation was selectively bred to ensure its longevity.
Even the guards were held to a high standard. Their cultivation levels required to be at least that of a level 3 warrior. Such warriors, if placed in an army, would possess the strength of a sergeant at the very least. At this moment, at the main entrance of the Lin estate, 2 burly guards stood firm, brandishing long knives,
exuding an imposing aura. "Halt! No unauthorized personnel are permitted near the Lin estate."
Upon seeing Lin Hao approach, the 2 guards stiffened, simultaneously barking out a powerful command.
"Ma Lu, Chun-Hu, have you forgotten me after just half a year?"
Lin Hao replied with a calm smile. Although he could not distinctly recall their appearances through the vision of the Kung Fu Fly, he instantly recognized them by their familiar voices. Ma Lu and Chen, who were orphans adopted by the Lin family, raised as guards since childhood. Such individuals were inherently more loyal to the family. The 2 were among the few who bore him no prejudice, having grown up together, their bond intact.
"Brother Hao?" they exclaimed, momentarily taken aback,
their eyes turning toward Lin Hao's face as they scrutinized him closely. In their memory, the former Lin Hao had been despondent and lacking in spirit.
Yet now,
he seemed to have transformed entirely. Though his appearance bore little alteration, his aura had undergone a profound change.
"Brother Hao, it really is you."
As they continued to observe him, Ma Lu and Chen, who finally recognized Lin Hao and eagerly approached him.
"Brother Hao, what brings you back to the family so suddenly?"
Chun-Hu could not help but inquire. Beside him, Ma Lu furrowed his brow and nudged Chen-Hu with his elbow, casting him an odd look.
Chen-Hu, startled,
quickly realized and hastily shifted the topic, laughing. "You must have missed us terribly over the past 6 months and decided to come back to reminisce with your brothers."
"Right.
Tonight we don't have guard duty, let us all gather at the drunken pavilion."
Ma Lu chimed in, grinning.
Lin Hao observed their reactions keenly, fully aware that their concern stemmed from his feelings. After all, on the day he married into the Zhao family, he had torn off the red cloth that only brides wore upon stepping out of the Lin estate. Pointing at the head of the Lin family with a voice full of rage, declaring, "From this day forth, whatever transpires within the Lin family has no bearing on me.
Lin Hao, and I shall never set foot in the Lin family again." Chapter 37, Remember.
My surname is Lin, reflecting on the humiliation endured upon being adopted into the family, along with the mocking laughter that surrounded him. Lin Hao remains vividly aware of those memories. However, the harsh words spoken during that time did not encompass Lin Wanrong, for she holds the utmost significance in Lin Hao's heart. In times of adversity, he will undoubtedly protect her, regardless of the circumstances.
Tonight,
We shall gather at the drunken pavilion. I shall treat you all, Lin Hao declared with a smile, acknowledging the bond he shares with Ma Lu and Chen Hu. All right. It is settled then, Chen Hu grinned, patting Lin Hao on the arm. Yet, upon doing so, he was astonished to discover the sinewy muscles concealed beneath Lin Hao's sleeve, indicating that the changes over the past 6 months extended beyond mere temperament. His physique had transformed remarkably, no longer resembling the frail individual he once was.
Wan Jia. Is she at the estate? Lin Hao inquired nonchalantly.
Upon mentioning Lin Wanrong, both men were momentarily taken aback, their gazes fixed on Lin Hao in bewilderment.
Had he caught wind of something?
Exchanging glances, Chen Hu and Ma Lu sighed inwardly, aware that despite their lack of blood relation, Lin Wanrong and Lin Hao had shared a close sibling-like bond since childhood. If Lin Hao was aware of the situation, it was likely the reason for his visit today. However, even if he had come, it would be of no consequence. Wan Jia is at the estate, but she is currently indisposed. Attending to guests called by the family head, Chen Hu eventually replied after a brief pause for thought.
Guests? Lin Hao's brow furrowed. Is it the Li family? Indeed.
At this, Chen Hu and the others felt a weight settle in their hearts, and they quickly advised, Brother Hao, the family head's decisions are not to be trifled with.
Do not act impulsively.
Lin Hao's expression turned icy, and without uttering another word, he strode towards the entrance of the Lin estate.
Seeing this,
Chen Hu and Ma Lu exchanged glances, contemplating whether to intervene, yet they ultimately refrained.
Recently, upon hearing that Lin Wanrong was to be wed to an elderly man,
they had been consumed by anger. Nevertheless, as mere guards of the family, they felt powerless to alter the course of events.
As Lin Hao approached the entrance, a stout middle-aged man unexpectedly emerged from within.
Though his appearance was not familiar, Lin Hao detected the greasy scent emanating from him.
This man was none other than Wu Zhixing.
The Lin family, being an ancient martial arts clan, placed great emphasis on martial prowess.
Wu Zhixing, although merely a level 1 warrior, had secured a position as the logistics supervisor due to his connection with the family's elder.
This position allowed him to reap considerable benefits.
And Lin Hao was aware of Wu Zhixing's repugnant predilection for exploiting young boys. Ah! Wu Zhixing noticed Lin Hao as he exited the door. You worthless fool! What brings you here?
Initially taken aback, he quickly recognized Lin Hao, his expression transforming into one of contempt.
Lin Hao replied indifferently, This is my home. I can come and go as I please. What? Did I mishear?
Wu Zhixing scoffed derisively, You are now adopted into the Zhao family, this is no longer your home. He then shifted his tone, mocking, Moreover, you once vowed never to set foot in the Lin family again.
Have you forgotten? That is none of your concern. Lin Hao's expression darkened at the mention of the past. As the logistics supervisor of the Lin family, I possess the authority to manage outsiders entering the estate. Wu Zhixing proclaimed arrogantly, his lofty demeanor apparent.
Typically obsequious to every Lin family member, encountering Lin Hao, the adopted outsider, inflated his sense of superiority.
According to the rules,
although I am no longer a member of the Lin family, I may still represent the Zhao family and visit here, Lin Hao said with a faint smile. His words a stark contrast to the ruthless manner in which he had dealt with the Zhao family's 3 stewards.
However, this semblance of courtesy only served to amplify Wu Zhixing's inflated ego. A discarded, ineffectual member of the family.
He was likely of lesser status even among the Zhao family servants. Wu Zhixing shot Lin Hao a disdainful glance, barking, How dare you, a mere waste of space.
Audaciously represent the Zhao family? You are utterly shameless, be gone.
Yet, before he could finish, a resounding slap echoed through the air.
Another 2 slaps followed. Silence reigned and absolute stillness.
After receiving several blows, Wu Zhixing felt a ringing in his head, his once pudgy face now swollen in an instant.
You,
a lowly servant of the Lin family, have no right to speak to me in such a manner. Lin Hao's voice was frigid.
Remember, my surname is Lin. With that, he strode directly through the estate's entrance.
Wu Zhixing stood frozen, the words Lin Hao had just uttered echoing in his mind.
My surname is Lin.
These 3 words carried a weight in Tianwu City that felt as monumental as a mountain. In that instant, Wu Zhixing finally grasped the reality of the situation. The worthless fool he had always looked down upon was, in fact, a direct descendant of the Lin family.
regardless of his current standing.
Merely by virtue of his Lin lineage, he held a status far superior to that of Wu Zhixing, the external logistics supervisor.
Beside them,
Ma Lu and Chen, who were equally astonished, their faces slowly revealing expressions of shock.
They had not anticipated Lin Hao's return would be marked by such ferocity.
In response to Wu Zhixing's insults, Lin Hao had delivered several swift slaps without hesitation. Such audacity was downright wild.
After half a year apart,
Brother Hao has undergone a tremendous transformation, Chen Hu remarked in astonishment, gazing at Lin Hao's retreating figure. Yet, his words struck a nerve in Wu Zhixing's pride.
His countenance darkened, and in a fit of rage, he barked at Chen Hu and Ma Lu, "What are you two still standing around for? That blind fool dares to intrude upon the Lin estate, seize him and beat him to death." However, upon hearing this,
Chen Hu and Ma Lu merely exchanged knowing smiles before turning away.
"Ah Lu, did someone just intrude?" "I don't know. I just got some sand in my eye and saw nothing."
They feigned ignorance, completely disregarding Wu Zhixing. "How dare you two assist that worthless blind fool?
Just wait."
Wu Zhixing seethed in frustration. Suddenly, taking advantage of their distraction, he snatched the dagger from Ma Lu and charged at Lin Hao.
Lin Hao, without looking back,
stepped through the door, his shoulder moving with an agility that defied expectation.
Bang!
The long blade came crashing down, yet it halted a mere half-meter from Lin Hao's back.
"What is happening?" Wu Zhixing gasped in shock, realizing that the blade in his hand seemed to freeze in the air. No matter how hard he tried, he could not bring it down upon Lin Hao. Chapter 38, The New Pet Ant-Man. It was a fly. At that moment, he finally spotted a small black dot on the blade, obstructing his view. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was indeed a tiny fly. Wu Zhixing, incredulous, thought he must have been mistaken and hastily sheathed his sword. However, to his horror, he soon noticed that the blade, which had been blocked by the fly, now bore a small notch. The fly, seemingly taunting him, circled around before darting into the estate, landing on Lin Hao's shoulder. "What manner of creature is this?" Witnessing this scene, Wu Zhixing was utterly dumbfounded, as were Chen Hu and the others beside him, their mouths agape. Given the previous assault, any ordinary fly would have been effortlessly cleaved in two by the long knife. Yet the outcome was astonishingly beyond their expectations. The formidable power of the fly had undeniably instilled fear in Wu Zhixing. He gripped the long knife with trembling hands, too terrified to advance again. In his view, the terrifying fly had refrained from counterattacking, likely issuing a warning. Should he persist, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thus, Lin Hao proceeded unimpeded, making his way deeper into the Lin residence. The Lin family estate was vast, comprised of 5 distinct courtyards. The central courtyard served as the gathering place for the family's high-ranking members. Upon entering the estate, Lin Hao's presence quickly attracted the attention of several servants. That individual seems somewhat familiar. He appears to be young Master Lin Hao. Not just appears, it is indeed him. TSK. It is said that he is the first to be adopted into the Lin family from an outside clan. The esteemed young lady Zhao Linger of the Zhao family, renowned as a prodigy in Tianwu City, surprisingly chose to marry him, a flower planted amidst dung. In no time, whispers erupted among them, their words laced with unabashed disdain and ridicule. Lin Hao heard every mocking word and sneer, and as a group of idle onlookers, they seemed to revel in his misfortune. With a cold smile, Lin Hao decided to turn the tables. He crouched down and caught an ant. Ding! Detection, host has captured an ant. Do you wish to adopt it as a pet? Lin Hao's mind stirred. Yes. Congratulations, host has successfully adopted a pet. You may now assign it a name, Ant-Man. As a fan of Marvel movies, Lin Hao felt this name was perfectly fitting. Ding! Codename 003 Pet, Ant-Man has been named. As the system's voice echoed, a data panel materialized in Lin Hao's mind. Ant-Man, codename 003 Master, Lin Hao combat power, 2 lifespan, 16 days skills, none level, 0. The data was straightforward and clear. Lin Hao promptly selected D-rank evolution and high-level enhancement. Ding! Evolution successful. Congratulations, Ant-Man has advanced to D-rank and acquired a special skill, Ant Beast Summon. Ding! High-level enhancement completed. Ant-Man has been significantly upgraded.
In an instant, Lin Hao's resources were diminished by 1,010,000 coins.
Following the evolution,
Lin Hao noticed a remarkable increase in Ant-Man's combat power, soaring from 2 to 2,000.
Its lifespan also expanded to approximately 300 days.
The ant in his fingers underwent a striking transformation, its dark skin gleaming with a metallic sheen, and its limbs became robust and powerful.
Notably,
its mandibles grew long and sharp.
However, what intrigued Lin Hao the most was the special skill, Ant Beast Summon. System, what is the function of the Ant Beast Summon? Lin Hao pondered, unable to restrain his curiosity.
Ant Beast Summon allows the host to summon nearby ants within a certain range.
Currently, this skill is at level 1. With a range limit of 1 kilometer. Soon, the system's cold, synthesized voice resonated in Lin Hao's mind.
Upon learning the special skill's function, Lin Hao inhaled deeply. Within a kilometer radius, should there be ant colonies underground, he could summon thousands of ants, potentially forming an ant army. Ant-Man, gather some comrades to attend to those servants. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Hao immediately issued the command to Ant-Man.
Upon receiving the order, Ant-Man sprang into action, its antennae quivering rapidly. As the antennae vibrated, an obscure energy wave began to emanate, swiftly enveloping the surrounding area within a kilometer. Look! He suddenly crouched down. What could he be doing? What else could it be?
He likely stumbled on the steps while walking, his foot must be hurting.
TSK, the world of the blind is truly tragic.
Even such a simple act as walking is a challenge. As they observed Lin Hao crouching, the nearby servants of the Lin family exchanged curious glances,
only to erupt in cold mockery.
Unbeknownst to them, from the small holes in the ground, ants began to pour forth in droves.
Under Ant-Man's direction,
the swarm of ants converged from all directions, advancing toward them at an astonishing speed. These were no ordinary ants, but fire ants, possessing a mild venom that caused a burning sensation upon being stung, exceedingly unpleasant.
Ah! Something is biting my foot.
A shriek pierced the air.
The first victim was a slender male servant.
Upon glancing down and seeing his feet swarming with ants, his face paled in terror, and he began to scream and jump frantically.
Ah! Ah! Following closely, the surrounding Lin family servants were besieged by the swarm, each one terrified and fleeing in panic.
The vigilance of the Lin family's guards was commendable. The commotion quickly attracted dozens of warriors.
How did so many ants suddenly appear in our estate? Gazing at the densely packed swarm on the ground, the guards involuntarily gasped in shock, hastily retreating.
Though ants had always been perceived as diminutive creatures, the sight of this vast, dark mass was enough to send chills down their spines.
Guests have arrived today, we must eliminate them quickly.
The leader, a middle-aged guard,
furrowed his brows and commanded with authority.
With that, he drew his greatsword from his back. Infused with spiritual energy, the broad blade radiated a fiery glow,
exuding an intense heat. Boom!
In the next moment, the middle-aged guard wielded the massive sword, unleashing a crimson sword wave imbued with scorching energy that swept across the swarm. In the blink of an eye, a small area within the vast sea of ants was cleared, with thousands having been eradicated. Chapter 39, Provocation of the Lin family had a swarm of ants, spanning over several meters, was swiftly diminished under the sword aura of the middle-aged guard captain,
a 5th-level warrior.
Sensing the fluctuations of the guard captain's spiritual energy, Lin Hao's heart sank slightly as he assessed the opponent's strength level.
Against such formidable beings,
the probability of victory with merely the combat prowess of his small fly was exceedingly slim.
However, with the addition of the wolf spider, there might be a glimmer of hope.
Nevertheless, Lin Hao's primary purpose for being here today was not to stir up trouble.
Little ant, disperse the swarm immediately.
As the Lin family guards began to draw their weapons, Lin Hao's thoughts triggered a command.
The 2 antennae of the Ant-Man quivered in response, sending out a signal.
In an instant, the once dense swarm of ants scattered with a thunderous momentum, spreading across an even larger area.
Every corner of this courtyard bore traces of the ants.
Thus, even when subjected to sword energy attacks, casualties would be significantly reduced.
Strange, when did the intelligence of ants become so elevated?
Observing the clearly coordinated and unflustered movements of the ants, the middle-aged guard captain appeared momentarily stunned, a look of astonishment crossing his face.
Burn them all! One of the guards proposed. Fool! What if the manor catches fire?
The captain furrowed his brows in reprimand.
Ants fear water. Go fetch some water and thoroughly cleanse this courtyard. Yes.
Upon hearing this, the guards and servants suddenly came to their senses and hurried into action.
Meanwhile,
as chaos unfolded in the southern courtyard, Lin Hao wore a hint of playful amusement as he turned and made his way toward the central courtyard.
However, at that moment,
several figures appeared along the corridor leading to the central courtyard. At the forefront was a middle-aged man clad in luxurious robes, his demeanor resolute and stern. From the calm aura he exuded as he walked, it was evident he was also a formidable warrior. This man was Lin Hao, the current head of the Lin family. Since ascending to the position of family head a decade ago, he had taken it upon himself to prioritize the family's interests,
vowing to elevate the Lin family to a prestigious status within the Great Yan dynasty.
Therefore, he had always been willing to sacrifice anything for the benefit of the Lin family. Walking alongside Lin Hao was a bald, portly elder. His beady eyes betrayed an unmistakable lewdness as he occasionally cast glances at Lin Wanrong, admiring her alluring figure. Under his gaze, Lin Wanrong's delicate brows furrowed, and her expression turned visibly uncomfortable. This old man must be the head of the Li family whom Sister Wan is to marry, Lin Hao thought, his expression growing cold as he committed the man's appearance to memory. As they approached, Lin Hao noticed Lin Hao ahead.
Why are you back instead of staying at the Zhao family?
His gaze deepened as he scrutinized Lin Hao, his tone icy as he questioned him. He clearly remembered the disrespect Lin Hao had shown on the day he was brought into the Zhao family.
Lin Hao.
Lin Wanrong's beautiful eyes lifted.
And upon seeing Lin Hao, the dimness in her gaze transformed into brightness in an instant. I'm here to retrieve some personal belongings. Facing the family head,
Lin Hao maintained a nonchalant demeanor, neither servile nor defiant. Lin Hongkong's expression darkened. All your belongings were packed and sent over the day you entered the Zhao family.
What else could you possibly need?
To him, a worthless blind man could hardly possess anything of value. Lin Hao replied calmly, I'm sorry, but these are personal items,
and I cannot divulge anything further.
Seeing Lin Hao audaciously speaking to the family head in such a manner, Lin Wanrong's face registered a moment of shock, a flicker of concern flashing in her eyes.
Impudent!
Lin Hongkong's brows knitted slightly, his anger simmering, but he restrained himself, remembering the guests present. Oh. So you're the Lin family member who entered the Zhao family.
Hearing their conversation, the bald elder Li Qingshou squinted, scrutinizing Lin Hao more closely.
I heard you are blind.
TSK, I wonder what that great beauty of the Zhao family saw in you to choose you as her husband. Gazing into Lin Hao's gray-white pupils,
Li Qingshou shook his head, a sigh of regret escaping his lips, his face contorted with disdain.
I fully understand your sentiment.
In the face of Li Qingshou's mockery, Lin Hao suddenly chuckled, saying, Are you implying that Zhao Linger, a beautiful flower, is planted in a pile of dung like me? Upon hearing this, Li Qingshou laughed,
raising his thumb in approval.
Not bad, you have quite the self-awareness.
So, you too are self-aware.
A slight smile curled at the corner of Lin Hao's lips as he retorted playfully, for instance. Your desire to marry Lin Wanrong is akin to a pile of excrement being dropped onto a beautiful flower.
At Lin Hao's analogy,
Lin Wanrong couldn't help but stifle a laugh behind her hand, a soft chuckle escaping her lips.
Li Qingshou's face flushed crimson, then turned an ashen gray. Is this what your family has raised?
He glared at Lin Hao, his voice trembling with indignation. Lin Hao, this is a distinguished guest of our family.
You must show some respect.
Lin Hongkong's gaze darkened as he fixed his eyes on Lin Hao, commanding him in a tone that brooked no argument.
Apologize to the head of the Li family at once. Though he found Lin Hao's metaphor rather apt.
He understood that Li Qingshou held considerable influence for the family's future development, making it imperative not to offend him.
Otherwise,
he would not have promised his adopted daughter Lin Wanrong to such an old and unsightly man. Lin Hongkong's indifference and disdain mirrored the events of 6 months prior,
causing Lin Hao's expression to turn icy in an instant. Why should I apologize? He scoffed softly.
Previously, he had endured humiliation due to his blindness and weakness.
However,
now that his strength had increased, he would no longer tolerate such indignities.
Lin Hao, do you dare defy the words of your family head?
Seeing Lin Hao's audacity to retort, Lin Hongkong's voice grew increasingly cold. His position within the Lin family was exceedingly high, and no one dared to oppose him. Even elders of the family, despite being of higher seniority, treated him with utmost respect.
Yet now, a lowly family member dared to challenge him in front of guests? Family head, have you forgotten?
I am now a member of the Zhao family. Lin Hao smiled frostily, asserting confidently, thus, you have no authority to command me. At these words, Lin Hongkong's face darkened to the utmost degree. Having been openly defied by Lin Hao multiple times, he felt that his authority as family head was being challenged.
Xiao Hao, where did you leave your belongings? I will take you to retrieve them.
As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Lin Wanrong's expression shifted, and she hurriedly stepped forward, gently tugging at Lin Hao's sleeve,
signaling him to cease his resistance against the family head.
However, Lin Hao remained unmoved, standing there with an expression of indifference. It was evident that this time, he intended to stand firm against the Lin family head.
Chapter 40, The Oppression of Aura. Brother Lin, this fellow is indeed arrogant, showing utter disregard for your position as the family head. Your family's principles truly require some adjustment.
Li Qingshou chuckled sarcastically, eagerly anticipating Lin Hao's punishment.
Upon hearing this,
Lin Hongkong's anger intensified. A man of his experience could easily discern Li Qingshou's intentions. In a bid to maintain appearances before Li Qingshou, he coldly admonished Lin Hao, I shall reiterate, will you heed my words? Lin Hao raised his chin defiantly and replied, once again, I refuse to apologize to this bald pig. Li Qingshou instinctively touched his forehead, a look of disbelief spreading across his face. How could this boy, whom he thought blind,
know of his baldness?
However, upon being called a bald pig, he exploded with rage, declaring, Lin family head, if you do not provide an explanation today,
our family's business ventures shall come to an end. This reckless statement finally ignited the suppressed fury within Lin Hongkong. Boom! In an instant,
a terrifying wave of spiritual energy erupted from Lin Hongkong, forming a formidable aura that pressed down on Lin Hao like a mountain. Lin Hao's body trembled, his knees buckling as he nearly collapsed to the ground.
A 6th-level warrior.
The overwhelming pressure undeniably revealed Lin Hongkong's true strength. Lin Hao's muscles tightened as he braced against the oppressive aura, his joints creaking under the strain.
I must endure.
He summoned the spiritual energy within him,
fiercely resisting the force that sought to force him to kneel.
At this moment, Lin Hao comprehended the vast chasm that separated a 1st-level warrior from a 6th-level warrior. Just the intangible aura alone was enough to render him nearly incapacitated. If a physical confrontation were to ensue, he would likely be obliterated in an instant.
However,
he would rather die than kneel before an old bald pig. Fueled by rage, Lin Hao fiercely channeled his mental energy alongside his spiritual power.
Meanwhile,
the small insects he had summoned had already scattered, locking onto Lin Hongkong's figure. At the mere sound of his command, they would launch a collective assault. Lin Hongkong narrowed his eyes, surprised to see Lin Hao standing firm against his spiritual pressure.
Could it be that Lin Hao had opened his spiritual meridians? And what of his mental power?
Lin Hongkong's keen eyes detected the emanating mental energy from Lin Hao.
Dual cultivation of martial arts and mental prowess.
Lin Hongkong's heart raced, a flicker of suspicion igniting in his gaze.
Could this boy be concealing some form of defensive artifact?
He stared incredulously at Lin Hao,
unable to believe it. How could a once disgraced family member transform into a genius of martial arts and mental cultivation in just 6 months?
To validate his thoughts, Lin Hongkong steeled his gaze and intensified the pressure of his aura. Lin Hao felt as though his bones might shatter under the strain and realized he was on the brink of collapse.
Activate Dragon Transformation. With determination,
he summoned the dragon-devouring sword from his storage bag. Having recognized its master, the sword resonated with him, allowing him to invoke the power of the dragon spirit even without physically wielding it. In an instant, a torrent of dark energy surged within Lin Hao, enveloping him in a thick shroud of black mist.
His muscles swelled, black scales emerging from his skin, radiating a menacing aura. Roar!
Overcome by the surging energy, Lin Hao could not help but unleash a primal roar, reverberating throughout the surroundings.
This Lin Hao's sudden outburst startled Li Qingshou, causing his flesh to quiver as he hurriedly retreated behind Lin Hongkong. With his newfound strength, Lin Hao felt the oppressive weight lift significantly. He stomped his right foot down with tremendous force. With a deafening crash, the floor beneath him splintered under the impact. Though transformed, Lin Hao's strength was now comparable to that of a third-level warrior, yet Lin Hongkong still surpassed him. Nevertheless, the aura alone could no longer keep him subdued. Such formidable body-refining martial arts! Lin Hongkong's eyes widened in shock, believing that Lin Hao's transformation stemmed from the practice of some unique body-refining techniques. At that moment, he fully accepted that Lin Hao had indeed crossed the threshold of martial arts, no longer the waste he once knew. However, Lin Hongkong was perplexed. How could a blind man cultivate martial arts, let alone dual cultivate? Was there a master guiding him from behind? In that fleeting moment, a multitude of thoughts surged through Lin Hongkong's mind, compelling him to retract his aura. Beside him, Lin Wanrong gazed at Lin Hao's profile, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. In just half a year, you have changed considerably. Lin Hongkong regarded Lin Hao with a complex expression, his tone notably less hostile than before. This is largely due to your influence. Lin Hao replied coolly, retracting his dragon transformation. His clothing, strained from the sudden muscle growth, bore several tears. Xiao Rong, please accompany Lin Hao to retrieve his belongings, and later bring him to my study, Lin Hongkong instructed, casting a sidelong glance at Li Qingshou. Yes, adoptive father. Lin Wanrong nodded and took Lin Hao's hand, urging him to leave swiftly. Under her gentle pull, Lin Hao complied, his arm brushing against her soft form as they headed toward the northern courtyard. Brother Lin, is this the explanation you offer me? Seeing his fiancée depart with Lin Hao, Li Qingshou's displeasure was palpable. Master Li, you must be aware that Lin Hao is now the son-in-law of the Zhao family. Lin Hongkong replied with a smirk. Thus, according to the rules, I no longer have the authority to punish him as the family head. Moreover, Lin Hao and Wanrong share a sibling-like bond. If you persist in making things difficult for him, Wanrong may develop a bias against you. Hearing this, Li Qingshou nodded slightly. That is true, I cannot allow this blind man to disrupt the joy of my wedding night with Xiao Rong. As he spoke, an unrestrained lewd grin spread across his face. Lin Hongkong's brow furrowed at this, but he quickly relaxed. Our family has been in decline for over 100 years. To restore our former glory, sacrifices must be made. Lin Hongkong's gaze darkened, resolutely adhering to his beliefs. Chapter 41 Departure from the Lin Manor. The northern courtyard of the Lin Manor serves as the residence for the younger generation of the family, predominantly consisting of unmarried individuals. Along the way, Lin Wanrong and Lin Hao remained silent, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. After not seeing each other for half a year, both had undergone significant changes in temperament and demeanor. Their reunion now lacked the ease and naturalness of the past. Lin Hao, what is it that you seek upon returning to the manor? The stillness was soon shattered by Lin Wanrong's inquiry. She turned her gaze, studying Lin Hao's handsome profile. Her curiosity piqued. What could possibly be of such importance that he would brave humiliation to retrieve it from the family? You. Lin Hao replied with a calm smile, speaking nonchalantly. Me? Lin Wanrong was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. Indeed, I forgot to take you with me. As he spoke, Lin Hao halted his steps, turning serious. If you do not wish to marry, I can take you away at any moment. Prior to this encounter, he had contemplated that with his current monthly salary from the Ming Pavilion, even if he left the Zhao and Lin families, he could live comfortably. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanrong offered a melancholic smile and also came to a stop, facing Lin Hao. Since childhood, I have been an orphan. Had it not been for the family head taking me in as an adopted daughter, I might have perished long ago. She shook her head, her voice soft. As a member of this family, there are matters beyond my control, and desires are irrelevant. Though her words were lightly uttered, they bore an unmistakable undertone of reluctance. Fool! Lin Hao could not restrain himself from exclaiming. Everyone deserves to live life on their own terms. You must not accept a marriage based solely on family interests. His brow furrowed, he earnestly advised. If Wanrong were to wed a suitable partner, he would wholeheartedly support her. However,
The thought of her marrying a balding man in his 50s filled him with agitation.
Zhao Hao, I know you are a person of strong opinions. But we have both grown up in this same environment, and we are not entirely free.
Gazing at the furious Lin Hao, Lin Wanrong smiled gently,
reaching out to ruffle his hair. I see that you have grown stronger, and I am happy for you. But if only you could become even more formidable.
Then you could protect your sister.
Alright, I was just teasing. Since you have nothing to retrieve, let me show you around the northern courtyard.
With a light pat on Lin Hao's shoulder, she stepped through the gates into the northern courtyard.
If only I could grow stronger.
Lin Hao stood rooted in place, his fists slowly clenching, a fervent thought stirring within him. In that moment, he realized with clarity that feeble strength could safeguard nothing.
He unfurled his fingers, an unprecedented conviction surging within him.
In a heartbeat, he moved, hastily catching up to Lin Wanrong.
As they chatted, both intentionally sidestepped unpleasant topics, allowing their conversation to flow more freely.
The once oppressive atmosphere gradually transformed back into the lightheartedness of their previous interactions.
Before long, they arrived at the martial arts training ground in the northern courtyard.
The sounds of vigorous training captured Lin Hao's attention.
There,
he observed dozens of figures, young disciples of the Lin family, both male and female, exuding vitality and vigor, embodying the potential of the family's next generation.
They were currently engaged in attacking a series of black wooden posts. Bang! Bang! Bang!
The crisp sounds of impact echoed throughout the training area.
So,
this is the training ground. It is indeed quite spacious. Lin Hao mused, recalling that although he had visited occasionally, he had primarily heard the sounds of the family's disciples training. The black wooden posts he had heard about were made from a special type of black iron tree,
which took 10 years to mature.
After being harvested, the wood is crafted into posts and soaked in iron oil for 100 days,
resulting in a material as hard as iron and remarkably durable. Many ancient martial families utilize black iron trees for their training posts to enhance their striking abilities.
As a family steeped in martial traditions, the Lin clan has always revered martial prowess, akin to the customs of the Zhang continent, where martial strength is valued over literary pursuits. The family has produced many remarkable individuals and holds significant resources within Tianwu City.
Indeed,
formidable strength is the foundation of wealth and power. Without it, even vast riches could be seized by rival factions.
It has been a long while since I last visited. The sounds of training remain as vibrant as ever.
Listening to the familiar sounds of punches being thrown, Lin Hao felt a surge of nostalgia. Born blind and possessing a frail constitution, he had been considered a waste from a young age, rendered entirely separate from the training ground.
He would occasionally join the commotion out of boredom.
Fortunately, the young disciples of the Lin family were united, though they did not offer him much assistance. They had never subjected him to bullying or humiliation.
Stay alert. Strike with speed and power. A gruff voice suddenly rang out.
Lin Hao's attention shifted, and he turned to face the speaker. The man was a burly figure in his 40s, clad in a black martial arts uniform, his piercing gaze overseeing the training disciples.
So this is Uncle Lin Xianggang, he appears quite imposing.
Lin Hao recognized the middle-aged man by his robust voice. Lin Xianggang was indeed, as his name suggested, strong and unyielding, possessing the strength of a 6th-level warrior. He had fought on the battlefield in his youth and achieved considerable merit, amassing a wealth of practical experience. Perhaps weary of the bloodshed of war, he had returned to the family 5 years prior to assume the role of martial arts instructor,
dedicated to guiding the young generation of the clan.
In a month, the family competition will commence. You all must intensify your training. Lin Xianggang's intense gaze swept over the young disciples, his voice booming. Those who excel will receive special training from the family. The glory of the Lin clan shall be carried forward by you. Upon hearing the mention of the family competition, the young individuals paused their training,
their eyes brimming with anticipation and yearning.
Regardless of how affluent a family might be, resources are limited. Without potential, one would inevitably fade from the family's sight. As the young disciples of the Lin family, brimming with ambition, they were not content to lead a mundane existence. Held every 5 years, the family competition ostensibly serves as a means to hone martial skills and assess training results.
However, Everyone understands that its true essence lies in selecting promising young members of the family to advance to the Tianyan Academy for further education. With the Lin family's heritage as an ancient martial clan, they are granted 3 reserved spots at the academy each year. These reserved spots allow candidates, like Zhao, to enter without assessment, directly becoming students of the Tianyan Academy. One can only imagine the immense value of such reserved spots. The family competition, you say? The mention stirred something within Lin Hao. He was aware of the underlying dynamics of the competition within the family. However, he was not a true member of the Lin clan at present and thus held no right to vie for a spot. Lin Hao, could you share how you became a martial practitioner? Lin Wanrong asked, recalling his defiance against the family head's oppressive aura earlier, her beautiful eyes blinking with curiosity. Perhaps it is due to my innate talent, Lin Hao replied with a slight smile. Innate talent? Lin Wanrong was taken aback, her expression one of confusion. Indeed. Talent is something that can only be felt, not articulated. Lin Hao nodded, laughing lightly as he teased. Although he shared a close bond with Wanrong, he had no intention of divulging the secrets of the system. Moreover, his words were not spoken frivolously. The ultimate cultivation talent obtained from the last lottery truly allowed him to step onto the threshold of martial arts. Reflecting on the system's lottery, Lin Hao felt a stir in his thoughts and realized that this time, when he acquired the pet Ant-Man, the system did not seem to indicate any opportunity for a lottery. Could it be that each lottery required the accumulation of 2 pet evolutions? As Lin Hao pondered, he recalled that when he evolved the Kung Fu Fly, there was also no indication. However, upon acquiring the second pet, Wolf Spider, he received a chance for a lottery. If this were the case, then acquiring a 4th pet would surely yield another opportunity, wouldn't it? With this thought, Lin Hao's heart surged with excitement, and anticipation began to bloom within him. All right. You possess remarkable talent, while I appear foolish. A beautiful smile graced Lin Wanrong's face, and she refrained from probing further. Look at that person. He seems to be Brother Hao. As the two engaged in light-hearted conversation, a young boy in yellow attire, who was preparing to rest, spotted Lin Hao. Upon hearing Lin Hao's name, most of the practitioners halted their training. Soon, curious gazes followed the direction indicated by the boy in yellow, landing on the 2 figures at the entrance of the training ground. These eyes swiftly converged upon Lin Hao. It truly is Brother Hao, he has returned. Upon seeing Lin Hao, the elder ones wore expressions of indifference, while the younger boys were filled with exuberance. In their childhood memories, although Lin Hao was blind, the knowledge he displayed was profoundly rich, especially in storytelling, such as tales of the legend of the Condor heroes and demigods and semi-devils. Almost every story was utterly captivating. This group of youngsters owed their introduction to martial arts largely to Lin Hao's inspiration. Over time, Lin Hao's image in their hearts transformed into one of increasing admiration and reverence. Thus, upon seeing Lin Hao, these boys were filled with fervor. Humph! What is so remarkable about a useless live-in son-in-law? A young man with a hooked nose scoffed from the crowd. Indeed, I remember the day he moved in. Swearing never to set foot in the Lin residence again, remarked another long-haired youth, laced with mockery. Upon seeing Lin Hao, the older family members revealed scornful expressions, clearly still harboring prejudice over Lin Hao's actions that had brought disgrace to the family 6 months prior. This time, however, Lin Hao chose to remain silent in the face of their jeers. Little Hao has done nothing wrong, he was forced into this. Lin Wanrong's brows furrowed in anger as she stepped forward, declaring, if I am to marry next month, will you also humiliate me in this manner? As she spoke, tears began to well in her eyes, threatening to spill over. You two, silence yourselves. Lin Xianggang, frowning, barked, I see you are too idle, immediately perform 1,000 punches. At this command, the previously mocking youths exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they realized the gravity of the situation. Under Lin Xianggang's orders, they began striking the wooden posts. The sound of dull thuds echoed throughout the arena, casting a pall over all the family members present as the atmosphere grew heavy. Deep down, they understood that Lin Hao's tribulations 6 months ago were entirely beyond his control. In such circumstances, had they been in his shoes, they too would have been consumed by rage. However, Lin Wanrong's fate was even more tragic, as she was to be betrothed to an old man.
Upon learning of this predicament, nearly every family member felt immense anger, yet due to the arrangement being decreed by the family patriarch, Lin Hao, they could only harbor their grievances in silence.
Wan Jia, do not pay them any mind.
Lin Hao offered a melancholic smile.
Faced with the misunderstandings from his relatives,
he had no desire to linger any longer and took Lin Wanrong's delicate hand, leading her away.
Watching the departing figures, Lin Xianggang shook his head with a sigh.
Murmuring to himself, "You can only blame yourselves for growing up in such a prominent family."
Upon exiting the north courtyard,
Lin Hao suddenly halted beneath a large tree by the wall. "Wan Jia, I am truly sorry for the distress I have caused you," he expressed with genuine remorse,
reaching out to gently wipe away the tears on Lin Wanrong's face. "It doesn't matter to me."
Her heart warmed by the tender gesture. Lin Wanrong smiled and shook her head.
Yet soon, she sensed something was amiss. But how does Lin Hao know I was crying, when he cannot see? She pondered, gazing in astonishment at Lin Hao's grayish-white pupils.
"Though I cannot see, my sense of smell is keen, and I can detect the scent of your tears." Lin Hao seemed to have guessed her thoughts. As he spoke, he brought his finger, still damp with her tears, to his nose, exclaiming, "It has a hint of honey.
Quite delightful." At this, Lin Wanrong couldn't help but burst into laughter, charmed by Lin Hao's playful and humorous antics.
Seeing the radiant smile upon Wan Jia's face,
akin to blooming flowers, a wave of determination surged within Lin Hao.
Without a doubt, that lecherous old bald man, Li Qingxiu, had been sentenced to death in his mind.
It was the only way to put a stop to this. "By the way, the family patriarch asked me to take you to his study. I shall escort you there now."
As Lin Wanrong's laughter faded, she recalled the matter at hand and quickly spoke up. "No need, I have nothing to discuss with him." Lin Hao's expression turned cold as he strode toward the Lin residence's entrance without looking back. He held no interest in engaging with the heartless patriarch, who prioritized family interests over familial bonds.
"You." Observing Lin Hao's steadfastness, Lin Wanrong hesitated, ultimately refraining from persuading him otherwise. Chapter 42, Infiltrating the Li residence. At the main entrance of the Lin residence, Brother Hao emerged. The gatekeepers, Ma Lu and Chen Hu, quickly approached him upon seeing Lin Hao. "Brother Hao, is everything all right?"
Chen Hu inquired, noticing a hint of distress on Lin Hao's face.
"It's nothing.
I just had a minor disagreement with the head of the family," Lin Hao replied lightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Including that old bald head from the Li family."
Gasp.
Ma Lu and Chen Hu both inhaled sharply, their expressions filled with astonishment as they regarded Lin Hao. They had not anticipated that upon his return, Lin Hao would dare to confront the family head.
Did he not fear repercussions?
After all, Lin Hong, a formidable 6th-level warrior,
could easily subdue him with a mere flick of his fingers.
However, at present, Lin Hao bore no visible signs of harm, save for a few torn spots on his clothing.
"Brother Hao, the family head didn't do anything to you, did he?" Ma Lu asked, swallowing hard with concern.
"Not at all, I can handle it," Lin Hao shrugged, choosing not to elaborate on the incident to spare them further worry.
"All right, I must be on my way."
"We shall gather at Zui Xingu at 7 this evening, I have matters to discuss with you both."
As he approached,
Lin Hao patted their shoulders and then crossed the street with purpose.
"Understood, we will be there on time," Ma Lu and Chen Hu replied, momentarily taken aback before quickly regaining their composure. "Ah Hu, do you think Brother Hao has changed a lot since his return?" Ma Lu pondered, gazing at Lin Hao's receding figure.
"I feel that way too," Chen Hu nodded, his gaze fixated on the peculiar little fly perched on Lin Hao's shoulder. Adding with a hint of astonishment, especially that fly on his shoulder, it exudes a sense of danger.
Upon hearing this, Ma Lu's expression shifted slightly as he finally noticed the small fly resting on Lin Hao's shoulder. Reflecting back, it seemed the fly had been with Lin Hao since he arrived at the Lin residence, never leaving his side. After departing the Lin residence, Lin Hao did not return to the Zhao family but instead traversed a narrow alley before entering a rented room in the commoner district. Inside, Lin Hao sat cross-legged on the bed, clearing his mind of distractions, and swiftly entered a meditative state. The events of the day had profoundly instilled in him the understanding that only through immense power could one act freely. As he meditated, the surrounding spiritual energy of the world began to converge towards him at an eerie speed. Gradually, Lin Hao discovered that through meditation, he could not only enhance his mental fortitude but also harness the surrounding spiritual energy into his body, achieving a harmonious method of cultivation. Of course, this extraordinary phenomenon was attributed to his ultimate cultivation talent. For anyone else, such a feat would be unimaginable. Thus, Lin Hao's body became akin to a black hole, voraciously absorbing the spiritual energies of the universe. As time passed, the sky outside grew darker. When night fell, the spiritual energy within Lin Hao surged tumultuously, and the energy within his spiritual veins had reached a state of fullness. He noted that in this state, the absorption of spiritual energy had noticeably slowed. Simultaneously, a faint sense of barrier began to manifest within him. He surmised that this was a sign of nearing a breakthrough. With a mixture of surprise and joy, Lin Hao marveled at how swiftly his cultivation had progressed, aided by the ultimate talent. In just over half a month's time, he had accumulated the foundation to challenge the status of a second-level warrior. Such a rapid advancement was unattainable even for the prodigies of Tianyan Academy. Determined, Lin Hao summoned all the spiritual energy within him and forcefully charged towards the intangible barrier of the second spiritual vein. Breaking through spiritual veins was not particularly challenging in the early stages of martial cultivation. As long as one had ample spiritual energy, it could be achieved. Boom! As he struck, it felt as if something had shattered within him, followed by a dull sound emanating from his body. In an instant, the powerful spiritual energy that had been confined by the first spiritual vein surged forth, flooding into the newly opened space. A warm sensation coursed through him, refining his tendons, bones, and internal organs. I've broken through to the second-level warrior. Lin Hao rejoiced internally, then focused his mind inward, carefully observing his transformation. The sensation of connecting two spiritual veins was remarkably mystical. Under the refinement of the spiritual energy, his body had strengthened significantly. Both his strength and speed, along with the responsiveness of various functions, had received comprehensive enhancement, akin to the state of evolution experienced by the little fly. If only I could evolve too. It would make things so much easier, Lin Hao mused, feeling a sense of self-satisfaction. The daily practice of meditation had begun to feel rather monotonous. Regrettably, the system's evolution criteria were strictly for animals. As a human, he was a distinct new species, thus ineligible. Moreover, being the host of the system, could he really capture himself as a pet? Lin Hao chuckled at his own absurdity, then dismissed the thought. Glancing out the window at the night sky, he recalled his earlier arrangement with Chun Hu and the others. After changing into a simple white outfit, Lin Hao took the little fly, the wolf spider, and the ant-man and departed from the rented room. Minutes later, Lin Hao found himself standing before a bustling tavern. The words Zui Xian glimmered in gold under the emblematic lights. Upon entering, Ma Lu and Chen, who had already been waiting for quite some time, Lin Hao summoned a server and ordered an array of delectable dishes, engaging in lively conversation as they dined. Gazing at the feast laid out before them, Chen Hu and the others' eyes sparkled with excitement. As guards of the Lin family, their monthly stipend was hardly sufficient to indulge in such extravagant expenses. However, Lin Hao's generosity was astonishing. It appeared that Brother Hao's life in the Zhao residence was rather prosperous, especially with a beautiful wife by his side. Ma Lu and Chen Hu exchanged glances, both harboring similar thoughts and feeling a pang of envy. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Hao's wealth stemmed entirely from the bounty harvested by the little fly and the wolf spider, with no ties to the Zhao family whatsoever. After some conversation, Lin Hao gleaned valuable information. He learned that a small spiritual sunstone mine had recently been discovered on the outskirts of the city. Although its size was modest, the mere mention of spiritual sunstone was enough to entice numerous factions in Tianwu City. Spiritual sunstone was no ordinary stone, it was a unique crystal infused with spiritual energy. Typically, it could only be found deep within volcanic regions, where conditions were exceedingly stringent. Moreover, spiritual sunstone often soaked in lava, acquiring a trace of fire source power, which served as a significant boon for martial artists. Absorbing the energy from spiritual sunstone not only replenished expended spiritual energy within a short time but also bore the ability to burn away impurities within the body. However, spiritual sunstone was exorbitantly priced and quite rare in Tianwu City. Even Lin Hao carried only a few pieces on him, unable to procure more from family resources. The area of the estate was said to have once been a volcano, with fertile land. Yet, due to its distance from Tianwu City and its remote surroundings, the family factions within the city had overlooked it. However, 3 months prior, the Li family had acquired the land to establish an estate. Unwittingly stumbling upon a treasure, the spiritual sunstone vein, symbolizing immense wealth. Initially, the Li family maintained a tight lid on the information, but in this world, there are no walls that do not echo. As news leaked, numerous factions set their sights on the Li family's prized territory, eyeing it with intense scrutiny. However, upon acquiring first-hand intelligence, Lin Hao chose a contrary approach and personally visited Li Qingshou. He proposed that if the Li family were willing to cede half of the mining rights, the Lin family would assume the responsibility of guarding the Lingyang stone vein. Given the Lin family's accumulated prestige in Tianwu City over the years, they possessed sufficient clout to deter various powers. Aware that the Li family lacked the strength to safeguard the treasure, Li Qingshou reluctantly agreed but stipulated a condition: he desired Lin Wanrong, whom he had long coveted, as a medium for mutual benefit. The audacity of a toad yearning for swan meat. After hearing Chen Hu narrate the circumstances, Lin Hao's expression grew increasingly frigid. Ma Lu sighed softly, observing Lin Hao as he advised, "This matter was personally sanctioned by the family head, it cannot be defied." Lin Hao inhaled deeply in silence, striving to regain his composure before contemplating the next course of action. A cold glimmer flickered across Lin Hao's face as he abruptly rose. "I have matters to attend to. I shall excuse myself from further revelry." After settling the bill, Lin Hao departed the tavern, leaving Chen Hu and his companion in stunned silence. Half an hour later, at the street corner behind the Li family mansion in the west of the city, a mysterious figure cloaked in black and masked appeared. This individual was none other than Lin Hao. "Little fly, spider, it's time to work," Lin Hao murmured. Upon receiving the command, the agile little fly and spider sprang into action, effortlessly infiltrating the Li residence. The ant, however, remained by Lin Hao's side, serving as his eyes. Given the ant's lower combat capability, its ability to summon ant beasts was deemed insufficient for this mission. Thus, with little fly and spider penetrating the Li residence, they swiftly sought out Li Qingshou's whereabouts. Thanks to their shared visual connection with Lin Hao, every scene within the estate was transmitted in real time to his mind. Although the Li residence sprawled across a considerable area, it paled in comparison to the Lin family estate, making the search relatively unchallenging. After approximately 10 minutes, they finally located Li Qingshou's quarters. Yet, the area was heavily guarded, with Li family's thugs stationed around, all at the level of third-tier warriors. Clearly, since acquiring the Lingyang stone vein, Li Qingshou had placed immense importance on personal safety, employing numerous martial artists for protection, ensuring an entourage of guards for every aspect of his life. Such tight security would make it difficult for even high-level assassins to execute a swift kill. However, this posed no obstacle for little fly and spider, who moved undetected through the protective circle. To the guards, these tiny creatures were inconsequential, easily dismissed as mere nuisances. With that, Spider successfully slipped through the door's crack, while little fly perched by the window. Inside, the decor was extravagantly opulent, adorned with an array of precious furniture and artifacts. Most striking was a massive crystal chandelier suspended from the ceiling, radiating a brilliant sheen due to the operation of arcane runes. The prey was found. At that moment, through the vision and hearing of little fly, Lin Hao observed the enormous bed shaking violently, accompanied by the anguished cries of a woman. "Louder! I'll reward you with 100,000 taels of gold, haha." Li Qingshou laughed, his face flushed, the excess flesh on his body rippling like waves with his movements. It was evident that Li Qingshou had ingested some form of aphrodisiac, driving his frenzy. "Engage," Lin Hao commanded, feeling a surge of revulsion. In an instant, little fly darted forth with astonishing speed, akin to a bolt of black lightning, reaching the bedside in a heartbeat. Just as Li Qingshou reveled in his carnal pleasure, the metallic clawed appendage made a swift incision across his neck. In the blink of an eye, a gaping wound appeared, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Li Qingshou felt a sharp pain in his neck, instinctively clutching it with his hands, eyes wide with terror. Yet, the blood flowed like a relentless stream, seeping through his fingers in a vivid crimson cascade. Nearby,
Spider swiftly climbed up, sinking its venomous fangs into his ample backside, injecting a fatal toxin. Under the dual assault, Li Qingshu stood no chance, succumbing instantly.
Ah! A murder! The Li family head is dead.
The sudden turn of events left the woman in bed utterly aghast, shrieking in terror.
Bang! In the next moment,
the door burst open, and a horde of guards rushed in, weapons drawn, scanning the room warily.
Upon sighting the slashed throat and the pool of blood, they froze in shock. What happened?
The lead bald-headed guard exclaimed, his gaze fixed in fury on the naked woman, clearly suspecting her as the primary culprit.
I don't know.
We were just engaged in that act when Lord Li.
Suddenly,
the woman stammered, her face pale and trembling.
Clearly shaken. Little fly, spider, you may withdraw. Confirming Li Qingshu's demise, Lin Hao turned away with an impassive expression. Under the moonlight,
his figure soon vanished into the shadows of the street corner.
Chapter 43: The Deception of the Li Family in the eastern part of the city.
Within a modest rental room, Lin Hao sat at a table. Suddenly, a small flying insect, skilled in martial arts,
swooped in through the window and placed a golden ring on the table.
This ring, adorned with gemstones, was not merely an ornament.
Within its inner band were engraved mysterious runes, subtly emanating an invisible wave of spatial energy.
This energy was akin to that of a storage bag.
Without a doubt,
it was a space ring, far superior to a mere storage bag. Despite its small size, it possessed a storage capacity of several hundred square meters,
making it incredibly convenient to carry on one's finger.
However, such an item came at an exorbitant price, 5 million taels on the market. A sum far beyond the means of an ordinary person. To save money, Lin Hao had previously settled for a storage bag, purchasing it for 200,000 taels,
which could only accommodate a modest amount of everyday items.
It paled in comparison to the vast space of the space ring, which could easily hold an entire mansion. Lin Hao extended his hand, picking up the golden ring and examining it, murmuring to himself. This space ring had been snatched from Li Qingshu just before the insect departed. Lin Hao couldn't help but reflect on the influence of status. Those of higher standing enjoyed superior resources.
He then concentrated,
his mental energy penetrating the depths of the space ring. Inside, apart from a few ancient antiques, there were primarily medicinal herbs aimed at nourishing vitality, most of which were focused on enhancing male vigor. There was also a modest sum of gold notes, amounting to several 100,000, but unfortunately, the binding runes on the card meant only the original owner could access it. Given Li Qingshu's status in the Li family, the card likely held a significant amount.
What's in these iron boxes?
As Lin Hao catalogued the items, he suddenly noticed 10 large, golden iron boxes stacked in the farthest corner of the space.
With a flick of his mental energy, he summoned them all.
The 10 boxes, each about half a person tall, appeared before him, radiating a rich aura of spiritual energy. With a sharp crack, he opened the front box, revealing a collection of stones, all a vibrant red, translucent and exuding spiritual energy mixed with a hint of heat.
Could these be Spirit Sunstones?
Although Lin Hao had never seen a Spirit Sunstone before, he deduced it immediately.
These stones, shaped like diamonds,
were of remarkably pure quality. According to market value, each Spirit Sunstone was worth 10,000 taels.
And this box was filled to the brim with approximately 300 stones, a considerable fortune. Suppressing his excitement,
Lin Hao instructed the insect and the wolf spider to open the remaining 9 boxes. The sight that greeted him was the same dazzling Spirit Sunstones, casting a red glow throughout the room. With 300 stones across 10 boxes, the total amounted to 3,000 stones, equivalent to 30 million taels.
Gazing at the treasure-laden boxes, a look of astonishment spread across Lin Hao's face.
This wealth was undoubtedly a timely boon for him.
Since acquiring the divine-level animal evolution system,
he had already spent nearly 20 million taels on 3 pets.
Without any gain soon,
he would soon find himself in dire straits before the Ming Pavilion issued its next payout. Fortunately, that old miser, Li Qingshu, possessed such a vast quantity of Spirit Sunstones, truly a windfall. He recalled Chen Hu's words about the collaboration between the Lin and Li families commencing only after the marriage. Lin Hao pondered, yet now, Li Qingshu's space ring holds so many Spirit Sunstones.
Could it be that the Li family has been secretly mining the ore veins?
With this thought, a chill ran through Lin Hao.
That old fox was indeed cunning, leveraging the Lin family's influence to intimidate other factions in the city.
By the time the marriage occurred next month, the spirit sunstones from the mine would likely be in short supply. Under the pretense of cooperating with the Lin family, he was secretly hoarding resources while also securing Lin Wanrong's hand in marriage, an astute dual gain indeed.
For the sake of family interests, the head of the Lin family would sacrifice anyone.
Lin Hao mused about how Lin Hongkong would react upon discovering he had been deceived. A smirk of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. He envisioned Lin Hongkong's furious expression upon realizing the betrayal, igniting a sense of vengeful satisfaction within him. With a decisive wave of his hand, he stored the iron boxes in the space ring, planning to pay another visit to the Lin residence.
At this moment,
within the Lin family's inner hall, Lin Hongkong and 4 senior elders of the family had gathered.
Did the black market receive any related task orders regarding the assassination of the Li family head? Lin Hongkong asked, his brows furrowed in deep thought, revealing his agitation.
The output from the Spirit Sunstone mine, though limited, was estimated to be worth several billion. If they could secure 50% of that,
the family's industry in the city would rapidly expand.
However, with Li Qingshuo's death, the previously agreed cooperation with the Li family was likely null and void,
representing a significant loss for the Lin family.
Reporting to the family head, there have been no such tasks from the black market, replied the elder with white brows, shaking his head in confusion.
It seems Li Qingshuo has offended someone, leading to this assassination. Regardless of who it is, the assassin must be a formidable force. Indeed. To kill the Li family head under the watchful eyes of numerous guards speaks to exceptional skill. The second, third, and fourth elders began to discuss among themselves.
Lin Hongkong's expression darkened.
He turned to the elders, frowning. Are you suggesting that the person in question is the mysterious assassin, Jing Ke, who has emerged recently?
Yes. That's him, the elder confirmed, his voice hoarse. According to reports, about half a month ago, our black market received a time-sensitive task set in the underground trading center,
which is also our family's auction house.
The assassination had to take place precisely during the brief moment the lights went out at the auction's commencement. Lin Hongkong remained composed.
I have heard about this.
The information from Manager Tong indicates that the time-sensitive task was issued by members of the Ming Pavilion as a form of assessment to select new members.
That assassin, Jing Ke, was among those chosen. As he spoke, Lin Hongkong's face grew increasingly grim. If this was indeed the case, matters could become complicated. Could it be that the royal dynasty has learned of the Spirit Sunstone mine and intends to eliminate Li Qingshuo?
However, upon further reflection, Lin Hongkong dismissed this notion. The royal family, with its vast resources, would hardly covet such a minor mine. Besides, if they wished to take it, they could simply command the Li family to surrender their claim.
This left Lin Hongkong perplexed.
Very well. Tomorrow you shall accompany me to the Li residence to pay your respects to the late family head. Lin Hong let out a deep sigh before resolutely stating, however, our primary objective is to ascertain the identity of the new head of the family and discuss the cooperation regarding the exploitation of the Lingyang stone mine.
The 4 elders nodded slightly, each harboring a hint of amusement.
In their eyes, the death of Li Qingshuo, that lecherous old man, was a fortunate event.
Although the family's interests were affected, at least Lin Wanrong would no longer be endangered by him.
You need not waste your energy, a voice, cold and indifferent,
echoed from the entrance.
Lin Hong and the others felt a chill as 5 pairs of eyes turned towards the door, only to find it was Lin Hao who had entered. Upon seeing him, Lin Hong's previously furrowed brow relaxed.
Grandfathers, it has been a long time.
Lin Hao greeted the 4 elders with a respectful bow customary for younger family members. He recalled how, in his youth, they had painstakingly researched various treatment plans to restore his sight. Although the efforts bore no fruit, he held a favorable impression of these 4 old men. As for Lin Hong, he was disregarded entirely, for being forced into the Zhao family was a disgrace he would never forget, primarily due to Lin Hong's actions.
Lin Hao, are you aware that the head of the family has been waiting for you in the study for quite some time?
Lin Hong's gaze was fixed on Lin Hao, his tone questioning and puzzled. Lin Hao shrugged, replying, with Li Qingshuo's demise, your visit would merely be a waste of time. At this, Lin Hong was visibly displeased,
retorting sharply, nonsense.
The intricate interests between families are beyond the comprehension of a mere child like you.
I indeed lack understanding, otherwise
I would not have been sold out by you, Lin Hao replied coldly with a smile.
To speak frankly,
the matter of mine cooperation is merely a delaying tactic from the Li family, do not be so naive.
A delaying tactic? Lin Hong and the four elders exchanged glances, astonished by Lin Hao's assertion. To my knowledge,
Li Qingshou has already commenced covert extraction of Lingyang stones from the mine days ago, Lin Hao stated with a calm demeanor. The implications of this are clear.
And I believe further explanation is unnecessary. What? The elders' expression shifted dramatically, a surge of indignation flooding their eyes.
Lin Hong, enraged, slammed his hand on the wooden table,
shattering it into splinters.
Previously, he had suspected that the Li family had reinforced their estate with guards and established a lockdown. But he never imagined they would dare to deceive him.
How dare they?
Lin Hong's fury intensified as he glared at Lin Hao, demanding.
From where did you obtain this information?
I was informed by a friend, who mentioned that Li Qingshou's spatial ring contains a substantial number of Lingyang stones, approximately 3,000.
Lin Hao replied nonchalantly.
Upon hearing this, the expressions of Lin Hong and the others darkened.
They understood well that the Li family's financial capacity could not support such a procurement.
Moreover, given the average combat aptitude of the Li family members,
which barely reached the level of second-tier warriors, investing heavily in the cultivation of Lingyang stones would be tantamount to squandering resources.
Thus, the only plausible explanation was that the Li family had indeed begun clandestine mining operations, violating their prior agreement with the Lin family.
Who is this friend of yours? What does he look like?
Lin Hong inquired, suppressing his ire.
He's an assassin named Jingko, Lin Hao replied coolly. As for his appearance, do not forget I am blind.
At this, Lin Hong's gaze faltered, and he exchanged astonished looks with the four elders. The individual who had assassinated Li Qingshou was indeed the mysterious assassin. They seemed to have come to believe Lin Hao's words. Their perspective on him shifted, as they had not anticipated that he was acquainted with such a formidable figure. Since the Li family chooses to act in bad faith, let it be known that the Lin family will not hesitate to act ruthlessly. Lin Hong's eyes narrowed, his voice laced with a chilling menace as he commanded. Send word to mobilize all warriors of third tier and above immediately. We shall march to the Li estate and obliterate them.
With that,
Lin Hong reached into his storage pouch and retrieved a purple long blade, its surface crackling with a menacing aura as spiritual energy surged through it.
What a formidable presence!
Lin Hao thought, feeling a twinge of apprehension. Compared to the pressure he had exerted earlier, this was several times more powerful. Lin Hao understood that Lin Hong was merely putting on a show in front of Li Qingshou, should he truly engage, with Lin Hong at the pinnacle of 6th-tier strength. A casual strike from him would likely be beyond Lin Hao's capacity to withstand. A few minutes later, in the front courtyard of the Lin residence, over 100 Lin family guards and members assembled, all clad in full armor, exuding an air of ferocity. Among them were Ma Lu and Chen Hu. At the forefront stood Lin Xianggang, the family's martial arts chief, a seasoned warrior with years of battlefield experience.
Following the revelation from the elder,
the atmosphere brimmed with fury, and many cast sidelong glances at Lin Hong, surprised to see the family head had also been deceived. Lin Hong, gripping his long blade, was visibly enraged, his face shifting with emotions.
Move out! Destroy those scoundrels!
He bellowed, gesturing grandly as he led the Lin family forces, a tide of momentum surging forth. They mounted the steeds prepared by their servants and galloped towards the Li estate, intent on seizing the Lingyang stone mine. With one GAS matter resolved. Lin Hao mused silently from a distance, a slight curve of amusement gracing his lips. Chapter 44, A bountiful opportunity. The following morning, Lin Hao returned to the Zhao residence. Upon his arrival, the servants breathed a collective sigh of relief. Had Lin Hao vanished once more, akin to his previous disappearance, they would have been compelled to search tirelessly. Thankfully, fate had smiled upon them, bringing him back at last. Ignoring the curious gazes surrounding him, Lin Hao made his way directly to the dining hall, his stomach grumbling after a night of cultivation in his rented quarters. Upon entering the hall, he casually ordered a few breakfast items and began to eat alone. The Zhao family members present seemed largely indifferent to his presence, engrossed instead in discussions of two significant events from the previous night.
The first was the mysterious assassination of the Li family head during a rendezvous with a courtesan. The second was the Lin family's sudden mobilization of all their skilled fighters to launch a nighttime raid on the Li family's villa located on the outskirts of the city. Despite the presence of numerous warriors guarding the villa, most of whom were mere third-tier fighters hastily recruited following the discovery of a spiritual sunstone vein, they were ultimately no match for the Lin family's fierce assault. The attackers quickly crumbled, scattering in disarray. Ultimately, the Lin family seized control of the spiritual sunstone mine, confiscating tens of thousands of gene of raw stones and capturing several miners engaged in extraction. In consideration of familial reputation, Lin Hao refrained from a massacre, opting instead to escort the miners back to Tianwu City to testify, publicly declaring that the Lin family had not forcibly taken the mine but had acted in response to the Li family's breach of contract. On the following morning, in the main hall of the Zhao residence, Zhao Tianlai could hardly contain his envy upon learning of the Lin family's windfall. They have truly struck gold this time. Not only have they preserved their reputation, but they have also seamlessly acquired the mining rights, he remarked in astonishment. Even if the Li family were to appeal to the city lord's office, they would find themselves powerless against the Lin family. What a brilliant maneuver! Beside him, the chief steward Zhao Rong nodded solemnly, stating, "It remains unclear who leaked the information. Li Qingshou met a tragic end within his own estate. Moreover, the method of assassination bears a striking resemblance to that of a certain individual." Pausing for effect, Zhao Rong cast a meaningful glance at the Zhao patriarch, adding, "I have heard that the son-in-law visited the Lin residence today." "Jingku!" Zhao Tianlai exclaimed, momentarily taken aback as realization dawned upon him. "I knew this young man was extraordinary. Has he returned?" "Indeed, he has returned this morning and should currently be dining in the hall," Zhao Rong confirmed. Nodding to himself, Zhao Tianlai surmised that the assassin who had taken out Li Qingshou was likely Lin Hao, given the latter's absence throughout the night and the nature of the killing technique. His expression turned serious as he instructed Zhao Rong, "Lin Hao's identity is of utmost sensitivity. Should it become public knowledge, it would spell trouble for our Zhao residents. Exercise extreme caution in your words and actions. Do not divulge any information to the Lin family unless Lin Hao himself confirms it." With a grave expression, Zhao Tianlai acknowledged the burgeoning understanding that Lin Hao's recent display of enigmatic abilities necessitated careful handling. This young man could only be befriended, not antagonized, otherwise the very prey he hunted might well turn into the Zhao family's own. Zhao Rong nodded earnestly, "Rest assured, master." At that moment, a Zhao family servant entered, accompanied by Lin Hao. "Brother Lin, what brings you here today?" Zhao Tianlai inquired, mildly surprised yet cordial. "You could have given me a heads up so I could prepare some refreshments." "No need for that," Lin Hao replied with a slight chuckle, "I have business with Lin Hao." "Is he in the residence?" Zhao Tianlai raised an eyebrow in surprise. He knew Lin Hao well, his ambitions were fierce, and he had always looked down upon Lin Hao, whom he considered a burden to the family. What could have prompted this unexpected visit? Could it be that Lin Hao had finally recognized Lin Hao's true potential after the events of last night? With a probing gaze, Zhao Tianlai ventured, "Brother Lin, what is it that you seek from Lin Hao?" Lin Hongkong's expression turned steely as he scrutinized Zhao Tianlai, as if attempting to unearth hidden truths. "You truly know nothing?" he countered. Zhao Tianlai maintained his composure, chuckling lightly, "Brother Lin, you jest. If you do not enlighten me, how could I possibly know?" A flicker of coldness flashed in Lin Hongkong's eyes. He inwardly chuckled at the situation. It was better this way, preventing unnecessary complications should he decide to dissolve the marriage with the Zhao family. Ever since he had learned of Lin Hao's dual mastery of combat and strategy, Lin Hongkong had been both astonished and regretful. The Lin family had languished as a third-rate clan for generations, and now, just as they had finally produced a prodigious talent, he had foolishly consigned him to the Zhao family as a son-in-law 6 months prior. Determined to rectify this mistake, Lin Hongkong smiled and said, "Actually, I came here today to discuss something with you, Brother Zhao." "Please, go ahead," Zhao Tianlai responded, his smile unwavering, completely oblivious to Lin Hongkong's intentions. Lin Hongkong inquired, "Has Lin Hao's presence in your household caused any disturbances during the past 6 months?" Zhao Tianlai shook his head vigorously, his expression brightening as he exclaimed, Lin Hao is composed and has caused no issues within the household. I am quite satisfied with him." Lin Hongkong paused, momentarily taken aback. This was unexpected. He had believed that the Zhao family harbored disdain for Lin Hao, particularly after Zhao Linger had secured a spot at Tianyan Academy. The Zhao family had seemed eager to sever ties with Lin Hao, viewing him as an impediment. Now, however, Zhao Tianlia's response had completely disrupted Lin Hongkong's anticipated strategy. "Do not be overly courteous of Brother Zhao," Lin Hongkong stated earnestly. "If Lin Hao has indeed caused any trouble for your family, I would be more than willing to take him back." Zhao Tianlia's expression shifted as he finally grasped Lin Hongkong's true motive for the visit. He was here for Lin Hao. Clearly, after witnessing Lin Hao's capabilities at the Lin residence, Lin Hongkong had reassessed his value. Yet, Lin Hao was now a member of the Zhao family. And Zhao Tianlai had no intention of relinquishing such a gem. "Brother Lin," Zhao Tianlai said with a knowing smile, "I suspect your intentions extend beyond merely retrieving him." With his facade cracking, Lin Hongkong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "It appears you were already aware of Lin Hao's talents." With a forced chuckle, he sighed deeply. "Though Lin Hao may be blind, my instincts tell me that if he continues to develop, his potential in martial arts will be boundless. However, allowing such a genius to remain as a son-in-law within the Zhao residence may only feed his resentment, which would be detrimental to both our families." Hearing this, Zhao Tianlia's expression grew serious as he recalled the many indignities Lin Hao had suffered during his time in the Zhao household. Enduring treatment that was beneath even that of a servant. Recently, Zhao Linger boldly proclaimed her intent to dissolve their marriage, which only intensified the emotional turmoil experienced by Lin Hao. Should this situation continue to unfold, it may indeed lead to dire consequences, as Lin Hongkong has forewarned. Of paramount importance is the formidable backing Lin Hao possesses in the form of the Minggu, a colossal power. After a series of discussions, both parties unanimously resolved to maintain the status quo. The wager between Lin Hao and Zhao Linger served to fortify his own strength and uphold his dignity. The Lin and Zhao families have agreed to nurture Lin Hao's cultivation through their support. Unbeknownst to them, as they conversed, a robust ant quietly positioned itself by the door crack, eavesdropping on their entire dialogue. Without a doubt, this ant was Lin Hao's pet, Ant-Man. At that moment, Lin Hao, having satisfied his hunger, exited the dining hall, his mind buzzing with the information relayed by Ant-Man assistants, he thought, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. With two unsuspecting targets presenting themselves, it would be foolish not to seize the opportunity. Subsequently, Lin Hao, casually holding a toothpick, made his way toward the front hall. From the information transmitted by Ant-Man, he was aware that the chief steward, Zhao Rong, had just stepped out of the hall and was on his way to find him. Sure enough, the two soon encountered one another in a corridor. "Young master, I trust breakfast was to your liking today?" Zhao Rong greeted Lin Hao with a broad smile. "It was adequate, though too much meat can be quite overwhelming." "A cup of soybean milk would have been refreshing," Lin Hao replied with a mild smile, articulating his preference. "Not a problem at all. I shall instruct the kitchen to prepare some soybean milk for you tomorrow," Zhao Rong promptly assured him. As the chief steward of the Zhao estate, fulfilling Lin Hao's culinary desires was a mere trifle. However, for cultivation resources, they would rely on the heads of the Lin and Zhao families. "Younger master, the head of the Lin family has come to visit today, and he wishes to invite you to the parlor," Zhao Rong informed him. Lin Hao, already aware of this, led the way ahead. Observing Lin Hao's steady and confident stride, Zhao Rong felt a moment of surprise. If one were unaware of the truth, they would never believe that this was, in fact, a blind man. Upon arriving at the hall, as Lin Hao stepped through the entrance, Ant-Man, who had been lurking nearby, swiftly climbed up to him. "Lin Hao, thanks to the information you provided last night, our Lin family is no longer in the dark," Lin Hongkong exclaimed, rushing to greet him with a hearty laugh, completely shedding any semblance of a family head's demeanor. "Lin, I have already been informed of last night's events," Zhao Tianlai also approached, feigning displeasure as he fixed his gaze on Lin Hao. "You are now a member of our Zhao family. In any future perilous situations, you must not act independently. We, the Zhao family, will stand by you. And so will we, the Lin family," Lin Hongkong added, striving to mend the relationship between their families. "It's nothing.
I merely did what was necessary, Lin Hao responded, somewhat taken aback by the warm reception from both family heads, and humbly downplaying his actions.
Indeed.
The youth of today lack individuals like you, who embody a sense of responsibility, Zhao Tianlai remarked without a moment's hesitation, expressing his admiration. Our Lin family has reaped substantial rewards from the Lingyang stone mine incident, and your contributions have been paramount, Lin Hongkong said with palpable excitement.
Gazing at Lin Hao with a beaming smile. Speak freely about your desires.
At this, Lin Hao felt a stirring in his heart.
Presented with such a generous opportunity, he would not hold back.
As it is the head of the family's goodwill, I shall not refuse.
In a few days,
I will be attending the Tianyan Academy for the recruitment assessment, and I find myself in need of some funds.
If possible, I would like to request this amount. Lin Hao articulated, gesturing with his fingers to signify 5. Just this? Lin Hongkong was momentarily taken aback, sensing that Lin Hao's request was rather easily met.
50,000 is too little, I will give you 500,000.
Lin Hongkong proclaimed with great generosity. I will arrange for someone to prepare a Wanjin card for you tomorrow.
That will not be necessary, I already possess a Wanjin card.
Moreover,
the amount I seek is not 5,000 or even 500,000, but 50 million, Lin Hao stated, causing Lin Hongkong to gasp in astonishment.
What? 50 million?
He stared at Lin Hao, dumbfounded for a considerable time before regaining his composure, his expression one of sheer shock. Clearly, this figure far exceeded his expectations. This lad truly has a ruthless streak, demanding 50 million from the outset.
Zhao Tianlai, upon hearing this sum, nearly choked, silently expressing his astonishment while also reveling in Lin Hongkong's plight. Should you be unable to meet such a request, I will merely take your earlier goodwill to heart.
Lin Hao said casually.
Absolutely not.
Seeing Lin Hao's nonchalant demeanor, Lin Hongkong appeared somewhat agitated.
The family head keeps his word, 50 million, is it? I shall transfer it to you right away.
As he spoke, he withdrew a Wanjin card, his hand trembling slightly. 50 million equated to the family's living expenses for 2 years. The pain was palpable. Yet, what could he do? With Lin Hao's martial talent awakened, far surpassing his peers, he would undoubtedly grow into a formidable force.
The Lin family's ascent to a first-rate family was imminent.
Thus, this mere 50 million was but a trifling matter.
Furthermore,
having seized the Lingyang stone mine from the Li family last night, the resources would continue to flow. Lin Hongkong's mind raced, weighing the future benefits for the family as he sought to console himself.
Thank you, family head.
After the transfer was completed, Lin Hao's smile grew increasingly radiant. In terms of personal gain, he had undoubtedly emerged as the biggest victor from the recently family incident, 3,000 Lingyang stones and 50 million in cash.
He was indeed a small tycoon.
Chapter 45. The fourth pet. Observing Lin Hao's beaming smile, Lin Hongkong's lips twitched slightly.
50 million taels.
This was the most extravagant expenditure he had made in his 20 years as the head of the family.
Moreover, it was all directed towards a single individual. Brother Zhao.
As Lin Hao's father-in-law, you ought to show some consideration for him as he embarks on his journey to the Tianyan Academy, Lin Hongkong thought, increasingly resentful. If he was to nurture Lin Hao, he could not be the sole provider of resources. Thus, he turned to Zhao Tianlai with a bemused grin,
dragging the latter into the conversation. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianlai's eyelids twitched, and the expression of schadenfreude on his face quickly transformed into one of discomfort.
This old rascal is dragging me into this mess. During his 6 months at the Zhao residence, although his father-in-law had never gifted him anything, it didn't matter. He understood his father-in-law's intentions well enough. Lin Hao feigned politeness, offering a slight smile to ease the tension.
However, to Zhao Tianlai, this was laden with an alternative implication.
Not at all, Zhao Tianlai chuckled awkwardly, hastily waving his hand. I prepared a parting gift for you well over a fortnight ago.
Upon hearing that you were heading to the Tianyan Academy. What is it? Lin Hongkong inquired, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. A weapon? Or perhaps some spiritual herbs?
His demeanor resembled that of a supervisor assessing the quality of items Lin Hao was about to receive. Lin Hao chuckled inwardly, realizing for the first time that the head of the Lin family possessed a humorous side. Neither, Zhao Tianlai replied, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Hongkong.
It is a magical beast.
At this revelation, Lin Hao felt a surge of interest at the mention of the magical beast, while Lin Hongkong's eyes widened in surprise. He had anticipated that Zhao Tianlai would present some monetary gifts or spiritual herbs, but instead, he had procured a magical beast. It is well known that magical beasts differ from ordinary wild animals. They possess the ability to absorb the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth, are exceptionally fierce,
and boast considerable intelligence.
Most importantly, every part of a magical beast is valuable, from its fur and flesh to its bones, all of which serve as potent supplements.
Moreover,
due to their absorption of spiritual energy, most magical beasts have crystallized cores within them, making them ideal for crafting precious artifacts.
Many impoverished warriors risk their lives to capture magical beasts in the mountainous regions.
Subsequently, Zhao Tianlai led Lin Hao and the others to the backyard of the Zhao residence. In the center of the area was an iron cage containing a magical beast towering over 10 feet high, emitting deep, resonant roars. The creature was enveloped in fiery scales. With a head resembling that of a ferocious tiger, its crimson eyes radiating a menacing glare. Its tail swayed like a fiery python, displaying a sinister demeanor. This magical beast is far superior to the likes of the small flies.
Lin Hao thought, momentarily taken aback.
Though he was at a distance,
he could still sense the formidable aura emanating from the beast. In terms of initial prowess, the small flies, the wolf spiders, and the ant-men were utterly outmatched. However, in terms of assassination, the smaller pets might hold an advantage.
The fire-scale tiger!
Lin Hongkong exclaimed,
his gaze flickering with recognition as he identified the beast within the cage.
This creature was notorious for its ferocity,
with combat capabilities during adulthood comparable to a 6th-level human warrior. He turned to Zhao Tianlai, astonished.
Brother Zhao, the fire-scale tiger is inherently proud and fierce.
Capturing it alive is no simple feat indeed, it required considerable effort, Zhao Tianlai replied with a satisfied smile, gazing at the majestic presence of the fire-scale tiger. He had long desired a magical beast as a mount. Recently, he had learned of an adventurer team that had captured one, and thus, he spent 1,000,000 taels to acquire it. The mere thought of riding the fire-scale tiger through the streets was exhilarating.
However, despite not yet reaching adulthood,
the beast was incredibly wild and difficult to tame. It had retained its untamed nature even after 2 months of captivity.
Lin Hao.
This beast is named the fire-scale tiger. I intend to gift it to you as your mount for your journey to the Tianyan Academy.
In a moment of contemplation, Zhao Tianlai smiled broadly.
Since Lin Hongkong had already broached the subject, he felt compelled to offer the fire-scale tiger to Lin Hao,
even though he had little else of value to present. Should Lin Hao decline out of fear, it would not diminish his dignity. Thank you, father-in-law. To Zhao Tianlai's utter astonishment, Lin Hao graciously accepted the offer.
Lin Hao, the fire-scale tiger is notoriously difficult to tame and is exceedingly aggressive. You must think this through carefully, Zhao Tianlai hastily cautioned, his tone suggesting an attempt to dissuade Lin Hao.
It's fine, I shall give it a try.
If it proves too challenging, then so be it, Lin Hao replied with a calm smile, fully aware of Zhao's intentions.
With that, he strode directly towards the iron cage.
Watching Lin Hao approach the fire-scale tiger, Zhao Tianlai momentarily froze, then a confident smile crept onto his lips. After recent attempts, he understood the beast's untamable nature well. If Lin Hao wished to try, then so be it, he would soon learn the futility of his endeavor. As Lin Hao neared the cage, the fire-scale tiger's fierce eyes glimmered with anger, and it let out a thunderous roar, revealing its menacing fangs. Yet Lin Hao stood resolute, unperturbed. If he could tame a dragon soul, a mere magical beast was hardly a concern. The rules of the divine evolution system dictated that he must personally capture a creature to claim it as a pet. He pondered whether seeking assistance from the small flies would violate this rule. With a fleeting thought, he communicated his query to the system.
Ding!
Previously captured pets belong to the host's own power. Assisting the host in capturing animals does not constitute a violation.
Upon receiving the system's response, Lin Hao's spirits lifted.
In that case, the task would be much simpler, sparing him the risk of direct confrontation. However, the current abilities of the small flies were still too weak. Subduing the fire-scale tiger would likely be a daunting challenge. Enhance my pets, Lin Hao commanded mentally, and a pet interface materialized in his mind.
There were 5 slots for pets, 3 of which were already occupied by the small flies, wolf spiders, and ant-men. Thus, he had only 2 slots remaining. Lin Hao speculated whether filling all 5 slots would lead to an upgrade of the system, thereby increasing the capacity for pets. Which pet would you like to evolve? The system inquired. Lin Hao silently declared, the small flies. In the next instant, the attribute panel of the small flies appeared before him. Currently, they were at a high C rank level, and to evolve to B rank, they first needed to reach the C rank king level. Without hesitation, Lin Hao selected the C rank option for king enhancement, instantly depleting 1 million taels. Ding, upgrade successful, your pet small fly has received a comprehensive boost. As the evolution completed, the small fly's attributes surged dramatically. Their combat power rose from 4,000 to 6,000, comparable to peak level 4 warriors. Without a second thought, Lin Hao opted for B rank evolution. The initial expenses for upgrades were not trivial, transitioning from D rank to C rank cost 100,000, increasing tenfold thereafter. Therefore, evolving from C rank to B rank would require merely 1 million taels. The 50 million taels he had recently acquired from Lin Hong Kong was more than sufficient for his extravagant pursuits. Ding! Advancement successful. Congratulations to Code 001, the Kung Fu Fly, for evolving to level B and activating the new skill, Shadow Wings. In an instant, the Kung Fu Fly perched on Lin Hao's shoulder underwent a remarkable transformation. Though its size remained largely unchanged, its skin shimmered with a metallic black luster. Most intriguingly, a dark golden pattern emerged on its wings, resembling a mystical rune, profound and enchanting, hinting at its ability to absorb the essence of the world. The Kung Fu Fly has acquired a new skill. Lin Hao felt a surge of excitement and promptly examined the explanation for the new ability. Shadow Wings, capable of absorbing the essence of the earth and sky to gather energy, flapping its wings to release shadow blades in an attack. It turned out to be a ranged attack skill, quite impressive indeed. After reading the description, Lin Hao couldn't help but express his admiration. With its flying ability combined with the Shadow Wing skill, this newfound capability seemed exceptionally fitting. Without hesitation, Lin Hao chose to further upgrade the Kung Fu Fly to the B-level Royal Enhancement tier. In an instant, the Kung Fu Fly's combat power skyrocketed to an astounding 10,000 points, rivaling that of a peak-level 5th-tier warrior. However, Lin Hao soon noticed that his card balance had plummeted by 10 million taels. The expenses were exorbitant, he mused. Just like that, the 50 million taels he had recently acquired dwindled to less than 30 million. What was he doing? Meanwhile, Lin Hongkong and Zhao Tianlai, who were behind him, noticed Lin Hao standing motionless beside the iron cage and felt a twinge of curiosity. Could it be that he was paralyzed with fear? If that were the case, Lin Hao's capabilities would undoubtedly lose their luster in their eyes. Kung Fu Fly, unlock the iron lock, Lin Hao commanded, his expression indifferent. Whoosh! The Kung Fu Fly suddenly darted forth from his shoulder, its metallic side-like limbs slicing through the air. In the next moment, the iron lock on the cage door shattered. Roar! The fire-scaled tiger, evidently possessing a degree of intelligence, immediately roared and lunged at the door, crashing it open. Lin Hao, retreat! Seeing this scene, Lin Hongkong and Zhao Tianlia's pupils constricted, and they exclaimed in alarm. At the same time, a surge of energy erupted from their bodies as they drew their weapons. Magical beasts are notoriously fierce and brutal, even they had to tread carefully. However, Lin Hao remained unfazed, even provocatively whistling at the fire-scaled tiger. The time spent in captivity had fostered considerable resentment in the tiger, and Lin Hao's taunting only served to ignite its ferocity. With a fierce roar, the fire-scaled tiger bared its razor-sharp teeth and lunged at Lin Hao with incredible speed, akin to a flash of fire, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the Kung Fu Fly, having been primed for action, suddenly flapped its wings. The runes glowing brilliantly as it conjured black shadow blades that shot towards the fire-scaled tiger. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, the fire-scaled tiger reacted swiftly, agilely retreating before raising its head and unleashing a torrent of flames. Boom! Under the impact of the flames, dozens of black shadow blades disintegrated into dust, their attacks neutralizing each other. The fire-scaled tiger's eyes glinted with ferocity as it fixated on the Kung Fu Fly hovering in midair. a flicker of confusion flitting across its gaze. In the Beast Mountain range, it had encountered countless creatures, adept at discerning their levels through the scent of their waste. Yet this tiny fly completely defied its previous understanding. The Kung Fu fly, undeterred by such thoughts, dove down under Lin Hao's command, launching another wave of attacks. In an astonishing display of combat, the two adversaries, despite their stark size difference, became embroiled in a fierce struggle. The claws of the fire-scaled tiger were akin to Earth-tier weapons, sharp and resilient. After the B-level royal enhancement, the Kung Fu fly had also reached that caliber, resulting in a fierce standoff between them. Bang! 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 Each collision resonated with power, stirring the air with intensity. Meanwhile, Lin Hao had stealthily summoned the wolf spider into the fray. Whoosh! Caught unawares, the fire-scaled tiger suddenly noticed a dark green spider that had inexplicably appeared behind it. Its instincts kicked in, and it whipped its tail fiercely at the wolf spider. Slap! However, the diminutive spider withstood the blow as if it were made of iron, emerging unscathed. After fending off the Kung Fu fly's assault, the fire-scaled tiger, enraged, turned its head to unleash another fiery breath to incinerate the audacious little spider, only to feel a sharp pain in its tail as the wolf spider seized the opportunity to bite it. In an instant, a potent venom coursed through the fire-scaled tiger's veins, rendering it momentarily paralyzed and collapsing to the ground in agony. Fortunately, the wolf spider had not yet evolved to match the Kung Fu fly's level, otherwise, that single bite could have been fatal. Seizing the moment, Lin Hao, who had been orchestrating the struggle from the sidelines, rushed forward and delivered a powerful punch to the tiger's head, rendering it completely unconscious. Ding! Detection complete. Host has captured a magical beast, fire-scaled tiger. Would you like to collect it as a pet? Without hesitation, Lin Hao replied, yes. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired a pet and may now name it. Let it be called Fire-Scaled Tiger, he decided, opting for the original name without further thought. Ding! Code 004, pet naming completed. You have gained the qualification to evolve the Fire-Scaled Tiger. As the system's voice echoed in his mind, an attribute data panel materialized before Lin Hao. Fire-Scaled Tiger, Code 004 Owner, Lin Hao Combat Power, 10,000 Lifespan, 80 Years Skills, Flame Light. Chapter 46, The Second Lottery. The emergence of the fire-scaled tiger is indeed impressive. Lin Hao swiftly perused the information about the creature, feeling a surge of delight. Even before evolution, it had already reached the level of a B-rank king-level enhancement of the Kung Fu fly. Such a powerful beast species, starting from a high point, is truly formidable. Wolf Spider, administer the antidote to the little tiger, Lin Hao commanded. At his behest, the wolf spider bit the fire-scaled tiger, releasing a white liquid that swiftly purged the toxins from its bloodline. With a roar, the fire-scaled tiger quickly regained consciousness, standing up with renewed vitality. However, this time, it looked at Lin Hao with eyes devoid of ferocity, filled instead with reverence, lowering its head and affectionately rubbing against Lin Hao's legs like a playful puppy. This scene left Lin Hongkong and Zhao Tianlai utterly astonished, their expressions frozen in disbelief. A mere fly could contend evenly with a fire-scaled tiger. What species of fly is this? Lin Hongkong swallowed hard, his throat constricting as he gazed at the Kung Fu fly now perched on Lin Hao's shoulder, his eyes brimming with shock. Hadn't Zhao, the steward, mentioned that this fly possessed the strength of a second-level warrior? How had it suddenly become so formidable? Zhao Tianlai could not help but marvel at the spectacle. What astounded him most was that Lin Hao had tamed the fire-scaled tiger with a single punch, a method so brutally simple that he had never seen its like before. Little tiger, let us take a lap around the courtyard, Lin Hao instructed. The fire-scaled tiger obediently crouched down, and as Lin Hao mounted its back, it sprang into action, racing around the courtyard like a blazing flame. Despite its speed, the tiger moved with remarkable steadiness, devoid of any jarring discomfort. What a thrill! Sitting atop the beast, Lin Hao felt the exhilaration of the wind rushing past him, far surpassing the experience of riding a horse. Suddenly, Lin Hao patted the tiger's head, and it halted abruptly in front of Lin Hongkong and Zhao Tianlai. Their faces remained in that astonished state. Thank you for the gift, father-in-law. I truly appreciate this creature, Lin Hao said with a smile. Ah, I'm glad you like it. Zhao Tianlai managed a dry chuckle, his heart heavy with unspoken burdens. He had initially thought that Lin Hao would be unable to tame the beast, thereby gracefully declining his gift, which would preserve his status while also expressing goodwill. It was a clever strategy, but he had never anticipated that Lin Hao would so effortlessly tame the fire-scaled tiger. It was a classic case of losing the hen while trying to catch the egg. However, from another perspective, Lin Hao's displayed ability further convinced Zhao Tianlai that Lin Hao was a promising investment. Thus, the gift of the fire-scaled tiger held immense future value. Lin Hao. The Tianyan Academy enrolls 3 guaranteed slots for our family each year, so you need not participate in the assessment, Lin Hongkong said, increasingly impressed by Lin Hao. I can grant you one of those slots, and you 1T need to partake in the clan competition. How does that sound? Upon hearing this proposal from the clan leader, Lin Hao felt a flicker of temptation. After all, obtaining a guaranteed spot at the Tianyan Academy without the need for an assessment or competition was quite appealing. However, he had already made a bet with Zhao Linger, which he was determined to uphold. If he took the shortcut now, wouldn't it be seen as a sign of weakness? No, thank you, clan leader. My agreement with Zhao Linger remains unchanged, Lin Hao replied calmly. I trust that my father-in-law has already recounted the events to you. At this, Lin Hongkong's eyes widened in surprise, but he soon broke into a grin, exclaiming, excellent. A man should have his pride, a disobedient woman requires a proper lesson. Zhao Tianlia's expression darkened slightly upon hearing Lin Hongkong's remarks about his daughter, clearly displeased. Yet, standing with Lin Hao, he refrained from expressing his discontent. By the way, Zhao Tianlai suddenly recalled something and said to Lin Hao, Linger left the Zhao residence this morning, departing early for the Tianyan Academy. Lin Hao replied nonchalantly. That's of no concern to me, I will set out tomorrow. Tomorrow coincided with the dwarf blacksmith's completion of the gravity armor, and he had planned to collect it before heading directly to the Tianyan Academy. Whether Zhao Linger accompanied him was entirely outside his considerations. Having a woman by his side, along with their awkward relationship, would undoubtedly create discomfort. It was far preferable to travel alone, allowing for freedom and ease of movement. Soon after, Lin Hongkong and Zhao Tianlai exchanged a few more pleasantries before departing in succession. As heads of their respective households, their duties were far from leisurely, with numerous family affairs demanding their attention. Their time spent with Lin Hao had been a brief respite from their responsibilities. Lin Hao remained in the backyard, a secluded area seldom traversed by the Zhao household, ensuring he would not be interrupted. Evolution of the fire-scaled tiger, he murmured inwardly. Instantly, the tiger's attribute panel appeared before him. The advancement levels required a gradual increase, unlike the straightforward choices for full-body enhancements of the initial, intermediate, advanced, and king levels. Thus, the fire-scaled tiger, in its current state, was yet to evolve and required selection of the D rank to progress. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Hao began his operation. Ding! Evolution successful. Your pet, number 004, the fire-scaled tiger, has completed D rank evolution and may freely select full-body enhancements. Ding! Enhancement successful. Your pet, number 004, the fire-scaled tiger, has completed D rank king level enhancement, resulting in an overall improvement. As the system's voice echoed, the fire-scaled tiger's body trembled, its scales instantly rejuvenated, gleaming with a radiant crimson sheen, resembling flames in full blaze. The cost of evolving to D rank was 1 million taels, while the king level enhancement required 10 million taels, a stark disparity. Nevertheless, this allowed for an upgrade to C rank. Ding! Advancement successful. Your pet, number 004, the fire-scaled tiger, has been elevated to C rank and acquired the special skill, Flame Critical Hit. Lin Hao then expended another 10 million taels to elevate it to B rank king level enhancement. This transformation significantly enlarged the fire-scaled tiger's form. Its claws sharpened to a razor's edge, with elongated fangs protruding from its mouth. Its scales shone like a shield, exuding a metallic hardness, and its aura increased substantially. Its combat power surged from the initial 10,000 to an impressive 35,000, comparable to the peak level of a 6th-level warrior. Remarkable! What an imposing presence! Lin Hao exclaimed in delight, unable to contain his admiration. If Zhao Tianlai and Lin Hong Kong were to witness the current state of the fire-scaled tiger, they would undoubtedly be left in a state of shock. For now, even their combined strength would likely struggle to contend with the creature. Lin Hao then checked the balance of his wealth card, which still held over 13 million taels. While evolving to B rank and king level enhancement required only 11 million taels, he decided against it. After all, he anticipated expenses on his journey to the Tianyan Academy and did not wish to compromise his finances for the sake of his pet's evolution. With the strength of his 4 pets, he was confident that, barring encounters with martial arts masters, his safety was assured. Such considerations were secondary. His primary focus remained on his economic income, which was currently derived from assassin missions. The targets for these tasks were none other than his 2 companions, the Kung Fu Fly and the Wolf Spider. Their physical forms were ideally suited for assassination. However, the Wolf Spider is currently at the C-tier advanced level, possessing rather feeble combat capabilities. To achieve a comprehensive enhancement, a significant amount of funds is still required. Thus, it is imperative to save more money to bolster their strength. Lin Hao shook his head, increasingly feeling the pinch of financial constraints. As for the Ant-Man, in Lin Hao's view, given its current state, aside from its ability to summon ant beasts, it lacks substantial utility. He could only await potential novel developments in its later transformations before deciding its fate. Ding! The system detected that the host has acquired 4 pets, meeting the criteria for a reward. Congratulations, host, you have earned a free lottery opportunity. Would you like to claim it? Just as Lin Hao was pondering, the system's notification suddenly echoed in his mind. Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback, recalling the rules regarding the distribution of rewards. Without hesitation, he accepted the offer and initiated the lottery. After a brief silence of several seconds, the system's voice resonated once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn the Celestial Level Skill 9 Symbol Sword Technique. At the moment the system's voice sounded, a crystal suddenly appeared in Lin Hao's mind, spinning gracefully. The crystal resembled a long sword, surrounded by 9 enigmatic runes, each varying in hue. Subtly, it emanated 9 distinct energy attributes, corresponding to the elemental energies of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness. Seeing this, Lin Hao felt a surge of curiosity, momentarily uncertain how to utilize it. The martial arts crystal contained all the techniques of the 9 Symbol Sword Technique. Would the host like to merge with it? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Lin Hao, filled with astonishment, promptly responded, "Merge." Buzz. In the next instant, the sword-shaped crystal melted away in his mind like ice. Lin Hao's consciousness jolted, as if enlightened by a profound revelation. The various martial techniques of the 9 Symbol Sword Technique were absorbed almost instantaneously. Is this truly enough? Lin Hao found himself inwardly astonished. In the blink of an eye, he had become self-taught? Moreover, the sensation was extraordinarily mystical, akin to having practiced diligently for decades to reach an unparalleled mastery. With a sense of curiosity, Lin Hao reached into his storage bag and retrieved the dragon-biting sword. Since it was a martial art derived from swordplay, it was only fitting to wield a sword. He then attempted to channel the spiritual energy within him, swiftly circulating it through his meridians in accordance with the principles of the 9 Sword True Technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the spiritual power flowed into the broken sword, intricate runes abruptly illuminated the blade. These 9 runes shone brilliantly, formed by Lin Hao's spiritual energy coalescing into a dazzling manifestation. It truly works. Gazing at the 9 runes blossoming on the broken sword, Lin Hao felt a surge of joy. Besides lacking funds, he was also severely deprived of various cultivation resources. He possessed great power but lacked any martial techniques to aid him. However, the emergence of the 9 Symbol Sword Technique undoubtedly addressed his needs. Lin Hao then urged his spiritual power, causing the 9 runes on the sword to flash brilliantly, releasing a formidable sword aura. Boom! As he struck the ground with the sword, the runes erupted in an explosive display, sending sparks flying. The ground was paved with a type of jade stone as hard as iron. Nevertheless, even such resilience was no match for the sword aura, which cleaved a several-foot-long scar into the surface. This demonstrated the tremendous power of the strike. Observing the mark on the ground, Lin Hao nodded to himself. Although he was unaware of the origin or lineage of the 9-symbol sword technique, its formidable prowess was more than sufficient. Subsequently, Lin Hao returned the dragon-biting sword to his storage bag and swiftly mounted the fire-scaled tiger, racing out of the backyard. Along the way, the servants of the Zhao family were taken aback by the sudden appearance of such a beast. Ah! A monster! A fire beast! How terrifying! Instantly, screams erupted throughout the Zhao residence, as each person was terrified to the point of losing control. Upon returning to the small courtyard where Zhao Linger resided, the fire-scaled tiger lay at the entrance like a guardian beast. Its robust body, resembling fire, along with its fierce tiger head and deep breaths, exuded an imposing aura. After a brief freshening up inside, Lin Hao entered Zhao Linger's chamber and was immediately greeted by a delightful fragrance. It was Zhao Linger's unique scent, which stirred one's senses. The little lady has unexpectedly run off, leaving me in the lurch. Lin Hao smirked, leisurely wandering about the room. With Zhao Linger absent from the Zhao estate, he no longer needed to worry about her sudden return and being caught red-handed. Tonight, this bed belongs to me. With a grin, Lin Hao climbed onto Zhao Linger's bed. The soft bedding and smooth quilt provided a tantalizing sensation, instantly igniting one's imagination. What is this? Lin Hao suddenly noticed something beneath the pillow. Upon pulling it out, he was surprised to find the complete guide to spells he had seen last time. Undoubtedly, as a level 4 mage, Zhao Linger had little interest in such rudimentary spell theories and thus carried no value in her possession. However, for Lin Hao, a novice, it was an entirely different matter. What a windfall! Lin Hao licked his lips, his mindset akin to that of a thief as he excitedly opened the complete guide to spells. The little fly of skills immediately flitted over, presenting the information contained within the book to Lin Hao. However, upon turning to the first page, Lin Hao's fingers brushed against a piece of wooden paper. The delicate script on the wooden sheet was not inked but rather pricked out with fine punctures. Even without the little fly's assistance, Lin Hao could discern the message written there. I marked this before I left. If you dare to sneak into my chamber again and touch my belongings, you will be doomed upon your return. As he touched the characters on the paper, Lin Hao's expression turned to one of astonishment. Gradually, a smile crept across his face, and Zhao Linger's indignant visage floated into his mind. It was as if for the first time, he perceived Zhao Linger's endearing charm. Chapter 47, Gravity Silver Armor on the Bed. Lin Hao completely disregarded the threatening words inscribed on the piece of paper, tossing it aside. He then opened the spell compendium to read. Previously, he had learned fire-based spells, and the method for condensing fireball runes was merely the most fundamental introduction. Now, having reached the level of a second-tier mage in terms of mental prowess, he could only delve into second-tier spell runes. Fortunately, the spell compendium contained content pertinent to spells of up to the 3rd tier. Given his unparalleled talent for cultivation, he was not limited to any particular type of spell. He was a prodigy capable of mastering all schools of magic. However, to avoid becoming a jack of all trades and master of none, Lin Hao decided to focus on wind and fire elements for the time being. The combination of wind and fire provided an excellent foundation. With this thought in mind, Lin Hao swiftly flipped through the pages until he found the section on wind spells. The theoretical explanations detailed 4 types of rune systems: offensive, supportive, defensive, and restorative. The offensive and defensive categories were straightforward. The supportive spells involved enhancing speed through wind techniques, while restorative spells utilized the power of the wind to perform healing magic like as if bathed in spring breeze. After thoroughly reviewing the material, Lin Hao raised his palm, channeling an invisible mental force as he began to inscribe the runes. During his first attempt at practicing wind-based runes, Lin Hao's movements appeared somewhat clumsy. Midway through drawing the rune totem, the majority of his concentrated mental energy dissipated due to interruptions. However, as time passed, his finger movements quickened, becoming a blur. With each successful inscribing of wind runes, both the success rate and proficiency increased at an astonishing pace. In a fleeting moment, Lin Hao's fingers danced rapidly, drawing a thread of mental energy through the air, which suddenly coalesced into an unusual rune. Activate! Lin Hao's mind focused, and the rune instantly erupted with a brilliant azure light.
Subsequently, the spiritual energy within the room surged chaotically, as if a tempest had swept through,
tossing the surrounding furniture in disarray.
In the blink of an eye, a swirling azure tornado materialized before Lin Hao, its rotation accompanied by sharp wind blades. This was a second-tier wind spell. Wind sweeps away the clouds. Indeed, it was quite a spectacle. Gazing at the azure tornado that had formed, Lin Hao felt a surge of excitement. He could manipulate its direction at will. Curious about its destructive power, he seized a nearby chair and hurled it into the vortex. Crack! 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 The moment the wooden chair was engulfed, it was almost instantaneously shredded into splinters by the multitude of wind blades, producing a chilling sound.
How ruthless!
Lin Hao clicked his tongue, realizing that if a pig were thrown into it, it would likely be reduced to mere pulp. It resembled a colossal meat grinder. Afterward, Lin Hao waved his hand, dispersing the azure tornado, and once again summoned his mental energy to inscribe a supportive wind rune. With a whoosh, as the rune flashed into existence, it transformed into a layer of azure light enveloping him. Lin Hao immediately felt weightless, as if he were a leaf floating on the breeze. He then took off, sprinting around the room, leaving behind a series of azure afterimages, his movements almost ethereal. This was the second-tier wind spell, Wind's Shadow. After casting it, his speed was significantly enhanced. Suddenly halting, he grinned widely. However, upon surveying the chaotic scene in the room, his smile abruptly stiffened. Gone was the orderly appearance of Zhao Linger's chamber. Instead, it was a disaster of shattered jars, mirrors, and various tools strewn about in a pitiful state. Forget it, he shrugged, relinquishing the thought of tidying up. Glancing outside, he noted the dawn had arrived. Time had flown by, and he had spent the entire night in training. With his task completed, he set off.
Dusting off his clothes, Lin Hao exited the room without a backward glance, leaving behind a scene of utter disarray. As Lin Hao departed,
the head of the Zhao family generously provided a substantial amount of living supplies, enough to fill an entire cart, and discreetly transferred 5 million taels to him, which genuinely moved Lin Hao. With his spatial ring and storage bag, he was well equipped for his journey. Thus, under the fearful gazes of the Zhao family members, Lin Hao rode the fire-scaled tiger down the street at a gallop.
A monster, a monstrous beast. How terrifying! Will it bite? Run away!
Upon sighting the fire-scaled beast, pedestrians scattered in all directions, creating a scene of chaos, with many shoes left behind.
As he passed the blacksmith shop, Lin Hao suddenly halted.
This time, due to attracting much attention and the fire-scaled beast being exceedingly conspicuous, he had not donned the attire of Jingku. "Sir, what would you like to forge?"
Upon Lin Hao's entrance, the dwarf blacksmith approached him with a welcoming demeanor. His spirits were high.
Despite having missed a recent order from the Lin family due to the death of Li Qingshou, which also meant the cancellation of the marriage arrangement between their families.
Consequently,
the boxes intended for the dowry were no longer needed, and the blacksmith's mood was buoyant.
"I am here to collect an order," Lin Hao stated plainly. "Collect an order? What kind?"
The dwarf blacksmith's expression was puzzled as he scrutinized Lin Hao's familiar face, struggling to recall when he had placed an order. "My master came a couple of days ago to forge a set of gravity silver armor.
He sent me today to collect it."
Lin Hao smiled slightly,
not intending to reveal his identity. "Oh, it's you, the mysterious masked man."
The dwarf blacksmith's lips curled in disdain at the mention of Jing Ku, clearly still harboring resentment over the loss of his ancestral stone sword.
Suppressing a chuckle, Lin Hao inquired, "Is it ready?"
"Of course, here you go." The dwarf blacksmith swiftly retrieved a piece of silver armor from his storage bag. It was light and soft, resembling strands of silver thread intricately woven together.
Upon closer inspection, 20 of these strands bore earth-toned runes, subtly emanating a robust and stable energy aura. "Is this what my master requested, the gravity equipment?" Lin Hao nearly let slip his true identity, his curiosity piqued. "Indeed."
The dwarf blacksmith scrutinized Lin Hao and added with a gruff voice, "You seem to have a similar build to that fellow, try it on and see if it fits." At his words, Lin Hao accepted the silver armor. It felt soft and light in his hands, exuding a refreshing coolness. Without hesitation, he donned the armor. Stretching his limbs, he found it fit perfectly, allowing for free movement. "How does it work?" Lin Hao asked, puzzled by the lack of any sensation of weight. The dwarf blacksmith chuckled. This gravity silver armor not only serves as protection but also regulates gravity. The minimum gravity multiplier is 1, while the maximum can reach up to 20 times. The runes above can be activated using spiritual energy, one by one. Be cautious while adjusting, it must align with the gravity you can withstand. Otherwise, if you get injured, do not seek me out. This shop merely forges according to your specifications and bears no responsibility for anything else. The dwarf blacksmith reminded solemnly. It turns out that the runes on the silver armor possess the ability to adjust the gravity multiplier. Hearing this, Lin Hao felt a surge of curiosity. Infusing spiritual energy into the silver armor, he attempted to activate 5 of the runes, and instantly, a brilliant light flickered. 5 times the gravity. At that moment, Lin Hao distinctly felt an intangible immense pressure enveloping his body. Weighing 140 Jin, 5 times the gravity equated to enduring a staggering 700 Jin of pressure. The sudden onslaught of 700 Jin caused Lin Hao to tremble, nearly losing his footing, feeling as though every step was a monumental challenge. Young man, you have quite the physique, remarked the dwarf blacksmith, slightly taken aback, admiring Lin Hao's capacity to endure 5 times the gravity. In his view, with such a strong build, Lin Hao must at least be at the level of a 3rd-tier warrior. Little did he know, Lin Hao was merely a 2nd-tier warrior. 5 times? I can manage. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Lin Hao's mouth as he directly increased the gravity to 10 times. Boom! With the activation of 10 times the gravity, Lin Hao immediately felt an overwhelming force crash upon him. This time, without a doubt, he collapsed to the ground, lacking even the strength to rise. Are you out of your mind? The dwarf blacksmith exclaimed, staring at Lin Hao sprawled on the ground. If you suddenly ramp up to 10 times the pressure without proper control, your organs could burst. Well, I had to give it a try, Lin Hao chuckled, breathless. Want to die is one thing, but please do not cause a scene in my shop. The dwarf blacksmith huffed angrily, then added earnestly. 10 times the gravity is beyond what your body can currently endure. You must start from the lowest level and gradually adapt. Once you are accustomed to that level, then incrementally increase it. This is the path of cultivation. Lin Hao nodded inwardly, recognizing the wisdom in the dwarf blacksmith's words. He then summoned his internal spiritual energy. And under its resistance, most of the pressure dissipated, allowing him to stand once more. Although this method was significantly easier, Lin Hao understood that relying solely on physical strength to withstand the pressure would yield far greater training results. With a swift thought, Lin Hao adjusted the gravity to 3 times. This level of pressure was just right for his current physique, neither too light nor too heavy. Will the pressure I endure affect other objects I come into contact with? Lin Hao suddenly pondered a practical concern. For instance, if I sit on a chair, does that mean it will bear my entire weight? Hearing this, the dwarf blacksmith couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head. You need not worry. The pressure is activated by the runes and only affects you. That's a relief, Lin Hao replied with a serene smile. Otherwise, as the gravity multiplier increased, various aspects of daily life would be constrained. Meanwhile, outside the blacksmith shop, a large crowd had gathered. This beast is incredibly fierce, entirely crimson, resembling a ball of flame. Indeed, riding it, who knows if it burns? Come on, anyone capable of taming such a beast must possess extraordinary strength. Would they fear a little heat? They watched in awe, their expressions filled with trepidation as they observed the fire-scaled tiger resting at the entrance of the blacksmith shop. In Tianwu City, the appearance of magical beasts was an exceedingly rare occurrence, symbolizing a display of power. After all, who could tame a magical beast as a mount? Thus, it was universally acknowledged that the one who had subdued this fearsome creature must undoubtedly be a martial arts master. At this moment, the crowd shared a common thought. They were immensely curious about the appearance of this formidable individual. Just as they awaited and anticipated, a youthful figure finally emerged from the blacksmith shop. Look, he has come out. The master of the magical beast. In an instant, countless eager gazes were directed towards that figure. The moment Lin Hao stepped out, he was taken aback by the bustling crowd before him. In the eyes of a keen observer, the expressions of the onlookers were clearly more astonished. What?
Isn't that the son-in-law of the Zhao family?
Yes. That useless blind man, I recognize him, his name is Lin Hao.
Impossible.
The master of the magical beast cannot possibly be him. What a joke.
How could this blind fool own such a pet?
That strong individual must still be inside the shop. As they caught sight of Lin Hao's appearance and his gray-white pupils, the majority of the crowd instantly recognized him.
Their expressions shifted from surprise to suspicion, and finally,
to ridicule and disdain. Clearly, no one believed that Lin Hao could be the master of the magical beast. It seemed utterly improbable.
Lin Hao, however,
remained indifferent as he approached the fire-scaled tiger. The beast immediately wagged its scaly tail, obediently lying down like a dog greeting its owner. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lin Hao mounted the beast with composure.
This. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were left speechless, utterly stunned.
They had never anticipated that the master of the magical beast would be none other than Lin Hao, whom they had looked down upon.
This was simply unbelievable.
Let us go, Lin Hao commanded softly, and the fire-scaled tiger leapt into the air with a powerful and commanding presence, soaring above the crowd. Its speed was akin to a flash of fire, disappearing into the distance amidst the astonished gazes.
And thus, along ancient road, a few cool autumn breezes,
and a majestic fire-scaled tiger marked Lin Hao's departure from Tianwu City towards the imperial capital.
Chapter 48, The Beast Mountain Range indeed. The air outside is truly refreshing. On the official road at the outskirts, Lin Hao took a deep breath, feeling an immense sense of exhilaration.
The agile little fly glanced back. 100 miles behind was Tianwu City, the very place that had confined him for 18 years.
Since his arrival in this world.
This was his first venture beyond the city gates, plunging into the vast, boundless realm outside.
Lin Hao inhaled deeply once more, as if every cell in his body awakened with fervor.
The Tianyan Academy was situated quite far from the imperial capital. Lin Hao reached into his spatial ring and retrieved a map of the Dian dynasty.
Under normal circumstances, the journey from Tianwu City to the imperial capital would take approximately 20 days on horseback.
However, with the fiery scaled beast, they could drastically reduce this time.
Furthermore,
there existed a shortcut, the Beast Mountain Range. The map displayed the mountains sprawling across nearly half of the Zhangqiang continent,
with its tail end nestled in the heart of the Dian dynasty, not far from the imperial capital. After stowing the map,
Lin Hao mounted the fiery scaled tiger and sped away, watching as Tianwu City diminished behind him until it vanished entirely. Although traveling on the fiery scaled tiger eased his journey, Lin Hao still felt the strain in his back and the discomfort in his posterior. Fortunately, he embraced this journey with a spirit of exploration,
taking his time to enjoy the sights along the way.
5 days later, Lin Hao finally arrived at the Beast Mountain Range. This colossal mountain range stretched from the south to the north of the Zhangqiang continent. At a glance, the endless peaks and dense forests appeared boundless and magnificent, truly deserving of the title of the continent's foremost mountain range. With the keen eyesight of the agile little fly, Lin Hao gazed at the towering mountains before him,
filled with a sense of awe.
Should he venture within, losing his way would undoubtedly prove challenging. The Beast Mountain Range was simply too extensive, with peaks of various sizes rising and falling, and forests sprawling as far as the eye could see.
Upon entering the mountains, there were no discernible paths. Ancient,
towering trees obscured the sky, and thickets of thorns thrived. This place preserved the most primitive ecological environment, occasionally punctuated by the low growls of beasts, evoking a sense of trepidation.
Crack! Crack!
The fiery scaled tiger carried Lin Hao, its crimson shadow gradually blending into the forest.
Night fell, enveloping the entire woodland in darkness.
The temperature dropped significantly compared to the day, which also signified an increase in danger.
As the name suggests,
the Beast Mountain Range harbored countless species of fierce and savage beasts, epitomizing the brutal reality of survival of the fittest.
In a small clearing, flickering flames danced.
Lin Hao sat beside a campfire, wielding a short sword, which he slowly rotated over the flames.
The sword's hilt was embedded with a rabbit adorned with bony spines on its back.
Under the fire's roasting, the meat gradually turned golden. This was his catch for the night, a low-level magical beast, the spiked-back rabbit.
Though it appeared somewhat grotesque, the meat was tender, and within moments,
a rich aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air.
As the rabbit's meat neared completion, Lin Hao tore off a small piece and tossed it to the ground. The agile little fly, the ant-man, and the wolf spider's eyes brightened, and they rushed to devour it eagerly. Their smaller physiques meant that this morsel was ample enough to satiate them. However, the fiery-scaled tiger could only watch longingly, drool dripping from its mouth. This small piece of meat was insufficient to satisfy its hunger, and even if it rushed in to snatch a bite, it would be pointless. "Don't look at me. If you want to eat, go catch one yourself," Lin Hao chuckled softly, having no intention of sharing. This rabbit was hardly substantial enough to feed the tiger entirely. Mistaking Lin Hao's words as a command, the fiery-scaled tiger let out a low growl and then dashed into the nearby underbrush, commencing its hunt. Lin Hao paid no mind. With the tiger's current evolved capabilities, it was comparable to a peak-level 6th-tier warrior. Here on the mountain's outskirts. As long as they did not venture too deep into the territory of powerful beasts, they should encounter no significant threats. Soon after, Lin Hao retrieved a bottle of seasoning from his spatial ring and sprinkled it evenly over the meat before beginning to feast. "Boss, there's a lone target. Not far away." From the gnarled branches of an ancient giant tree, a chilling voice emerged. Two shadowy figures stood on the densely packed tree limbs, their eyes fixed intently on Lin Hao by the campfire. "Look at that, he even possesses a spatial ring. This lad is quite the plump sheep," the first speaker, a wiry man with a sharp chin, remarked greedily upon spotting the ring on Lin Hao's hand. Beside him, a scarred man appeared far more cautious, silently observing Lin Hao's relaxed demeanor. "Anyone brave enough to enter the Beast Mountain range alone must possess considerable strength. We should proceed with caution." After a moment of contemplation, the scarred man frowned and spoke warily. "Moreover, we have struck luck by capturing a magical beast cub. If we sell it, we won't have to worry about money." He held a metal cage covered with a black cloth, obscuring its contents. "Isn't the Tianyan Academy starting its recruitment soon? I suspect this lad has taken risks to enter the Beast Mountain range in search of shortcuts," the wiry man said confidently. "Look at him, he is young. How strong can he be? I've just broken through to a 3rd-tier warrior, and with your 4th-tier prowess, boss, together we can easily subdue him." Upon hearing this, the scarred man nodded subtly, evidently stirred by the wiry man's avarice. "All right, let us make it quick. If anything feels amiss, we retreat immediately." A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes as a hint of murderous intent began to permeate his gaze directed at Lin Hao. Indeed, as rumored, consuming magical beast flesh does confer certain benefits to the body. As Lin Hao finished his meal, he felt the beast meat within him gradually transforming into a surge of spiritual energy, nourishing his entire being. Magical beasts, being superior to ordinary animals, could absorb the essence of heaven and earth, providing them with an innate advantage. Thus, the flesh of magical beasts was highly beneficial for human warriors. Lost in thought, Lin Hao suddenly felt a warning surge within him, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end, a primal instinct alerting him to danger. However, before he could react, a sharp pain struck his chest. A black arrow had pierced through, tearing his clothing and revealing a small portion of his gravity silver armor. Fortunately, the gravity silver armor possessed defensive properties, and as the runes glimmered, the arrow was deflected away. Nearby, the agile little fly, the ant-man, and the wolf spider finally realized their master was under attack. They abandoned their meal and surrounded Lin Hao protectively. "Who is it? Come out!" Lin Hao shouted coldly, his anger ignited by the treacherous ambush. Swish! Swish! Just as his voice fell, 2 more arrows shot forth from the shadows, their sharp metal tips glistening with a slight greenish liquid, evidently coated in poison. This time, the arrows were aimed directly at Lin Hao's head, a clear intent to kill. Boom! Boom! The agile little fly lunged forward, its sharp limbs slicing through the air like lightning, severing the incoming arrows before they could reach their target. Meanwhile, Lin Hao had already inscribed a fire-based rune. With a surge of mental energy, the surrounding spiritual essence surged forth, coalescing into a massive fireball that he hurled towards the source of the arrows. The direction from which the arrows had come allowed him to pinpoint their origin. A fire-based rune. This lad is a mage. The 2 individuals lurking in the shadows gasped in unison. Upon realizing Lin Hao was a mage, a palpable sense of trepidation washed over their faces.
They had initially perceived him as a mere lamb, only to discover he was a formidable predator.
Retreat!
As a fireball hurtled towards them, the scar-faced man and the emaciated figure were struck with terror and hastily leaped from the tree.
In the next instant, there was a deafening explosion.
The very tree where they had stood was blasted apart, flames engulfing the area. The destructive force was indicative of at least a third-tier mage. Witnessing the fireball's lethal potential, the scar-faced man felt a sinking dread in his heart. The power of a mage's runic attack was enigmatic and terrifying, far beyond what a warrior of the same tier could contend with. Although he had just broken through to a fourth-tier warrior,
he still lacked the confidence to confront a third-tier mage. Thus, upon hitting the ground, the two of them instinctively turned to flee. However,
they had barely made any distance when a fiery beast suddenly emerged from the underbrush, blocking their path. With a swift swipe of its claw, the searing flame forced them to halt, their eyes wide with horror at the monstrous creature that had appeared before them. Undoubtedly, it was a fire-scaled tiger.
At that moment, it clutched two spike-back rabbits in its jaws, blood staining its fangs. With its fierce demeanor and robust physique, it appeared utterly menacing.
Faced with such a creature,
they were left with virtually no means of resistance, their legs trembling uncontrollably.
"Why did you ambush me? If you do not confess your intentions, you shall experience the agony of being torn apart by a beast." Lin Hao, under the protection of his minions, approached the scar-faced man and the emaciated figure, his voice icy. The wolf spider had already locked its gaze upon them. Any movement on their part would surely elicit a deadly response from its venomous silk. "Please spare us, we did not mean to offend." The scar-faced man and his companion, recognizing the dire situation, pleaded with faces contorted in despair.
"Did not mean to offend?
You truly have the audacity to lie through your teeth." Lin Hao chuckled coldly, recalling how all three arrows had been aimed at his vital spots. Without the protection of his gravitational silver armor, he would have either died or sustained severe injury. This thought ignited a murderous intent within him.
Blind?
As he drew closer, the scar-faced man noticed Lin Hao's eyes were a ghostly gray, devoid of focus.
The two exchanged furtive glances, each discerning the same thought in the other's eyes. "Actually, we..."
Suddenly, a strange sound erupted from beneath the black cloth covering the iron cage in the scar-faced man's hand. The noise immediately captured Lin Hao's attention. "What do you have there?"
Lin Hao inquired, furrowing his brow.
The gaze of his minions also shifted to the cage held by the scar-faced man.
However, the black cloth obscured its contents, rendering them invisible.
Yet, the sound clearly indicated it was an animal. "And nothing, just a low-level wild fox I caught in the mountains today." The scar-faced man stammered, his complexion shifting as he attempted to maintain a facade of calm. "Enough with the pleasantries, unveil the cloth,"
Lin Hao commanded,
pointing at the cage with a cold demeanor. "Be swift, my pet is rather famished." As soon as he finished speaking, the fire-scaled tiger, in perfect sync, took a couple of steps forward and let out a low growl while still holding the spiked-back rabbit's carcass in its mouth.
"And no, I will unveil it right away."
The scar-faced man quivered, lifting the black cloth while casting a furtive glance at the emaciated figure beside him.
The latter wore a grim expression, nodding subtly. "Now."
The scar-faced man suddenly hardened his resolve, yanking the cloth away and flinging it towards Lin Hao. Almost immediately, they drew out poisoned daggers and hurled them at Lin Hao. Although the black cloth obscured the minion's vision, the fire-scaled tiger had observed everything. Seeking death. Lin Hao's expression darkened as he summoned the dragon-biting sword. Unleashing the 9-symbol sword technique, which manifested as 9 streams of sword energy that surged forth.
In an instant,
the black cloth and the 2 poisoned daggers were obliterated by the sword energy. The scar-faced man and his companion were left aghast, hidden beneath the cloth. They had not anticipated Lin Hao's reaction speed would be so incredibly swift. The fire-scaled tiger roared and lunged forward. "Brother, forgive me." A flicker of malice crossed the scar-faced man's eyes as he suddenly shoved his companion towards the tiger to shield himself. The emaciated man barely had time to scream before his head was brutally bitten off. Blood mixed with brain matter erupted from the gory scene. A sight that was truly horrific. At that moment, the scar-faced man produced a white pearl and tossed it to the ground. With a muffled explosion, the pearl detonated upon impact, releasing a dense cloud of white smoke that rapidly spread. Using this diversion, he clutched the iron cage and fled hastily. Unbeknownst to him, every movement had been tracked by the wolf spider, which had marked him as prey. He had scarcely escaped when a cry of agony echoed from within the fog. Moments later, as the smoke dissipated, a massive white spider web became visible, intricately woven between two trees. This web not only possessed a strong adhesive quality but was also laced with deadly poison. Damn it! There was no web here before, what is happening? In the midst of the venom's circulation, the skin of the scar-faced man began to rot as he screamed in terror and struggled. He frantically channeled the energy within him, exceeding the power of a fourth-tier warrior, and managed to break free from the webbing. However, before he could revel in his triumph, the fire-scaled tiger seized the moment, pouncing upon him and sinking its teeth into his neck. With a vicious tug, the tiger tore away the scar-faced man's neck, severing his head from his body, leaving him lifeless and utterly devoid of breath. Chapter 49, the unicorn dragon monkey gazing at the two lifeless bodies that had fallen victim to the fire-scaled tiger. Lin Hao's expression remained cold and unyielding. When it came to adversaries, especially those who posed a threat to his very existence, he showed no mercy whatsoever. The tale of the farmer and the snake was one he had encountered many times in both past and present lives. Buzz! Soon, the martial arts fly darted toward the iron cage that lay abandoned beneath a tree. This was a metallic cage, within which was trapped a small beast resembling a monkey. Its fur was pure white, and its large, glossy black eyes rendered it exceedingly adorable. Most remarkable was the single silver horn that sprouted from its forehead. The surface of the horn shimmered faintly with runes, as if naturally formed by the cosmos, gradually absorbing the surrounding spiritual essence. These runes were the emblem of a spiritual beast. Squeak! Upon seeing Lin Hao approach, the little white monkey curled up, trembling with fear in its eyes. Dragon! Do you know what type of magical beast this is? Lin Hao inquired, his mind delving into the realm of spiritual essence as he sought information. Master! This little white monkey is quite peculiar. It appears to be the offspring of a unicorn dragon monkey and possesses an ancient bloodline, replied the dragon soul, now transformed into a sword spirit, with great reverence. Unicorn dragon monkey? A variant? Lin Hao raised an eyebrow, continuing to probe. Simplify it for me, is it formidable? In its juvenile stage, the unicorn dragon monkey is rather weak, comparable to that of low-level magical beasts. It is timid and fearful, the dragon soul explained in a somber tone. However, once it matures, its temperament becomes increasingly ferocious and wild. Even our dragon clan may struggle to contend with it. Moreover, I recall that the unicorn dragon monkey typically has black fur, yet this little one is white, which strongly suggests it is a variant species. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao's expression subtly shifted. He had not anticipated that this little white monkey would evolve into such a powerful creature, one capable of rivaling even the dragon clan. Furthermore, being a rare variant species made it all the more precious. Such a potential spiritual beast could not be allowed to escape. Delighted at the prospect, Lin Hao swiftly brandished his broken sword, severing the iron lock, and reached in to grasp the little white monkey's arm, swiftly extracting it from captivity. With a heart full of anticipation, he awaited the system's notification. However, after several seconds of silence, he remained in utter stillness. What is happening? Lin Hao felt perplexed by the system's failure. In his previous encounters, capturing an animal would invariably trigger the system's voice, prompting him about whether to accept it as a pet. Why was it so quiet this time? Lin Hao's mind clouded momentarily, and he proactively issued a command. System, I wish to accept this pet. Ding! Regrettably, this beast belongs to a variant species, and accepting it as a pet requires an additional expenditure of 100 million taels of gold. As the host currently lacks sufficient funds, automatic acceptance is not possible. The electronic synthesized voice of the system finally resonated in his mind. Upon hearing this response, a wave of frustration washed over Lin Hao's face, turning it a shade of iron gray. An extra 100 million? This is highway robbery. It's nothing short of a money pit. Lin Hao cursed inwardly, the anger of poverty surging within him. What a pity! Regaining his semblance of composure, Lin Hao regarded the little white monkey and found himself hesitating. Since he could not accept it as a pet,
perhaps it would be best to release it. With a soft sigh, he smiled gently at the little white monkey. You are free now. With that, he loosened his grip, and the little white monkey tumbled to the ground. Its reflexes were remarkably swift, it landed gracefully, maintaining its balance. The little white monkey, brimming with intelligence, recognized that Lin Hao had saved it. Upon touching the ground, it clasped its tiny paws together and bowed slightly, performing a gesture of gratitude. Lin Hao was taken aback and felt a surge of admiration. Indeed, it was a spiritual creature, its intellect rivaling that of humans. Return from whence you came, he waved his hand, having resolved not to entertain any ulterior motives. The little white monkey nodded and, in the blink of an eye, darted into the underbrush with astonishing speed. How swift! Lin Hao thought, marveling at its agility. The little white monkey's capture was likely due to the trap set by the two earlier foes. As he pondered, he made his way back to the small clearing. With the fire-scaled tiger guarding the perimeter, the lower-level magical beasts were too intimidated to approach, ensuring a peaceful night's rest. At that moment, the fire-scaled tiger, having caught two spiked-back rabbits, approached the campfire, eyeing Lin Hao with eager anticipation. Its longing expression clearly indicated its desire to sample Lin Hao's roasted meat. Lin Hao chuckled, recalling that the fire-scaled tiger had been busy all day without a meal. Typically, magical beasts subsisted on raw food, but ever since it had accompanied Lin Hao, it had developed a taste for human delicacies. Stop feigning innocence, I'll roast you a couple, Lin Hao teased, swiftly skinning the two rabbits and preparing them over the fire to roast. Though the fire-scaled tiger and the martial arts fly were indeed his pets, Lin Hao had gradually come to regard them as companions. Before long, the aroma of roasting meat wafted through the air, the golden-brown skin glistening with juices. The fire-scaled tiger drooled profusely, its long tongue flicking excitedly at its mouth, visibly exhilarated. At that moment, from the brush behind the clearing, a small white head suddenly emerged. It was none other than the unicorn dragon monkey that had just departed. Its large, glistening eyes fixated on Lin Hao, who was busy with the roasting meat. And it sniffed the air eagerly. The enticing scent instantly captured the little white monkey's attention. Swoosh! In an instant, a flash of white darted past, and the little white monkey appeared beside the campfire. Roar! The fire-scaled tiger growled lowly, its fierce gaze fixed on the little white monkey. Magical beasts possess a strong territorial instinct, and the little white monkey's sudden intrusion undoubtedly provoked its ire. Ah, so it's you, Lin Hao said, momentarily taken aback as he spotted the little white monkey through the martial arts fly's perspective. The creature's eyes were glued to the roasting meat, prompting Lin Hao to chuckle. Are you hungry? The little white monkey eagerly nodded, patting its small belly, clearly having gone without food for some time. Although the unicorn dragon monkey was incredibly formidable in its adult stage, in its juvenile phase, it was exceedingly vulnerable, easily bullied by anything even slightly stronger. Thus, few unicorn dragon monkeys transitioned successfully to adulthood. Here, share with little tiger, Lin Hao said with a gentle smile, offering a roasted rabbit. The little white monkey's face lit up with joy as it embraced the roasted rabbit with both paws, devouring it voraciously, its eating style quite ferocious. After enjoying a hearty meal, the little white monkey, its belly round and full, settled beside the campfire, displaying no signs of wariness toward Lin Hao. In its youthful innocence, it felt a genuine warmth, akin to a motherly embrace, knowing that Lin Hao had saved it and provided sustenance. Chapter 50, Encountering the Flood. Little one. This place is far too perilous. Would you care to join me in exploring the world beyond? Lin Hao inquired, his face adorned with an innocuous smile. As he spoke, he tentatively extended his right hand to gently stroke the little white ape's head, its fluffy white fur providing a delightful tactile sensation. Okay. After a moment of hesitation, the little white ape surprisingly uttered human words. Lin Hao's expression shifted slightly, although the creature's words were somewhat unclear, he could discern their meaning. You understand human language? Lin Hao exclaimed, gazing at the little white ape in astonishment, unable to suppress his curiosity. 2 days ago, I was captured by 2 humans and learned a few things, the little white ape replied, nodding its head, its speech somewhat halting. With the little white ape's articulate words, Lin Hao was filled with wonder, realizing how remarkably intelligent this spiritual beast was. He. It seems I have found a companion to converse with, he thought, elated. He then smiled at the little white ape and said,
I shall bestow upon you the name Little White. As for myself, you may refer to me as Boss henceforth.
Little White.
Boss, the little white ape chirped joyfully, bouncing around as if it delighted in the name Lin Hao had given it.
Observing the little white ape's gleeful demeanor, Lin Hao couldn't help but smile.
He understood that spiritual beasts were quite astute. Without the aid of a system and by employing coercive methods, even if it followed him, its loyalty would remain questionable. Although Little White's loyalty was not as firmly secured as that of the Kung Fu Fly and others, who were under systematic control, Lin Hao remained patient. As long as this little creature was willing to accompany him, there would be ample time to nurture their bond and loyalty.
As night deepened,
the temperature in the mountains grew increasingly frigid, and the mist thickened around them. Lin Hao retrieved a waterproof tent from his spatial ring and swiftly set it up. Once inside, he collapsed onto his makeshift bed, confident in the protection offered by the fire-scale tiger and Kung Fu Fly, who would take turns keeping watch,
allowing him to rest without undue concern about monster attacks. Unless, of course, they faced a natural disaster. Was such misfortune truly possible?
Suddenly, a resounding rumble echoed from outside.
Rain?
No matter, I have a waterproof tent, Lin Hao chuckled, inviting Little White to join him for the night.
However, as midnight approached, raindrops began to fall, intensifying into a torrential downpour.
Boss, wake up! Lin Hao was jolted awake by Little White's urgent calls. The cacophony of the raging storm outside resembled a stampede of thousands of horses.
Without needing to be told, Lin Hao understood something was amiss. This doesn't seem right.
Lin Hao frowned, utilizing the fire-scale tiger's superior night vision to survey the scene outside. Through the heavy downpour, he discerned a white line surging toward them in the distance.
In an instant, Lin Hao's expression shifted dramatically. A flood. He realized that their current location lay in a low-lying area of the mountains, near a river.
This meant that the rainwater accumulating in other regions was flowing toward them, inevitably leading to the flood.
Realizing the urgency of the situation,
Lin Hao dashed out of the tent.
Run!
He wasted no time, swiftly climbing onto the back of the fire-scale tiger with Little White, while Kung Fu Fly flew closely behind, carrying the wolf spider. The airborne duo represented the safest option.
As for the Ant-Man,
it had somehow attached itself to the fire-scale tiger's rear, its desperate expression suggesting it intended to seek refuge there if the flood struck. The fire-scale tiger seemed to sense this, tightening its hindquarters, yet under Lin Hao's insistence, it pressed on, racing forward with unwavering determination.
Crack! Crack!
The flood surged closer, sweeping away trees in its path, accompanied by the ominous sounds of destruction. Lin Hao's heart raced with dread. If the flood overtook them, the debris and fallen trees would surely spell disaster. As his mind raced to find a solution, he suddenly spotted the river ahead in Kung Fu Fly's line of sight. Little tiger, accelerate and jump into the river,
he commanded urgently.
If we dive to the riverbed, we should be able to lessen the impact of the flood.
With a mighty roar, the fire-scale tiger surged forward, reaching the riverbank in an instant before plunging headlong into the water.
Lin Hao, caught up in the rush, was submerged alongside it. Fortunately, the fire-scale tiger was adept in water, swimming swiftly beneath the surface.
Boom!
As Lin Hao and the fire-scale tiger dove to the riverbed, the flood came crashing down, accompanied by a cacophony of rocks and debris. Lin Hao clung tightly to the beast's back, though supported by the fire-scale tiger. He felt increasingly uncomfortable as time underwater dragged on.
Finally, unable to hold his breath any longer, Lin Hao patted the beast's back, signaling it to surface.
With a splash, he broke through the water, gasping for fresh air and taking a deep breath. However, just then, a tremendous wave crashed down upon him, striking his head with a force that sent him spiraling into darkness, overwhelmed by the swirling currents.
The following morning,
Lin Hao awoke to find himself still sprawled across the back of the fire-scale tiger, with Little White, Kung Fu Fly, and the wolf spider nearby. Yet, the Ant-Man was nowhere to be found, having vanished and not even hiding in the fire-scale tiger's rear.
System, display the Ant-Man's data, Lin Hao thought, attempting to access the information. Beep.
Regrettably, Pet Ant-Man, code 003, has perished and cannot be retrieved, the system notified him. Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback but quickly came to terms with the outcome. Given the Ant-Man's minuscule size, it stood little chance against a natural disaster of such magnitude.
Well, the little one lacked combat prowess. If it's gone, so be it, he reassured himself. After a moment of reflection, he shared his vision with Kung Fu Fly to assess their surroundings. They found themselves on a riverbank devoid of trees, with a vast expanse of open plains stretching before them. In the distance, the outline of the Beast Mountain range loomed. Clearly, last night's flood had acted as a forceful tide, sweeping him out of the mountains. The flood's current flowed southward, aligning perfectly with the direction toward the imperial capital, thus shortening his journey and alleviating numerous troubles. Though the expedition through the Beast Mountain range had cost him the Ant-Man, he had gained a young unicorn ape. In comparison, the net gain was substantial. Afterward, Lin Hao changed into a clean set of clothes and resumed his journey atop the fire-scaled tiger, heading toward the imperial capital. Chapter 51, the capital city of Yen. 6 days later, at noon, Lin Hao rode his fire-scale tiger over a mountain peak, traversing the plain for over an hour before the outline of a city finally emerged in his sight. The agile Kung Fu Fly soared overhead, surveying the colossal city. A wide moat surrounded the city, and its thick, sturdy walls were punctuated by guard posts every several dozen meters. From a distance, the city resembled a massive fortress, impregnable and formidable. This was Lin Hao's destination, the imperial capital of the Great Yen dynasty, marked on the map as Yen City. As he looked back, Lin Hao noticed a building nestled against the mountains, 100 miles beyond Yen City, resembling a small, independent town. This was the location of the Tianyan Academy. Typically, the academy was not open to the public, which meant that young individuals coming for recruitment assessments had been waiting in Yen City recently. Lin Hao pondered the implications of bringing the fire-scale tiger along, considering he had a mission at hand. Would it be too conspicuous? Gazing at the vibrant red fire-scale tiger, he began to contemplate this dilemma. Furthermore, given that this mission likely involved assassination, it would be prudent to keep the presence of Kung Fu Fly and Spider Wasp concealed to avoid revealing his identity and drawing unwanted attention. Regrettably, the spatial ring could not store living beings, otherwise, he could have tucked them away. Lin Hao shook his head ruefully, realizing that the only viable option was to leave the fire-scale tiger and others in the wild until he received further instructions from the organization. Suddenly, a notification echoed in his mind. The host's pets can be stored in the pet backpack space and summoned at will. A surge of joy filled Lin Hao's heart. What a timely and necessary feature. This would undoubtedly enhance convenience and privacy. Without hesitation, he commanded the system to store the fire-scale tiger in the pet backpack space. In an instant, the fire-scale tiger vanished as if it had never existed. Almost immediately, a list of pets materialized in his mind, with the first slot displaying the fire-scale tiger's card, its red glow pulsating. Below the card, it noted the fire-scale tiger's code is 004, along with its rank of B-class king-level enhancement. Summon the fire-scale tiger, Lin Hao thought, and the pet card dissipated, rematerializing the fire-scale tiger before him, which looked utterly bewildered, as if awakening from a deep slumber, completely unaware of what had just transpired. Impressed by the system's efficiency in storing and summoning pets, Lin Hao smiled broadly. As for Little White, he mused whether it could also be placed in the backpack space, given its unique nature. The pet backpack space is restricted to pets that have evolved and are registered by the host, the system replied coldly, dispelling his hopes. Lin Hao shrugged in resignation. He would simply have to keep Little White by his side. Little White, being a mutant species, required a hefty sum of 100 million taels to be registered as a pet. Currently, his entire wealth was woefully insufficient. Subsequently, Lin Hao stored the Spider Wasp and fire-scale tiger in the pet backpack space, leaving the Kung Fu Fly with him to maintain vision, as losing sight would render him blind in the dark. The Kung Fu Fly possessed compound eyes capable of nearly 360-degree visibility, especially after its evolution, which provided exceptional clarity. Observing Little White, Lin Hao noted the prominence of the rune-like horn atop its head. Anyone with a discerning eye would instantly recognize it as a unicorn monkey. In a moment of inspiration, he retrieved a piece of clothing from his spatial ring, tore off a small fabric square, and fashioned a simple hat with silver threads to cover Little White's horn. Once adorned, Little White appeared akin to an ordinary monkey. Lin Hao nodded in approval at this subtle transformation, acknowledging that discretion was indeed the best course of action to avoid unnecessary troubles. After half an hour of travel, he arrived at the city gates.
Up close, the towering walls, constructed of granite, reached heights of 100 feet, exuding grandeur. Numerous sentinels patrolled the wall's walkway. Clad in armor and wielding swords, their sharp gazes revealing their disciplined training. As the capital, Yen City served as the economic hub of the entire dynasty, bustling with a continuous flow of over 1 million people daily. Lin Hao found himself at the end of a long line, moving steadily into the city. Inside the gates, he observed many carriages lined up on either side. "Come quickly. My carriage is comfortable and safe, the fastest in Yen City. Just point east. And I won't dare to go west, I'll follow your command." The drivers shouted enthusiastically, eager to secure a fare. Suddenly, a dilapidated carriage halted in front of Lin Hao, driven by a frail, elderly man. "Young man, where would you like to go? I can take you there," the old driver offered with a warm smile. It was indeed commendable for someone of his age to still be working. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Hao nodded. "Take me to the finest tavern in the city." "Certainly." The old driver grinned widely, lifting the carriage curtain for Lin Hao to enter. The carriage, though outdated, creaked as it moved, but Lin Hao paid it no mind. In this war-torn era, the common folk had to exert tremendous effort just to fill their bellies. Had he not been born into the Lin family and received assistance from the system, survival in this world would have been a significant struggle. As the carriage rolled into the bustling streets, the sounds of lively chatter soon drowned out the creaking. Lin Hao pulled back the curtain, observing the vibrant street scene with an expression of calm. As the capital, Yen City was undeniably the economic and trade center of the dynasty, teeming with life. His gaze swept over the street, where taverns, clothing shops, weaponry stores, and pleasure houses thrived in abundance. The streets were filled with martial artists, the majority of whom bore weapons and radiated a steady aura. Suddenly, a piercing neigh of a horse broke through the air, causing the crowd to scatter like the tide. A black horse, its eyes glowing crimson, sprinted wildly, dragging an opulent carriage behind it. The sudden chaos caused the old driver to panic, unable to steer away in time, and collided directly with an oncoming carriage. The resounding crash echoed ominously. The opposing horse, clearly more robust than the old man's, not only remained unharmed but lifted its front legs and forcefully kicked the old horse, mitigating the impact. The white horse let out a tragic whinny, blood spewing from its mouth as it collapsed, and the carriage disassembled in the violent upheaval. Lin Hao quickly leapt from the carriage, startled by the accident. He glanced at the intact carriage across the way, frowning slightly. This reckless behavior on the streets showed a blatant disregard for the safety of pedestrians. "What is happening?" A furious male voice erupted from within the luxurious carriage, followed by a young man clad in fine garments emerging. He held a courtesan in his arms, his large hands indiscriminately kneading her delicate form. "Young master, our carriage has been struck," said a young coachman with a freckled face, approaching and pointing towards the elderly coachman and Lin Hao's group. His earlier mismanagement had caused the horses to run wild, resulting in this incident. Fortunately, the other party was merely an ordinary old man and not a member of the nobility, providing a perfect opportunity to shift the blame onto someone else. The elderly coachman, clearly aware that he was in the presence of influential figures, trembled with fear and dared not speak. Upon hearing this, the young man in fine garments immediately donned a furious expression. A crowd of onlookers began to gather, anticipating a scolding for the elderly coachman. However, to everyone's astonishment, instead of reprimanding the old man, the young gentleman suddenly slapped the young coachman across the face. The resounding crack echoed loudly, leaving the young coachman's cheek swollen. This turn of events was utterly unexpected for all present. "You," the young coachman stammered, astonished as he looked at the young nobleman, unable to articulate his thoughts. "What do you mean, you? How dare you shift the blame when it was your negligence that caused this? Do you take me for a fool?" The young gentleman's anger was palpable as his gaze shifted to the elderly coachman, who, after falling, had several bloodstains on his body. "I will deduct half a month's wages from you and you will compensate that old man with all the money you have on you," he said coldly. "If you do not wish to comply, then get out of the Qin residence." Yes, the young coachman replied, his face changing colors as he dared not defy the young nobleman's command. He hurriedly retrieved his purse and handed it to the elderly coachman. "Qin residence?"
So he is the son of General Qin Yu. The realization dawned upon the onlookers, leading to a flurry of whispers. Despite his often reckless lifestyle, he had never used his status to bully others. There was a murmur of admiration for him among the crowd as they noted his choice of companion for the evening. A striking courtesan whose alluring figure promised a night of indulgence. Listening to the chatter around him, Lin Hao couldn't help but smile. He had initially expected to encounter a typical, spoiled nobleman, but this individual turned out to be not as malevolent as anticipated. Rather than oppressing the weak, he publicly admonished his subordinate. With the situation resolved, Lin Hao had no intention of lingering further. Just as he was about to turn away, Qin Yu suddenly called out to him. "Little brother, where are you headed? If it's along the way, I can give you a ride." Lin Hao replied nonchalantly, "No need. Thank you." With that, he traversed through the crowd, making his way toward the end of the street. In a city teeming with the powerful and affluent, he felt it best to minimize his interactions. What an odd fellow, Qin Yu mused, slightly taken aback. In the past, his status as the young master of the Qin residence would have drawn many eager to curry favor. Yet this man remained unfazed. "Young Master Qin, it's getting late. We should return." The voice of the courtesan was sweet and melodious, accentuated by her alluring figure pressing against him. Qin Yu's expression shifted, and with a playful grin, he remarked, "Can't you wait a little longer? Don't stop me later." The courtesan responded with a flirtatious giggle, inciting excitement among the onlookers. "Ha, let us go." Qin Yu suddenly mounted his horse, hastily removing the carriage and rudely whisking the courtesan away, their intimate exchange leaving little doubt as to his intentions. Meanwhile, Lin Hao rounded a couple of corners and finally located a tavern of decent stature. With the assessment period for the Tianyan Academy approaching in 3 days, this establishment offered both dining and lodging, making it a suitable refuge. Upon entering, he was met with bustling tables and a thriving atmosphere. Clearly, the impending academy assessment had drawn many visitors, leading to a surge in business for the taverns. "Esteemed guest, we are fully booked today, and our rooms are all occupied. Please visit us another time," the innkeeper said apologetically as he approached. However, upon noticing Lin Hao's pale gray eyes, a flicker of recognition crossed his face. And he swiftly amended, "No, we do have one room available." Sensing the fleeting oddity in the innkeeper's gaze, Lin Hao pondered the implications. "Please reserve the room for me," he replied calmly. "Certainly," the innkeeper said, his professional smile unwavering. "If you don't mind sharing a table with others, we have one available." Guided by the innkeeper, Lin Hao ascended to the second floor. Yet, upon seeing his dining companion, he momentarily froze, taken aback. At the windowside table sat a woman in purple, indulging in a premium steak. To Lin Hao's astonishment, she was none other than his superior, Zhao. "Esteemed guest, we still have an available seat here. Would you mind sharing a table?" The innkeeper inquired with a smile, though a hint of reverence lingered in his tone. "It matters not," Zhao responded coolly, taking a graceful sip from her glass of red wine. "Thank you," Lin Hao said, a slight smile gracing his lips as he took a seat, feigning ignorance. He understood that the identity of an assassin was akin to that of a secret agent in his previous life, extremely sensitive and necessitating utmost caution. Could it be that this innkeeper was also a member of the Minggu organization? Lin Hao pondered, perplexed. If so, how could they have known he would come to this tavern and arranged for a meeting here in advance? Chapter 52, The Four Treasures of the Parrot at the Dining Table. Lin Hao sat down and naturally ordered a selection of signature dishes along with a bottle of red wine. Ziyi, engrossed in her meal, did not engage with Lin Hao at all, behaving as if they were strangers. If one were unaware of their respective identities, Lin Hao could easily mistake Ziyi for having a twin sister. Her acting prowess was truly superior to that of many celebrities from his past life. Soon, all the dishes Lin Hao had ordered arrived at the table: steak, lamb chops, chicken skewers, and a variety of appetizers, creating a sumptuous spread. Upon seeing Lin Hao order over 10 dishes at once, a flicker of surprise crossed Ziyi's captivating gaze, though it vanished almost instantly. As Lin Hao inhaled the enticing aroma wafting from the table, he could not help but lick his lips. Throughout his journey, he had been cooking for himself. which was quite satisfactory, yet never had he experienced such lavishness. Indeed, spending money brought joy.
Lin Hao mused silently, then proceeded to eat heartily without regard for his image. Beneath the table, the little white ape savored the pieces of roasted meat Lin Hao had tossed to it, equally enjoying the feast. It seemed he had inadvertently acquired another pet, albeit one that was rather conspicuous.
Zhi set down her utensils and finally spoke.
Your flies and spiders are most suited for executing tasks. Lin Hao smiled, you need not worry about that.
Zhi's delicate brows furrowed slightly.
Yet her expression remained grave as she replied, this mission is of utmost importance, any misstep could disrupt the entire plan. Therefore, I hope you will refrain from revealing your pet's abilities before the task is executed to prevent any exposure of our identities.
Upon hearing this, Lin Hao nodded inwardly.
He had indeed contemplated this matter. After all, during his time in Tianwu City, his oversight had led to the exhibition of the abilities of his kung fu fly and wolf spider in the Zhao residence, which had aroused the suspicion of the head of the Zhao family regarding his identity as Jing Ke. Thankfully, now that he had just settled in Yan City,
no one was aware of his pets.
To maintain secrecy, he would have to temporarily store the kung fu fly in his pet backpack.
However, without shared vision, would he not be rendered blind?
Lost in thought, Lin Hao felt a sense of helplessness. It appeared he would need to acquire a new pet. He had no intention of getting another ant, given their feeble combat capabilities. Ideally, he desired something small and capable of flight.
Ah, a little bird.
A spark of inspiration ignited in Lin Hao's mind as he finally identified the perfect pet candidate.
Noticing Lin Hao's silence, Zhi coolly remarked,
my primary purpose for meeting you today is to remind you to conceal your trump cards. Once you successfully enter the Tianyan Academy, I will assign you a new task.
With that, Zhi rose, preparing to leave. Lin Hao hurriedly inquired, what about my salary? It's been over a month.
At this, Zhi paused momentarily, realization dawning upon her, and then turned away without looking back, casually stating, I'll transfer it to you shortly.
Watching Zhi's graceful figure depart, Lin Hao raised an eyebrow. It was absurd, even if she was a beauty, delaying payment was unacceptable. A monthly salary in the thousands had to be secured. After satisfying his hunger, Lin Hao learned his room number from the waiter and left the tavern.
Since he could not expose the abilities of his kung fu fly and wolf spider, he would need to find a substitute pet for sight. Perhaps next time he could win a reward for restoring his vision through a lottery.
As he strolled along the street,
Lin Hao silently lamented that he could only place his hopes of seeing the light again in the system's random lottery. He soon asked a passerby for directions and quickly arrived at a wild game market. Here, various wild animals, including birds and beasts, were sold.
As for magical beasts,
they were strictly prohibited within the imperial capital. Upon entering the market, an unpleasant odor assaulted his senses, accompanied by the cacophony of various animal sounds. Lin Hao had a clear objective and soon found himself in a pet shop specializing in birds.
Welcome, the rich client has arrived. Upon entering the shop,
Lin Hao heard a peculiar voice. He turned to see that the source was a parrot, its body adorned with green feathers and a long red beak,
exuding a hint of mischief. Shut up, Si Bao.
The shopkeeper, a balding middle-aged man, scolded the parrot as he hurried out.
If you keep talking, I'll stew you for dinner tonight.
He shot a fierce glare at the red-beaked parrot. Then, as if a switch had flipped, the shopkeeper turned to Lin Hao with a smile, dear customer, what kind of bird are you looking for? We have everything available, feel free to browse. He quickly assessed Lin Hao's attire, concluding that he seemed to be a wealthy patron.
Money meant opportunity, and the shopkeeper's heart gleamed with a hint of concealed greed. That one, name your price.
Lin Hao casually scanned the birds, feeling they were all rather similar, and then pointed to the red-beaked parrot. Its initial impression intrigued him.
You want to buy it?
The shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback but quickly rejoiced inside. This troublesome bird had been unsold since its arrival, all due to its foul mouth. After half a year of wasted feed, it was a financial burden. Now, with someone finally interested, the shopkeeper felt a wave of relief.
Sir, you truly have an eye for quality.
This bird is the treasure of our shop, capable of speaking and full of talents. The shopkeeper immediately launched into his sales pitch.
Feigning reluctance as he added, "If you truly wish to have it, I'll have to part with it, but the price might be a bit steep." Lin Hao replied coolly, "Cut the nonsense, how much?" 10,000 taels. The shopkeeper's eyes glimmered as he held up a finger, his tone resolute. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow, realizing the shopkeeper was indeed trying to fleece him as the parrot had suggested. "How about this? I'll give you a discounted price of 8,000 taels. That's my final offer." Seeing Lin Hao fall silent, the shopkeeper quickly employed his second tactic, lowering the price in an attempt to entice him. However, Lin Hao remained unmoved. Rich client," the red-beaked parrot squawked loudly. The shopkeeper's expression darkened. "This little beast is ruining my business. Since this bird is your shop's treasure, I wouldn't want to take it from you. I'll look at others instead." As Lin Hao spoke, he strolled toward another row of birdcages on the left side of the shop. 10,000 taels, while insignificant to his current wealth, was another matter entirely when being treated like a fool. Wait. Hearing Lin Hao's disinterest, the shopkeeper's expression shifted, and he quickly urged. "How about this, you name your price. 1,000 taels, and if that doesn't work, then so be it." Lin Hao raised a finger, speaking nonchalantly. What? 1,000? The shopkeeper's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lin Hao. This guy was an exceptional negotiator. 1,000 taels was equivalent to the purchase price of the parrot. However, after half a year of expenses, the cost had doubled, not to mention the lost profits. Yet, since this wretched parrot had no customers, keeping it would only lead to further losses. It was better to sell it now and mitigate the damages. Fine. It's a deal. The shopkeeper quickly calculated the pros and cons in his mind and, despite his displeasure, begrudgingly nodded. Excellent. Lin Hao smiled lightly, fully aware that he had gained an advantage from the shopkeeper's expression. The two completed the transaction, and Lin Hao reached into the cage to seize the parrot. Help! Help! The crimson-billed parrot suddenly emitted a shrill cry, its wings flapping violently. Yet, under the overwhelming force exerted by Lin Hao, it found itself utterly incapable of escaping his grasp. A notification chimed, indicating that the host had captured a crimson-billed parrot, with the option to adopt it as a pet. Without hesitation, Lin Hao affirmed his decision. Another chime echoed, signifying the successful capture, and the host was prompted to name his new pet. Reflecting on the store owner's earlier moniker, he decided to call it Zhao. "Congratulations on naming your new pet," the system announced, as a data panel materialized in Lin Hao's mind. Zhao, codename 003, owner, Lin Hao, combat power, 10 lifespan, 5 years skills, none potential for evolution, all organs. Instantaneously, all of Zhao's information flooded Lin Hao's consciousness. He noted that the codename Zhao had evidently replaced the previous designation of the ant, now officially recognized as 003. A notification sounded, "Evolution successful. Zhao has attained royal level enhancement, with a comprehensive boost in physical capabilities." Another followed, "Successfully advanced. Congratulations. Zhao has upgraded to C tier and acquired a unique skill, Golden Tongue Lightning." Yet another chimed, "Successfully advanced. Congratulations, Zhao has upgraded to B tier. With metallic reinforcement to its claws, rendering it capable of slicing through iron with ease." As a series of system alerts rang out, Lin Hao's wealth diminished by over 20 million, leaving him with just over 3 million. However, he felt no pang of regret. His full attention devoted to Zhao in his hand. The parrot, now devoid of resistance, submissively allowed Lin Hao to hold it. Its appearance had undergone a significant transformation. Its feathers gleamed brilliantly, its beak elongated and radiating a golden hue, and its eyes sparkled with sharpness. Lowering his gaze, Lin Hao noted the parrot's claws, now notably sharper and exuding strength. Moreover, its combat power had surged from a mere 50 to an astonishing 10,000, a remarkable increase of 200-fold. Comparable to the prowess of the Kung Fu Fly at its current level. Nevertheless, while the Kung Fu Fly had reached B-tier royal enhancement, Zhao remained at the initial B-tier, indicating substantial room for growth. This disparity exemplified the inherent differences among species, as parrots, in the realm of ordinary animals, were undeniably far superior to flies. Witnessing this transformation, the store owner stood in stunned disbelief. What just happened? He exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Could this be the legendary bird capable of evolution? As this realization struck him, his eyes gleamed with greed. Just moments ago, he had sold this divine creature for a mere 1,000 taels, an outrageous loss. Young man, I can no longer sell this bird, I will refund you the 1,000 taels. The store owner declared, his avarice palpable as he retrieved the money, intent on rescinding the transaction. Apologies, but I have already paid for this bird, it is mine now. Lin Hao replied coolly, fully aware of the store owner's intentions. As long as they had not exited the store, the bird technically remained the shop's property. The store owner's demeanor shifted abruptly, his voice taking on a menacing tone. If you know what's good for you, leave the bird behind, otherwise, face the consequences. With that, two burly employees rushed forward, wielding iron rods, their expressions fierce as they blocked the exit. "Si Bao, they won't let you escape," Lin Hao remarked, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "You know what to do." "Leave it to me, master," Si Bao replied, its ability to speak evidently enhanced post-evolution, now laced with a hint of coldness. "Master?" The store owner gaped, taken aback that the divine bird had acknowledged Lin Hao as its master. "No. Its master must be me." Jealousy surged within him as he barked at his employees, "Capture that bird and throw this young man out." "Understood, boss." The two employees, though tall and imposing, were not martial artists and possessed strength only marginally greater than that of an ordinary person. Armed with iron rods, they charged menacingly at Lin Hao. In the blink of an eye, Si Bao spread its wings and shot forth like a bolt of lightning, letting out a piercing shriek as it unleashed a surge of electrical energy. The first assailant screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground, charred and convulsing. It was evident that the shock had been far too potent for an average adult to withstand. "Fool! You've sought your own demise." The second man, enraged by his companion's fate, swung his iron rod down viciously. Yet, in an instant, the rod was seized by Si Bao's claws and, as if made of mere tofu, it was effortlessly shredded into fragments. Si Bao swooped in close, delivering a powerful swipe that sent the man crashing against the wall. The sound of metal clanging echoing as the cages containing other birds and beasts buckled under the impact. The man lay amidst the wreckage of the cages, bloodied and moaning in pain. "Impressive." The store owner stood frozen in shock, his eyes widened in disbelief as he gasped in horror, then turned to flee through the back door of the shop. However, his clumsy feet tripped over the scattered cages, sending him tumbling. Another formidable ally gained, Lin Hao mused, satisfied by Si Bao's display of strength. He paid no further heed to the store owner, simply exiting the establishment. The time for the Tianyan Academy's entrance examination drew near, and he needed to prepare thoroughly. Recently, he had acquired thousands of spirit sunstones from Li Qingshou, which would serve perfectly for training and enhancing his strength. Si Bao promptly followed, perching proudly on Lin Hao's shoulder, its striking demeanor undoubtedly drawing the attention of many passers-by. Chapter 53, The Seed of Ambition. Look. That parrot is extraordinarily unique. Its feathers are lustrous, exuding an air of elegance. Oh, how stunning! How delightful it would be if it were my pet. Along the way, the noble and aloof demeanor of Si Bao garnered the attention of many passers-by, particularly the affluent ladies who adored birds, their eyes sparkling with admiration for Si Bao. Perched upon Lin Hao's shoulder, Si Bao held its head high, proudly swaying its magnificent tail feathers. This flamboyant display immediately elicited squeals of excitement from the surrounding girls, who were eager to embrace it. This little flirt, indeed, is a charming bird. Lin Hao chuckled quietly, unbothered by the attention, as he had already resolved to utilize Si Bao for visual sharing. Thus, even excessive exposure posed no concern. As for the kung fu fly, it was safely stored within his pet backpack, alongside the wolf spider, as a member of his assassin team. "Hey, where did you get that parrot?" At that moment, someone called out to Lin Hao. A heavily made-up, corpulent woman, akin to a mountain of flesh, blocked his path. Dressed in vibrant attire and adorned with a chunky pearl necklace, she radiated vulgarity intertwined with wealth. However, what caught Lin Hao's attention was the green-feathered parrot cradled in her arms, presumably of a high breed. Yet, in contrast to Si Bao, it lacked vitality. Quaking with fear, the green parrot trembled at Si Bao's intimidating gaze. It was no wonder, the evolved Sibo was akin to a divine bird among avians. In comparison, an ordinary citizen encountering royalty would surely feel apprehensive. Such an aura exudes absolute dominance. Hey, I'm talking to you.
Noticing Lin Hao's silence,
The corpulent woman's expression soured, and she yelled, "What's the price? I want to buy it."
Lin Hao, indifferent, replied coolly, "I'm not selling."
The woman, undeterred,
whipped out a substantial stack of gold notes, estimating around 100,000 taels. To her, such a noble parrot deserved to be paired with someone as charming as herself.
After all, what right did a filthy man have to own a pet? Not for sale, Lin Hao reiterated, attempting to sidestep her. However,
a young man beside the corpulent woman shifted to block his path.
"Kid, it's a privilege for you that we're interested in your pet." The young man,
with a disdainful gaze, boasted, "Gold goes with silver, don't be ungrateful."
"I'll say it once more, I'm not selling, so stop bothering me."
Lin Hao's tone remained unfazed.
"Today, you'll sell it whether you want to or not."
The young man recognized the corpulent woman's affection for the parrot and adopted a tough stance to curry favor with her, hoping to gain more benefits.
Quite arrogant. Aren't we?
Lin Hao smirked coldly, feeling a flicker of anger towards this instigator. However, before he could act, the little white monkey suddenly sprang into action.
Its speed was blinding, a mere blur darting past. Ah!
A scream pierced the air. The young man now bore 2 crimson claw marks across his face, blood oozing profusely. The attack had marred his appearance, making it impossible for him to rely on his looks in the future. "How dare you let that little beast ambush me?" Clutching his injured face, he bellowed in fury. The little white monkey licked its blood-stained claws, flashing a triumphant grin at Lin Hao.
As a spirit beast, it was both intelligent and innocent.
Having spent many days with Lin Hao, it understood that Kung Fu Fly, Wolf Spider, and Fire-Scale Tiger were all formidable companions.
With Sibo as a new addition, it too was impressive.
Thus, the little white monkey believed it must display its prowess to capture Lin Hao's attention. Lin Hao was mildly surprised. This was the first time he had witnessed the little white monkey in action. Clearly, it had improved in speed within just a few days, moving with such swiftness that even he struggled to comprehend the nature of its attack. "Well done, little white," Lin Hao praised, ruffling its head with a smile. Having lived 2 lives, he could easily discern the little creature's intentions.
"Help! This beast is going to kill."
The corpulent woman's face turned pale at the sight of such a ferocious monkey beside Lin Hao, her panicked cries drawing the attention of curious onlookers. In the bustling metropolis, where order was maintained by patrols in every district, the commotion soon attracted the attention of a patrolling security team. The rapid sound of hooves echoed as a troop of mounted officers approached swiftly.
"Who is disturbing the peace here?"
Upon arrival, the young captain surveyed the crowd, his voice stern. "You're the patrol team from the North District, just in time," the corpulent woman exclaimed arrogantly, commanding the captain, "Arrest this filthy boy.
He allowed his beast to harm me."
The captain hesitated, his demeanor shifting upon recognizing the corpulent woman as the infamous Lady Zhao, known for her unattractive appearance and formidable connections. Offending her could jeopardize his position.
"Rest assured, Lady Zhao, maintaining order is our duty," he assured her.
His tone now more conciliatory, then turned his gaze towards Lin Hao, sizing him up. The unfamiliarity of Lin Hao suggested he was an outsider preparing for the upcoming examination at the Tianyan Academy, not a noble from the city.
"What are you waiting for?
Subdue him, and be careful not to harm those 2 pets." The captain barked at his subordinates, realizing that Lady Zhao likely coveted Lin Hao's pets. This was an opportunity to curry favor with her, potentially benefiting his future career.
In an instant, the patrolmen dispersed,
their movements synchronized to block all of Lin Hao's escape routes. They were not concerned about Lin Hao fleeing, their true target was the little white monkey in Sibo. It was evident that seeking the favor of the aristocracy was not solely the captain's ambition.
The capital city was indeed a realm of sycophants.
Lin Hao smirked coldly, harboring no intention to explain himself. In an instant, his mental energy surged forth, and he swiftly inscribed a wind-based rune with his right hand.
"Activate!"
The surrounding spiritual energy converged, and Lin Hao imbued himself with the Wind Shadow Steps rune, enhancing his speed.
"A mage!" The patrolman's expression shifted.
a flicker of trepidation evident in their eyes. In their minds, mages were enigmatic cultivators whose spells could overwhelm even the mightiest warriors.
Look, it's about to get intense.
The onlookers in the street buzzed with excitement, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. In the capital, where law enforcement is exceedingly strict,
scenes of conflict are rarely witnessed outside the arena in the square.
Merely a lowly second-tier mage, there is nothing to fear.
The captain of the security squad,
a formidable fourth-tier warrior, discerned Lin Hao's magical prowess at a glance and scoffed derisively.
Bind him with the rope formation.
I wish to see how this young lad will cast spells with his limbs restrained.
Upon the captain's command, the patrolling soldiers immediately grasped the mage's vulnerability.
They each retrieved an iron chain from their storage bags and, with a vigorous throw, intertwined them in a net-like fashion.
The rope formation, evidently the product of meticulous study, ensnared Lin Hao in its midst. As they pulled tightly, the ropes constricted sharply.
You all just watch, Lin Hao instructed, as Zhao and Bao prepared to intervene.
But he halted them.
In this realm of intricate power dynamics, he wished to keep his pet's capabilities under wraps.
With an expression of indifference,
Lin Hao summoned the dragon-biting sword in his right hand, its cold gleam slicing through the air, severing the chains that fell to the ground like autumn leaves. Though the dragon-biting sword was broken, its ability to bind even the mightiest of dragon souls rendered it anything but ordinary.
Ordinary metal stood no chance against its relentless assault.
As the chains shattered, an overwhelming force surged forth, causing the patrolling soldiers to tumble to the ground.
What a magnificent sword! The captain was momentarily taken aback.
His gaze fixated on the broken sword in Lin Hao's grip. His own sword, a terrestrial-grade weapon, was commendable in sharpness, yet it could scarcely sever iron chains.
The realization struck him, could this be a spiritual treasure? What sorcery is this? How can he wield a sword if he is a mage?
A voice from the crowd echoed with astonishment, sending a ripple of unease through the captain.
Could it be that this young man is a dual practitioner of martial and magical arts?
The captain's thoughts raced. If he were indeed such a prodigy,
he would undoubtedly be a candidate for admission into the Tianyan Academy.
Should the security team apprehend him today or cause him any harm?
The repercussions from the academy would be dire indeed. As the captain's anxiety mounted, he feigned composure, scrutinizing Lin Hao as he ventured, "What brings you to the capital?"
Taken aback by the captain's sudden inquiry, Lin Hao replied casually, "To participate in the Tianyan Academy's assessment."
Indeed. Upon hearing Lin Hao's response, the captain's heart sank,
solidifying his earlier conjecture.
What to do now? Panic set in, and he no longer cared to appease the rotund noblewoman. After all, the Tianyan Academy was a formidable institution.
Even the royal family held it in reverence. A mere Zhou family was insignificant in comparison, particularly for a security captain without any clout in the capital.
Just then,
a thought struck him about an urgent dispatch from the city defense office, and he hastily mounted his horse, leading his team away.
An urgent dispatch? The patrolling soldiers' expression shifted dramatically. However, knowing the gravity of an order from the city defense office, they wasted no time in following suit.
As the security team departed,
the onlookers stood in stunned silence, utterly unprepared for the unexpected turn of events. The plump noblewoman, too, was left speechless, bewildered by the unfolding drama. Fortune favored Lin Hao,
who smirked slightly. Although the significance of that urgent order eluded him, the outcome was certainly in his favor.
"Country bumpkin, do not think this matter is settled.
If you do not surrender that parrot, not only in Yen City but even the Tianyan Academy will ensure you find no footing here." The rotund noblewoman, regaining her composure, pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Hao, her threats laden with malice. Unfazed by her pompous demeanor, Lin Hao approached her calmly.
Upon reaching her side,
he unleashed a powerful strike, the sound of impact echoing as she fell to the ground, bloodied and missing several teeth.
"You dare strike me? My husband is an official in the Ministry of Revenue, you are doomed,"
she stammered, her face contorted with rage.
"Silence."
Lin Hao delivered another kick to her ample midsection,
causing her to wail in agony, her threats extinguished.
While he did not advocate violence against women, he felt compelled to act against such a loathsome character.
The crowd,
initially taken aback by Lin Hao's boldness in striking Lady Zhu twice, soon erupted in applause.
Those accustomed to the oppression of the powerful felt a rare sense of vindication, particularly against the notorious noblewoman, whose vile reputation preceded her. Meanwhile, Lin Hao had already led Zhao Bai and Si Bao away from the throne, turning a corner and vanishing from sight. Although today's events were not particularly consequential, they compelled him to re-evaluate his standing. In both Tianwu City and the capital of Yan City, a person without power or influence would always be subject to oppression. Only by becoming truly formidable and wielding authority would one command respect and reverence from others. As Lin Hao made his way towards the tavern, he remained silent, unaware that deep within him, the seeds of ambition had begun to sprout and were quietly flourishing. Chapter 54, Striking the Third Vein. Upon returning to the inn's guest room, it was already evening. One must admit that Zai had indeed provided him with a commendable treatment. This guest room was among the finest the inn had to offer. The decor and furnishings were all of the highest caliber. Even the mattress was crafted from the skins of majestic beasts like tigers and leopards, providing a remarkably comfortable seating experience. Lin Hao quickly refreshed himself and then sat cross-legged upon the bed. His spiritual energy probed into the spatial ring, and amidst a flicker of light, 10 boxes of spirit sunstones materialized before him on the floor. Upon opening them, under Lin Hao's command, the two companions, Si Bao and Xiao Bai, promptly opened all the boxes. The bright red spirit sunstone suddenly cast a crimson glow throughout the room, slightly elevating the temperature as well. Absorbing all these spirit sunstones should be sufficient for me to break through to the level of a third-tier warrior. Gazing at the thousands of spirit sunstones before him, Lin Hao licked his lips, feeling a surge of excitement. However, he quickly dispelled his daydreams. As it was his first time absorbing spirit sunstones, he dared not take too many at once. He instructed Si Bao to bring him a single spirit sunstone, which he then held in his palm. As he concentrated, a stream of exceptionally pure spiritual energy surged from the stone into his body's meridians. Perhaps due to the trace of fire energy within the spirit sunstone, Lin Hao felt a warmth spreading through his meridians as the energy flowed in. He immediately directed this energy to refine his body, but before it could complete a full cycle, it was entirely consumed. The spirit sunstone in his hand dimmed, devoid of any spiritual fluctuations, and transformed into an ordinary stone. A slight squeeze turned it to dust. It seemed one was insufficient. After a brief experiment, Lin Hao felt no danger and decided to increase the quantity tenfold. 10 spirit sunstones. Boom! Lin Hao's palms erupted with spiritual energy, creating a vortex that suddenly siphoned all the energy from the 10 spirit sunstones. Instantly, a robust wave of spiritual energy surged into his body, akin to a torrent of crimson heat, swiftly flooding his meridians and internal organs. Through this refining process, Lin Hao's bodily functions continuously improved and strengthened. Eventually, as the energy circulated through his limbs and bones, the remaining spiritual energy surged into his two primary veins. Once these two veins were filled to capacity, he could strike for the third vein. Thus, Lin Hao patiently continued the cycle of absorption and refining. With the enhancement of his ultimate cultivation talent, the speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy was not only rapid but also entirely unimpeded. Similarly, the number of spirit sunstones he extracted escalated from 10 to 20, 30, 50. As time passed, the 10 boxes of spirit sunstones diminished at a noticeable rate. When the dawn light began to filter through the window, all 10 boxes had been entirely consumed. At that moment, Lin Hao's skin had turned a vibrant red, enveloped in a faint crimson glow, as spiritual energy surged within him. This clearly indicated that the two primary veins within him had reached an extreme state of fullness. If he did not release this energy or expand to a third vein, his body would be unable to contain it, much like a balloon on the verge of bursting, a perilous situation. A sense of urgency gripped Lin Hao, without a moment's hesitation. He channeled all his spiritual energy, launching a powerful assault against the barrier of the third vein. Boom! In this tsunami-like impact, the ethereal barrier instantly showed signs of cracking. With renewed vigor, Lin Hao unleashed another wave of spiritual energy. Crack! The sound of breaking through a membrane echoed as the barrier of the third vein finally succumbed to Lin Hao's formidable force, merging seamlessly with the two preceding veins. In that instant, the previously pent-up spiritual energy found its release, surging into the third vein with the ferocity of a rampaging bull. At this moment, Lin Hao's strength ascended to a new level,
achieving the status of a third-tier warrior. As the spiritual energy flowed through him, Lin Hao could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. His skin returned to its normal hue, and the intense heat dissipated. Moreover, with the opening of the third vein, he discovered that the amount of spiritual energy his body could absorb had noticeably increased several-fold. This phenomenon was easily comprehensible to Lin Hao, given his current understanding of martial cultivation. If spiritual energy were akin to water, then veins resembled a reservoir. The larger the reservoir, the more spiritual energy it could contain. This distinction elucidated the disparity between lower-tier martial artists and higher-tier warriors. In battle, even if their martial skills were identical, the disparity in spiritual energy would inevitably lead to vastly different manifestations of power. Of course, another crucial factor determining victory was the refinement of the physical body. For instance, if one body was akin to an egg and the other to an iron ball, the outcome of their clash was predictable. Gazing at the brightening sky outside the window, Lin Hao felt a smile tug at the corners of his mouth. Truly, the passage of time is imperceptible during cultivation. I hardly noticed that an entire night has passed. Master, it has not been just one night, it has been two. Zhao flapped his wings and perched on Lin Hao's shoulder, shaking his head. I'm nearly starving. And me too, Xiaobai the monkey chimed in, pointing at his belly, which obligingly let out a loud growl. 2 days? Upon hearing this, Lin Hao's expression faltered. He had not anticipated that time had slipped by even more swiftly than he had imagined. If he calculated the time, today was indeed the day of the Tianyan Academy's recruitment assessment. Missing it would mean the premature failure of his mission. A lucrative monthly salary would likely turn into mere vapor. Without a moment's delay, Lin Hao dashed out of the guest room, only to suddenly realize that his legs felt sore and weak. He had not eaten for 2 days and needed to replenish his energy. Besides, the assessment at Tianyan Academy would undoubtedly be physically demanding. Thus, as he set off, Lin Hao hastily purchased 3 roasted chickens from the inn, munching on them as he walked. Zhao and Xiaobai also clutched roasted chickens, relishing their meal with exuberance. This peculiar sight of one human and 2 beasts enjoying their feast attracted many curious glances along the way to Tianyan Academy. Fortunately, the pet backpack had a built-in feature to automatically feed pets, alleviating much hassle. Lin Hao felt quite pleased, especially since the expense was modest, merely 100 taels a day. Otherwise, he would have to bring out the wolf spider, the kung fu fly, and the fire-scaled tiger for food. At that point, a gathering of 1 human and 5 beasts would have been an even more bizarre spectacle. However, these were trivial matters. What Lin Hao was most relieved about was that the assessment time had seemingly not officially commenced. At this moment, the vast majority of individuals from the Great Yin dynasty were just beginning to set out. Young people filled the streets, all moving toward the same direction, gradually converging into a dense flow of humanity. Lin Hao was no exception, joining this throng as they enthusiastically surged toward the city gates. However, at that moment, the pace of the procession seemed to slow considerably. What is going on? Why are the city guards checking at the gates? Is there a wanted criminal? Such nonsense. They could have checked earlier or later, but they choose this moment. It's simply wasting our time for the assessment. A cacophony of anxious voices erupted within the crowd. Yet, facing the city guards, they dared not act recklessly. After all, once the inspection was passed, they would be allowed to proceed, albeit with a slight delay. Chapter 55, The appearance of Zhao Linger. Upon hearing the murmurs of the crowd ahead, Lin Hao furrowed his brow slightly. Zhao, ascend and ascertain the situation, he commanded. Zhao immediately flapped its wings and soared into the air. Through their shared vision, Lin Hao soon spotted a contingent of city guards at the city gate, meticulously inspecting the passers-by. Their focus was unmistakably clear, as they specifically targeted the young individuals participating in the Tianyan Academy examination. Alongside them was a corpulent woman, her face adorned with a white cloth, unmistakably the infamous Madame Zhu, whom he had bested just days prior. Not him. Not that one either. Continue the search. Even if we don't manage to apprehend that wretched boy, he must not be allowed to participate in the Tianyan Academy's evaluation. She sat in a palanquin, pointing out those being checked with eyes brimming with malice. Since the day she was humiliated,
Her fury had driven her to kill her beloved pets in a fit of rage. Today, she had leveraged her family's influence within the city guard to pursue Lin Hao as a wanted criminal, seeking to exact her revenge. So it was the source of this ploy. Lin Hao's expression turned cold upon recognizing the instigator. Had he anticipated that this odious woman would resort to such tactics? He would have ensured her eyes were swollen shut the last time they crossed paths. What now? Lin Hao's mind raced, weighing his options. A forceful escape could escalate the situation and invite further trouble. Yet, remaining within the city might jeopardize his opportunity to qualify for the Tianyan Academy evaluation, thwarting his mission altogether. Just then, he noticed Sibao, the parrot. As Lin Hao hesitated, Madame Zhu inadvertently glanced upward and immediately recognized Sibao. Her eyes widening with realization. That gray-eyed fugitive is behind us. Capture him! She bellowed, rising from her seat with fervor and quickly locating Lin Hao within the throng. The expression of the nearby sentinels shifted as they swiftly drew their swords. Advance! They commanded, charging towards him. Sensing the impending danger, Lin Hao turned to flee. Yet, at that moment, a number of city guards emerged from various alleyways, converging upon the crowd and encircling him. It was evident that these guards had been lying in wait, ready for their quarry to appear. Lin Hao frowned, realizing that his only option was to confront them head-on. If captured, he would undoubtedly face unfounded accusations, subjected to the whims of that vile woman. Run! Where do you think you can hide now? Ha ha oh! Madame Zhu approached with a gleeful expression. But her enthusiasm caused her face to contort in pain. Clutching her swollen cheeks, she glared at Lin Hao, seething, "You have marred my beautiful visage. And now that you are in my grasp, I shall make your life a living hell." Upon hearing the phrase beautiful visage, the young candidates and the guards could hardly suppress their laughter. They soon realized that this rotund woman was merely leveraging her power out of personal vendetta. The candidates, proud and indignant, felt a surge of discontent, having believed they were involved in a legitimate pursuit of a criminal, only to discover it was a farce born from petty grievances. The guards too wore expressions of disbelief. Until now, they had been unaware of the true nature of the situation, having merely followed orders to assist Madame Zhu in her pursuit of the alleged fugitive. The realization that they had expended their efforts for such a trivial matter was infuriating. "Why are you still standing there? Capture him!" Madame Zhu barked, her authoritative tone demanding action. First, sever his tendons to prevent his escape. The middle-aged leader of the guards furrowed his brow at her command. Were it not for the orders from above, he would have walked away in disgust. Yet, ignoring her would mean disobeying orders, risking demotion. After a brief mental struggle, he huffed in irritation, reluctantly preparing to comply. "Stop!" he began, but his words were abruptly interrupted by a clear, melodic voice rising from the crowd. A young woman in blue stepped forward, her stunning beauty instantly captivating the attention of the onlookers. Just as Lin Hao was about to summon his fiery beast to force through the gate, he reconsidered, his gaze shifting to the blue-clad woman, his expression turning complex. For this enchanting figure was none other than his wife, Zhao Linger. "You, as city guards, should prioritize the safety of the imperial capital. Yet you allow yourselves to be misled by the abuse of power, neglecting your duties," Zhao Linger stated coldly, her piercing gaze fixed upon the guards. "If a fugitive were to infiltrate the city and incite an attack, could you live with the consequences?" At her words, the middle-aged leader and the guards visibly stiffened. Zhao Linger's beauty, coupled with her eloquent reprimand, left them speechless and even somewhat ashamed. "What a remarkable wife!" Lin Hao raised an eyebrow, surprised that Zhao Linger would intervene on his behalf. "You foolish girl, what nonsense are you spouting? Beware, or I shall tear that foul mouth of yours." Madame Zhu's face flushed crimson as she spat her threats. Zhao Linger cast a dispassionate glance at the corpulent woman before deftly crafting a water-blue rune with her delicate fingers. Mist enveloped the air, and a melodic incantation echoed as the rune transformed into a swirling mist that rained down upon Madame Zhu, drenching her in a torrential downpour. Though the rain was not meant to harm, the large droplets were nevertheless uncomfortable. "So much water, ah!" Madame Zhu shrieked in panic, running in circles as the mist relentlessly pursued her. "A water mage!" The middle-aged leader and his comrades gasped, astonished by Zhao Linger's display of power. "You inept fools, Why are you still dawdling? Capture that wretched girl.
Madame Zhao shouted frantically at the guards.
Ignore her. We're retreating. The middle-aged leader scoffed before leading his troops back to their posts. As the guards abandoned their pursuit, Madame Zhao froze in shock. In a state of panic, she fled,
her ample frame bobbing as she hurried away from the relentless mist.
Chapter 56, A Flower with an Owner. Where is this remarkable young lady from?
Given her extraordinary abilities, the water magic she just displayed radiated with pure arcane energy, indicating she was at least a level 4 mage.
Ah! She possesses both beauty and intellect, truly a paragon of brilliance.
Upon witnessing Zhao Linger resolve the matter with such ease, the surrounding young men were left with ardent gazes,
captivated by her presence. Some even daringly approached, hoping to engage her in conversation.
Yet, Zhao Linger remained unfazed, turning her attention towards Lin Hao.
What brings you here?
Zhao Linger inquired, surprised to see Lin Hao, especially considering the considerable distance from Tianwu City to the imperial capital.
How could a blind man manage to arrive here? We had an agreement, how could I not come?
Lin Hao replied with a calm smile, leaving much unsaid.
Agreement? What agreement? The onlookers paused, curiosity piqued by the exchange between Lin Hao and Zhao Linger, realizing they were acquainted.
Envy began to stir among them,
marveling at Lin Hao's fortune in knowing such a stunning woman.
If you truly believe that, so be it, Zhao Linger remarked, her brows slightly furrowed.
Fully aware of the agreement Lin Hao referred to.
She had once stated that if Lin Hao could pass the assessment of Tianyan Academy, their marriage would remain intact.
For someone with talent, this was a task nearly effortless.
However, Zhao Linger felt that even if Lin Hao possessed a talent for beast taming, the odds were still slim. The Academy's evaluations primarily focused on individual strength, not the abilities of pets. Thus, she saw no hope for their union to persist.
Then let us walk together, Lin Hao suggested with a grin.
Despite lacking any emotional ties to his wife, her willingness to assist him earlier had ignited a flicker of fondness within him.
Walk together?
Zhao Linger looked at him, puzzled.
I am blind, do you think I know the way to Tianyan Academy?
Lin Hao shrugged, playfully adding, of course. When I say walk together, I mean for you to guide me.
What other meaning could it have?
At his words, Zhao Linger's expression faltered, rendered speechless by his retort. Fine, follow me, she acquiesced, nodding slightly, agreeing to help once more. Just as she turned to head toward the city gate, she felt a hand rest upon her shoulder.
What are you doing?
She gasped, turning to face Lin Hao, her icy demeanor softened with a hint of shyness.
How else can I see which direction you're heading? Lin Hao countered, unabashed. The young men watching were taken aback, their eyes widening in shock. What was the nature of Lin Hao's relationship with this beautiful woman?
The intimate gesture elicited admiration and a tinge of jealousy among them. Flustered by the surrounding gazes, Zhao Linger bit her lip and retrieved a blue belt from her spatial ring. Lin Hao, sensing the moment, seized the other end, allowing Zhao Linger to lead the way. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Hao was guided out of the city by Zhao Linger.
Ah, so he is a blind man. I thought he was someone of significance. What? A blind man wishes to partake in the assessment of Tianyan Academy? How peculiar. More than peculiar. This is likely the first instance in the Academy's history. Upon realizing Lin Hao's blindness, the crowd erupted in astonishment, their murmurs laced with undisguised disdain and mockery. After this brief interlude, the onlookers dispersed, the young candidates hastily exiting the city to the outskirts where the Academy lay.
Though 100 miles may seem daunting to an ordinary person, those who ventured here to take the assessment were undoubtedly gifted youths.
In their eager rush, few paused to rest, their stamina remarkable. Throughout the journey, guided by Zhao Linger, Lin Hao felt an immense sense of comfort,
even opting to shut off the shared vision with his companions. Instantly, darkness enveloped him, allowing him to savor the unique sensation of being led by his beautiful wife.
I am curious, how did you arrive at the imperial capital?
Zhao Linger's voice broke the silence. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Hao replied nonchalantly, with sufficient funds. Anything is achievable, I simply hired a carriage.
Zhao Linger, with an expression of calm, responded, is money truly that significant? There are things far more precious that cannot be purchased, no matter the wealth.
At her words, Lin Hao felt a stir within, sensing deeper meaning in her statement. It appeared that Zhao Linger sought not merely material wealth but something far more profound, perhaps the pinnacle of martial arts or true love.
Such ideals cannot be attained through riches alone.
As their conversation unfolded, Lin Hao began to grasp Zhao Linger's perspective. Today marked the most extensive dialogue they had shared since their acquaintance. It was no wonder she sought a divorce, their marriage was entwined with the interests of their families. Now, with the platform provided by Tianyan Academy, Zhao Linger yearned for freedom from the constraints of monetary concerns.
Money, while not omnipotent, is indispensable.
Lin Hao remarked with a serene smile, sharing his viewpoint. Having grown up in a modest household, he understood the value of money. Especially since his current circumstances demanded it more than ever due to the divine animal evolution system he possessed.
Without financial resources,
he felt he would regress to his former limitations.
How vulgar, Zhao Linger retorted coldly.
Lin Hao smirked, countering, as the daughter of the Zhao family. You have been sheltered in luxury, never knowing the importance of money.
Zhao Linger shot back, is your Lin family not wealthy?
Indeed, we are not impoverished. Lin Hao's tone darkened, but had you experienced my past, you would truly comprehend. At his words, Zhao Linger felt a tremor in her heart. Suddenly, she halted,
turning to face Lin Hao.
Indeed, if their circumstances were reversed, enduring Lin Hao's bleak existence, riddled with mockery, her spirit would likely have shattered.
Reflecting upon it now,
she realized that Lin Hao might be the one who bore the brunt of their marital strife, yet he faced it all with unwavering strength, never betraying a hint of despair. In her moment of contemplation, Zhao Linger was unaware that Lin Hao had closed off their shared vision, and as she stopped abruptly, she collided with him.
Given Zhao Linger's long legs, their heights nearly aligned, resulting in their lips meeting unexpectedly. The soft contact sent a jolt through Lin Hao,
who was taken aback by the fragrant allure enveloping them. Zhao Linger's eyes widened, staring at the man so close to her, her entire being frozen in place.
Could it be? Sensing the anomaly, Lin Hao promptly activated his shared vision once more.
In an instant, Lin Hao found himself observing from a third-party perspective, witnessing the profound moment when he shared a kiss with Zhao Linger. The scene was utterly shocking to his senses. Gazing at Zhao Linger's lips,
which resembled the delicate petals of a rose, he was momentarily taken aback.
He had never anticipated that he would actually kiss Zhao Linger.
What are you doing?
Zhao Linger finally snapped back to reality, her body instinctively recoiling, her face flushed with a deep crimson as she glared at Lin Hao. Her voice tinged with an uncontrollable mix of shame and anger.
Lin Hao, licking his lips and feeling a lingering satisfaction, shrugged and replied, how was I to know?
You suddenly stopped. Upon hearing this, Zhao Linger felt a pang of guilt. The color in her fair complexion deepened, spreading to her ears and neck, resembling a blooming flower.
Vibrant and exquisite.
The surrounding young candidates, who had witnessed the earlier scene, stood in stunned silence. They were clearly taken aback by the fact that a blind man had managed to steal a kiss from such a beautiful girl.
How infuriating. With my handsome features and charming demeanor, why can't I have such good fortune?
In that moment, the majority of them were left lamenting, their hearts filled with jealousy. Their expressions seemed to convey a desire to blind themselves just to attain a similar romantic encounter with Zhao Linger. Zhao Linger bit her red lip and shot Lin Hao an angry glare before turning on her heel and quickening her pace, her heart a tumult of anger and embarrassment. She felt she had unwittingly lost her first kiss due to Lin Hao's careless words. It was as if she were reclaiming some semblance of dignity.
Observing Zhao Linger's flustered retreat, Lin Hao couldn't help but smile inwardly, feeling a secret delight.
Thanks to the shared vision of the four treasures,
he was easily able to keep pace with Zhao Linger as she walked briskly. After about half an hour, a throng of people finally reached the foot of the back mountain. The Tianyan Academy was constructed against the mountainside, its architectural layout resembling a miniature city.
The surrounding walls were incredibly high and imposing, stretching to the horizon, enveloping the entire martial academy in an aura of grandeur that instilled awe.
Standing beside Zhao Linger,
Lin Hao noted that despite it being only around 8 in the morning, thousands had already gathered here. A sea of heads swayed in the crowd, and at the forefront, a long stone staircase, extending 100 meters, led upwards. At the top of the staircase stood an ancient, colossal stone gate, majestic and imposing. As the young candidates gazed upon the grand entrance, their eyes burned with fervor, their faces alight with anticipation. For beyond that gate lay the opportunity to become a student of the Tianyan Academy, gaining access to millennia of martial arts resources and the chance to ascend to greatness. As the crowd awaited eagerly, time passed slowly, yet the assessment officials of the Tianyan Academy had yet to appear. The initially tense atmosphere gradually relaxed as the minutes ticked by. "Wife, do you know what the assessment at Tianyan Academy entails?" Lin Hao, feeling rather bored, began to engage Zhao Linger. "Be quiet." Zhao Linger frowned slightly, her voice low yet firm. "Do not call me that." But the truth remained. Lin Hao seemed increasingly fond of provoking her. Meanwhile, without needing Zhao Linger to explain, he overheard snippets of information from the nearby crowd. It was said that the first hurdle of each assessment was to ascend the stone staircase ahead. Indeed. As long as one could complete the ascent within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, they would successfully pass and be granted entry to the Tianyan Academy. It requires a stick of incense? I could ascend in less than half that time. Lin Hao mused. How could the assessment at Tianyan Academy be so simple? Each year, a substantial number of candidates are eliminated, and after overcoming this hurdle, there are even more challenging tests ahead. As the crowd engaged in conversation to pass the time, Lin Hao pondered the nature of the staircase. Is there some sort of mechanism hidden within it? Zhao Linger blinked her beautiful eyes and murmured in confusion, is there something unusual about the staircase? From what I know, the base of the staircase is embedded with earth-type runes, which impose a gravitational suppression. Once you begin the ascent, each step becomes arduous. At that moment, a young man with long hair approached, standing directly beside Zhao Linger. He was handsome, holding a white folding fan, and dressed in elegant white attire, exuding charm. Earth-type rune formations? Zhao Linger was taken aback, realizing that the first challenge was indeed no small feat. She silently rejoiced in her status as an internally recruited member. Spared from the assessment. Lin Hao extended a thread of spiritual energy and confirmed that a potent aura of spiritual energy permeated the staircase, akin to the gravitational armor he possessed. Clearly, as the young man had indicated, the staircase harbored a gravitational array. Hello, my name is Li Changfeng. May I inquire your name, fair lady? The young man in white smiled, attempting to strike up a conversation with Zhao Linger while completely disregarding Lin Hao beside her. Zhao Linger. Zhao Linger was evidently accustomed to such encounters. She pressed her lips together, neither appearing rude nor overly friendly, striking a perfect balance. Zhao Linger. A beautiful name, Li Changfeng exclaimed, snapping his fan in admiration, his expression betraying his infatuation. Master, someone is courting your wife. Just then, the four treasures squawked loudly, flapping its wings as if to draw attention. Wife. At this, Li Changfeng's expression darkened slightly, finally directing a scrutinizing gaze at Lin Hao, his brows knitting together in displeasure. Clearly, he was not pleased to learn that this extraordinary beauty was already taken. Chapter 57, The Gravity Assessment Under the Influence of Si Bao. Zhao Linger's expression turned slightly cold as she glanced at the parrot perched on Lin Hao's shoulder, a hint of surprise flickering in her eyes. Throughout their journey, she had never heard Si Bao utter a word. She had assumed it to be an ordinary parrot, only to discover it spoke fluent human language. Moreover, its intelligence seemed quite remarkable, as it acknowledged itself as Lin Hao's wife. However, Zhao Linger chose not to voice any rebuttal this time. She felt no obligation to explain her relationship with Lin Hao to the outsider, Li Changfeng. Nonetheless, Li Changfeng's reaction was notably sensitive. He turned his gaze towards Lin Hao, scrutinizing him curiously, and soon realized that Lin Hao's pupils were a dull gray, lacking any vitality. Clearly, he was blind. If Zhao Linger truly was this man's wife, it would be a gross waste. After a brief examination of Lin Hao, Li Changfeng could not help but inquire, I just heard this parrot say that Miss Zhao is your wife? Lin Hao maintained an air of indifference and deliberately replied, we are formally wed, having paid our respects to heaven and earth. Upon hearing this, Zhao Linger, standing nearby, felt her cold demeanor shift slightly. Memories of her previous kiss with Lin Hao flooded her mind, and inexplicably, she experienced a twinge of shyness. Aside from their wedding night, it seemed both had already shared intimate moments. Contemplating this, a flush crept upon Zhao Linger's fair cheeks. The subtle blend of shyness and elegance in her expression stirred a wave of jealousy in Li Changfeng.
Indeed, her reaction validated Lin Hao's words. They were indeed husband and wife. How could the prey I have my eyes on be snatched away by another? A chill flickered in Li Changfeng's gaze, accompanied by an indescribable feeling. In his view, a beauty like Zhao Linger should not be claimed by a blind man. If anyone were to be matched with her, it ought to be him, a young man of noble lineage with striking features. A mere blind fool had no right to enjoy such a treasure. May I ask where you hail from, my good sir? Li Changfeng inquired with a casual smile, testing the waters. Despite his jealousy towards Lin Hao's fortune, he suspected that a blind man who could marry such a stunning wife must possess a formidable family background. Thus, he deemed it necessary to ascertain the truth. Tianwu City. Lin Hao replied. With experiences from 2 lifetimes and having met countless individuals, he could easily discern Li Changfeng's ulterior motives. He shook his head inwardly, amused. Having a beautiful wife by his side, it seemed he would have no shortage of rivals at Tianyan Academy. Tianwu City. A region in the northern part of our great Yin dynasty. Upon hearing this, Li Changfeng's eyes lit up. Though Tianwu City was a small place, it did boast an ancient martial arts family, yet its lineage was nowhere near comparable to that of the Li family. I observe your eyes lack luster. And your pupils appear grayish, Li Changfeng remarked with a smirk. Could it be that you are naturally blind? Lin Hao chose not to respond, tacitly acknowledging the statement. Seeing this, Li Changfeng interpreted Lin Hao's silence as a sign of inferiority, and his smile grew increasingly contemptuous. Indeed, a blind man. Heaven favors me, he thought. As far as I know, since the establishment of Tianyan Academy, no blind person has ever participated in the assessment. You may well be the first. Although Li Changfeng's words were polite, they were laced with undeniable mockery. Upon hearing this, Zhao Linger's brows furrowed slightly. In the past, she would have remained indifferent to others' ridicule of Lin Hao. Yet today, for reasons unknown, she felt a surge of anger. What is happening to me? Zhao Linger suddenly realized, feeling puzzled. Unbeknownst to her, since Lin Hao had unexpectedly stolen her first kiss during their journey, her once frosty heart was undergoing a subtle transformation. Disregarding Li Changfeng's scornful jibes, Lin Hao turned to Zhao Linger and said with a gentle smile, Linger, it seems a bit noisy here, shall we wait elsewhere? All right. Zhao Linger nodded slightly, obediently following Lin Hao, clearly sharing no fondness for Li Changfeng either. This blind fool dares to disregard me. Anger surged in Li Changfeng's heart. Brother Feng, what a pity. Such a beautiful woman is already taken, lamented a subordinate nearby, shaking his head in disappointment. Even if she is taken, she can still change hands. Li Changfeng's eyes narrowed, fixated on Zhao Linger's graceful figure, a cold smirk forming on his lips. The woman I desire cannot escape my grasp. The subordinate, clearly perceptive of Li Changfeng's intentions, leered, Brother Feng, I happen to have a soul confounding pill left over. The last woman I used it on was driven to ecstasy. A glint of coldness flashed in Li Changfeng's eyes as he replied darkly, yes, after this assessment. Let us investigate Zhao Linger's background before making our move. Rest assured, I understand these matters well, the subordinate chuckled knowingly. Meanwhile, Lin Hao had already reached the forefront, closest to the stone steps. Zhao Linger followed closely behind, remaining quiet. Since the assessment at Tianyan Academy had yet to officially begin, even as a pre-selected member, she had to wait alongside the other candidates. Observing Lin Hao skillfully navigate through the crowd without any collisions, she pondered whether he was employing sound to discern his surroundings. Her beautiful eyes blinked as she recalled tales of certain blind individuals possessing remarkable abilities, able to detect the slightest movements around them, thus accurately identifying their surroundings. It appeared Lin Hao had mastered such a skill, achieving an impressive level of proficiency. No wonder he came to participate in the assessment with such confidence. It turned out he had acquired some abilities. Out of the corner of her eye, Zhao Linger regarded Lin Hao's sharply defined profile, her thoughts swirling in complexity. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Hao was, at that moment, utilizing Si Bao's keen eyesight to admire her alluring figure. Ding! Suddenly, a resounding bell echoed from the Tianyan Academy nestled within the mountains. Upon hearing the bell, the thousands of candidates present instantly stiffened. The previously raucous atmosphere fell silent in an instant. Numerous gazes converged simultaneously on the entrance at the top of the stone steps, where 2 figures stood. One male and one female.
Both donned the garb of Tianyan Academy instructors, exuding an air of formidable presence.
Presumably, you have been waiting for some time. Welcome to the triannual enrollment assessment of Tianyan Academy. The male instructor on the left spoke with a robust voice, amplified by spiritual energy, resonating clearly in everyone's ears.
I am the examiner for this assessment, named Wu Qi. With a soft chuckle, the male instructor continued, those selected for pre-admission need not undergo the assessment. Please ascend the steps to register. As his words fell, a stir rippled through the crowd. One by one, the young elites, brimming with confidence, stepped forward under the envious gazes of the other candidates. Take care of yourself. Before departing, Zhao Linger left Lin Hao with this ambiguous remark. Rest assured, await my return. Lin Hao replied with a calm smile. This time, the pre-selected members numbered only slightly over 100. Yet, these individuals were exceptionally chosen geniuses, each possessing advanced cultivation talents. As Zhao Linger and her companions completed their registration with the female instructor, the assessment for Lin Hao and his cohort of candidates officially commenced. The male instructor cast a sweeping glance over the assembled crowd and stated in a grave tone, I shall dispense with unnecessary words. Any candidate who can ascend the stone steps within the span of a single incense stick shall pass the first trial. Given the limited space of the stone steps, the assessment was divided into teams of 200. The first 100 to reach the summit would advance directly, while the remainder would face elimination. Furthermore, the rules were not confined. The instructor's tone took on an ominous undertone as he concluded, leaving the gathered individuals feeling a chill run down their spines, their expressions turning peculiar. The notion of unlimited rules implied that candidates could exert their skills freely, perhaps even employing various tactics during their ascent. This realization prompted a defensive wariness among the candidates as they regarded one another. The atmosphere in the arena shifted, becoming increasingly eerie. Subsequently, the candidates began to form groups of their own accord, quickly organizing into several dozen teams. Lin Hao positioned himself at the forefront, standing in the first assessment team. The two evaluators exchanged nods, noting that this year's candidates appeared to possess a superior overall quality compared to previous years. However, their true abilities would only be revealed through the trial ahead. With the incense stick as the time limit, the assessment began. As the words were uttered, the team led by Lin Hao erupted in excitement. Charge! Almost instantaneously, the first batch of candidates surged toward the stone steps, creating a fervent scene. Covering a distance of several meters, they swiftly reached the base of the stone steps. However, as soon as one candidate stepped into the stone step zone, it was as if a mechanism had been triggered. The hidden runic array within the stone steps suddenly activated. The surrounding spiritual energy experienced violent fluctuations, immediately enveloping the area in an overwhelming gravitational pressure. Those who were robust and confident in their physical prowess attempted to leap several tiers in one go, only to be met with the terrifying force of gravity, resulting in anguished cries as they crashed to the ground. Moreover, within the domain of the gravitational array, once one fell, rising again became an even greater challenge. Positioned at the back, Lin Hao now stood before the stone steps. The moment he set foot on the first tier, he was struck by a seismic sensation that felt as though a colossal boulder had been suddenly placed upon him, making movement exceedingly difficult. This sensation mirrored that of the gravitational armor he wore. How heavy! The four treasures, who had initially been spiritedly perched on Lin Hao's shoulder, were now flattened by the gravitational force, emitting a peculiar cry. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xiaobai quickly retreated to a nearby tree, intending to wait it out. The intensity of the gravity must have reached at least tenfold. Having experienced such conditions before, Lin Hao swiftly assessed the magnitude of the gravitational force. His own gravitational armor had been set to merely 5 times the normal weight, although he had adapted over the past several days and could move with relative ease. The addition of this tenfold gravity effectively increased the burden to 15 times. Lin Hao felt as though he were ensnared in a mire, weighed down tremendously. The flow of spiritual energy within him had also noticeably slowed. It appeared that this first trial assessed not only physical strength but also endurance. Furthermore, with only half of each team's members eligible to advance, competition was bound to be fierce. Lin Hao noticed that he had fallen significantly behind, now ranking well over 100. Such a position undoubtedly spelled elimination for him.
In that moment, Lin Hao concentrated, utilizing his mental energy to deactivate the gravitational armor's runes.
Simultaneously, Zhao Linger, positioned on the stone steps above, had been keenly observing Lin Hao. Upon noticing his position at the rear, she shook her head subtly,
letting out a silent sigh.
The situation was glaringly apparent. Their marriage would meet its end with Lin Hao's elimination in this assessment.
But just then, a miracle occurred.
Zhao Linger was astonished to see Lin Hao's speed in climbing the stone steps suddenly increase several-fold as he began to overtake the candidates ahead of him.
How is this possible? Gazing at the swift figure ascending the steps, Zhao Linger was taken aback.
Within mere moments, Lin Hao had surpassed dozens of candidates. With one more push, he could secure a spot for advancement. The removal of the gravitational armor indeed made a significant difference. A smile crept upon Lin Hao's lips as he felt the weight upon him diminish considerably. He could not help but feel grateful for the gravitational armor forged by the dwarf blacksmith in Tianwu City, which had effectively conditioned his physical capabilities beforehand.
Otherwise,
with his current strength as a third-tier warrior, distinguishing himself among these 200 candidates would have proven exceedingly difficult. The lateral space of the stone steps was not narrow, allowing for several individuals to climb side by side.
Initially, spirits were high, and candidates climbed according to their own merits. However, under the pressure of the gravitational array, those who had surged ahead began to show signs of fatigue. As competitors from behind closed in, they were unwilling to see their ranks diminish or face elimination. Consequently,
they fiercely mobilized their spiritual energy, employing various martial arts to impede those before them.
Naturally, the candidates in the rear would not remain passive.
They too began to attack those obstructing their path. In an instant, the brutal competition for ranking erupted fully upon the stone steps. As Lin Hao entered the ranks of the top 100, he intended to avoid conflict. However, he soon discovered two individuals on either side of the stone steps, their expressions malevolent as they advanced towards him.
Chapter 58, The Test Steelmaster, Enemies Are Approaching.
For treasures urgently called out twice.
It turned out to be them.
Lin Hao suddenly realized that among those ascending the same staircase, the two individuals approaching him were none other than Li Changfeng,
who had just attempted to flirt with Zhao Linger and his companion, a lackey by his side.
Li Changfeng's prowess was evidently superior, possessing the strength of a level 4 warrior. However, the manner in which they were deliberately drawing closer indicated their ill intentions.
A dong, kick him down.
Li Changfeng signaled with a sidelong glance, a shadow of malice crossing his face.
The lackey understood immediately, lifting his foot to deliver a fierce kick towards Lin Hao's waist.
In his view, a blind person, coupled with the gravitational suppression of the stone steps, had little chance of evading.
Yet in the next instant, Lin Hao effortlessly sidestepped to the right, evading the attack with remarkable ease. What? With the kick missing its target,
the lackey lost his balance and fell to the ground, tumbling down several layers of the staircase.
To make matters worse,
the candidates behind him did not slow their ascent at all, trampling over him without a second thought.
Ah! The cries of the lackey echoed,
soon drowned out by the bustling crowd.
Useless fool, you can't even handle a blind man.
Li Changfeng scoffed, his expression darkening with anger.
His gaze then shifted to Lin Hao, and he launched a punch aimed at his forehead.
Lin Hao, having anticipated the attack, countered with a punch of his own.
Bang!
The two fists collided, creating a dull thud as their strengths clashed. In this pure contest of power, Lin Hao proved to be no weaker than Li Changfeng.
He actually has some skill, able to sense my attack.
A flicker of surprise crossed Li Changfeng's eyes. Clearly taken aback that his punch not only met resistance from Lin Hao but also failed to assert any advantage in strength. However, while Li Changfeng was momentarily stunned,
Lin Hao seized the opportunity to deliver a flying kick.
Under normal circumstances, Li Changfeng would have easily evaded such an attack.
Yet now, trapped within the gravitational array, his body's reaction speed was utterly inadequate.
As he attempted to block, Lin Hao's foot was already upon him, targeting a most sensitive area.
In an instant,
Li Changfeng felt a piercing sensation in his lower region. The pain was excruciating, surging through his entire being like a flood.
A horrific scream erupted,
drawing the attention of numerous candidates around him.
They beheld Li Changfeng sprawled on the ground, hands clutching his groin, his body convulsing in agony. Hiss. Witnessing this scene, the candidates on the staircase couldn't help but gasp in horror. Even the male instructor at the top of the staircase swallowed hard, visibly shaken. No matter how powerful a man may be, the lower region remains his most vulnerable weakness. Judging by Li Changfeng's plight, it was evident that Lin Hao's kick was tremendously forceful, likely to impact Li Changfeng's future happiness irreparably. The lovely female candidates, including Zhao Linger, averted their gazes, their cheeks flushed with embarrassment. In this somewhat traditional society, such sensitive matters were difficult for them to confront. How tragic. For Treasure's fame covering its eyes with its left wing, putting on an act of sorrow. Yet its little face in shrieks revealed a sense of schadenfreude. Should anyone dare to lay a hand on my wife again, it will not end well, Lin Hao remarked coldly, his expression indifferent as he regarded the now incapacitated Li Changfeng. He then lifted his foot and continued ascending the staircase as if nothing had transpired, quickening his pace to make up for the time lost to the interference of the two. Lin Hao maintained a low profile, aiming to secure a position within the top 100. However, he was now viewed as a formidable presence by the surrounding male candidates, who regarded him with trepidation, akin to encountering a plague. Noticing the peculiar gazes directed at him, a cold smile crept onto Lin Hao's lips. This was precisely the effect he sought to instill. Only in this manner could the foolish dare not provoke him. As the incense burned down 2/3 of the way, Lin Hao finally reached the summit. He stood impassively among the crowd, a stark contrast to the panting candidates beside him. After more than half a month of training with the gravity armor, he had carried it with him almost every moment, and despite the tenfold increase in gravity on the stone staircase, it had little effect on him. He had passed the first round of assessments. Among the designated members, Zhao Linger's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Lin Hao from a distance. Quietly observing the youthful figure, a gentle ripple stirred within her heart. This feeling was not born of Lin Hao's success in the examination, but rather a subtle joy. Through the shared vision with 4 treasures, Lin Hao noticed Zhao Linger's unwavering gaze upon him. However, to conceal his capabilities, he feigned ignorance. After all, the technique of sound localization was not infallible, continued display would surely lead to exposure. Subsequently, dozens of assessment teams behind him also completed the gravity test on the stone staircase. The first round concluded. Yet the original pool of over 20,000 candidates had dwindled by more than half, yielding an alarming elimination rate of 50%. No wonder the outside world often spoke of the rigorous nature of the assessments at Tianyan Academy. Such a rate of elimination demanded exceptional skill to progress. Lin Hao pondered this, contemplating what challenges awaited in the second round. Autumn Cloud, it seems we have encountered some promising talents in this cohort at Tianyan Academy, the male instructor remarked, his gaze deep as he surveyed the successful candidates with a smile of satisfaction. Indeed, there is one who is rather intriguing, the female instructor replied with a light chuckle, her narrowed eyes fixating on Lin Hao in the distance. Are you referring to that young man? The male instructor followed her gaze, his mind conjuring the image of Lin Hao's earlier kick, causing the muscles at the corner of his mouth to twitch. Though that method of fighting lacked decorum, it was nonetheless a facet of strength. In genuine life-and-death battles, who would concern themselves with morality or rules? In such situations, any effective technique would be utilized to its fullest. Have you noticed? His pupils appear somewhat abnormal. The female instructor's voice was soft, yet it caught the male instructor's attention, making his expression shift in surprise. He turned his gaze back to Lin Hao's eyes, scrutinizing them closely. As he observed, a look of astonishment gradually spread across the male instructor's face. He discerned that Lin Hao's eyes, apart from their color, possessed other characteristics strikingly different from those of an ordinary person. Upon closer inspection, the pupils resembled a myriad of grayish-white rings overlapping, akin to a swirling vortex. Grayish-white pupils. Could this be the legendary reincarnation eye? The male mentor's throat rolled as his mature, middle-aged visage expressed profound astonishment. What? The reincarnation eye? Upon hearing this, the beautiful female mentor's expression shifted slightly, her demeanor revealing a hint of surprise. Initially, she merely implied that Lin Hao was likely a natural-born blind person. To her astonishment,
Such a conclusion had emerged, completely exceeding her expectations.
Well, I am merely speculating. Let us first observe his performance in the subsequent assessments.
The male mentor replied in a somewhat subdued tone.
Regardless of whether he passes the evaluation, we must ensure his retention and subsequently have the Lord verify the authenticity. Understood.
The beautiful mentor nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation.
If this young man truly possessed the legendary reincarnation eye, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous asset for the Tianyan Academy.
First and foremost, congratulations to everyone for passing the initial assessment.
Do you see the grand gate before you? The male mentor then shifted his tone, addressing the assembled candidates with a resonant voice. You are now qualified to step inside, follow me into the academy.
As his words fell, the two mentors strode confidently towards the academy gates, followed closely by the pre-selected members, with Lin Hao and the others, who were still awaiting evaluation,
trailing behind.
Those who had failed the assessments departed one by one, their heads bowed in disappointment, their eyes reflecting unyielding regret. The enrollment event at Tianyan Academy occurs once every 3 years. Those who failed this time would have to wait another 3 years.
However, by then,
their age would pose a significant disadvantage.
Such is the reality, neglecting one's youth leads only to sorrow in old age. As they stepped through the gates of Tianyan Academy, the candidates found their view suddenly expansive. Like the others, Lin Hao surveyed the academy's environment with curiosity.
It was magnificent and grand.
This was Lin Hao's first impression upon entering the academy. Gazing at the array of imposing structures, he couldn't help but marvel silently.
Such a vast institution resembled a miniature town.
What left Lin Hao particularly awestruck was the extraordinarily rich spiritual energy within.
After taking a deep breath, he felt invigorated,
as if a gentle warmth coursed through his body. For martial practitioners, this place was undoubtedly a paradise. Upon witnessing the exceptional environment of Tianyan Academy,
the candidates were filled with exuberance. Especially the pre-selected members like Zhao, whose eyes sparkled with delight. In 4 years, as long as they graduated smoothly from here, their futures would be bright.
Subsequently, the group followed the two mentors to a massive square.
At the center of the square stood 2 stone tablets. One black and one white, each rectangular and approximately 10 meters high. The surfaces of the tablets were inscribed with intricate runes, mysterious and enchanting. Lin Hao discerned that if he used his mental energy for perception, he could faintly detect obscure energy fluctuations emanating from the 2 monoliths. Clearly, these were not mere decorative stones. The upcoming assessment comprises 2 types, and the 2 stone tablets you see here will be utilized for testing, the male mentor declared, raising his right hand to indicate the central square. The white stone tests talent, primarily for those who cultivate spells. The black stone evaluates spiritual power, intended for warriors. Now, mages and warriors shall form 2 lines to proceed for testing. With that, the 2 mentors each approached a monolith, serving as assessors for this evaluation.
At this moment, Lin Hao hesitated. He was not only a 3rd-level warrior but also a 2nd-level mage.
Thus, he pondered which assessment to choose.
Is it merely a test? How simple. Indeed.
I expected it to be more challenging. Upon hearing about the testing phase, the candidates were elated, eagerly preparing to showcase their abilities.
However, they needed to temper their enthusiasm. Tianyan Academy had limited enrollment, with only about 3,000 spots available. Those who ranked low would still face elimination. Observing the lively atmosphere,
the male mentor's words served as a cold splash of water, awakening them from their excitement. The first round of gravity assessments had eliminated a significant number. Yet the candidate pool remained vast, with over 10,000 participants. Given the Academy's limited resources, it would not indiscriminately accept applicants, adhering to a philosophy of quality over quantity. Ultimately, only 3,000 would remain from the initial 10,000. Reflecting on this, the candidates' expressions turned solemn, losing the carefree demeanor they had previously exhibited.
Subsequently,
they each approached the testing tablets based on their respective cultivation talents, forming 2 lengthy lines in the square. Only Lin Hao remained stationary, uncertain of his next move.
What is he doing?
Zhao Linger's beautiful eyes flickered with confusion as she observed Lin Hao's unusual behavior.
Is he hesitating and considering giving up?
The surrounding candidates soon noticed Lin Hao's presence, engaging in discussions tinged with condescension. In their eyes, the fewer contenders there were, the better their own chances of success. Ah! Although he can discern sounds, he cannot see the tablets, which explains his indecision, Zhao Linger suddenly realized. Without further hesitation, she moved towards Lin Hao. Wait! Why is my goddess approaching him? The male candidates who had been secretly watching Zhao Linger shifted their focus, only to be taken aback when they saw her standing beside Lin Hao. Instantly, a wave of jealous speculation surged within them. Chapter 59, the test begins. Confronted with 2 testing stone tablets, Lin Hao found himself hesitating when a familiar fragrance suddenly wafted through the air. Without needing to look, he recognized it as the unique scent of Zhao Linger, an enchanting aroma that was utterly delightful. Lin Hao, to your left is the black stone tablet, which tests the warrior's spiritual energy, Zhao Linger said, her voice light and melodious as she stood beside him. To your right is the white stone tablet, primarily designed to assess the mage's mental aptitude. Upon hearing her words, Lin Hao's heart skipped a beat. He understood that Zhao Linger must have thought he was unaware and had come to offer her guidance. This gesture truly touched him. I understand, thank you. Lin Hao replied with a smile and a nod. He then feigned a casual tone and asked, Are you helping me with the intention of not getting a divorce? At his words, Zhao Linger's previously cold and elegant demeanor flushed with a hint of crimson, as if she had been struck by flames. Although this is a wager, I will not take advantage of you, that is all there is to it. With that, she turned and walked away, her fair complexion still tinged with a blush. Their conversation, conducted in hushed tones, went unnoticed by those around them. However, the sudden display of Zhao Linger's alluring charm stirred the hearts of the male candidates who had been pre-selected, causing their gazes towards Lin Hao to turn hostile. Undoubtedly, they now regarded him as their greatest rival, fervently wishing for his elimination in the forthcoming assessments. With no rival to contend with, they could then seize the opportunity. What is your name, candidate standing by the black stone tablet? The male instructor had been observing Lin Hao discreetly and saw an opportunity to inquire about his name. Lin Hao, he replied, looking up at the middle-aged male instructor who stood before the black stone tablet. Lin. The instructor pondered. Committing Lin Hao's name to memory before stating in a deep voice, the testing is about to commence, hurry and join a team. May I choose to test both stone tablets simultaneously? Lin Hao inquired. The middle-aged instructor's expression shifted in surprise as he stared at Lin Hao. The female instructor and the other candidates also paused in astonishment. Then, a chorus of mocking laughter erupted from the crowd. What? He wants to test both? How overly confident. Ha ha. Excessive confidence borders on arrogance. Truly, there are all sorts of oddities. I suspect he lacks talent in one area and intends to test both in a gamble. Their discussions quickly morphed into a symphony of derision and scorn. The overwhelming majority believed Lin Hao lacked genuine skill and, in his insecurity, sought to test his abilities on both stone tablets. The situation gave off a sense of desperation, akin to hoping for a miracle. What is he thinking? Zhao Linger frowned, beginning to share in the doubts surrounding him. After all, mastering both warrior and mage disciplines was an arduous endeavor. If Lin Hao truly held such intentions, he would undoubtedly scatter his focus and squander the precious time available for his initial surge. Due to the excessive number of candidates, the Tianyan Academy typically allowed only a single assessment. Yet, just as everyone assumed the instructor would dismiss Lin Hao's request, the middle-aged instructor finally spoke. However, I shall grant you an exception today, affording you this opportunity. Upon hearing this, the candidates were taken aback, clearly not expecting the Tianyan Academy's instructor to be so accommodating. For a moment, some candidates felt a surge of eagerness to follow suit. Yet, they quickly quelled their impulses, understanding the meaning of self-awareness. Testing one's weaker abilities would only lead to public humiliation. With the instructor's approval, Lin Hao refrained from further conversation and turned to join the end of the queue. Being last in line, he had ample time and decided to retrieve a chair. While waiting, he suddenly felt a pang of hunger. Having rushed in the morning without a proper meal, and after the demanding gravity test that drained his energy, he was now famished. Not wanting to endure this discomfort, Lin Hao reached into his spatial ring and pulled out a few baked flatbreads to satisfy his hunger. Yip!
In the back of the crowd, the little white monkey's eyes lit up at the sight of food and scampered over. Its identity as a unicorn monkey remained undetected, thanks to the hat it wore. This fellow is quite at ease, it thought. Just wait, soon, there will be a spectacle to behold. As Lin Hao relaxed, the candidates standing in line regarded him with a tinge of jealousy and envy. To leave a good impression on the instructors, they forced themselves to maintain their stance under the scorching sun, unwilling to behave as casually as Lin Hao did. What a peculiar individual, Zhao Linger mused, shaking her head slightly with a faint smile playing on her lips. In the 6 months since marrying Lin Hao, today marked the day she had interacted with him the most. The more time she spent with him, the more she realized that his character was a stark contrast to her initial impressions. At this moment, Lin Hao exuded an air of ease and freedom, both in demeanor and personality. This sentiment was shared by several female candidates in the crowd, who found themselves drawn to Lin Hao. They thought to themselves that this young man seemed quite intriguing and was rather handsome, though it was a pity that he was blind. The two instructors exchanged curious glances at Lin Hao, but did not comment further. Next, I and Instructor Wu Qi will demonstrate the assessments of both stone tablets, announced the female instructor. Instructor Wu Qi stepped forward to the black stone tablet, placing his palm upon it. Instantly, the runes on the stone tablet began to writhe, emanating an enigmatic glow. Boom! A surge of overwhelming energy erupted from him, forming a vortex of spiritual energy. Upon closer inspection, the vortex shimmered with a purple light, faintly crackling with the sound of thunder. A thunder warrior, Instructor Wu is indeed a practitioner of lightning. The young candidates gasped in astonishment, fully aware that lightning was a fierce and potent energy, making its offensive capabilities terrifying. Generally, within the same realm, thunder warriors possessed greater lethality. As the crowd marveled, the runes on the black stone tablet suddenly erupted with brilliant purple arcs of electricity. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. These arcs of purple lightning surged forth like thunderous serpents, instantly forming 7 luminous rings that encircled the stone tablet. The black stone not only tested spiritual aptitude but also assessed the number of spiritual veins within one's body. The beautiful instructor explained. The spiritual energy rings that manifest on the stone tablet correspond to the warrior's spiritual vein level. Moreover, the more radiant the runes, the higher the talent. As her words echoed in the air, the crowd was left in a state of realization. This individual is quite powerful. Lin Hao took a bite of his flatbread, utilizing the vision of the 4 treasures to gaze intently. He observed that the stone tablet was enveloped with 7 rings of purple lightning. This indicated that the instructor named Wu Qi had successfully opened 7 spiritual veins, qualifying him as a 7th-level warrior. Alright, our assessment begins now. Only those with advanced talent will pass. After Master Wu Qi's demonstration, he commanded directly in the awe-filled gaze of the crowd. In an instant, the candidates before the black stone tablet eagerly stepped forward to undertake the test. However, upon engaging with the tablet, a considerable number of them were found wanting, with the majority possessing only intermediate or low-level talents. The probability of achieving a high-level talent among the youthful aspirants was a mere 1/3. The enchanting female instructor approached the white stone tablet and proceeded to elucidate the test's content. Lin Hao's attention followed her to that direction. The test primarily assessed their mental strength, with only those possessing high-level talents passing. The procedure was simple: one would place their palm upon the stone tablet and meditate. If all the runes illuminated, it indicated high-level talent. Having stated this, the beautiful instructor ceased her lengthy explanations. Her slender hand pressed against the white stone, and she soon entered a meditative state. Moments later, the runes on the tablet radiated a brilliant azure light under the infusion of her mental energy. Each rune was instantly illuminated, and then the light rippled, forming 7 whirlwinds that danced around the stone tablet. A 7th-level mage, specializing in the wind element. Witnessing this scene, the candidates from the mage group were filled with astonishment and reverence. They had not anticipated the instructors at Tianyan Academy to be so formidable. Each one seemed to possess at least the prowess of a 7th-level martial artist, truly impressive. Subsequently, the candidates in front of the white stone tablet began their tests. Although the warrior group over there progressed at a faster pace, their number was relatively half that of the mage group. In terms of overall participant count,
the disparity was not significant. At this rate, it was estimated to take over 2 hours. Lin Hao remained seated at the back, calmly awaiting his turn.
However, the anticipation of enduring these 2 hours was somewhat arduous. Should he perhaps take a brief nap?
Lin Hao raised an eyebrow but dismissed the notion. He was uncertain of the strictness of Tianyan Academy's regulations if he were to anger the 2 examiners and jeopardize his qualification.
The consequences would be unworthy of the risk.
Amidst this ennui, a sudden eruption of astonished voices from one of the groups drew Lin Hao's attention. It originated from the warrior group at the black stone tablet. Lin Hao immediately turned his gaze there. He beheld the runes on the tablet radiating an intensely vivid crimson light, akin to a blazing sun, surrounded by 4 fiery halos. The candidate being tested was a robust young man clad in a single-shoulder leather armor, bearing an iron bow on his back, exuding a rugged aura. It was evident that he was no wealthy scion, rather, he appeared more akin to a farmer emerging from the mountains.
Despite his rough demeanor,
his clear gaze exuded an air of innocence.
A 4th-level warrior with Earth-level cultivation talent. Master Wu Qi nodded in satisfaction and declared in a resonant voice, "Passed the assessment." "What? Earth-level talent?
This rustic fellow possesses Earth-level talent, it is utterly astonishing." As Master Wu Qi announced the results, the crowd erupted in astonishment. It is well known that martial cultivation talents are categorized into 5 tiers: low, intermediate, advanced, followed by Earth level, Heaven level, and the pinnacle, ultimate cultivation talent.
Generally,
the vast majority of martial cultivators fall within the first 3 tiers, with only a select few geniuses attaining Earth level talent.
Heaven level talent is even rarer,
with merely a handful in the Great Yan dynasty. As for ultimate cultivation, it is scarcely found even across the entire sky continent.
Thus, the revelation that this seemingly rustic giant possessed Earth-level talent was indeed extraordinary, explaining the crowd's reaction. "Thank you, Master."
The burly young man grinned widely, his expression simple-hearted, seemingly unperturbed by the label of rustic fellow bestowed upon him by others. "Heaven level, this is heaven level talent."
Just as the astonishment from the warrior group subsided, a commotion erupted among the mage group.
Lin Hao turned his gaze and observed a striking young man in azure robes standing before the stone tablet, deep in meditation. The runes on the tablet emitted a dazzling brilliance, manifesting 4 immense azure whirlwinds. The spiritual energy in the square quivered slightly due to the emergence of these winds.
"Remarkable. That individual possesses heaven-level cultivation talent, this is truly extraordinary." The surrounding onlookers could not help but express their admiration. "Do you know who he is?" "He is Qin Yu, the sole son of General Qin from Yen City." "What? He is Qin Yu? That notorious spendthrift?"
It was clear that this individual had a reserved admission quota.
"Why was he here causing a stir?"
"Of course, he is here to show off." Upon hearing the identity of the young man in azure,
most of the out-of-town candidates expressed astonishment.
They were evidently somewhat familiar with the name Qin Yu, renowned in the capital as a prodigal, indulging in pleasures of all sorts: gambling,
drinking, and revelry.
Had it not been for his lazy and carefree demeanor, with such talent and a powerful father, he would have been exceedingly impressive by now.
Yet here he remained stagnant at the 4th-level mage standard, squandering the coveted heaven-level cultivation talent. So it is him. Upon recognizing the young man's visage,
Lin Hao's expression shifted slightly, as he recalled their encounter just a few days prior upon arriving in the capital. He had hired a carriage and accidentally collided with another luxurious carriage, whose owner was none other than Qin Yu. At that time, Qin Yu had not exerted his status to intimidate, instead, he reprimanded his servant and compensated the old driver.
Ultimately, he had gallivanted away, embracing a courtesan. He appeared to be quite an intriguing character.
A smile crept onto Lin Hao's lips as he reflected positively on Qin Yu. Chapter 60, The 7-Colored Light Spiral. Before the white stone tablet, Qin Yu opened his eyes, gazing at his results with an expression devoid of any emotion. His demeanor suggested that he had long been aware of his celestial level cultivation talent.
TCH, yet another celestial level.
I thought that after such a long hiatus from testing, I might have elevated to ultimate talent, Qin Yu muttered with a slight hint of dissatisfaction. However, upon hearing this, the other candidates erupted in astonishment.
How arrogant could this fellow be, to be dissatisfied with a celestial-level cultivation talent? TSK, such pretentiousness is truly distasteful.
Ignore him, he has always been like this.
What does having talent matter if he doesn't put in the effort later?
He'll never attain sainthood, many candidates began to whisper among themselves.
Yet, beneath their derision lay an unmistakable envy and jealousy.
It is essential to understand that many spend their entire lives unable to transcend the 9th level of martial cultivation and achieve the sacred domain due to a lack of talent.
This innate ability is a unique constitution that allows one to draw upon the spiritual energies of the universe. For instance,
a low-level talent requires 3 to 4 years to absorb the celestial energy to break through, while Earth-level or celestial-level talents can achieve similar results within 1 to 2 months.
The disparity between the two is undeniably vast.
Next, the beautiful instructor cast a knowing glance at Xinyu, clearly familiar with him.
Where's my clearance card? Xinyu inquired, extending his hand.
Stop fooling around, your spot has already been reserved, the instructor responded, a trace of reproach in her tone.
If you take the clearance card, one of the candidates here will lose their opportunity.
Xinyu chuckled awkwardly, feeling a bit let down.
Fine then, he said,
brushing off the matter as he turned to leave, his demeanor nonchalant. Yet, he walked in the direction where Lin Hao was situated.
Excuse me, is there an available chair? Xinyu asked politely as he approached.
There is, Lin Hao replied, unfazed, retrieving a chair from his spatial ring.
Thank you, it's far more comfortable to sit.
Xinyu grinned, lazily settling into the chair with his legs crossed.
By the way, this is our second meeting, it seems we have a connection.
Xinyu glanced at Lin Hao and smiled, my surname is Qin, and my name is Yu. I am Lin, with the surname Hao, Lin Hao responded succinctly. No unnecessary chatter ensued, they merely introduced themselves without prying into each other's backgrounds.
Are you truly adept in both combat and strategy? Xinyu asked, seemingly curious about Lin Hao.
Indeed, Lin Hao replied calmly. I felt I had a bit of talent in both areas, so I decided to pursue them together.
A bit of talent? Xinyu's expression turned slightly peculiar at Lin Hao's response. However, he refrained from belittling remarks like others might have. You're quite diligent, unlike me. Who idles away, Xinyu remarked, expressing admiration before laughing. Yet, beneath his laughter lay a subtle hint of loneliness. This solitude resonated with Lin Hao, who,
having traversed into this world, had always been an outsider without a true confidant.
Lin Hao smiled gently and said, idleness can also be a way of life.
As long as one is comfortable, there is no need to heed the judgments of others. From the discussions among the candidates earlier, Lin Hao had gleaned a rough understanding of Qin Yu's outlook on life. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's eyes brightened, regarding Lin Hao with intrigue. Those he had known often urged him to change his ways or to reform. Some even labeled him a squanderer behind his back. Yet, few, like Lin Hao, appeared so carefree, their thoughts seemingly liberated from the constraints of this world. As their brief conversation flowed, Qin Yu increasingly found Lin Hao to be particularly unique, igniting a sense of regret for not meeting sooner. Waiting here is quite dull, how about we have a drink? Qin Yu suggested, producing a bottle of exquisite liquor from his spatial ring. No, thank you, Lin Hao politely declined. Being a killer, he understood the necessity of caution. Although he held a favorable impression of Qin Yu, the critical moment of the test was at hand, and he could not afford any mishap.
Ah, right.
You have your test soon, I wouldn't want to hinder your performance, Qin Yu acknowledged, not pressing further. He poured himself a glass and began to drink,
savoring the rich aroma of the liquor, which Lin Hao surmised must possess considerable potency.
At that moment, the robust young man from earlier approached, drawn by the scent of the drink. With a hearty smile, he inhaled deeply, his gaze fixated on the wine in Qin Yu's hand.
If you don't mind, shall we share a drink?
Qin Yu offered, grinning as he handed over another glass.
Sure, the young man replied without hesitation, plopping down on the ground.
He took the cup, tilted his head back, and drained it in one go, releasing a satisfied sigh. Good wine knows no deep alleys, this is indeed fine liquor. I am Raymond, the burly youth introduced himself, turning to Lin Hao and Qin Yu.
Lin Hao, Qin Yu.
The three began to forge a bond. Unaware that the three titans of the future Zhengxiang continent were being born on that day,
Meanwhile, the other candidates observed the trio's casual demeanor with disdain, shaking their heads. To possess such extraordinary celestial and earth-level talents yet behave so recklessly seemed a waste. Their envy surged as they wondered about the blind candidate's upcoming test, hoping for a chance to witness his potential shortcomings. As the testing process continued at the stone tablets, 2 more candidates with earth-level talents, both female, emerged. Much to the instructor's delight, this year's cohort evidently displayed a marked improvement in innate abilities. Approximately an hour later, the testing of the warrior candidates was nearly complete. And at last, it was Lin Hao's turn, a moment eagerly anticipated by many, especially those who had failed the assessment, their schadenfreude palpable. With countless eyes upon him, Lin Hao approached the black stone tablet with calm confidence. "Master, we have arrived," the 4 treasures playfully reminded him, serving as a clever ruse. "Up close?" Instructor Wu Qi couldn't help but scrutinize Lin Hao's gray-white pupils, which bore a striking resemblance to the fabled reincarnation eyes he had only seen in ancient texts. The more he observed, the more convinced he became. The reincarnation eye, as legend had it, appeared only once per era. The last known owner had perished a century ago. Could it be that another had emerged after 100 years? With this thought, Wu Qi adjusted his emotions and solemnly declared, "It's time, let us begin." Lin Hao nodded and placed his palm upon the stone tablet. Yet, after several breaths, the runes upon the tablet remained dormant, as if they were stuck. Lin Hao felt a flicker of surprise. He had clearly received the ultimate cultivation talent in the previous system lottery. Why was there no response during this test? Was his talent failing? A wave of doubt washed over Lin Hao's mind. If that is the case, then it is indeed rather unfortunate. What? No response at all? Could this individual possibly lack even the most rudimentary talent of a warrior? No wonder he anticipated the test of 2 types, it seems he was prepared all along. Ha ha! Witnessing this scene, laughter erupted among the crowd. A person who cannot even register a spiritual energy value on the stone tablet, how weak must his spiritual veins be? Is the reincarnation eye truly so feeble? Wu Qi furrowed his brow, seemingly re-evaluating his previous thoughts. Lin Hao's performance during the talent assessment was undoubtedly the weakest he had encountered in years. It appears I was mistaken. Wu Qi silently shook his head. He was merely an ordinary blind man, not some legendary possessor of the reincarnation eye. Failure in the assessment. However, the very next moment after Wu Qi announced the results, an unexpected event occurred. Buzzing. The massive stone tablet began to tremble. Simultaneously, the runes inscribed upon it flashed with a frenzied brilliance. These lights were not uniform, they shimmered in a myriad of colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, white, and black. All these hues intertwined, resembling a radiant rainbow, dazzling to behold. Suddenly, the light erupted, forming 3 vast, magnificent spirals of light that swirled around the stone tablet. This corresponded to Lin Hao's level of martial cultivation, a 3rd-level warrior. Boom! 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 As the 3 spirals of light coalesced, the surrounding spiritual energy surged violently, distorting the very fabric of space. Even the surface of the stone tablet began to show faint cracks, spreading rapidly like a spider web. Gazing at the sudden spectacle, every onlooker's eyelids twitched. Their faces filled with astonishment. Silence. The entire area fell into a hushed stillness. Even Wu Qi and the beautiful mentor stood there, dumbfounded, frozen in place. They had no idea how to classify such a talent, what level it belonged to. Swoosh! 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 As the celestial phenomenon unfolded, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from deep within the Tianyan Academy, surging towards them with astonishing speed. Soon, dozens of figures appeared on the square without warning. At the forefront was a gray-haired elder, tall and slender, adorned in white robes, exuding an air of elegance. Behind him were numerous individuals dressed in the Academy's mentor attire. Both men and women, each radiating formidable energy. These individuals were all high-ranking figures within the Tianyan Academy. Particularly, the gray-haired elder was of notable significance. He was the Academy's master, Ying Yuanzai. Greetings, master. Upon seeing Ying Yuanzai and the others arrive, Wu Qi and the beautiful mentor were momentarily taken aback, quickly recovering their composure and bowing in respect. Ordinarily, Ying Yuanzai would wave his hand, indicating that no further courtesy was necessary. However, at this moment, his piercing gaze was fixed upon the 3 spirals of light on the black stone tablet, his expression filled with shock. His gaze then shifted downward to Lin Hao, who was pressing his palm against the stone tablet, causing his aged face to tremble. Ultimate cultivation talent. Ying Yuanzai's throat felt dry. His previously clear voice had become strained. What? This is the ultimate cultivation talent? My heavens, such a talent is at the pinnacle of the martial cultivation realm. Upon learning of Lin Hao's talent level, the crowd in the square erupted into a frenzy. The atmosphere was charged with astonished murmurs and discussions, filling the entire square. Moreover, from various areas of the Tianyan Academy, a large number of students were rushing towards the scene. Master, does the stone tablet truly indicate the presence of ultimate cultivation talent? The many mentors behind Ying Yuanzai inquired with astonished expressions. They had served as mentors at the Tianyan Academy for many years and had never encountered a student with such extraordinary talent. Even in their youth, such a phenomenon had been unheard of. At this moment, Ying Yuanzai had no time to respond to them. Suddenly, he moved with a speed that contradicted his age. In the blink of an eye, he stood beside Lin Hao, his gaze intensely fixed on the young man's profile. Young man, there is no need for further testing. Congratulations on becoming a student of our Tianyan Academy. Ying Yuanzai's face flushed with excitement as he spoke. To reward you for your outstanding performance in this assessment, I, as the Academy's master, shall bestow upon you 2 cleansing pills, 5 vitality pills, and a monetary reward of 50 million taels. Seemingly concerned that Lin Hao might merely be passing through the Tianyan Academy, Ying Yuanzai hastily extended an olive branch, offering him several substantial rewards. Hearing this, Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback, then directed the vision of his 4 treasures towards Ying Yuanzai. The master of the Tianyan Academy is this old man? A formidable aura indeed. Lin Hao's mental energy sensed a powerful presence that he could not yet contend with. This aura, though not outwardly expressed, far surpassed that of the heads of the Zhao and Lin families. Thank you, master. Lin Hao nodded with a smile, turning to face Ying Yuanzai. There is no reason to refuse a reward that has been offered. Although he was unaware of the effects of the cleansing and vitality pills, the 50 million taels were undeniably practical. The funds were just what he needed for the evolution of the wolf spider and the kung fu fly. As Lin Hao turned to face him directly, Ying Yuanzai immediately noticed his gray-white pupils. Observing this, Ying Yuanzai was first taken aback, then seemed to recall something. Taking a sharp breath, a flicker of subtle understanding crossed his eyes, as he suppressed the impulse to voice his thoughts. Such an extraordinary talent in the martial cultivation realm, if this were to spread, would surely attract the envy of various academies. The existence of ultimate cultivation talent was already shocking enough. If the revelation of the reincarnation I were to follow, Ying Yuanzai could scarcely imagine the ensuing chaos. He had been concealing his power all along. In the distance, Zhao Linger gazed in astonishment at the young figure. It was difficult to fathom that the husband she had always looked down upon had such remarkable cultivation talent. This situation left her feelings very complex. 2 months prior, she had sought to divorce Lin Hao in pursuit of martial cultivation, even declaring him a hindrance. Yet now, this so-called hindrance shone like a pillar of heaven, radiating a brilliance and height that she could never hope to reach. Chapter 61, Concealed Movements. Amidst the crowd, Zhao Linger stood in a daze, gazing blankly at Lin Hao. In the past, she had deemed him unworthy of her. Now, it was evident that she was the one unworthy of him. A self-deprecating smile flickered across Zhao Linger's heart as she recalled her previous treatment of Lin Hao, feeling increasingly like a jester. Did she regret it? That thought did cross her mind, yet she held on to her dignity. To approach Lin Hao now, basking in glory, and beg for forgiveness was something she found difficult to do. With a resigned sigh, she resolved to let things unfold naturally. Looking at Lin Hao's profile in the distance, she could only hope he would grow and refrain from seeking revenge against the Zhao family for past grievances. Unbeknownst to her, the head of the Zhao family had already anticipated these developments and, leveraging his relationship with Zhao Linger's father-in-law, had formed a close connection with Lin Hao. Wu Qi, ensure that Lin Hao's admission procedures are expedited, instructed Ying Yuanzai, turning to Wu Qi with a serious expression. Only through formal admission could Lin Hao be considered a student of the Tianyan Academy. Therefore, it was imperative to complete this process swiftly to ensure his stability. "Yes, master," Wu Qi replied, his demeanor slightly tense as he nodded respectfully. He understood Ing Yuanzai's intentions and dared not delay. Consequently, amidst the astonished gazes of many, Wu Qi swiftly registered Lin Hao's personal information and provided him with the Academy's student attire and insignia. As for the 2 cleansing pills, the 5 vitality pills, and the 50 million taels, those would have to be entrusted to the affluent head of the Academy. "Lin Hao, the items I promised you are not mere illusions. You may accept these rewards," Ing Yuanzai stated decisively, conjuring 2 exquisite pill boxes that floated before Lin Hao, accompanied by a golden card he produced for payment. "Thank you," Lin Hao replied graciously, accepting the 2 pill boxes and retrieving his own golden card. The sudden influx of wealth stirred a torrent of emotions within him. With this, he became the first of this cohort of examinees to officially join the Tianyan Academy. At that moment, students from various areas of the academy gathered around the plaza's periphery, their faces a mixture of curiosity as they focused on Ing Yuanzai and the numerous senior instructors present. Through the murmurs in the air, they quickly learned of Lin Hao's ultimate cultivation talent and the rewards bestowed upon him. A wave of astonishment swept through the senior students. It was no wonder that during the crucial award presentation following the Academy-level advancement test, the head of the Academy had suddenly changed demeanor and rushed out. He had discovered a prodigious talent. However, the senior students soon sensed an anomaly. The 2 cleansing pills and 5 vitality pills were originally intended as rewards for the top 5 in the advancement rankings. Yet now they had all been granted to Lin Hao alone, a mere newcomer. This disparity left the seniors feeling quite unsettled, especially those who had placed in the top 5. Their expressions soured as they glared at Lin Hao, their hearts brimming with discontent. They unanimously believed that Lin Hao had not only stolen their spotlight but had also usurped their rewards. Nevertheless, given the Academy's substantial resources, they would undoubtedly be compensated later. Thus, their sentiments stemmed merely from jealousy. In the presence of Ing Yuanzai and the esteemed instructors, the seniors, despite their dissatisfaction, dared not voice their grievances or confront Lin Hao. "Lin Hao, should you have any needs in the future, feel free to approach me," Ing Yuanzai said, his mood buoyant as he welcomed Lin Hao into the academy. "Thank you, master," Lin Hao responded with poise, nodding with a smile. Ing Yuanzai, despite his high status, appreciated Lin Hao's composed demeanor. In his eyes, Lin Hao was destined for greatness, and he, as the head of the academy, must not adopt an air of superiority, otherwise Lin Hao might hold a grudge against him once he rose to prominence. As for the matter of the reincarnation Ing Yuanzai decided it would be prudent to wait until Lin Hao had acclimatized to life within the academy before conducting a thorough examination. With the departure of the head and the other instructors, the newly admitted students began the process of settling into their accommodations. Whether by design or coincidence, Lin Hao, Xinyu, and Raymond found themselves assigned to the same dormitory, room 003. Regarding the test for magical aptitude at the white stone tablet, Lin Hao saw no need to pursue it further. Having successfully passed the examination, he deemed it unnecessary to reveal too many of his hidden abilities. Thus, he chose to keep his magical prowess under wraps, especially since he had an assassination mission ahead. Should he inadvertently expose his identity? It would be beneficial to retain some unexpected techniques. "Ha, it seems we are indeed fated to be together," remarked Xinyu cheerfully upon entering their dormitory, smiling at Lin Hao and Raymond. "Indeed," Raymond replied, scratching his head with an innocent smile, his simple nature making it difficult for him to express his feelings. Lin Hao too wore a slight smile. He had always held a favorable impression of the two, and now that they were dorm mates, it seemed quite delightful. Their dormitory resembled a small independent unit, comprising 3 rooms and a hall, with a small courtyard at the back. The furnishings, though not brand new, were adequately provided. "Lin Hao, I didn't expect you to be so formidable, even surpassing me," Xinyu remarked as their relationship grew more familiar, his tone shifting to a more friendly one. "It is said that those with ultimate cultivation talent can absorb the essence of the world rapidly. What does it feel like for you, brother Hao?" Raymond inquired curiously. Lin Hao shrugged nonchalantly, smiling as he replied, "Currently, I am merely a level 3 warrior, weaker than both of you, so there isn't much to feel." Hearing this, Raymond and Qin Yu were slightly taken aback.
Lin Hao was indeed being truthful. They were aware that the 3 streams of spiritual energy manifested during the stone tablet test corresponded to Lin Hao's current spiritual vein cultivation level.
Logically, with his ultimate talent,
his cultivation speed should be significantly faster than that of ordinary individuals. Given Lin Hao's age, he should have reached at least the 5th level of warrior. So why was he still at the 3rd level?
This left Qin Yu and Raymond perplexed.
For Lin Hao's character hardly suggested he was the type to be lazy or indifferent.
Unbeknownst to them,
Lin Hao had progressed from an ordinary person to his current state in just a few months, which included learning magic. Such a cultivation rate was likely unparalleled throughout the entire Zhongqiong continent.
I see, perhaps you awakened your abilities later in life, Qin Yu joked, attempting to lighten the mood.
Something like that, Lin Hao chuckled at Qin Yu's humor. The analogy was indeed quite fitting, having traversed to this world from infancy to adulthood. It was only then that his system had finally activated. Alright, to celebrate our fortuitous gathering, let us indulge tonight at the Fu Jing Xian until we are inebriated. Qin Yu smiled broadly, turning to Lin Hao and said, Lin Hao, you've secured a reward of 50 million today, so you must treat us to dinner tonight.
Agreed. Lin Hao readily accepted.
Given his current wealth, the cost of a meal was negligible. Of course, he understood that Qin Yu, as a young master of the general's manor, was well off, and asking someone to treat was merely a source of amusement. Beside them, Raymond wore a simple, naive expression, unsure how to interject into the conversation between Lin Hao and Qin Yu, merely laughing along. However, upon hearing that there would be wine tonight, his smile grew even brighter. Afterward, the 3 of them returned to their respective rooms to tidy up the dormitory where they would live for the next 4 years.
Lin Hao locked the door and sat cross-legged on his bed.
Just as he was about to summon the pet evolution panel from the system, he felt a peculiar disturbance emanating from the spatial ring on his hand. Whoosh! Suddenly, a yellow talisman darted out from the spatial ring. The talisman shimmered and ignited into a flame right before Lin Hao.
A transmission talisman? A cold female voice echoed in Lin Hao's mind.
It was his immediate superior,
Zhao. Target for assassination, Yang Qingji. Lin Hao silently recited the name of the prey. Based on the name alone, it appeared to belong to a male. However,
as Lin Hao focused, intending to glean further information regarding his target, silence enveloped his mind.
What? Is that it? Lin Hao's expression morphed into one of confusion.
In the past, when he received tasks at the black market, the task list provided detailed information about the assassination targets, including gender, age, background, and frequented locations.
Why was it so haphazard here in the Ming Pavilion organization, only offering a name?
This was exceedingly careless.
In the Tianyan Academy, excluding mentors,
there were tens of thousands of students, and there was a significant chance that multiple individuals shared the same name.
Relying solely on a name was insufficient to accurately pinpoint a target.
Lin Hao's expression darkened. If Zhao were standing before him, he would undoubtedly be pointing a finger in accusation. Yet, upon further reflection, it was possible that in the Tianyan Academy, there was indeed only one Yang Qingji,
with no chance of duplicates.
Simultaneously, the Ming Pavilion organization likely struggled to gather comprehensive data on this individual, as it was exceedingly secretive.
A monthly salary of 10 million was evidently not easily acquired.
Lin Hao shook his head in resignation, recognizing that he would have to rely on luck.
Evolution of pets,
he murmured, and with a slight mental shift, he accessed the system's pet data panel.
Ding!
Host, please select the pet for evolution. As the system's voice resonated, Lin Hao immediately opened the data sheet for the wolf spider. Wolf spider, codename 002 owner, Lin Hao combat power, 8000 lifespan, 10-year skills, lethal venom.
1000-fold web level, B-class beginner to advance, it required a royal level strengthening. Without hesitation, Lin Hao opted for royal evolution. Ding! Strengthening successful. Codename 002 Pet Wolf Spider has achieved royal evolution, with a comprehensive enhancement in power. As the electronic synthesis sound of the system echoed, 10 million taels vanished from his account. Lin Hao then selected the option for further advancement.
With the level increase, evolving from B-class to A-class required another 10 million taels.
Ding! Advancement successful.
Codename 002 Pet Wolf Spider has evolved to A-class form, its body metamorphosing into formidable steel, with combat power reaching 20,000.
Ding. Codename 002 Pet Wolf Spider has obtained a special new skill, concealed movement. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback. The wolf spider had acquired a new skill.
Intrigued, he immediately examined it.
Concealed movement allows the body to become invisible in any environment for a duration of 180 seconds. Marvelous! Lin Hao couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This new skill was simply extraordinary. Typically, assassins preferred to execute their tasks at night due to the reduced visibility, which facilitated concealment and surprise attacks. Now, the wolf spider's invisibility skill was undoubtedly a coveted ability for any assassin. Monster, monster!
Siba, startled, screeched twice, flapping its wings,
gazing at the wolf spider with trepidation. As a mere B-class creature, Siba was no match for the formidable wolf spider. Utilizing Siba's shared vision, Lin Hao closely observed the wolf spider's transformed appearance following its evolution.
The spider had noticeably increased in size, its skin a deep black adorned with intricate dark patterns. Its 8 legs as thick as fingers, each lined with sharp barbs. As he assessed, Lin Hao grew increasingly convinced that the wolf spider's evolutionary path was meticulously tailored for it to become a lethal companion.
Wolf spider, demonstrate your invisibility. Lin Hao,
filled with curiosity, issued the command to ensure the efficacy of the new skill. Instantly, the dark patterns on the spider's skin writhed mysteriously, its form gradually fading until it became entirely transparent, devoid of any shadow.
Impressive!
Lin Hao nodded in approval at this display. He wondered if he could still make contact with it while invisible. As the thought crossed his mind, Lin Hao attempted to kick the spot where the wolf spider had vanished.
Thud! A dull thump resonated,
and Lin Hao felt a sharp pain in his foot as if he had kicked a slab of iron, indicating that even in its invisible state, the wolf spider's body remained tangible. Nevertheless, Lin Hao deemed this skill to be remarkably powerful.
To further enhance the wolf spider's capabilities,
he spent another 10 million taels to elevate it to A-class royal strengthening. Its combat power surged to 35,000, sufficient to rival the mightiest of pets, the fire-scaled tiger, at the level of a 7th-tier warrior. As for the next upgrade, progressing from A-class to S-class would require a staggering tenfold increase, amounting to 100 million taels.
With only over 20 million taels remaining, Lin Hao could only gaze longingly at the exorbitant sum.
At present, with the target for assassination still unconfirmed, Lin Hao decided against hastily depleting his resources, opting instead to keep funds available for unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 62, Purification and Transformation. Gazing at the transformed form of the wolf spider, Lin Hao felt a profound sense of confidence regarding the assassination mission at hand. With its lethal toxins, intricate webs, and the current ability to conceal its movements, the wolf spider's diverse skills were undoubtedly advantageous for executing the assassination, gradually usurping the position of the kung fu fly. It was the ultimate assassin, without a doubt. As for the kung fu fly, it was currently only at the B-rank royal enhancement level, leaving its future evolution uncertain and potentially surprising. Contemplating the evolution of the kung fu fly, Lin Hao decided it was time to summon it from his reserves and proceed with its upgrade.
A notification chimed. Congratulations!
Pet Kung Fu Fly has successfully advanced to A-rank form. Its physical strength surged dramatically, reaching a combat power of 20,000. And it acquired a new special skill, laser compound eyes. As the system's prompt echoed, the Kung Fu Fly's muscles rapidly twitched, rendering it extraordinarily robust. Its 6 limbs gleamed like metallic sights, radiating a chilling black sheen, capable of slicing through any material with ease. Particularly striking were its newly transformed compound eyes, now a vivid crimson, pulsating with an aura of formidable energy.
Laser compound eyes? Lin Hao mused, intrigued.
The concept evoked images of laser guns from sci-fi films of his past life.
Show me what you can do, Kung Fu Fly, he commanded, retrieving a sturdy iron box from his spatial ring. This box, previously used to contain Lingyang stones, was forged from solid iron, approximately 10 centimeters thick, heavy and resilient. With a sudden burst of energy, the Kung Fu Fly soared into the air. In an instant, its compound eyes emitted 2 brilliant crimson beams, The sound of hiss resonated as the iron box was effortlessly penetrated, akin to tofu.
A closer inspection revealed the holes to be smooth and evenly burned, indicating the beam's extreme temperature,
which even the renowned sturdy metal could not withstand.
It was easy to imagine that if flesh were struck by such a laser, it would have no chance of defense. These laser eyes are exhilarating, Lin Hao thought, a smile creeping onto his face.
The Kung Fu Fly's new skill exceeded his expectations, swift and lethal.
With a combat power of 20,000, equivalent to a mid-level 6th-tier warrior, combined with the laser eyes, its prowess was even greater.
Lin Hao pondered.
Glancing at the remaining balance in his golden card, which stood at 10,530,000. Upgrading to A-rank royal enhancement required 10 million, a sum well within reach. Reflecting on the first mission assigned by the Ming Pavilion organization, Lin Hao steeled his resolve, dismissing concerns about his savings and opting for royal enhancement.
Ding! Upgrade successful. Congratulations!
Pet Kung Fu Fly has gained royal enhancement, with combat power increasing to 30,000. In an instant, the Kung Fu Fly's strength soared to a new level, reaching the early stage of a 7th-tier warrior. However, due to differences in species, it was still 5,000 points weaker than the similarly enhanced wolf spider. Lin Hao accepted this without reservation, recognizing that with their combined abilities, they could confront even 8th-tier warriors.
I feel so weak, remarked Parrot, Sihua.
Observing the two diminutive creatures whose might surpassed its own, its tone tinged with envy. Enough chatter, once I have the means, I'll evolve you into a true divine bird. Lin Hao retorted with a chuckle, before mentally summoning the Kung Fu Fly and its companions into his pet backpack.
Sihua, with its C-rank royal strength,
remained by his side for visual sharing. Having organized his hidden strengths, Lin Hao finally turned his attention to himself.
While having powerful pets was undoubtedly advantageous, true security lay in his own strength. After all, he could not guarantee that the system would remain with him indefinitely. What would he do then? With this thought in mind, he retrieved 2 pill boxes from his spatial ring. The exquisite packaging signified the rarity of these pills. Opening the first box revealed 2 small pills, as fine as marbles, glistening in golden red and emitting a faint fragrance. Among the rewards were 2 washing marrow pills. Undoubtedly, these pills had the effect implied by their name.
Lin Hao murmured to himself, taking one pill and swallowing it whole. He initially anticipated a satisfying crunch, but to his surprise, the washing marrow pill dissolved instantly in his mouth.
The taste was a delightful mix of sweetness and coolness, reminiscent of ice cream. However, in the next moment,
his expression changed drastically.
As the pill melted, it transformed into an extremely pure surge of energy, flooding into his body like a torrent.
Lin Hao felt his meridians being cleansed and transformed by this energy, undergoing a profound baptism. This process was not singular, it involved washing, purging, and reshaping. The pain was beyond description, akin to a torturous ordeal.
If it leads to strength, what is a little pain?
Lin Hao gritted his teeth, determination etched on his face. Yet, he had underestimated the intensity of the experience. A new wave of excruciating pain caused him to lose consciousness, collapsing onto his bed.
Observing this, Sihua's eyes widened with alarm, swiftly positioning itself protectively beside Lin Hao.
Although the little white monkey had not yet become Lin Hao's system pet, its loyalty was unwavering. Upon seeing Lin Hao unconscious, it sprang up from its lazy position and joined Sihua in guarding him.
Ding!
Host detected in a state of unconsciousness.
Activating pet protection system mode.
Suddenly, a system interface materialized in Lin Hao's mind, appearing above his body.
As if by external command, the pet totems of Kung Fu Fly,
Wolf Spider, and Fire-Scaled Tiger ignited. In the next instant, the 3 fierce pets materialized in the room, having autonomously exited the pet backpack. Lin Hao found himself surrounded by 5 formidable creatures.
Should anyone intrude at that moment, they would undoubtedly face a swift and brutal assault. Approximately 2 hours later,
Lin Hao regained consciousness, only to be met with an overwhelming stench.
As awareness returned, he was struck by an acrid odor filling his nostrils,
and his body felt sticky and unpleasant, as if smeared with filth.
Connecting to Sihua's visual sharing, he exclaimed, "What on earth happened?"
Yet, before he could comprehend the situation,
he noticed the room was bustling with activity.
Kung Fu Fly, Wolf Spider, and Fire-Scaled Tiger, why are you all out?
Lin Hao stood up abruptly, gazing at them in astonishment. Chapter 63, The Absorption of Blood Chi Pills. What on earth is happening? Aren't the little flies in the pet backpack space? Gazing at the three pets before him, Lin Hao was filled with astonishment. Before losing consciousness, he distinctly recalled having stored them in the pet backpack space. Just as he was about to inquire with the system, a cold, synthesized electronic voice suddenly resonated in his mind. The host had just been in a state of unconsciousness, and to ensure the hostess' safety, the pet protection mode was automatically activated. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao was immediately enlightened. He felt a surge of joy, realizing that the system possessed this protective mode. How considerate! Once he understood the situation, Lin Hao promptly returned the kung fu flies and the others back into the pet backpack space. Before undertaking any assassination missions, it was best for the ace killer team, the spider and the kung fu flies, to remain concealed. Otherwise, the emergence of these peculiar pets would inevitably lead those in the know to connect the dots back to him. When he first acquired the system and evolved pets in Tianwu City, he had been so eager to earn money that he overlooked this crucial detail, which ultimately alerted the Zhao family head and others. Fortunately, both family heads were allies and helped cover for him. In particular, the Zhao family head went so far as to eliminate the third housekeeper and those aware of Lin Hao's pets to conceal his identity. Though harsh, it was indeed the most effective solution. Now, whether in the imperial capital of Yen City or within the Tianyan Academy, aside from the Mingga organization, no one knew of his extraordinary ability to tame beasts. From a certain perspective, the Mingga organization could be regarded as Lin Hao's company, with task quotas and a vested interest in protecting him. Nonetheless, even with the Mingga organization's formidable influence, the information they possessed about Lin Hao was already outdated. The current strength of the kung fu flies and the spider far surpassed the combat capabilities that the Mingga had once gathered. Furthermore, the newly acquired fire scale tiger and the four treasures each possessed unique abilities. Taking a deep breath, Lin Hao reorganized his thoughts and shifted his focus back to himself. To his astonishment, after consuming the cleansing marrow pill, the circulation of spiritual energy within his body had noticeably improved. Evidently, the impurities that had previously clogged his meridians had been eradicated. His body's various functions had also seen significant enhancement. The sticky black impurities that had plagued him were expelled from his pores by the energy of the cleansing marrow pill. It turned out that the cleansing marrow pill had the effect of strengthening the physical body, which was indeed remarkable. Clenching his fist, Lin Hao reveled in the sensation of power surging through his muscles, feeling quite satisfied. In life, whether through eating or breathing, one inevitably retains some degree of impurities within the body. Such accumulation can hinder the speed of cultivation and overall bodily functions. The purpose of developing the cleansing marrow pill was precisely to address this issue. Having tasted the benefits of the cleansing marrow pill, Lin Hao wasted no time and decisively swallowed the remaining one. Just like before, it dissolved upon contact. A torrent of warm energy surged into his body, flowing through his limbs and bones. Perhaps it was due to the initial experience of cleansing the marrow that he felt an intense sensation, yet this time, instead of pain, he experienced a delightful sensation, feeling considerably lighter all over. Like the first night of a maiden, initially tight and painful, but ultimately increasingly pleasurable. This sensation led Lin Hao to indulge in whimsical thoughts, a smirk slowly curling at the corners of his mouth. After about half an hour, the effects of the cleansing marrow pill had completely dissipated within Lin Hao. Rising from the bed, he noted that his clothes were entirely blackened and soiled. However, his spirit was remarkably invigorated. To his surprise, he realized just how filthy his body had been. With a self-deprecating smile, he could no longer endure the stench and removed his clothes. With a flick of his hand, he inscribed a fire-based rune, incinerating the dirty garment instantly. The thought of washing it was out of the question. As mist swirled, Lin Hao then cast a water-based spell, thoroughly cleansing himself of the grime. Observing the damp floor, he relentlessly employed a fire-based spell once more to evaporate all the moisture. Indeed, possessing spells made life considerably more convenient. Lin Hao grinned, rationalizing his laziness with this newfound ease. Next, he turned his attention to the blood chi pills. After changing into a clean set of clothes, he opened the remaining pill box. Before him lay 5 small pills, crimson and glistening like blood, exuding an intense aura of blood qi. Although Lin Hao had never consumed blood qi pills, he understood that they served to replenish the body's blood qi. It is well known that the longevity of a person is determined by the strength of their blood qi. For instance, young individuals brim with vitality, capable of enduring all-nighters, only to bounce back after a brief rest. Conversely, an elderly person experiences a gradual decline in blood qi with age, inevitably nearing the grave. In the realm of martial cultivation, the pursuit is not solely for power but also for the elusive path to immortality. The higher the cultivation level, the more robust the body's blood qi becomes, resulting in extended lifespan. Moreover, some martial arts masters can maintain their youthful appearance, appearing as young individuals while actually being over a century old. Having faced death once, Lin Hao cherished the value of life even more in this lifetime. Thus, he found the 5 blood qi pills particularly appealing. Without hesitation, Lin Hao swallowed all 5 pills in one go. The cleansing marrow pill dissolved instantly, whereas the blood qi pills had a texture reminiscent of meatballs, quite palatable. Within moments of swallowing, he distinctly felt an overwhelming surge of blood qi energy erupting in his stomach. This force coursed through his blood vessels, spreading throughout his limbs and bones. However, as the vast amount of blood qi energy flooded his body, Lin Hao's face flushed, as if he could exhale a cloud of warm air. As the blood qi continued to flow in, his body gradually heated up, and his skin reddened. The sight was such that pressing a finger against his skin would likely draw out blood. This phenomenon occurred because the blood qi within Lin Hao was excessively potent, beginning to seep through the small blood vessels and into the surface of his skin. Yet, compared to the fierce effects of the cleansing marrow pill, the blood qi pill was evidently much milder. Aside from a slight dizziness, he experienced no further discomfort. Thus, under Lin Hao's greedy absorption, the redness of his skin gradually subsided as dusk fell. These 5 blood qi pills had undoubtedly extended his lifespan by at least 5 years. Chapter 64, The Foundation of Martial Arts. After undergoing the cleansing of tendons and marrow, as well as the nourishment from the blood qi pill, Lin Hao's cultivation, although not visibly enhanced, has significantly surpassed that of a third-level warrior of the same realm in terms of physical capabilities. Consequently, his strength has increased considerably. The path of martial cultivation resembles the construction of a grand edifice, rising from the ground. At its core lies the foundation. Only with a solid and steadfast base can one achieve towering heights. Otherwise, all endeavors become mere illusions, destined to stagnate or collapse. This underscores the importance of a martial artist's physical form in their practice. Only by forging a robust physique can one accommodate greater energy and unleash a myriad of powerful spells and combat techniques. Lin Hao's physique, relative to his peers, has reached a commendable level of stability. This is the advantage of abundant resources. Even with exceptional talent, lacking a continuous supply of resources necessitates arduous self-exploration, consuming excessive time and energy. This also explains why many young martial artists, despite enduring hardships, travel great distances to the Tianyan Academy to partake in the recruitment assessments. Indeed, the Tianyan Academy is a remarkable place. Standing up, Lin Hao felt the surging vitality within him and murmured in delight. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock resonated from outside the door, followed by Qin Yu's voice. Lin Hao, it's time for dinner. Realizing the agreement made during the day with Qin Yu and the others, Lin Hao opened the door, greeted by the sight of Qin Yu and Raymond, and said with a gentle smile, let us go, it's on me. Although he had limited funds remaining, several 100,000 taels would suffice for an evening meal. It was now dusk. The 3 of them exited the gates of the freshman dormitory area. Their respective cultivation talents ranked as ultimate, heavenly, and earthly, making them the top 3 among the new male students. Thus, walking together attracted numerous curious glances. The Tianyan Academy, while a place for martial arts instruction, also offers various leisure facilities to provide a convenient environment for its students. Fashion boutiques, weapon shops, refining workshops, and dining establishments abound, catering to every need. Seemingly familiar with the academy's layout, Qin Yu led Lin Hao through twists and turns until they arrived at an elegant restaurant named Fujing Xian. The architectural style was exquisite, built around a serene lake, providing both culinary delights and scenic views. Such a setting marked it as a high-end establishment, favored by many noble offspring. As night descended, affluent students flocked here to unwind, creating a bustling atmosphere. Raymond, appearing somewhat out of place in this upscale venue, looked uneasy. "Relax, Zhao," Lin Hao said, patting his shoulder like an elder brother caring for a younger sibling. In contrast, Lin Hao maintained an air of calm. Having noticed an unexpected increase of 10 million taels in his account, undoubtedly a recent salary transfer from the Ming Pavilion. For a place like this, such an amount would easily cover even the most extravagant dishes. "Let us head inside," Lin Hao declared, striding boldly through the entrance with an air of arrogance, akin to a young scion oblivious to his surroundings. Lin Hao chuckled inwardly, understanding now why Lin Hao had few friends. The restaurant's floor was adorned with polished Xuanli stones, gleaming like mirrors. At this dining hour, the hall was predominantly filled with young men and women clad in student uniforms. Those who could afford to dine here generally possessed considerable financial means, as even a modest feast could cost tens of thousands of taels, far beyond the reach of ordinary students. Fujingxian boasted 3 stories. To enjoy the view, Lin Hao and his companions ascended to the 3rd floor. Selecting a table by the lakeside window, a female server stood attentively nearby, ready to take their orders. Under Lin Hao's initiative, they ordered an extravagant spread of delicacies, a feast that would easily exceed over 100,000 taels. Lin Hao's eyelid twitched slightly at the sight of the lavish spread. This fellow was indeed unrestrained. Their table's opulence drew considerable attention from other patrons. "Look, isn't that the new student who demonstrated ultimate cultivation talent during today's assessment? I believe his name is Lin Hao, from Tianwu City, a natural-born blind man." "Ah, a blind man? No wonder his eyes look so peculiar. What can a blind man accomplish, squandering such remarkable talent? Indeed, at his age, only a 3rd-level warrior? He's even weaker than I am." As they scrutinized Lin Hao, the older students exchanged odd looks and began whispering among themselves. However, their murmurs dripped with sarcasm and envy, lamenting the perceived injustice of fate bestowing ultimate talent upon a seemingly worthless blind individual. This is a place for dining and drinking. If some individuals are foolish enough to speak ill, they should cleanse their mouths before uttering nonsense, Lin Hao remarked, his tone tinged with irritation at the disparaging comments directed toward Lin Hao. Although his voice was not loud, it resonated clearly among the gathered warriors and mages. Foolishness! A mere freshman instantaneously, several older students rose in indignation, their faces flushed with anger. "Hold on, that fellow is no ordinary student. He's young Master Lin Hao of the General S Manor." Upon hearing Lin Hao's name, the older student's ire diminished significantly, replaced with a wary demeanor. It was well known that the Qin family wielded near half of the military power in the Great Yin dynasty, and even the Yin king must show them respect. As the sole scion of the Qin family, Lin Hao was cherished like a prized jewel, rendering him untouchable. "How dull, I sought some amusement. Yet it seems all the fun has evaporated," Lin Hao scoffed, noticing the subdued reactions of the older students as they retreated into silence. Lin Hao, amused, felt fortunate to have befriended someone with such influential connections, ensuring he would not attract unwanted trouble from the common rabble, thus safeguarding his secrets. "Oh, I was wondering who would be so audacious, turns out it's just the Qin family's wastrel." At that moment, a mocking laugh echoed, followed by the appearance of 6 youths at the stairwell of the 3rd floor. Their academy insignia indicated they were upperclassmen. Chapter 65, Actions speak louder than words. The speaker's face was pale, and his gloomy gaze seemed to be constantly calculating others. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lin Hao frowned slightly but chose to ignore him. The second prince. Seeing the long-haired youth at the forefront, the students present changed their expressions and hurriedly buried themselves in their food, their flustered demeanors indicating a palpable fear of provoking this individual. The second prince? Lin Hao felt a flicker of surprise. "His name is Yin Fengjun, the second son of our Flame King, known for his narrow-mindedness. Just ignore him," Lin Hao whispered, alerting Lin Hao and Raymond beside him. "Lin Hao, after so many days, you remain as extravagant as ever," Yin Fengjun remarked mockingly as he approached, surveying the sumptuous feast laid out before him with a smirk. His gaze shifted to Lin Hao and Raymond, taking a moment to appraise them, then fixating on Lin Hao with a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Grayish-white pupils? So, you are the blind one who stole the spotlight during today's freshman assessment." Gazing intently at Lin Hao, he spoke with an ambiguous smile. However, Lin Hao, picking up his chopsticks, chose to disregard him. He had no intention of engaging with such a brash and disrespectful individual. Noticing Lin Hao's silence, Yan Fengjuan's expression darkened, revealing a trace of displeasure. "Hey! Our second prince is speaking to you. Are you both blind and deaf?" A burly man beside him shouted at Lin Hao. "Speak respectfully to my friend." Qin Yue's face turned cold as he suddenly changed his demeanor, his voice icy. "And if I don't respect him, what can you do about it?" The strong man sneered, emboldened by his status as the second prince's lackey, showing no fear of Qin Yue's family background. As the provocation escalated, the chill in Qin Yue's eyes intensified. "I believe that if one can act, it is best not to speak." With that, his right hand, which had been resting under the table, suddenly shot out. A wind-based rune, already inscribed, materialized at his fingertips, radiating a cerulean glow. Windstorm. In an instant, the rune exploded, transforming into a swirling gust of azure wind that fiercely struck the burly man. The sudden onslaught caught him off guard. Despite his strength as a fourth-level warrior, he could not evade the close-range magical attack. In the blink of an eye, the strong man's body was enveloped by the miniature tornado, and countless sharp blades within it ruthlessly shredded his flesh. "Ah!" The tavern echoed with the man's anguished cries. "Enough!" After delivering a brief lesson, Qin Yue waved his hand, and the whirlwind dissipated. The onlookers were left aghast as they beheld the strong man collapsed on the ground, his flesh torn and bloodied, yet still gasping for breath. "Qin Yue, how dare you lay a hand on him?" Yan Fengjuan's expression darkened, his gaze icy as he stared at Qin Yue. He showed no concern for the fate of his subordinate, but was rather astonished. He had never expected the usually playful Qin Yue to retaliate so fiercely for his so-called friend. "I just mentioned that if one can act, it is best not to speak," Qin Yue replied with a cold smirk. Raymond, furrowing his brows, gripped the iron bow at his back, ready for action. Observing this, Lin Hao remained silent. Until his task was complete, he did not wish to stir up further trouble. He understood that with the military power controlled by the Qin family within the Great Flame dynasty, even the second prince could not easily retaliate against Qin Yue. Otherwise, despite the Qin family's generations of loyalty, the loss of a sole heir could incite rebellion in an instant. "It seems I underestimated you before, you have some guts." Yan Fengjuan narrowed his eyes, his gaze slithering like a snake towards Qin Yue. He then turned his attention to Lin Hao, tauntingly saying, "Blind man, you are quite fortunate. Not only do you possess extraordinary cultivation talent, but you have also befriended someone like him. I wonder, however, if your luck will continue." Yan Fengjuan's words were laced with a subtle threat. Lin Hao, holding his chopsticks, picked up a piece of spirit-tail chicken meat and continued to eat, completely ignoring him. Lin Hao's indifferent demeanor only served to heighten Yan Fengjuan's sense of affront, as if his noble status had been gravely insulted, stirring a tempest of anger within him. Nonetheless, Yan Fengjuan chose not to lash out immediately. Instead, he turned and left, his appetite soured. The injured strong man was carried away by a few of his companions, leaving behind a trail of blood. As the conflict subsided, the tavern staff hurried over to clean up, seemingly unperturbed by such occurrences. "Brother, you were quite bold just now," Raymond remarked, his eyes bright with admiration as he gazed at Qin Yue. "Just a momentary act. If you like, I shall share my audacity with you daily if we become dormitory mates," Qin Yue replied, flashing a grin that restored his usual nonchalant demeanor. A stark contrast to his earlier seriousness. "Not likely," Raymond replied, startled, shaking his head before seizing a bottle of wine and drinking heartily, savoring the delicious food. Having never tasted such exquisite fare, he reveled in the luxurious life of the affluent. "You shouldn't have acted so recklessly," Lin Hao stated, placing his chopsticks down with an air of calm. "Offending a prince is hardly wise." In response, Qin Yue smirked, unfazed. "It's fine. I've endured him for long enough. Today's actions were merely collecting interest." Hearing this, Lin Hao smiled faintly. He understood that Qin Yue's aggression stemmed from his desire to assist him. Such a friend could be cherished deeply. As for this one, Lin Hao glanced at Raymond, who was wolfing down food at the nearby table. With his simple nature, he too seemed worthy of a solid friendship. A few good friends would suffice. Thus, the three of them continued to eat and laugh, their bond growing ever stronger. My mother's surname is Yang, and I used to have a nickname, Qingji, which almost became Yang Qingji, Lin Hao casually mentioned during their conversation, feigning a smile.
I wonder if anyone in this Tianyan Academy shares the same name. There are tens of thousands of students in our academy, perhaps someone has that name, Raymond joked.
Brother Hao, you mustn't respond if you hear that name someday, huh? However, upon hearing the name Yang Qingji, Qin Yu's expression shifted slightly, though it was fleeting.
He cast a subtle glance at Lin Hao, lost in thought. Chapter 66, Investigative Clues. The name Yang Qingji holds significant meaning. It suggests both inheritance and ascension, exuding an air of grandeur.
Lin Hao, having previously probed,
keenly noticed a flicker of unusual expression on Qin Yu's face, prompting him to continue speaking. He speculated that Qin Yu might be acquainted with this individual and likely privy to some hidden truths. If they were indeed friends, it would be regrettable, as the mission had been accepted, and to Lin Hao, the other party was merely prey.
There is indeed a Yang Qingji in our Tianyan Academy.
He is the close disciple of our academy's lord, Qin Yu said after a moment's contemplation, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Hao, as though searching for any subtle shift in his demeanor.
Ah! How fortuitous!
Lin Hao raised an eyebrow and feigned nonchalance, a smile gracing his lips. He then refrained from further discourse, lifting his cup to Qin Yu and Raymond with a light-hearted cheers. Raymond was the first to raise his glass of strong liquor,
downing it in one go.
Observing this, Qin Yu followed suit, taking a thoughtful sip, pondering the situation. It was likely just a coincidence, he mused with a silent chuckle,
for Lin Hao's demeanor revealed no other anomalies.
Moreover, given Yang Qingji's status as the sole close disciple of the academy's lord, along with his formidable hidden background,
even if Lin Hao were aware of this individual, what difference would it make?
With this realization, Qin Yu eased the tension in his expression.
Meanwhile, Lin Hao swallowed his drink, deep in thought.
Since Yang Qingji indeed existed within the Tianyan Academy, the task became considerably more manageable.
After all, the mission did not impose stringent time constraints for the assassination.
The information regarding Yang Qingji could be investigated gradually, without haste, to avoid drawing undue attention.
However, the current situation regarding the prey's background was rather precarious. As the Lord's disciple, Yang Qingji was undoubtedly formidable,
and attempting to assassinate him under the watchful gaze of that formidable old man, Yingyuan Zizi, would be exceedingly challenging.
It was no wonder the assassins from the Ming Pavilion could not infiltrate the Tianyan Academy and instead sent him, a blind man, in. Should the assassination fail, what would be the difference from courting death?
As Lin Hao contemplated, he increasingly felt that the promised exorbitant salary was almost too modest.
After completing this task,
he would need to ascertain the difficulty of future assignments in advance to negotiate a higher fee.
Later, after the three of them had shared several rounds of drinks and were feeling slightly inebriated, Lin Hao generously settled the bill and descended the staircase.
Upon reaching the entrance of the first floor of the Fujing Xian, Lin Hao encountered two figures emerging from around the corner, inadvertently blocking each other's path. One was a young woman, Zhao Linger, and the other, a young man with flowing long hair and striking features, was undeniably handsome.
The Tianyan Academy had 4 grades, each with distinct attire.
The youth wore a purple robe, signifying his status as a second-year student, thus a grade above Lin Hao and his companions.
Upon recognizing Lin Hao,
Zhao Linger was momentarily taken aback, her expression slightly unnatural.
"Oh, it's you, Lin Hao," she remarked.
The long-haired youth raised his gaze, fixing his eyes on Lin Hao, a smirk playing on his lips. Through the shared vision enabled by the 4 treasures, Lin Hao did not recognize the youth's appearance. But his voice struck a familiar chord of distaste, evoking memories of past grievances. After all, during the years he had spent blind, he had endured bullying from many. And while he could not recall every voice, this one was particularly irksome. "Half a year without seeing you, and it seems you've forgotten me," the long-haired youth said with a hint of amusement.
"I am Ma Jun Tian.
During our first encounter, you fell right in front of me,
your hand landing in a pile of dung." Lin Hao furrowed his brow, the memory resurfacing vividly.
He recalled that it was indeed Ma Jun Tian's underhanded schemes that had caused him to stumble over a stone and land in that unfortunate situation.
Furthermore,
Lin Hao was aware that Ma Juntian was a distant cousin of Zhao Linger, who had secretly harbored feelings for her since childhood. However, with the prospect of entering the Tianyan Academy 2 years prior, he had temporarily set aside his intentions of courtship. It was unexpected for him to later hear of the alliance between the Zhao and Lin families, only to find that his beloved distant cousin was marrying a blind man. In a fit of rage, he had gone to the Zhao residence, encouraging the servants to take good care of Lin Hao. Thus, the bullying Lin Hao endured upon entering the Zhao household could be traced back to Ma Juntian. However, the steward, Qin Shi, had been killed by Lin Hao several months ago. As for settling old scores, they were indeed overdue. The wheel of fortune turns. Do not forget humility in times of success, Lin Hao remarked with a subtle smile, his words remarkably eloquent. You possess quite the literary flair, in my opinion. You are better suited to the study of literature than martial arts. Ma Juntian's lips curled into a smirk as he sighed. It is rather unjust that the ultimate cultivation talent has been bestowed upon a blind man, such a waste. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu and Raymond exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in disapproval. It was evident that this individual was not a friend of Lin Hao. Recognizing the dynamics at play, Qin Yu scoffed. You claim the heavens are unfair, but who do you think you are? Quite frankly, you are not even worth a scallion. With a toothpick in hand, Raymond chimed in, chuckling in agreement. Ma Juntian's expression darkened at their words, and he turned his gaze towards Qin Yu and Raymond. The reputation of the Qin family's background was well known throughout the Tianyan dynasty, but the notoriety of Qin Yu as a prodigal son was equally formidable. Realizing who he was facing, Ma Juntian's demeanor shifted, a flicker of apprehension crossing his eyes. Although the Ma family had considerable standing, thriving in commerce in recent years, they were no match for the military power wielded by the Qin family. Young Master Qin, I see you have also entered the Tianyan Academy. Ma Juntian said with a forced smile. Congratulations are in order. Congratulations, my foot. Keep your distance, and if you dare to provoke our brother Hao again, you won't escape unscathed. Qin Yu snapped, his tone unyielding, revealing his usual brashness. By addressing Lin Hao as brother Hao, he underscored a newfound significance in their relationship. Brother Hao. Ma Juntian's expression shifted to one of disbelief as he gazed at Lin Hao, clearly taken aback. It was astonishing to him that Lin Hao, the blind man, had acquired a subordinate of such stature. Zhao Linger, too, was surprised, realizing that Lin Hao had made a connection with Qin Yu so quickly. Their camaraderie appeared to run deep, otherwise, with Qin Yu's formidable lineage, why would he address Lin Hao so informally? What are you still standing there for? Good dogs don't block the way. Raymond barked at Ma Juntian, his voice resonating with authority. Given their similar levels as fourth-tier warriors, should a confrontation arise, it was evident that Ma Juntian would be at a disadvantage. Faced with the imposing figure of Raymond, Ma Juntian felt a flicker of fear. Having always bullied the weak, he promptly reached out, attempting to take Zhao Linger's hand to lead her into the tavern. However, just as his hand extended halfway, it was suddenly seized by Lin Hao. What are you doing? As Ma Juntian's gaze darkened, a tempest of emotions surged within him. Yet he restrained himself upon noticing Qin Yu and Lei Meng beside him. My woman is off limits, Lin Hao remarked coolly, if you wish to indulge, seek another. At these words, Zhao Linger felt a tremor in her heart, staring blankly at Lin Hao. Did he still consider me his woman? As far as I know. Since you entered the Zhao family, you and Linger have yet to share a bed, Ma Juntian mocked, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Thus, in a certain sense, Linger does not truly belong to you. This revelation left Qin Yu and Lei Meng taken aback, their gazes darting between Zhao Linger and Lin Hao. Evidently surprised to learn that this enchanting newcomer was Lin Hao's wife, and that he was merely a son-in-law. Cousin, cease your words. Zhao Linger frowned, her voice icy. She felt deeply uncomfortable having her private affairs with Lin Hao publicly exposed by Ma Juntian. With a fleeting glance at Lin Hao, she turned to leave, her appetite extinguished. Zhao Linger was well aware of her distant cousin's intentions, having declined his advances on multiple occasions. However, as she had just entered the Tianyan Academy and accepted his invitation to a meal to wash away the dust of travel, she had reluctantly acquiesced. Little did she expect to encounter Lin Hao here, only to have him speak so candidly about their relationship.
Linger, we haven't even eaten yet, don't go. Ma Juntian exclaimed, panic overtaking him as he witnessed Zhao Linger's abrupt departure. Yet, his wrist remained firmly grasped by Lin Hao, preventing him from pursuing her. Let go, you scoundrel. Ma Juntian's expression darkened as he saw Zhao Linger moving further away. In that instant, he unleashed his spiritual energy, aiming to shake off Lin Hao's grip. To him, Lin Hao's level as a third-tier warrior made him an inconsequential opponent. What did it matter if he possessed ultimate cultivation talent? His low rank was a glaring flaw. However, to Ma Juntian's astonishment, Lin Hao's grip not only remained unyielding but tightened with an increasingly formidable force. Suddenly, he noticed that Lin Hao's arm was covered in a layer of black scales. Simultaneously, Lin Hao's aura surged dramatically, radiating an intensely ferocious and violent energy wave. What? Ma Juntian gasped in horror. Yet, by the time he processed the situation, Lin Hao's hand, akin to a vice, exerted a terrifying strength, lifting him off the ground before slamming him down with tremendous force. Bang! As he crashed to the ground, blood spewed from Ma Juntian's mouth, feeling as if his entire body had shattered. Nevertheless, Lin Hao showed no sign of stopping. He hurled him into the air once more, only to bring him crashing down again. In Lin Hao's relentless grip and the furious motions, Ma Juntian found himself utterly powerless to retaliate. He could only channel his entire spiritual energy to protect his vital organs. Bang! 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 The sound of heavy impacts echoed continuously. After a relentless series of slams, Lin Hao finally ceased his assault, retracting his half-dragon form. What is transpiring outside? The commotion at the entrance had undoubtedly drawn the attention of everyone in the tavern, prompting them to rush outside. Gasp! Upon witnessing the scene, the onlookers were struck with astonishment, their faces awash with disbelief. There lay Ma Juntian, crumpled like a broken puppet, his body seemingly broken beyond repair. How brutal! Qin Yu and Lei Meng, who had been observing the entire encounter, swallowed hard, their eyes wide with shock. They could hardly fathom that a fourth-tier warrior had been so mercilessly tossed about by Lin Hao, who appeared to embody the ferocity of a human beast, instilling a sense of dread. Lin Hao's expression remained indifferent. His actions against Ma Juntian stemmed not from jealousy but from the indignation of having their personal matters laid bare. This incident was merely a culmination of the humiliations he endured at the Zhao residence, all due to Ma Juntian's provocations. Otherwise, despite being a nominal son-in-law, Lin Hao could have relished a life of ease and luxury. At this moment, he unleashed the pent-up resentment accumulated over half a year, feeling a significant release. In the realm of martial cultivation, one must refine not only the body but also the mind. The latter's cultivation entails the removal of distractions, allowing for the smooth flow of energy. Only when one's energy flows freely can one experience emotional tranquility, facilitating unobstructed cultivation. Conversely, stagnation in one's energy can lead to emotional turmoil, potentially manifesting as a malevolent force that consumes the mind. This is the essence of rage consuming the heart. Not only does it hinder cultivation, but it also damages the body. In extreme cases, individuals with strong pride might even perish from sheer frustration. Even if one's body remains intact, the inability to connect thoughts can stifle martial progress, leading to failures in breaking through barriers and succumbing to madness. Thus, conflicts frequently arise in the martial community, where mere words can lead to drawn swords, often born from a desire for swift retribution and impulsive actions. Otherwise, if one were to toil daily to enhance their strength while remaining meek and enduring humiliation, what purpose would martial cultivation serve? It would be more advantageous to live as an ordinary citizen. For Lin Hao, the experience of marrying into the Zhao family 6 months prior had become a mental knot. Now, with this knot untied, he could progress more smoothly along the path of martial arts. Chapter 67, Night Foray into the Core Area Under the Veil of Night. Within the freshman dormitory area of the Tianyan Academy, Lin Hao, Qin Yu, and Raymond returned to their quarters, slightly intoxicated. Brother Hao, you appear so gentle and refined. Yet you fight with such ferocity. Raymond exclaimed, admiration evident in his smile directed at Lin Hao. Although he hailed from a remote mountainous region known for its hunting culture and robust customs, witnessing Lin Hao's brutal confrontation with Ma Juntian stirred a fervent excitement within him.
In his view, a true man ought to possess such wild spirit.
It's nothing.
Just settling some old scores since we crossed paths, Lin Hao replied with a subtle smile. For him now, engaging in a fight was merely a trifling matter. When it came to taking a life, he could do so without a flicker of hesitation.
Were it not for the confines of the academy?
He might have unleashed his fire-scaled tiger to devour Ma Juntian whole. After all, within the academy, disputes and scuffles were generally overlooked unless they escalated too far.
However,
homicide was an entirely different matter. Lin Hao had heard from Qinyu that long ago, the academy established a law enforcement team specifically to punish wrongdoers.
Even possessing the authority to administer capital punishment. Even the imperial family had to tread carefully within its bounds.
Otherwise, the second prince, Yin Fengjun, who bore a grudge,
would not simply let the matter rest. Lin Hao, can you truly see nothing at all?
Qinyu inquired curiously, having observed Lin Hao's behavior throughout the day,
which seemed entirely normal.
Well, it's just the way I was born, the heavens bear witness, Lin Hao replied, nodding with a calm smile.
But how is it that you seem to sense every little thing happening around you? Qinyu asked,
a look of puzzlement crossing his face as he studied Lin Hao's peculiar gray-white pupils. Because I possess a unique skill, Lin Hao stated enigmatically.
What? A blind person has a unique skill?
Raymond echoed, curiosity piqued as he watched Lin Hao intently, attempting to wave his hand in front of him.
Brother Hao. Can you guess how many times I just waved my hand in front of you? Raymond asked with a grin.
If Lin Hao could guess correctly,
he would be utterly convinced.
Master, 6 times, came the whisper of the little fly from Lin Hao's shoulder.
6 times, isn't that right?
Lin Hao smirked,
affirming his guess.
At this revelation, both Qinyu and Raymond were momentarily stunned, their expressions shifting to one of understanding. They then examined the little fly with newfound wonder, having initially assumed it was merely a pet.
Brother Hao, your little fly is truly remarkable,
Raymond exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration.
It's named Si Bao.
It serves as my guide, Lin Hao said nonchalantly, exuding an air of mastery over the situation. Si Bao, a name that signifies prosperity throughout the 4 seasons, how splendid. Qinyu responded with a grin, playfully indulging in wordplay.
A guide?
I've never heard of such a creature, I should train one myself, Raymond mused, intrigued. Having grown up surrounded by wildlife. That's simple, just blindfold yourself and let Si Bao direct you, Qinyu joked, raising an eyebrow.
Shut it, Raymond retorted, his expression darkening. Suddenly, laughter erupted in dormitory 003, the atmosphere brimming with camaraderie. In the dormitory, Lin Hao sat cross-legged on his bed. Though he was still, he was not engaged in meditation or cultivation. Little fly, it's time to work, Lin Hao thought, summoning the kung fu fly from the confines of his pet backpack. Buzzing joyfully, the kung fu fly began to flit about the room. Locate the residence of the Academy's Lord, Lin Hao commanded. Without hesitation, the kung fu fly darted out of the window. Simultaneously, Lin Hao activated their shared vision, allowing him to witness everything the fly observed. To avoid detection, the kung fu fly soared high in the night sky, its shadowy wings creating a soft buzzing sound as it sped toward the depths of the Tianyin Academy. The architectural layout of the academy was structured around 5 tiers, with Lin Hao and his fellow freshmen residing at the lowest level, designated for first-year students. Above them were the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th-year areas, while the highest tier was reserved for advanced students and mentors, housing the core resources of the academy. Although Lin Hao was unaware of Yang Qingji's true strength, as the Lord's closest disciple, he likely possessed the right to enter that inner sanctum, perhaps even residing there, as otherwise the assassins from the Ming Pavilion would not be unable to trace him. Buzzing onward, the kung fu fly aimed for the core area. However, upon arrival, Lin Hao was astonished to discover that the mountaintop was enveloped in a layer of milky light. This barrier, imbued with runic energy, formed an impenetrable shield that could not be breached. The kung fu fly attempted to collide with it, but to no avail. It felt as though it had struck a mountain wall, rendering it immovable. It seems they have set up a runic formation, Lin Hao mused, frowning as he examined the images transmitted by the kung fu fly, feeling rather vexed. It appears I must devise an alternative approach. Little fly, return.
Lin Hao sighed, preparing to summon the kung fu fly back when suddenly, the runic barrier trembled.
Before long, a small opening appeared. Could it be that my previous attempts were detected? Lin Hao's heart sank as he urgently instructed, Little fly, hide quickly.
The obedient kung fu fly flapped its wings vigorously, transforming into a streak of light as it darted toward a nearby rock, swiftly concealing itself within the crevice. At that moment, two figures emerged from the rift in the barrier.
Clad in black robes adorned with an emblem of dark gold.
These were members of the Tianyan Academy's law enforcement team, radiating formidable energy. The leader, a middle-aged man with piercing eyes resembling that of an eagle, scanned the surroundings with a puzzled expression.
Chapter 68, The background of Yang Qingji strange, could it be an illusion? Observing the surroundings with a furrowed brow, the man with eagle eyes noted the absence of anomalies.
Not long ago, he had distinctly perceived unusual disturbances from the protective light barrier in this area.
However,
despite his prompt arrival to investigate, nothing suspicious had transpired.
Captain, the night breeze is rather strong tonight, you may be overthinking it. A young law enforcement officer remarked with a smile.
Better to be overly cautious than negligent, the eagle-eyed man replied solemnly. I believe the disturbance earlier was far from trivial. We must increase our patrols during this period. Upon hearing of the increased workload, the young officer protested, Captain, this is the core area of the Tianyan Academy.
Who would dare to commit a crime here?
Perhaps they would not have dared in the past, the eagle-eyed man retorted with a cold laugh. But since that individual became the close disciple of our esteemed master, the situation has become more complicated.
You mean Yang Chengji? The young officer was taken aback, his surprise evident. Captain, what is his background that could warrant the master's exceptional decision to accept him as a close disciple?
Clearly, he was unaware of the underlying intricacies, given his recent appointment. The eagle-eyed man cast a glance around, ensuring they were alone, before speaking in a hushed tone. His identity is that of a descendant of the traitors who revolted against the great Yin dynasty. Although he was merely a child over 20 years ago and had no direct ties to the rebellion, the nature of the Yin king would dictate that he root out any remnants of dissent. Moreover, according to certain intelligence, it is rumored that Yang Qingji has been secretly colluding with officials in the court, plotting to instigate another rebellion.
Do you think the Yin king would spare him? At this point, the eagle-eyed man's gaze deepened as he scrutinized the young officer. What?
Yang Qingji has such a background.
The young officer's complexion shifted, astonishment evident on his face. But why would the master protect him? Wouldn't that offend the Yin king?
With a quiet sigh, the eagle-eyed man explained, in his youth,
our master received favors from the Yang family.
Now, with only Yang Chengji remaining of the Yang lineage, the master took him in as a close disciple to safeguard the last bloodline. As long as he remains within the Tianyan Academy, he should be safe.
I see. The young officer nodded in understanding.
It was no wonder the master had commanded them to maintain heightened vigilance, any suspicious individuals appearing within the academy, especially in the core area, had to be thoroughly scrutinized. All the trouble stemmed from Yang Qingji. Subsequently, the two law enforcement officers entered the light barrier, and the rift they had passed through healed seamlessly. Once they departed, the nimble little fly emerged from the crevice in the stone and flew down to the new student dormitory area. Inside the dormitory, Lin Hao collected the returning nimble little fly into his pet bag. He was thoroughly pleased with the information he had just acquired about his target, having now comprehensively understood Yang Qingji's identity and background. However, while this information was indeed sensitive, it was unlikely that it was entirely undisclosed. Was it possible that this mission was yet another test from the underworld organization? Lin Hao pondered this possibility, feeling it was quite plausible. It seemed that this underworld organization was quite adept at creating intricate scenarios. After all, he was not an official member yet. His sole superior had been Zhao from the beginning. Perhaps only after passing this test would he truly become a recognized assassin within the underworld. With this in mind, he thought it prudent not to underestimate them. A faint smile graced Lin Hao's lips as he murmured to himself with a sense of confidence. At that moment, he finally understood the subtle change in Qin Yu's demeanor when he had deliberately mentioned Yang Qingji's name during their meal at the Fu Jingxian.
As a member of the general's residence, Xin Yu bore the responsibility of eradicating remnants of treason. Thus, if Lin Hao were to assassinate young Qingji, it could be seen as aiding a friend. With this thought, Lin Hao felt a weight lift from his heart. He then cleared his mind, quickly entering a state of tranquility to meditate and cultivate. The serene night was indeed the perfect backdrop for introspection. And perhaps due to the rich spiritual energy within the Tianyan Academy, Lin Hao was pleasantly surprised to find that he could sense the elemental properties of various energies with remarkable clarity, absorbing them swiftly. Currently, Lin Hao focused solely on cultivating wind and fire energies, thus rejecting all other elemental spiritual energies. After all, he believed that spreading himself too thin would hinder his progress. For now, he needed to enhance these two elements, and he could revisit the others later as his strength grew. This strategy resembled the philosophy of enriching the affluent while neglecting the impoverished. Thus, the elemental energies of wind and fire surged into his limbs, nourishing his internal organs. Ultimately, after purifying and refining his spiritual energy, it all coalesced in the Tianling cavern within his head. Despite the monotonous cycle of this practice, Lin Hao was completely absorbed in his cultivation. Ever since he had traversed into this world and endured years as a wasteful blind man, he had had enough. He deeply understood the bitterness of being underestimated and bullied due to a lack of power. Therefore, to completely escape his previous life, Lin Hao was resolute and thoroughly enjoyed the exhilarating sensation of his strength increasing through this cultivation process. This state of being was akin to a destitute beggar suddenly discovering a lucrative opportunity, plunging headlong into the intoxicating whirlpool of wealth. As night gradually faded, dawn broke the next day. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking at the door roused Lin Hao from his meditation. "Brother Hao, are you awake?" The somewhat rugged voice belonged to Raymond. Lin Hao took a deep breath, adjusting the flow of spiritual energy within him, and then responded, "What is it?" "Brother, you said today is the first day of the new student assembly. We must hurry to register and select our classes." Raymond's voice rang out again from outside. "If you sleep in, we won't wait for you," Xin Yu added, a hint of urgency in his tone. He had already set his sights on several new student beauties during the enrollment assessment yesterday, and now that they were all classmates, it was indeed a prime opportunity. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao quickly washed up and opened the door, only to find Raymond and Xin Yu clad in white freshman attire. However, their badges differed slightly. The emblem on Raymond's clothing featured a sword, symbolizing the warrior class, while Xin Yu's badge showcased a rainbow, representing the spellcasting class. The two classes had distinct cultivation methods, hence their differentiation. Typically, the spellcasting class comprised a majority of female students. Observing the somewhat smug expression on Xin Yu's face, Lin Hao suspected that he had likely chosen the spellcasting path with the intention of mingling with the beautiful girls in that class. After all, with his heavenly level talent, he would achieve success regardless of the path he chose. Chapter 69, The Xuanwu Hall. The Tianyan Academy's first-year curriculum is conducted across two grand halls. The Xuanwu Hall primarily imparts skills in swordplay, knife techniques, and various combat arts, while the Lingmiao Hall focuses on the study of spells and runes. Positioned to the east and west, the two halls prompted Qin Yu to part ways with Lin Hao midway. "Brother Hao, I recall you mentioned testing for magical aptitude during yesterday's assessment." Along the way, Raymond inquired curiously, "Are you truly adept in both martial and magical arts?" Lin Hao smiled serenely and replied, "I possess a modest understanding of magic, but it is merely surface-level knowledge." Upon hearing this, Raymond's eyes sparkled with admiration as he remarked, "Brother Hao, despite your visual impairment, you are the most diligent person I have encountered among our peers." Lin Hao smiled subtly, remaining silent. He then glanced at the iron bow that Raymond carried on his back and could not help but ask, "I see you carry that iron bow daily. Isn't it heavy?" Raymond chuckled innocently and nodded. "Indeed, it weighs over 500 pounds. Lin Hao was slightly taken aback. 500 pounds equated to the tenfold gravity he was currently experiencing with his heavy armor. He understood the weight well. "I have a storage bag available. If you don't mind, I could lend it to you," Lin Hao offered gently. Aware of Raymond's humble origins and wishing to preserve his dignity by framing it as a loan rather than a gift. To Lin Hao's surprise, Raymond shook his head and grinned, "No need, I have my own storage bag." He then pulled out a sturdy cord from around his neck.
revealing a red storage bag tied at the end. The material appeared to be of considerable quality. "That's good to hear," Lin Hao replied with a smile.
"But why not place the iron bow in the storage bag? Are you using its weight to strengthen your physique?"
"Exactly," Raymond confirmed. "This bow is a treasured heirloom of our family, known as the Chuan Yun Bow." As he spoke, a hint of pride flickered in Raymond's eyes as he caressed the iron bow.
"Our ancestors have always carried this bow.
Not only to enhance their physical strength but also to foster a bond between the archer and the bow, achieving a state of unity that enhances shooting accuracy."
Unity between man and bow? Lin Hao mused internally.
While he had heard of the concept of unity between man and sword, this notion of unity with a bow was novel to him. It seemed that Raymond's family were indeed practitioners of martial arts, particularly skilled archers. As Lin Hao observed Raymond's bow more closely, he noted that the majority was wrapped in black fabric, obscuring its true form.
However,
he could discern some runes etched into the metal at the ends, indicating that the Chuan Yun bow was surely of a high caliber. "I would love to see a demonstration sometime," Lin Hao said with genuine interest. Raymond, somewhat taken aback, glanced at Lin Hao's gray-white eyes with a peculiar expression,
as if questioning whether Lin Hao could actually see.
Nevertheless, he responded with a hearty smile, "Of course, no problem." The Xuanwu Hall was vast,
capable of accommodating thousands of students.
With only around 3,000 first-year students this year, there was ample space for movement.
"Quite impressive,"
Lin Hao remarked as he gazed at the imposing structure of the hall. Its ancient appearance exuded a sense of grandeur. This would be the starting point of his martial journey, though aided by a system that granted him a shortcut into the realm of martial arts. He still felt like a blank slate in the theoretical aspects of martial studies, a novice among combatants. "Brother Hao, look over there, the wall has a bulletin for class assignments," Raymond pointed out, drawing Lin Hao's attention to a gathering of first-year students near the left wall of the hall. As he observed the crowd,
Lin Hao noticed many students scanning the wall for their names.
"Brother Hao, wait here while I look for our names," Raymond said, making his way through the throng. Aware of Lin Hao's visual limitations, he hurried off, confident that Lin Hao's parrot could not read. Lin Hao, however, appreciated Raymond's kind gesture, avoiding the hassle of navigating through the crowd. Raymond's towering physique resembled that of a beast, commanding respect as he pushed into the throng,
causing the surrounding students to part like waves. "Hey, watch where you're pushing. Don't you know how to queue?" Some irate students began to shout,
only to fall silent upon recognizing Raymond's formidable stature. Seeing this, Lin Hao couldn't help but smile. With such a physique, Raymond would undoubtedly become a formidable soldier upon graduating from the Tianyan Academy. Then, a sudden thought struck Lin Hao. What about his own future? Graduating in 4 years. Where would he go? As his smile faded, he fell into deep contemplation. The Zhao and Lin families had long been a source of inner turmoil for him. Even after graduation, he could never return, for it would only cloud his martial aspirations. The Ming Pavilion organization, Lin Hao recalled, an idea sparking in his mind. Though a notorious assassin group, it was backed by the emperor of the Dian dynasty, wielding immense power. Thus, it appeared that the Ming Pavilion could be the path he sought, leading him toward the life of an assassin. With newfound clarity, Lin Hao's previously muddled thoughts began to crystallize. Unbeknownst to him, this decision would pave the way for the emergence of a god of assassins in the future.
"Brother Hao, I found it,"
Raymond returned, slightly disheartened. "Unfortunately, we're in different classes. You're in room 8, and I'm in room 21.
"Thank you,"
Lin Hao replied with a gentle nod, committing the room number to memory.
The two then joined the flow of students entering the hall.
Inside, the layout comprised 5 levels, each boasting numerous classrooms. Room 8 was located on the first floor, sparing Lin Hao the need to climb any stairs.
"Brother Hao, your classroom is over there on the left."
"Let me show you," Raymond offered, concerned Lin Hao might struggle to find it.
"No need, you go ahead,"
Lin Hao interrupted with a smile.
"My parrot can read."
"What?
It can really read?"
Raymond's eyes widened in astonishment. "Indeed, no deception here." Lin Hao replied with a calm smile, then commanded, "Sibao, locate room 8. Yes, master, Sibo responded, flapping its wings and soaring toward the left corridor of the hall. Moments later, Raymond watched in amazement as Sibo landed gracefully atop the sign for room 8. Truly a miraculous bird. Raymond marveled, his perception of Sibo transformed. He could hardly believe that the parrot not only guided him but could also read. After bidding farewell to Lin Hao, Raymond ascended the stairs to the second floor while Lin Hao made his way toward room 8. As they approached the entrance, a woman's voice suddenly rang out, "Look outside. Such a beautiful parrot. Quickly, catch it." Almost immediately, a man's voice followed, "At your service." The moment the words fell, a sharp sword energy surged forth, aimed directly at the parrot perched on the door. Sensing the danger, the parrot reacted swiftly, twisting its body to evade the attack. It then descended gracefully, landing on Lin Hao's shoulder. "That parrot has fled, pursue it." At that moment, a young man burst out from room 8. He was quite short, wielding a long sword. And his gaze scanned the surroundings until it settled on Lin Hao, recognizing the presence of the parrot. Following closely behind was a charming young woman. Her long, lustrous black hair was tied back with a red ribbon, and her eyes sparkled like clear water, radiating a sense of purity and liveliness. Observing the two who had rushed out, Lin Hao furrowed his brow. It was evident to him that these two were intent on capturing the parrot. However, with the parrot's formidable B-rank royal-level combat prowess, it was beyond the capabilities of any warrior below level 5 to capture it. "Ah!" the ponytailed girl exclaimed softly. Her gaze fixed on the parrot resting on Lin Hao's shoulder, slightly astonished. It turned out that the parrot had an owner. She then scrutinized Lin Hao and, upon noticing his grayish-white pupils, seemed to recall something, inquiring, "Are you the Lin Hao with the ultimate talent?" "Indeed," Lin Hao replied indifferently with a nod. Clearly, the talent test from the previous day had made him somewhat renowned within the Tianyan Academy. His distinctive sightlessness likely served as the sole identifier of his identity, a fact that left Lin Hao feeling somewhat helpless. Yet, upon reflection, he considered his blindness an excellent concealment tactic, for instance, when adversaries plotted mischief before him. They assumed he could not see, unaware that everything was under his shared vision. "I observed his test yesterday, his cultivation is merely at the 3rd warrior level." The short young man scoffed dismissively, sneering, "Ultimate cultivation talent, it's nothing remarkable. Even the lord of the academy valued him highly, rewarding him with numerous elixirs." "A 3rd warrior?" The ponytailed girl's beautiful eyes flickered with surprise as she curiously scrutinized Lin Hao. It was evident that she had not been present during the assessment. Such a scenario usually indicated a special privilege reserved for newly recruited candidates. "Is your cultivation truly only at the 3rd warrior level?" The ponytailed beauty clearly doubted the short young man's words, her lovely eyes blinking as she could not help but question Lin Hao. Lin Hao, weary of such unproductive inquiries, chose to bypass her and proceed towards room 8. "You." The ponytailed beauty frowned slightly, letting out a soft huff, noticing that his goddess had been ignored. The short young man appeared displeased. His eyes narrowed, and he silently positioned his sword against the ground, intending to trip Lin Hao as a form of retaliation. "Serves you right," the ponytailed girl remarked, pouting, yet displaying no intention of intervening. However, this entire exchange was closely observed by the parrot. Lin Hao's expression hardened as he summoned the energy within him, concentrating it in his right foot, and forcefully stomped down on the young man's sword. With a sharp crack, the sword snapped cleanly in two. Without looking back, Lin Hao strode directly into the room. The short young man was momentarily stunned, then, seeing his broken sword, he erupted in anger, shouting, "Blind fool, how dare you break my sword? You're asking for death." With that, he hurled the broken sword towards Lin Hao's back. Although the blade was not sharp, it could still inflict harm if it struck the right spot. Lin Hao swiftly evaded it, his steps graceful and unperturbed. The broken sword sailed through the air, heading toward a row of tables and chairs, where a black-haired young man was napping, seemingly oblivious to the impending danger. At that moment, the new students in the room cried out, attempting to warn him. But it was too late. The broken sword was already nearing the young man's head. Yet, in the next instant, a peculiar scene unfolded. A dark energy vortex suddenly materialized before the young man, swallowing the sword whole. Almost instantly, the sword shot back out. whizzing past Lin Hao and hurtling toward the short young man. What? The unexpected turn of events startled the short young man. By the time he realized what was happening, he felt a sharp pain in his arm. The flying sword had lodged itself in his arm, blood gushing forth. Ah! My arm! He screamed in agony, his plight a clear case of poetic justice. Dark arts? The short young man gasped, suddenly realizing that the earlier move was the reversal of heaven and earth. The new students were all taken aback, their gazes fixated on the black-haired youth, who continued to rest, blissfully unaware of the commotion. Reversal of heaven and earth? Lin Hao, intrigued by this strange dark martial art, found it fascinating. Aside from the 9-symbol sword technique he had drawn from the system, he was completely ignorant of other categories. It's so noisy, can't anyone let me sleep? At that moment, the black-haired young man stretched, yawned, and muttered irritably. As he lifted his head, the crowd finally got a clear view of his face. It was youthful and delicate, with slightly immature features, indicating he was likely no older than 15 or 16. Seeing this, Lin Hao was unfazed and casually chose an empty seat beside the black-haired youth. You two have injured my friend. When the instructor arrives, he will surely punish you severely. The ponytailed beauty approached, her expression a mix of indignation and determination as she pointed at the black-haired youth and Lin Hao, scolding them angrily. Chapter 70, The Gu Family. The ponytailed beauty wore an expression of indignation as she pointed at Lin Hao and the dark-haired youth, displaying a rather unreasonable demeanor. Were it not for her gender and her pleasing appearance, she would likely have faced considerable retribution for such behavior in public. In response to her accusations, Lin Hao maintained a look of indifference, continuing to feign blindness. Besides, the earlier incident involving injury had nothing to do with him. What? I harmed your friend? The dark-haired youth appeared utterly bewildered, inquiring with genuine surprise, which friend? Where are they? Clearly, he seemed unaware of the events that had just transpired. Or perhaps he was merely pretending to be oblivious. It was me. A short young man approached, his expression a mix of anguish and anger. The broken blade still embedded in his arm. He dared not remove it, knowing that doing so would result in a profusion of blood. Such an injury could only be treated by a skilled healer knowledgeable in restorative magic. This sword is not mine, how could I possibly have harmed you? Upon seeing the situation, the dark-haired youth widened his eyes and immediately denied the accusation. You little brat, stop playing dumb. The short young man was incensed by this response. What is going on here? Just then, a deep, commanding voice resonated through the room. The onlookers stiffened and turned towards the classroom entrance, where a middle-aged man suddenly appeared. He was clad in a purple academic robe, his gaze resolute. It was none other than Wu Qi, the examiner from the previous day's assessment. Wu Qi! The new students exclaimed in unison upon recognizing him. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow, finding the timing rather fortuitous. Wu Qi surveyed the broken blade on the floor and the injury on the short young man's arm, his brow furrowing in concern. He approached the young man with a serious demeanor, asking in a low voice, How did you get hurt? What happened just now? The short young man hesitated, clearly still retaining some sense of reason. He was reluctant to reveal that he had thrown the broken sword at Lin Hao, only for it to miss and injure himself after being deflected by the dark-haired youth's martial arts technique. Such an admission would leave him in a position of blame. Wu Master, this injury was caused by my demonstration of martial arts. I accidentally hurt myself. He finally managed to concoct an excuse, swallowing his resentment. Ha! So it was you who caused your own injury and now you come here to place the blame on me? The dark-haired youth scoffed. Turning to the ponytailed beauty and the short young man, his tone oddly insistent, You both must apologize to me. What? I am to apologize to you? The ponytailed beauty's expression shifted dramatically, her voice laced with displeasure. The short young man's face darkened further. To be injured and yet be expected to apologize was an affront. Is this true? Wu Qi's expression turned somber as he surveyed the surrounding students, finally resting his gaze on Lin Hao. This young man is in my class. Upon realizing this, Wu Qi's spirits lifted considerably, his surprise mingled with delight. As a mentor at Tianyan Academy, he benefited from the success of his students. The stronger the students he nurtured, the greater the rewards he would receive.
Lin Hao possessed an unparalleled aptitude for cultivation, and with some effort, he would undoubtedly flourish.
The prospect of receiving substantial resources as a mentor for this cohort was tantalizing.
Ha! Fortune smiles upon me. Wu Qi felt a surge of elation. His gaze fixed on Lin Hao with a warmth that suggested he was determined to impart all his knowledge to him.
Wu Master, I can attest to this. Lin Hao interjected, his tone calm. These two students were showcasing their martial skills and accidentally injured themselves, subsequently attempting to frame my companion here and extort 100 spirit stones for medical expenses.
The dark-haired youth was momentarily taken aback.
Indeed, old age brings wisdom, he mused,
gazing at Lin Hao with a newfound respect. You are speaking nonsense. Wu Master, we absolutely did not do that.
The short young man's complexion shifted dramatically as he rushed to explain. However, revealing the truth about his attack on Lin Hao would only bring punishment upon himself.
What transpired? Wu Qi's expression hardened.
If you do not clarify, I shall take it as an admission of guilt.
You two are lacking in martial skill yet still flaunting it. Having been injured, you seek to frame another. Step outside and await your punishment. His stance clearly favored Lin Hao.
Wu Master, please, this matter is not my fault.
It was like this. The ponytailed beauty, sensing the impending punishment, began to recount the events in detail. Upon hearing her account,
a flicker of surprise crossed Wu Qi's eyes. He had anticipated Lin Hao's capabilities, but the dark-haired youth's performance astonished him.
The dark arts martial technique, reversal of the universe,
was no ordinary skill, it had reached the Earth tier level. Such high-quality techniques were only found within elite ancient martial families.
In the Dian dynasty,
only one family possessed the reversal of the universe technique, the Gu family, located in the northern territories of the dynasty. Their influence was formidable, and their domain vast,
akin to a kingdom within a kingdom. Though the Gu territory fell under the Dian dynasty's jurisdiction, true control was elusive. Each era birthed formidable figures from the Gu family, some even transcending the 9 realms to attain the realm of saints. With the presence of Gu family warriors, the ambitious emperors of the Dian dynasty had never dared to mobilize troops against them.
For as long as the Gu family showed no signs of rebellion and continued to pay their annual tribute, it was advantageous to maintain the status quo.
Are you of the Gu family? Wu Qi inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. Indeed, my name is Gu Yunla, the dark-haired youth replied, his large eyes sparkling with an innocent smile. Just as I suspected. Wu Qi inhaled sharply, realizing the implications.
One was a prodigious talent, and the other a scion of the Gu family, whose powerful lineage even the emperor must treat with caution. Wu Qi recognized the necessity of supporting both. Though both Lin Hao and the other students had lied, they were not the primary culprits. He turned his serious gaze towards the ponytailed beauty, stating firmly, you shall report to the registration office and enroll in another class. From now on, you are forbidden from entering classroom 8. Then he directed his stern reprimand at the short young man, as for you, to openly wield a weapon against a classmate on your first day as a new student is utterly unacceptable. As your mentor, I hereby revoke your enrollment at Tianyan Academy. Upon hearing this punishment, the ponytailed beauty felt a sense of relief wash over her. Simply being transferred to another classroom was bearable, even if it meant losing face. However, the short young man stood in shock, his complexion pale. He had not anticipated such a severe penalty. It felt like a thunderbolt, leaving his martial aspirations in tatters. To strike someone results in expulsion from the academy, yet, last night I witnessed Lin Hao at the entrance of the Fuingshuan restaurant, mercilessly beating a second-year student until he was covered in bruises. Why did nothing happen? At that moment, a voice of confusion emerged from the crowd, murmuring softly yet distinctly. Lin Hao appeared indifferent, though he too was somewhat puzzled. He had anticipated that a mentor would confront him, but instead, it was as if the incident had never occurred. Wu Qi glanced at Lin Hao, remaining silent as well. He was fully aware that when Lin Hao had brutally assaulted Ma Juntian the previous night, enforcement officers had already arrived nearby. However, upon discovering that the assailant was Lin Hao, and understanding that the individual had abducted Lin Hao's wife, they chose to turn a blind eye. Moreover, prior to this, the Lord, Yingzi, had secretly issued a directive that trivial altercations did not warrant punishment for Lin Hao.
This decree served as a talisman of sorts, granting Lin Hao immunity within the Tianyan Academy. As the ponytailed beauty and the short young man departed, the atmosphere in the classroom returned to normal. Nevertheless, the new students looked at Lin Hao and Gu Yunle with peculiar expressions. Especially the proud young men, who quietly deemed Lin Hao and his companions as untouchable. After all, today's events were evident to any discerning observer. Mentor Wu Qi clearly favored Lin Hao and his group. Should anyone provoke them, they risked facing severe consequences, including expulsion. This approach bore the essence of a warning. Today marks the beginning of the academic year, thus, I shall briefly elucidate the foundational theories of martial arts. Wu Qi approached the podium, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the 100 or so new students. However, upon hearing that only basic martial arts knowledge would be discussed, the surrounding students appeared puzzled and somewhat disinterested. They believed they had already mastered these concepts during their training in martial arts. Gu Yunle yawned lazily, displaying a desire to continue his slumber. Yet, amidst the crowd, only Lin Hao sat upright, akin to a diligent student attending his first class, listening intently. Though he possessed a systemic advantage and a formidable team of pets, Lin Hao was entirely ignorant of martial arts knowledge. His progress stemmed solely from his ultimate cultivation talent and the resources he had acquired. Having a professional mentor explain these concepts undoubtedly opened a window into the world of martial arts for him, laying a solid foundation for future mastery. It is widely acknowledged that martial cultivators can be broadly categorized into warriors and mages. Warriors absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, drawing it into their bodies to refine their physical forms, while mages primarily focus on spiritual power, complemented by their understanding of runes, harnessing the natural energies of the world. Under Wu Qi's instruction, most new students began to feel drowsy, with Gu Yunle resting his head on the desk and falling asleep. In contrast, Lin Hao grew increasingly engaged, his expressions shifting between contemplation and enlightenment, reflecting his keen interest. Throughout the lecture, Wu Qi kept a watchful eye on Lin Hao. Observing his diligent demeanor, he felt a sense of private satisfaction. This young man's determination, combined with his extraordinary cultivation talent, promised great achievements in the realm of martial arts. Wu Qi admired Lin Hao's attitude toward learning, especially in contrast to some prodigies who, despite their initial rapid progress, often fell into mediocrity later on. Talent is not merely a gift from the heavens. To fully harness it requires a dedicated approach to personal cultivation. Otherwise, even the most gifted will fade into obscurity. At that moment, Wu Qi recognized that Lin Hao embodied all the essential qualities of a true genius. Such talent, if not nurtured, would indeed be a tremendous waste. The more he contemplated, the more excited Wu Qi became, wishing to dismiss all others from room 8. Focusing solely on imparting every martial knowledge to Lin Hao for maximum efficacy. Soon, an hour of instruction concluded. Lin Hao, do you have any questions regarding what I have explained today? Wu Qi approached Lin Hao with a warm smile. I understand everything, thank you, Mentor Wu. Lin Hao replied politely. Following Wu Qi's detailed explanation, he had begun to embark on a vast path of martial cultivation, transitioning from a mere frog in a well. Excellent. Take this, Wu Qi nodded with a smile, producing a jade slip and handing it to Lin Hao. The slip, a deep green, was inscribed with intricate runes that emanated a faint aura of spiritual energy. What is this? Lin Hao inquired, examining the slip curiously. Aside from the enigmatic runes, it appeared to be an ordinary piece of jade. Nearby, Gu Yunle, with a hint of drool at the corner of his mouth, glanced at the jade slip in Lin Hao's hand, stating, I know what that is, it's called a martial arts jade slip. A martial arts jade slip? Lin Hao raised an eyebrow in curiosity, asking, how do I use it? Gu Yunle looked at Lin Hao with a strange expression, clearly surprised that he was unaware of such a common artifact in the martial arts community. Wu Qi chuckled softly and explained. This jade slip is specifically designed to record martial techniques and cultivation experiences. Its usage is straightforward, you simply need to read it with your consciousness. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao, intrigued, attempted to channel a strand of consciousness into the jade slip. Instantly, a wealth of martial knowledge and various technical explanations flooded into his mind. The vast array of information captivated Lin Hao entirely. Chapter 71, Martial Arts Competition within the Jade Slip. There are not records of any martial techniques. but rather Wu Qi's insights and experiences in martial cultivation, as well as various applications of spiritual energy. Unfortunately, Wu Qi lacks knowledge of spells, and thus there is nothing pertaining to magical arts. Nevertheless, Lin Hao feels profoundly grateful. "Thank you, Master Wu," Lin Hao said sincerely as he carefully stored the jade slip. To others, this slip may appear quite ordinary, or even entirely superfluous. Yet, in Lin Hao's current circumstances, it is akin to a refreshing spring in the desert, immensely beneficial. "Should you have any uncertainties in the future, feel free to seek me out," Wu Qi said with a reassuring nod, increasingly pleased with Lin Hao. He then turned his gaze toward the listless new students within the room and declared firmly, "Today's indoor instruction has concluded. Follow me outside to test your previously acquired martial skills." Upon hearing that they could finally engage in outdoor activities, the students instantly perked up. Observing their transformation, Lin Hao couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This atmosphere resembled that of a classroom in a past life, where the mere mention of physical education class invigorated everyone. The group soon arrived at a spacious courtyard outside the hall, lining up for battle. Wu Qi stood at the forefront, facing the students, and said in a deep voice, "Now, one by one, you shall come forward to spar with me. Regardless of your martial prowess, we shall see what you can do." He pointed to the first row on the left side, issuing his command. The first challenger was a burly young man with a buzz cut, his muscular frame indicating he was a strength-focused warrior. "Master Wu, may I use a weapon?" the young man inquired, slightly anxious in the presence of the 7th-level warrior. "Do as you wish," Wu Qi replied nonchalantly, showing no concern for the rules of engagement. "Very well." The muscular youth drew a long knife, and his fighting spirit surged. As he infused spiritual energy into the blade, it shimmered with a faint red glow, radiating waves of intense heat. Lin Hao's expression shifted slightly. It seemed this muscular fellow practiced fire-based martial arts. "Scorching Shadow Blade!" the young man roared, wildly swinging the long knife and creating a flurry of crimson afterimages as he charged at Wu Qi. The attack appeared formidable. However, in the next moment, as the young man took a step forward, his knee was suddenly struck by a stone, causing him to topple to the ground. All of his aggressive maneuvers dissipated in an instant. Witnessing this, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. They had all clearly observed the previous scene. Who would have thought that Wu Qi could effortlessly neutralize the young man's assault with just a casual kick of a stone? Rising painfully, the muscular youth's expression darkened. He too had not anticipated that his family's martial technique would be so easily dispatched before Wu Qi. "Your weakness lies in your footwork," Lin Hao thought, remaining impassive as he reflected on the young man's previous attacks. He surmised that while the young man's blade technique was indeed fierce, all his focus was concentrated in his upper body. His lower half rushed straight toward the target without the slightest hint of footwork to confound his opponent's vision, leaving him vulnerable. This situation was akin to a basketball game in a past life. If one charged forward without any skill to mislead the opponent, they would soon find the ball intercepted. Just as Lin Hao had analyzed, Wu Qi remarked to the young man, "Your blade technique possesses great power. Yet raw strength does not guarantee victory. You are not facing a wooden post or a stone, waiting for you to charge and strike. Your weakness lies in your footwork. Take time to study the variations of your steps to confuse your opponent, making it difficult for them to discern your attack trajectory." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of understanding flashed in the young man's eyes, and he nodded, "Thank you for your guidance, Master Wu." Next, Wu Qi commanded firmly. One by one, the new students stepped forward to spar. Yet, confronted with Wu Qi's formidable prowess, none could last more than a few exchanges before being knocked to the ground. Although it was not yet Lin Hao's turn, he diligently noted Wu Qi's critiques of the preceding students' martial techniques, absorbing various skills and insights. At last, it was the turn of the black-haired youth, Gu Yunla. Compared to the nervous expressions of other students, he appeared remarkably nonchalant, exuding a youthful bravado that seemed unafraid of anything. Lin Hao had always found the dark arts practiced by this youth intriguing. Thus, upon his entrance, he ceased to ponder the application of martial techniques and began to observe him intently. "Draw your weapon," Wu Qi said habitually. "Master Wu, I can fight bare-handed." Gu Yunla replied with a mischievous grin, completely unfazed like the others. "Oh? Then let us begin," Wu Qi responded with a calm smile. However,
The moment the words left his mouth, Gu Yunle sprang into action, his figure darting forward. His feet seemed to be enveloped in a layer of black mist as he executed a mysterious footwork, swiftly closing the distance. Along the way, he left behind a series of dark afterimages that made it difficult to discern his attacking trajectory unless one looked closely. Black cloud afterimage step, Wu Qi noted, his gaze sharpening as he recognized the technique. This was indeed the inherited martial art of the Gu family. As Gu Yunle lunged forward, he suddenly extended his right palm. With a resounding clap, their fists collided, and within the blink of an eye, they had exchanged a move. How swift! The onlooking students gasped in astonishment. Lin Hao was momentarily stunned. This footwork was exceptionally elusive, and combined with those afterimages, it would be challenging to capture the opponent's attack trajectory. Clearly, the Gu family possessed extraordinary abilities. Otherwise, how could the rulers of the Great Yin dynasty, throughout history, remain so unambitious, allowing a territory to slip from the royal family's grasp? At that moment, Gu Yunle's punch was blocked. But he quickly retracted his fist and unleashed a series of cunning attacks. However, under the overwhelming pressure of Wu Qi's strength, Gu Yunle's offensive maneuvers made no impact whatsoever. Ultimately, Wu Qi delivered a kick to Gu Yunle's rear, sending him flying. Ah! Gu Yunle feigned a dramatic cry, turning to Wu Qi with a mock look of grievance. Pouting, Master Wu, you're so mean. Get lost. Wu Qi couldn't help but chuckle as he scolded him playfully. Watching this interaction, Lin Hao couldn't help but smile. It seemed Gu Yunle was also a person of character. If he were to befriend Xinyu, the two would undoubtedly hit it off quickly. The evaluations of martial skills continued as the students took their turns. When it was Lin Hao's turn to step forward, the majority of the onlookers turned their curious gazes toward him. They were eager to discover how a blind individual could possibly cultivate martial skills. Would he rely on sound to locate his opponents and simply swing wildly? If that were the case, he would be easily defeated. One could simply toss a stone in another direction to create a diversion and then stealthily launch an attack. The thought alone was exhilarating. With this in mind, some of the new students who were envious of Lin Hao's ultimate cultivation talent felt an urge to challenge him. After all, seeking trouble privately would incur penalties. But in this context, it would be entirely acceptable to engage in a spar. Lin Hao, you may find someone to spar with, I will merely observe. It seemed as though he could see through the hearts of those around him, or perhaps had other intentions. This time, however, Wu Qi unexpectedly changed his mind. Very well. Lin Hao appeared calm and unperturbed, having no objections to Wu Qi's cultivation methods. Moreover, given the vast disparity in strength between him and Wu Qi, engaging in combat would only result in a one-sided defeat. The situation would be different for other newcomers, however. Who among you is willing to step up and spar with Lin Hao? Wu Qi scanned the crowd as he posed the question. Just as his words fell. I am willing. Choose me, I wish to compete with Lin Hao. In an instant, the majority of the male newcomers from Class 8 eagerly volunteered. Particularly those who had just been utterly defeated by Wu Qi, they were filled with fervor to reclaim their pride through a match with Lin Hao. Yet, among this group, Gu Yunle remained completely indifferent. Perhaps he simply did not wish to engage with Lin Hao. In Gu Yunle's eyes, this visually impaired Lin Hao was far from the simpleton he appeared to be. Observing the eager crowd, Wu Qi was somewhat surprised and casually selected a newcomer who was also a level 3 warrior. Coincidentally, this individual was the first to take the stage earlier. The man with a buzz cut. With swords and blades being blind to the eye, and given your handicap, I will allow you to proceed without weapons. A hint of amusement crossed the buzzcut man's face as he regarded Lin Hao, speaking with a tone of confidence. As you wish. Lin Hao replied nonchalantly. Had weapons been permitted, his dragon-devouring sword would surely have imparted a sense of despair upon his opponent. However, since the terms had been established, it mattered little. All things considered, the buzzcut man was fortunate. Let the match begin. Wu Qi proclaimed, his gaze fixated on the impending actions of both participants. The buzzcut man lifted his foot, confidently striding toward Lin Hao. He felt no pressure sparring against a blind opponent. Lin Hao stood silently, observing every movement of the buzzcut man, which unfolded vividly in his mind's eye.
As the buzzcut man approached, he launched a straightforward punch aimed directly at Lin Hao's face. The air exploded beneath the force of his blow, the powerful fist imbued with the fluctuations of fire element spiritual energy. Should it connect, Lin Hao's skin would burn as if set ablaze. This offensive maneuver had proven effective against lower-level warriors back in his hometown, filling him with a perverse thrill. However, just as he unleashed his punch, he caught a glimpse of mockery flickering at the corner of Lin Hao's mouth. Bang! Before he could ponder the meaning behind that mocking expression, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his ankle. Instantly, the buzzcut man's face flushed crimson as he stumbled backward, his punch retreating. His arms were no match for the length of his legs. As he threw his punch, Lin Hao had already seized the opportunity, delivering a swift kick with his right foot. From Wu Qi's earlier commentary, he had discerned the buzzcut man's greatest weakness, his lower body. At that distance, no speed could evade the strike. Hiss! The onlookers collectively inhaled sharply, astonished at Lin Hao's remarkable auditory awareness, which had allowed him to counter the buzzcut man's attack with a single kick. Damn it! I refuse to believe I can't take you down. The buzzcut man felt his pride wounded and cursed inwardly. He then charged forward, this time adopting a more cunning approach, adjusting his footwork to alter the trajectory of his attack. Fiery palm. As he darted behind Lin Hao, the buzzcut man unleashed a burst of spiritual energy. Boom! With a single palm strike, the potent energy coalesced into a fiery shadow of a hand, hurtling toward Lin Hao's back. Lin Hao swiftly shifted his footwork, evading the attack while simultaneously clawing at the buzzcut man's wrist. He then yanked with force, destabilizing his opponent's footing and sending him sprawling forward. Just as the buzzcut man was about to fall, Lin Hao drove his knee upward, delivering a crushing blow to the man's abdomen. The force was such that even stone could shatter under it, let alone flesh. The buzzcut man let out a pained grunt, followed by a spurt of blood, clearly injured. You have my respect, Lin Hao remarked impassively, gazing at the buzzcut man who lay curled on the ground, exhausted. The surrounding newcomers were left in stunned silence, including Wu Qi, whose expression mirrored their shock. It was evident that even with his visual impairment, Lin Hao had decisively defeated his opponent in mere 2 moves during this close-quarters combat. This was a resounding victory. This fellow is indeed formidable. Gu Yunle pursed his lips, then glanced at the surrounding newcomers, inwardly scoffing, a bunch of fools, thinking a blind man is easy prey. The outcome was clear. A commanding voice rang out, and Wu Qi's gaze flickered as he regarded Lin Hao, feeling a surge of excitement. This young man displayed not only composure in battle but also remarkable agility, capable of swiftly analyzing his opponent's weaknesses and capitalizing on them to secure victory. He was truly a promising talent in martial arts. No, I have not lost yet. At that moment, the buzzcut man struggled to his feet, wiping the blood from his lips, refusing to concede. I deliberately allowed him to strike. If we were to use weapons, I would reveal my true strength. The buzzcut man, filled with resentment, implored, I request the instructor to allow us to spar once more. Hearing this, Wu Qi furrowed his brow but did not decline. The previous bare-handed contest had merely showcased their physical capabilities. A genuine duel with weapons would serve as a true test of martial skill. Truth be told, Wu Qi was also eager to discover what hidden talents Lin Hao possessed. Very well, I shall grant you another chance. Thus, without hesitation, Wu Qi acquiesced. Chapter 72, The Blind Elder in the Realm of Weaponry. The blind man was destined to lose. As the crewcut man proposed a contest using weapons, the new students present were instantly filled with exhilaration. In any competition, it is only through the clash of genuine blades and swords, accompanied by the resonant sound of metal striking metal, that one can truly feel the adrenaline surging. Bare-handed combat simply lacks the thrill. Draw your weapon. The crewcut man unsheathed a long blade, its sharp tip directed at Lin Hao, as he declared with a fierce tone. This time, I will show no mercy. His words were quite intriguing. Not only did they allow him to regain face after his previous defeat, but they also provided him the opportunity to challenge Lin Hao once more. As he had surmised, Mentor Wu Qi did indeed grant his tacit approval. However, this situation did not imply that Wu Qi sided with the crewcut man, rather, he sought to witness Lin Hao's combat prowess and ascertain its true extent.
In their earlier skirmish, Lin Hao had triumphed solely by exploiting his opponent's weaknesses, and his true strength had yet to be revealed. In the face of the crew-cut man's provocation, Lin Hao remained unfazed, his hand reaching for the spatial ring. As light flickered, a finely crafted iron longsword materialized in his grasp. He had no intention of utilizing the dragon-devouring sword, for as the saying goes, why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Lin Hao was determined not to unveil the existence of the dragon-devouring sword in such a trivial setting. Only when confronted with a truly formidable adversary would the sword's brilliance be allowed to shine. Let us commence. Wu Qi's voice resonated. Simultaneously, he discreetly mobilized his spiritual energy, prepared to intervene at the slightest hint of danger. In his view, although Lin Hao possessed remarkable talent, he still bore insurmountable flaws in cultivation and perception. Thus, the inclination to intervene was predominantly for Lin Hao's benefit. Brace yourself. The crew-cut man, brimming with confidence, summoned forth surges of fire-type spiritual energy. As this energy infused the long blade, its keen edge erupted into a blaze of crimson light, igniting like flames. Burning shadow slash. With a fierce shout, he lunged at Lin Hao, the long blade manifesting a red shadow that bore down with tremendous force. To avoid another assault on his lower body, he leaped into the air, raising the long blade to deliver a downward strike. Lin Hao's expression remained serene as he mobilized his internal spiritual energy, swiftly channeling it through the 9-symbol sword technique. Whoosh! 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 With the infusion of spiritual energy, the longsword shimmered with intricate runes. A total of 9 radiant symbols emerged, each formed from pure spiritual energy, dazzling in their brilliance. Is that the 9-symbol sword technique? Wu Qi's countenance shifted, astonishment flooding his eyes as he beheld the 9 runes flickering on Lin Hao's sword. It was evident that he had not anticipated Lin Hao's knowledge of such a celestial-level martial art. What astounded Wu Qi even further was that Lin Hao had condensed the 9 runes to a masterful degree. Considering Lin Hao's youth, it was remarkable. Typically, martial artists of such caliber were already in their middle age. If one were to assess based solely on age, Lin Hao would have had to begin his training in infancy, a possibility exceedingly slim. The only plausible explanation was that Lin Hao possessed an extraordinary comprehension of martial arts. Truly, he was a prodigy. Wu Qi's gaze flickered, elevating Lin Hao's impression in his mind to an exalted status. As the crowd marveled, Lin Hao urged his spiritual energy, causing the 9 runes on the sword to blaze forth, releasing an astonishing wave of sword energy. He then executed a diagonal slash with the long sword, confronting the crew-cut man's blade head-on. Boom! As the sword and blade collided, the 9 runes erupted in a dazzling explosion, sending sparks flying. In that moment, the crew-cut man felt an overwhelming surge of sword energy that disrupted the spiritual energy flowing through his long blade. Clang! Following that, a crisp sound rang out as the long blade shattered into fragments under the onslaught of the sword energy. The crew-cut man's expression changed drastically before he could react. Lin Hao twisted the long sword, generating a vortex of sword energy that surged toward the shards. Thud! 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 In an instant, the metal fragments shot forth like hidden weapons. At such a close range, the crew-cut man found himself unable to evade. Terror etched across his face as he watched the metallic shards hurtling towards him. If struck, he would likely meet his demise. Stop! In that fleeting moment, Wu Qi sprang forth like a leopard, swiftly reaching the crew-cut man's side. A powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted, forming a violet lightning barrier that intercepted the flying shards. The crew-cut man collapsed to the ground, his face pale as he recalled the perilous scene. Now, as he gazed at Lin Hao, the arrogance he once displayed had vanished, replaced by a profound sense of fear. Lin Hao pointed his sword at the crew-cut man, his tone devoid of warmth. Shall we continue? Having anticipated Wu Qi's intervention, Lin Hao's intent was to instill a sense of dread in this opponent, making it clear that he was not to be trifled with. I concede. I do not wish to continue. Faced with Lin Hao's inquiry, the crew-cut man trembled, his complexion shifting to a ghastly hue as he stammered. Very well. Lin Hao sheathed his sword, a faint smile gracing his lips. This marked his first combat since acquiring the 9-symbol sword technique, and its power was indeed unparalleled.
far beyond ordinary martial arts. As Lin Hao showcased his prowess, the students of Class 8 stood agape, rendered speechless. It was hard to fathom that a blind man could possess such formidable martial skills. Even the crew-cut man, of the same rank, had been effortlessly defeated. Such overwhelming combat strength suggested he could contend against foes of higher tiers. Realization dawned upon the onlookers, and they recalled the previous night at the Fuqing Xin Tavern,
where the second-year student, Ma Jun Tian, had been utterly overwhelmed by Lin Hao, unable to retaliate. It became clear that this was not due to the assistance of Qin Yu and Raymond. Lin Hao alone had accomplished it.
Who else is interested in sparring with Lin Hao? Wu Qi chuckled, surveying the crowd. However, in stark contrast to the earlier enthusiasm, the atmosphere was now one of silence.
The students exchanged glances, and even those who had attained the rank of level 4 warriors chose to remain mute.
After witnessing Lin Hao's capabilities,
none possessed the courage to step forward. Indeed, Lin Hao's methods were exceedingly ruthless. Had Wu Qi not intervened, the crew-cut man would likely have faced dire consequences. They could not guarantee that Wu Qi would always be able to intervene in future encounters. Thus, they deemed it wiser to avoid further humiliation.
Moreover,
this sparring session offered no tangible rewards or significance beyond testing martial skills and personal combat prowess.
Why risk so much? Wasn't it more pleasant to simply observe? A bunch of cowards. Seeing the once-spirited crowd now rendered mute, Gu Yunle scoffed disdainfully.
His gaze then shifted to Lin Hao's striking gray-white eyes, intrigued as he pondered.
It seems our Gu clan's lineage also includes ancestors with such eyes. What were they called?
Ah, the reincarnation eyes. A moment of clarity struck Gu Yunle as he recalled the term. Wu Qi approached Lin Hao and could not help but inquire, "Lin Hao,
from whom did you learn the 9-symbol sword technique?"
Upon hearing this, Lin Hao's heart stirred slightly. It seemed this technique was quite renowned, even known to his mentor. Wu Qi, it was imparted to me by a master who instructed me to keep his identity confidential, so I hope for your understanding, Mentor Wu.
Lin Hao fabricated a casual lie. A master? Wu Qi's expression momentarily faltered, gazing at Lin Hao with astonishment.
He had not anticipated that Lin Hao was backed by a powerful figure who had taught him martial arts. The prowess required to teach Lin Hao the 9-symbol sword technique to such a remarkable degree must indeed belong to an extraordinary individual. As he pondered this, Wu Qi reassessed Lin Hao's background, no longer viewing him merely as a scion of an ordinary ancient martial family.
Since this master prefers anonymity,
I shall refrain from prying further, Wu Qi mused with a soft chuckle, then turned to Lin Hao, remarking, "Although your martial skills were impeccable in the earlier contest,
there remains one area of weakness."
"Please, Mentor Wu, enlighten me," Lin Hao humbly requested, devoid of any arrogance from his recent victory.
"Speed," Wu Qi stated solemnly.
"I noticed that regardless of the attacks you faced, your speed struggled to keep pace with your conscious reactions, leading you to merely respond defensively. Should you encounter a combatant willing to risk mutual destruction, evasion would be nearly impossible for you. Therefore, to alleviate this concern, it is imperative to enhance your speed and select martial arts that suit your physique." At this, Lin Hao contemplated thoughtfully.
Speed. He mused inwardly with a secret smile.
Wu Qi's observation was indeed accurate, yet he remained blissfully unaware that he was donning a gravity armor that amplified his weight tenfold. Should the gravity be lifted, Lin Hao's physical resilience would lessen, and his speed would undoubtedly surge tenfold.
Under the absence of gravitational restraint,
evading the previous assailant's attacks would have been decidedly manageable for him. Nonetheless, Wu Qi had indeed reminded Lin Hao of the importance of martial arts related to movement.
If he possessed such techniques during a contest, his speed would significantly improve. Very well, the assessment concludes here. Now, follow me to the martial arts hall to select the techniques you require,"
Wu Qi declared, his enthusiasm for further evaluating the martial skills of the others having waned. Upon hearing martial arts hall, the crowd's spirits lifted, and they braced themselves with renewed energy. In martial cultivation, resources are primarily categorized into 3 types: techniques, elixirs, and weapons. The precedence of techniques in this hierarchy underscores their significance. For instance, a person might possess immense strength, yet without an understanding of combat skills. Wielding a sword haphazardly would yield negligible results.
In battles among equals, one would possess no advantage whatsoever, and even lower-tier warriors could challenge higher levels with superior techniques.
Excited by the prospect of acquiring martial techniques, Lin Hao felt invigorated as he followed Wu Qi and the others away from the square.
Guided by Wu Qi,
they arrived at a serene lake after approximately 10 minutes. As they raised their eyes, they beheld a magnificent ancient stone hall standing proudly in the center of the lake. This hall, the martial arts hall, was architecturally grand, and although the passage of time had left it marred with numerous blemishes, these marks only added to its profound aura of antiquity. This air of age bore testament to the heritage and legacy of the Tianyan Academy. Gazing at the majestic hall in the distance, the crowd's eyes gleamed with fervor, their faces alight with excitement. My 9-symbol sword technique belongs to the heavenly tier. I wonder if there are even more formidable martial arts within. Lin Hao felt a surge of exhilaration, his curiosity piqued regarding the various martial arts housed within the hall. Nevertheless, he remained acutely aware of his mission, to select movement techniques that suited him best. A stone bridge spanned the lake,
leading directly to the entrance of the martial arts hall. At this moment, numerous students from the academy were passing by.
Upon spotting Wu Qi, they promptly bowed in greeting.
However, their peculiar gazes soon fixated on Lin Hao amidst the crowd. Following the examination yesterday, Lin Hao had evidently become a notable figure within the Tianyan Academy.
Unfazed by this attention, Lin Hao followed Wu Qi across the stone bridge toward the ancient hall at the lake's center.
Utilizing the vision granted by the 4 treasures,
he focused on the hall's entrance, and his gaze sharpened upon noticing an elderly man in gray robes sweeping the ground beside the stone door. His figure was slightly hunched, his face lined with deep wrinkles resembling ravines, conveying an air of extreme age, devoid of any discernible aura of energy. He appeared to be an ordinary old man. Yet, Lin Hao was taken aback to discover that the elderly man's pupils were a grayish-white, akin to his own, indicating that he too was blind.
At that moment,
the old man gently swept the fallen leaves from the ground, seemingly isolated from the world around him, paying no heed to the passers-by. However, as Lin Hao approached, the old man's sweeping motion suddenly faltered. He lifted his head to face the crowd, a flicker of peculiarity crossing his aged visage. The instant he raised his gaze, Lin Hao felt a subtle tremor within his spiritual and mental energies. Startled by this unexpected phenomenon, Lin Hao swiftly activated the heart method of the 9-symbol sword technique,
coalescing a surge of sword energy within to suppress this agitation. What is happening? Lin Hao furrowed his brow,
a sense of alarm tugging at him as he turned his gaze towards the gray-robed blind elder.
Could it be that old man? At that moment, Wu Qi seemed to sense something amiss but chose not to elaborate. He approached the gray-robed elder and bowed respectfully. However, the elder showed no reaction.
Lowering his head once more to continue sweeping the leaves, his voice hoarse as he murmured, "As time turns, a new era is finally about to commence." Chapter 73. Entering the martial arts hall, the old man appeared to be unremarkable, yet there was something extraordinary about him that stirred Lin Hao's curiosity. Utilizing the vision of his parrot, Bao, he scrutinized the blind elder for a moment longer. Especially at the moment when the elder lifted his head, Lin Hao distinctly felt an unusual agitation within his spiritual and mental energies, as if an invisible force field had instantaneously scanned his body.
Moreover,
the very act of Mentor Wu Qi bowing to this elderly man indicated that his status within the Tianyan Academy was far from that of a mere janitor.
Could this old man possibly be the blind sword saint? Beside him, Gu Yunla uttered a low sound.
Lin Hao's ears perked up, and he turned to Gu Yunla,
intrigued. The blind sword saint? Who is that? Seeing Lin Hao's interest, Gu Yunla grinned widely. Finally, you've initiated a conversation. I thought you were quite aloof.
Lin Hao smiled lightly, completely unaware that this mischievous boy had been observing him in secret.
Am I really that aloof? He couldn't help but inquire. Well,
your silence gives off an air of coldness and depth, Gu Yunla chuckled. By the way, I appreciate your help in class earlier.
Just a trivial matter.
I also found those two rather unpleasant, Lin Hao replied with a smile, holding a favorable impression of Gu Yunla.
Are you referring to the blind sword saint, the janitor? Lin Hao inquired again.
I'm not sure, it's merely speculation, Gu Yunla shrugged. My great-grandfather once mentioned that the strongest individual in Tianyan Academy is not the headmaster. but rather a blind man known as the Blind Sword Saint in the martial arts world.
Oh?
Lin Hao was mildly surprised. If the rumor held any truth, then the old man's strength would indeed be formidable. No wonder Mentor Wu Qi had bowed in respect.
At that moment, Gu Yunla's expression suddenly shifted, as if sensing something amiss. Strange, how can you see that janitor? Aren't you blind? Even if you can discern sounds, there's no way you could identify him as an old man, right?
Lin Hao paused, realizing he had inadvertently revealed too much while curious about the Blind Sword Saint.
My parrot can see, it told me, he replied calmly with a smile. What?
Gu Yunla looked skeptically at Zhao perched on Lin Hao's shoulder. He knew that parrots could mimic human speech, but he had never encountered one that seemed so insightful.
In his moment of doubt, Gu Yunla teasingly addressed Zhao, "Hey, do you know who I am?"
Black short hair, youth, Gu Yunla, Zhao squawked, responding with remarkable clarity.
Gu Yunla's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at Zhao. "Lin Hao, your parrot is simply amazing.
It's almost like a spiritual beast," he exclaimed in awe. Lin Hao merely smiled in silence.
Speaking of spiritual beasts, the true star was Zhao. However,
Lin Hao had not brought it today due to the first day of classes, as having two pets would attract too much attention.
By the way, is the Blind Sword Saint really that powerful? Lin Hao asked, curious. If he is so formidable, why is he blind? Gu Yunla shrugged.
It's just how he was born, much like your own condition.
However, your eyes appear quite unique, possessing a vortex-like mystical beauty, while that old man's eyes seem completely clouded.
Upon hearing such commentary, Lin Hao shook his head with a faint smile.
Being blind, what beauty could possibly exist?
If he could see, I'm certain he would prefer to forego this so-called mystical beauty. As they exchanged pleasantries,
they followed the new students of Class 8 into the grand entrance of the martial arts hall.
Inside, a long corridor stretched before them, softly illuminated by flickering lights, casting a somewhat dim ambience. Upon reaching the end and stepping through a stone door, their vision suddenly widened. Lin Hao's spirit stirred as Zhao scanned the surroundings. Before them lay an extraordinarily spacious hall, with rows of stone shelves seemingly extending into infinity. Upon those shelves rested an array of martial arts jade slips, faintly glowing with a layer of ethereal spiritual energy.
So many!
Lin Hao marveled silently at the countless martial arts slips,
recognizing the immense depth of the Tianyan Academy's resources. Within the hall stood numerous students from the academy, all first-year newcomers and some second-year students. However, he noticed the absence of any third or fourth-year upperclassmen. At that moment, the new students appeared ecstatic,
eagerly browsing the shelves to select the martial arts techniques that suited them. Among the throng, Lin Hao spotted a few familiar faces: Qinyu, Lei Meng,
and his wife Zhao Linger.
Yet, the three were engrossed in their selections, oblivious to his arrival. The jade slips within the martial arts hall could only be observed and comprehended, not taken away. Mentor Wu Qi, with a serious expression, addressed the crowd. If anyone is caught taking slips without permission, that individual will be expelled from the academy. Behave yourselves.
Upon hearing this, everyone nodded solemnly. In the martial arts world,
regardless of the faction, techniques were held in high esteem as a form of heritage.
Allowing them to be taken freely would undoubtedly undermine this foundation. For instance, many ancient martial families possess their own unique techniques, and if those were to be leaked, what could still be considered a family tradition?
It would merely devolve into mere commodities in the marketplace.
Go ahead and select. You may return here anytime to study and comprehend, Wu Qi encouraged, observing the eager expressions of the students.
In the next instant, the newcomers of Class 8 dashed into the hall like birds released from their cages, full of joy and excitement. Lin Hao remained stationary, controlling Zhao's vision to scan the various categories of martial arts on the stone shelves: sword techniques, blade arts,
fist styles, palm techniques.
The diverse array of martial arts left Lin Hao slightly bewildered.
Although the term warrior cultivation was a mere abbreviation,
it encompassed a vast array of techniques. Seeing Lin Hao standing still, Wu Qi assumed he was unable to see and prompted him, "Lin Hao, since you've already learned the 9 symbols sword technique, conventional attack techniques are of little relevance to you. Therefore, I suggest you select a set of speed-enhancing movement techniques. Directly in front of you, on the left side of the third row, is the section for movement techniques, which he indicated.
Lin Hao nodded with a faint smile. Thank you, Mentor Wu.
With that, he proceeded towards the indicated shelf of martial arts slips. Upon arriving, he slowed his pace and began to browse.
High-tier lightning movement technique, shadow split steps.
Medium-tier dark movement technique, shadow light speed.
High-tier fire movement technique, fiery cloud phantom.
As he surveyed the various movement techniques, Lin Hao found himself at a loss for choice. After all, the techniques available were limited to first and second year students, categorized into low, medium, and high tiers. Higher tier earth and heavenly techniques were conspicuously absent.
Clearly, those formidable techniques were reserved for upperclassmen within the Tianyan Academy, not stored in this hall.
However, the lower tier techniques were easier to grasp and comprehend. Well, I suppose I'll just learn one at random for now. Lin Hao shook his head in resignation. At this pace of selection, it could take days and nights to finish.
In the end, it would merely be a waste of energy and time. With this thought in mind,
Lin Hao approached a nearby stone rack and casually picked up a jade slip inscribed with martial arts techniques.
He noticed it bore the inscription Dragon's Dance.
The slip was entirely crimson, clearly corresponding to fire-based techniques. A flicker of interest sparked within him as he gently probed the jade slip with a thread of his mental energy. Instantly, lines of text materialized in his mind. Dragon's Dance, a high-level martial art, a fire-based movement technique that can amplify speed several times upon execution. Besides the textual records, it also contained visual demonstrations,
proving to be exceedingly convenient.
As Lin Hao focused his thoughts, a humanoid silhouette suddenly emerged in his mind, swiftly darting about.
The elegant footwork flitted through the air,
leaving behind a series of ephemeral shadows that intertwined like a swirling fire dragon, dazzling in its brilliance.
As the speed increased, the dragon's velocity also escalated,
eventually transforming into 9 fiery dragons, dancing apart, making it nearly impossible to discern which was the true form. Most importantly, the lingering flames carried an attribute of harm. This was precisely what he sought.
After a brief observation, Lin Hao felt a stirring in his heart, recognizing the potential of this movement technique. He promptly calmed his thoughts and stood still, beginning to comprehend and practice the Dragon's Dance. The technique primarily revolved around the manipulation of spiritual energy and the variation of footwork.
There were 9 forms in total, each corresponding to the number of dragon shadows produced.
For instance, the first form could only manifest a single dragon shadow, while the second could produce 2. As he progressed, not only did the speed increase, but the quantity also rose correspondingly. Upon reaching the 9th form, the 9 dancing dragon shadows became utterly elusive.
So that's how it is. Lin Hao nodded to himself, quickly immersing in the profundities of this martial art. Simultaneously, his internal spiritual energy flowed in accordance with the essence of the Dragon's Dance, coursing through his body's meridians. However, being in the martial arts hall, the environment was not conducive for practice, thus Lin Hao had no intention of demonstrating it here. Approximately an hour later, most of the new students had selected their martial arts and departed from the hall.
After all, it was unsuitable for practice.
They had to memorize the content and seek an open area to train.
If they felt it was unsuitable, they could always return to make another selection.
Look! Brother Hao is here too, exclaimed Xinyu and Raymond, who had spotted Lin Hao. However, seeing Lin Hao in deep contemplation of martial arts, they refrained from disturbing him and left together. Zhao Linger also noticed Lin Hao before leaving. She gazed at him for a while before quietly departing. Yet, all of this was keenly observed by Si Bao.
As dusk approached, the once bustling martial arts hall was now nearly deserted.
The remaining individuals were not engrossed in martial arts like Lin Hao, but rather second-year students who had just arrived.
At that moment,
a haughty voice suddenly rang out beside Lin Hao. Hey, this Dragon's Dance is the martial art I have designated for myself.
Wait for me to master it before it's your turn.
Interrupted from his thoughts, Lin Hao turned to see a young man in a second-year uniform standing nearby. The youth had an ordinary appearance, but his prominent hooked nose exuded an air of arrogance. The martial arts hall is a public space. It's customary for those who arrive first to have priority, Lin Hao replied coolly, showing no inclination to yield.
Oh, a mere freshman dare to speak to me like that?
The hook-nosed youth smirked, scrutinizing Lin Hao. Upon noticing his grayish-white pupils, a glimmer of surprise crossed his eyes, as if he recognized Lin Hao. I saw you at the testing stone tablet yesterday. You're that blind fellow with ultimate cultivation talent. What was your name again?
With a mocking expression, the hook-nosed youth continued.
Being a blind man with ultimate talent merely means you absorb spiritual energy quickly. In terms of cultivation, you are still beneath me, a level 4 warrior. So, if you know what's good for you, just put down the jade slip of Dragon's Dance and obediently wait aside or choose another martial art. Lin Hao's expression remained impassive as he retorted coldly, if you have the ability, come and take it. Hearing this, a flicker of anger surged on the hook-nosed youth's face. His gaze darkening as he grinned maliciously, I'm eager to see what capabilities you, a blind man, possess.
With that, the young man lunged forward, and in an instant,
a trail of crimson flames erupted around him, hurtling towards Lin Hao. Simultaneously, his right hand reached out, aiming to snatch the jade slip from Lin Hao's grasp.
The hook-nosed youth was attempting to execute the Dragon's Dance. However, the speed at which he manifested the fiery shadows was merely the rudimentary first form. Incapable of forming even a dragon shadow.
Lin Hao's internal spiritual energy surged instantly, and drawing upon his earlier comprehension, he executed the Dragon's Dance as well.
Although it was his first attempt, his movements were somewhat awkward yet discernible.
Remarkably, his speed was hardly inferior to that of the hook-nosed youth.
The youth's grasp fell empty, astonishment flickering in his eyes.
Clearly, he had not anticipated that Lin Hao, having only recently observed the Dragon's Dance, would already comprehend its application. This was utterly astonishing. It was important to note that he had spent a full 2 months mastering this technique to reach its initial level.
Witnessing Lin Hao's execution now stirred a wave of jealousy within him.
The disparity was truly disheartening.
Chapter 74, Strike first with the swift execution of the Dragon Step. Lin Hao's footwork transformed as he quickly maneuvered through the space.
His movements, reminiscent of shifting shadows, undeniably accelerated.
However, at this moment,
he could not yet materialize the phantom of the fire dragon. After creating some distance from the hawk-nosed youth, Lin Hao abruptly halted several meters away, murmuring to himself.
If I were to remove the tenfold suppression of the gravity armor, would I achieve that effect?
As he pondered, the hawk-nosed youth scoffed, with your rudimentary skills.
Do you dare to show off before me? Truly, you overestimate yourself.
From the fluctuations of spiritual energy earlier, he had clearly sensed that Lin Hao was merely a level 3 warrior. Though Lin Hao's martial talent surpassed his own, the disparity in their cultivation levels was significant. The hawk-nosed youth consoled himself, feeling somewhat relieved from the earlier humiliation of being outperformed by a newcomer.
In my opinion,
your dragon step is nothing more than a clumsy technique. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow, a cold smile gracing his lips.
Watch closely, this is the true dragon step.
With that, Lin Hao focused his mind and directly lifted the tenfold suppression of the gravity armor.
Boom!
Instantly, he felt an exhilarating lightness enveloping his body, filled with an overwhelming sense of power. In the next moment, he darted forward like a swift leopard, simultaneously executing the dragon step. Crimson flames erupted around him, transforming into a series of fiery afterimages. As these images linked together, they formed a blazing dragon that swiftly traversed the space. The sound of rushing wind resonated like the roar of a fierce beast, sending shivers down the spine.
Is this the fire dragon phantom? He actually accomplished it. How is this possible? Witnessing this spectacle, the hawk-nosed youth froze, his face etched with disbelief. This was nothing short of a slapping reality for him. Clearly, he had not anticipated Lin Hao's speed to surge so dramatically. If you dare disrupt my comprehension of martial arts again, I shall retaliate. Just as the hawk-nosed youth was engulfed in shock, Lin Hao's icy voice echoed beside him, like a ghostly whisper. The hawk-nosed youth's expression shifted drastically as he turned to look, utterly unaware that Lin Hao had already appeared by his side. The fire dragon phantom still lingered in front of him, refusing to dissipate. In a panic, he attempted to retreat but stumbled, falling clumsily to the ground. How did your speed suddenly increase so much? He stared at Lin Hao in astonishment, unable to suppress his curiosity. No comment.
Lin Hao replied indifferently,
feeling no obligation to explain. Calculating the time, he noted that it was already evening.
With his meditation interrupted, he lost interest in observing martial arts any further. He promptly returned the jade slip of the dragon step to the stone rack and walked towards the exit. Seeing Lin Hao disregard him, the hawk-nosed youth rose, his face a mask of irritation. "You blind fool, if it weren't for this being the martial arts hall, you'd regret crossing me. Remember this." As he watched Lin Hao's retreating figure, a flicker of resentment appeared in his eyes, and he muttered darkly, "When the time comes, I'll sever your tendons and see how you perform the dragon step." Lin Hao remained silent, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he walked away.
"You wish to sever my tendons?"
he murmured, his expression gradually hardening. Given that the other party had made their intentions clear,
he could not afford to give them an opportunity to scheme against him. He must strike first.
"Little spider, it's time to work." With a thought,
Lin Hao summoned the wolf spider.
Its current combat power had reached 35,000, equivalent to that of a level 7 warrior. The moment it emerged from the pet backpack, it activated its cloaking ability, rendering its body transparent. Then, the wolf spider swiftly darted to the back row of stone racks, locking onto its target. To create an alibi for his absence, Lin Hao intentionally had the wolf spider wait in a corner for several minutes.
Moreover,
the earlier altercation with the hawk-nosed youth had occurred without any witnesses, alleviating any concerns about being implicated.
"Proceed."
As Lin Hao stepped out of the martial arts hall,
he mentally commanded the wolf spider.
Inside, the wolf spider's cold eyes were fixated on its prey.
"You wish to learn the dragon step?
I'll ensure you learn nothing." At that moment, the hawk-nosed youth wore a sinister grin. As he spoke, he committed the entire technique of the dragon step to memory, exerting his strength to crush the jade slip in his hand, creating several cracks.
Although these fractures appeared insignificant, the vital information inscribed within was utterly destroyed. However,
while he reveled in his arrogance, the wolf spider had activated its cloaking ability and swiftly charged forward.
In a normal combat scenario,
the hawk-nosed youth would have been no match for the wolf spider. Furthermore, in its cloaked state, the hawk-nosed youth barely registered the threat before his ankle was bitten.
Instantly,
a lethal green toxin surged through his bloodstream, ravaging his organs and spiritual veins. Ultimately, as the poison invaded his nervous system, his body stiffened, and he collapsed,
bleeding from all 7 orifices.
"Ha! There's a classmate who has collapsed here, everyone come quickly." Nearby, second-year students noticed the hawk-nosed youth's alarming condition and shouted in panic. At that moment, the wolf spider silently exited the scene, slipping out the hall doors. Its speed was remarkable, allowing it to swiftly catch up with Lin Hao, who had already reached the stone bridge.
"Well done."
Lin Hao gently patted the wolf spider's head before returning it to the pet backpack. The old janitor seems to have vanished. As the sky darkened, Lin Hao scanned the surroundings with the aid of the 4 treasures, finding no trace of the blind old man. Earlier, he had been somewhat curious about the so-called blind sword saint mentioned by Gu Yunla. The title of sword saint held immense significance,
representing a transcendent power beyond level 9, with terrifying capabilities.
If that old man were indeed the sword saint, it would be an opportunity to seek his guidance.
"Lin Hao, you finally decided to come out." Just then, a familiar laugh rang out, drawing Lin Hao's attention.
He turned to see mentor Wu Qi standing nearby, a smile illuminating his face as he gazed at him.
Chapter 75, The Entrance of the Light Barrier. Teacher Wu, is there something you need?
Lin Hao inquired with a calm demeanor and a warm smile upon noticing Wu Qi's sudden appearance.
"You young man, your perseverance is commendable."
Staying in the martial arts hall for such an extended period, Wu Qi remarked, slowly approaching Lin Hao, his gaze fixed on the youthful countenance before him, a smile of admiration gracing his lips. "As long as one is diligent, time is of no consequence," Lin Hao replied modestly, allowing his words to trail off. "With such understanding, your martial achievements in the future will undoubtedly be limitless," Wu Qi affirmed with a nod of satisfaction before continuing, "Now,
let us proceed to the Lord's Hall." "The Lord's Hall?"
Upon hearing this, Lin Hao's heart skipped a beat. He knew that the Lord's Hall was situated at the pinnacle of Tianyan Academy, atop the mountain peak, and it was also the hiding place of Yang Qingji.
An opportunity had arisen.
"The Lord wishes to speak with you, there is no need for nervousness."
Observing Lin Hao's slightly tense expression, Wuqi chuckled softly, misinterpreting Lin Hao's demeanor as anxiety in front of the Lord. Unbeknownst to him, the change in Lin Hao's expression bore an entirely different significance. Very well. Please lead the way, Teacher Wu. Lin Hao managed a faint smile, striving to mask the tumult of emotions within. The core area atop the mountain was enveloped in a protective light barrier, making any unauthorized entry impossible. Even if one were to succeed in breaching it, the commotion would undoubtedly attract the attention of many powerful practitioners within the academy. At that moment, it would be exceedingly difficult not only to carry out an assassination but also to escape unscathed. However, for Lin Hao, this presented a rare opportunity to enter the core area openly. Thus, without partaking in dinner, Lin Hao followed Wuqi up the mountain. Due to Yang Qingji's sensitive identity, Lin Hao refrained from probing Wuqi with questions during their ascent. The shortcut to the summit was a long, slanted stone staircase. Wuqi, seemingly intent on evaluating Lin Hao's understanding gained in the martial arts hall, deliberately quickened his pace, leaving Lin Hao behind. Observing this, Sibao's expression tightened as he watched Wuqi's receding figure, fueling Lin Hao's determination. At that moment, Lin Hao summoned his inner energy, channeling it through the 8 extraordinary meridians according to the principles of the dragon step. In an instant, his feet glowed with a radiant red light, and as he moved, he transformed into streaks of fiery afterimages, swiftly catching up. Despite the tenfold gravitational pressure, his speed was impressive enough to earn Wuqi's admiration. What a remarkable young man! After just a few hours in the martial arts hall, he has already stepped into the realm of the dragon step. Wuqi caught a glimpse of the red flashes behind him and immediately recognized the martial art Lin Hao was employing. Secretly marveling at the young genius he had overlooked until now, he felt fortunate that Tianyan Academy had a rigorous recruitment process, ensuring that no hidden talents would go unnoticed. Thus, the two ascended rapidly, one following the other up the stone staircase. After approximately 10 minutes, they finally reached the plaza at the top, where the massive light barrier enveloped the core area before them. Let us enter, Lin Hao thought, feeling a surge of excitement as he contemplated his next moves. Teacher Wu, is this light barrier a protective formation? He inquired cautiously. Indeed, this protective formation is known as the Level 9 Light Elemental Symbol Formation, Wuqi affirmed with a nod, his tone serious. This formation absorbs the radiance of the sun and moon to provide its energy. No warrior below the sacred realm can breach it. Impressive! Lin Hao exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. No wonder the little fly had been unable to make any progress even with all its strength last night. Does this formation require a rune to unlock for both entry and exit? Lin Hao pressed on, recognizing the importance of this information for his forthcoming plan, which involved leaving the little fly and the wolf spider inside after entering. You're correct, both entry and exit require a rune. Wuqi's words struck Lin Hao like a cold wave, causing his heart to chill and his thoughts to grow increasingly grave. This rune token is the key to opening the entrances. With that, Wuqi flipped his hand and produced a platinum-colored token from his spatial ring. The token was adorned with intricate runes, emanating a faint aura of spiritual energy. Approaching the light barrier, Wuqi pressed the rune token against it. Immediately, Lin Hao observed the runes on the token writhing strangely, releasing a peculiar energy that surged into the light barrier. Buzz! In the next moment, a fissure appeared in the section of the light barrier where the token was pressed. As the crack widened rapidly, it soon formed an entrance approximately 2 meters in height and width. The Lord has been waiting for quite some time, let us proceed, Wuqi turned to Lin Hao, issuing the command. Very well, Lin Hao nodded nonchalantly, mentally noting the rune patterns on Wuqi's token. He pondered whether it would be feasible to create a similar rune token. In deep thought, Lin Hao followed Wuqi as they stepped through the fissure in the light barrier. In an instant, he felt as though he had entered an entirely different realm. The environment within was shrouded in mist, with clusters of ancient palaces and an abundance of spiritual energy, resembling a celestial paradise. Moreover, the lighting inside was influenced by the protective light barrier, remaining bright and vibrant, unlike the dimness outside. Indeed, the top tier of Tianyan Academy is extraordinary. They truly know how to indulge. Lin Hao marveled inwardly, realizing that this core area was the true embodiment of Tianyan Academy's profound heritage. Swish, swish, swish. As Lin Hao and Wu Qi entered, a flurry of powerful auras surged forth from nearby, rapidly approaching. In mere moments,
a dozen members of the enforcement team had arrived before them. Each of these individuals exuded a formidable presence, their sharp gazes fixed upon Lin Hao.
However,
upon noticing Wu Qi beside him, their stern expressions softened slightly.
"Brother Wu, what brings you and this young man here?" The middle-aged captain of the enforcement team inquired cautiously after sizing up Lin Hao. "This is Lin Hao, a first-year freshman."
"The Lord has requested I bring him to the main hall for a meeting," Wu Qi replied. Though his strength was inferior to that of the enforcement team,
he spoke with a tone of respect, buoyed by the Lord's directive. Meanwhile, Lin Hao released his spiritual energy, attempting to sense their auras.
The result was astonishing. He couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, for each member of the enforcement team possessed the strength of an 8th-level warrior.
As for the captain,
his aura was even more formidable, revealing a 9th-level warrior's prowess.
Incredible! Chapter 76, The Cycles of the New Era. The middle-aged captain of the enforcement team,
with a stern gaze, scrutinized Lin Hao for a moment, concluding that the latter's cultivation was weak and posed no significant threat.
Moreover,
he was dispatched here by the lord of the manor, which led him to refrain from further inquiries or inspections.
Thus, Lin Hao was able to enter the core area unimpeded.
The defenses within were quite formidable.
Utilizing the keen vision of his companion, Zhao,
Lin Hao cast a glance around and observed numerous members of the enforcement team patrolling various locations. The level of security here could rival that of the Imperial Palace's forbidden zones. It seemed that the traitor, Yang Qingji, held a considerable position within the Tianyan Academy. Lin Hao pondered this, feeling a sense of astonishment. Such stringent protection made it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to infiltrate, perhaps only a transcendent master could breach it. However, such martial prowess would hardly deign to sully themselves by assassinating a mere pawn, it would be a disgrace to their dignity. Thus, Yang Qingji had remained undisturbed,
clandestinely amassing a force for rebellion. To protect the sole bloodline of the Yang family?
A faint, barely perceptible smile of derision curled at the corners of Lin Hao's lips.
In his view, the lord of the manor, Ying Yuanzai, likely harbored ambitions of devouring the great Yan dynasty. Otherwise,
invoking the extensive resources of the Tianyan Academy under the pretext of safeguarding the Yang bloodline, while openly antagonizing the Yin king, would be rather foolish.
Yet,
this was merely Lin Hao's conjecture.
Perhaps the lord's intentions were indeed so pure. He might prefer to challenge the Yin king's limits to protect the sole bloodline of his benefactor. While contemplating, Lin Hao followed Wu Qi into the temple's corridors.
The halls were adorned with various chambers, paved with blue stones, sprawling in all directions. Lin Hao remained silent, while Zhao perched on his shoulder, his eyes darting around,
keenly observing the architectural layout.
The guards appeared to be notably vigilant. As Lin Hao scanned his surroundings, he noticed several members of the enforcement team lingering near one of the halls on the left.
If he was not mistaken, that should be where Yang Qingji was hiding. Secretly memorizing the route, Lin Hao resolved to take action that very night to ascertain whether his quarry was indeed present. Under Wu Qi's guidance, Lin Hao finally arrived at the entrance of the main hall.
The door was tightly shut, adorned with a totem carved in the shape of a sword,
exuding an aura of formidable authority. Lin Hao took a deep breath, striving to calm his tumultuous thoughts. "Lord of the manor, I have brought Lin Hao," Wu Qi respectfully announced, lightly knocking on the door.
"Come in," came the steady and clear voice of the Lord from within.
"Lin Hao, I have brought you here."
Wu Qi turned and smiled at Lin Hao, clearly indicating that he lacked the authority to enter the main hall without the Lord's permission.
"Thank you, Mentor Wu."
"For your guidance," Lin Hao replied politely with a nod.
Wu Qi's smile carried a hint of satisfaction after today's encounter.
Lin Hao had left a very favorable impression on him, humble, diligent, and genuine, devoid of the arrogance typically seen in many talented martial artists.
Wu Qi then turned to leave,
while Lin Hao pushed open the grand metal doors and stepped inside. He felt a sense of curiosity regarding the sudden summons from the Lord Ying Yuanzai.
Was it his ultimate cultivation talent that had caught the old man's eye, or was there something else at play? The main hall was brightly lit. with numerous white stone pillars standing majestically. Inscribed upon these pillars were various runes, arranged in a rather peculiar manner. A person versed in formations would surely detect something unusual here. As for the specific formation, Lin Hao was completely oblivious. He made a mental note to avoid any conflicts within the main hall, for being trapped within would pose a formidable challenge to escape. As he ventured deeper into the hall, Bao's gaze fell upon two figures, both elderly men. One was robed in white, the lord of the Tianyan Academy, Ing Yuanzai. The other, clad in gray, was the blind old man who had been sweeping the entrance of the martial arts hall earlier. Upon seeing this, Lin Hao felt a slight chill. This old man was indeed no ordinary individual. "Greetings, Lord of the Manor," Lin Hao approached, cupping his hands in a respectful gesture towards Ing Yuanzai, while deliberately ignoring the blind elder. Addressing him would only lead to unnecessary complications. The blind old man slightly lifted his head, his pupil-less gray-white eyes locking onto Lin Hao's position. Then, a flicker of something unusual appeared on his wrinkled face. "Lin Hao, I heard you spent the day in the martial arts hall. Did you select any suitable techniques?" Ing Yuanzai inquired with a warm smile. "Not yet, Lord of the Manor. Might I trouble you to recommend some?" Lin Hao feigned disappointment, hoping to extract some prestigious martial techniques from the Lord. As expected, upon hearing Lin Hao's words, Ing Yuanzai asked, "What kind of technique do you intend to cultivate?" Lin Hao's heart surged with excitement. This was promising. His thoughts began to race. He had already mastered the 9-symbol sword technique, so he had no issues with swordsmanship. As for the speed-enhancing technique, he had just begun learning the swimming dragon step and did not wish to invest excessive energy into mastering additional techniques at this time. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Hao spoke, "I have a keen interest in body refinement techniques." Ing Yuanzai appeared slightly taken aback. He had initially expected Lin Hao to request offensive techniques like swordplay or martial arts. He hadn't anticipated that Lin Hao would choose a defensive body refinement technique. "Lin Hao, are you certain you wish to focus solely on body refinement techniques?" Ing Yuanzai asked, regarding Lin Hao with curiosity. Lin Hao smiled faintly, as a blind man. "I possess no advantages in combat. To secure victory, my first priority must be my own protection. Therefore, body refinement techniques are the most suitable for my current situation." Upon hearing Lin Hao's articulate reasoning, a glimmer of surprise crossed Ing Yuanzai's eyes, and he suddenly found it quite reasonable. "Very well, since you have such intentions, I shall bestow upon you a body refinement technique." Observing Lin Hao's determination, Ing Yuanzai couldn't help but chuckle softly. With that, he reached into his storage pouch and retrieved a black jade slip inscribed with the words "Transformation of the Beast." Transformation of the Beast? Lin Hao's heart stirred. This was evidently the name of the body refinement technique. Could it possibly enable one to transform their physique, evolving into a beast-like state? While he pondered this, Ing Yuanzai continued, "This technique is of terrestrial grade, known as the transformation of the beast. As the name implies, it allows one to mimic the body refinement techniques of beast-like creatures, also referred to as beastification. However, the prerequisite is to absorb and refine the essence blood of the beast. The higher the grade of the beast, the greater the enhancement to the physical body." Upon hearing this, Lin Hao raised an eyebrow. If what the Lord claimed was true, absorbing the essence blood of higher-grade beasts would indeed amplify his beastification ability. He would have an effortless advantage, for Little White was a spirit beast-level unicorn monkey. Such an ancient fierce beast, even among dragon species, would warrant caution. With this thought in mind, Lin Hao felt a surge of delight. Once he returned to his quarters, he could simply ask Little White to provide some essence blood. "Thank you, esteemed Lord of the Manor." Lin Hao accepted the jade slip of martial arts techniques without hesitation, a trace of gratitude evident on his face. This visit to the main hall, it appeared, had been worthwhile. "Lin Hao, to be candid, I intend to take you as my second disciple. What do you think?" At that moment, Ing Yuanzai suddenly spoke. The implications of his words caused Lin Hao's heart to sink slightly. Being a disciple of the Lord would grant him a continuous supply of various training resources, undoubtedly advantageous. However, from Lin Hao's perspective, becoming Ing Yuanzai's disciple would mean becoming a junior to Yang Qingji. Regrettably, I already have a master. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Hao smiled gently and declined, saying, I appreciate your kindness, esteemed lord of the manor, and I acknowledge your goodwill. He had a mission at hand and did not wish to be branded with the crime of slaying a fellow disciple. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise crossed Ing Yuanzai's face, prompting him to inquire, Who is your master? My master has instructed me not to disclose his identity, I apologize. Lin Hao maintained his composure, fabricating a lie. Upon hearing Lin Hao's response, Ing Yuanzai sighed lightly and said, In that case, I shall not press further. Though he spoke thus, his heart felt as if it were weighed down by a stone, filled with immense frustration. After all, from yesterday until now, he had bestowed upon Lin Hao 7 medicinal pills and now gifted him a tiered body refinement martial art. Such generosity had seemingly resulted in a premature loss. Fortunately, Lin Hao had already become a student of the Tianyan Academy. With diligent cultivation, he could emerge as a dark horse in the 100 Academy competition 3 years hence. Yet, this dark horse still required verification. That is, whether Lin Hao possessed the legendary reincarnation eye. This was precisely why he summoned Lin Hao today, as well as the blind elder beside him. Only with complete certainty could Lin Hao be regarded as a true trump card for the Tianyan Academy in the forthcoming 100 Academy competition. Teacher, we may begin now. Ing Yuanzai then slightly bent forward, addressing the blind elder with utmost respect. Witnessing this scene, Lin Hao took a deep breath. This teacher? Lin Hao's heart was shaken. Clearly, he had not anticipated that the Lord would refer to this blind old man as a teacher. This meant that the elder held the highest status within the entire Tianyan Academy. Furthermore, begin what? Lin Hao suddenly recalled Ing Yuanzai's earlier words and became quietly vigilant. His mind raced, assessing his own strength and all hidden cards. However, upon concluding his calculations, Lin Hao's heart sank. For even solely Ing Yuanzai was immensely powerful. Coupled with this mysterious and unfathomable blind elder, should any unexpected event arise, he would be utterly suppressed. Young man, there is no need for anxiety. I only require a few minutes to conduct my assessment. At that moment, the blind elder finally spoke, his raspy, deep voice seeming to carry an ancient, weathered wisdom, as if it had traversed centuries. What are you going to assess? Lin Hao furrowed his brow, his wariness deepening. In his past life, he often read novels where exceptionally gifted martial arts prodigies rarely met with favorable outcomes. They either had their spiritual roots extracted or were deprived of some supreme essence. And now, possessing the ultimate cultivation talent was merely a state of mind. Could this be taken away as well? Observing Lin Hao's serious demeanor, Ing Yuanzai smiled and said, Lin Hao, the reason I summoned you today is to examine your eyes. Examine my eyes? Lin Hao's expression shifted slightly. Had they discovered something? To avoid saying too much, Lin Hao feigned a bitter smile and replied, My eyes have always been this way, many physicians are at a loss. Oh? Naturally born that way? That is even better. Ing Yuanzai exclaimed with delight. The foremost condition for the reincarnation eye is that it must be innate rather than acquired. Hearing Lin Hao's words, he was undoubtedly pleased. However, the oblivious Lin Hao nearly cursed upon hearing this. Innate is better? What utter nonsense! Lin Hao inwardly scoffed, yet to maintain a commendable image as a student, he concealed his emotions. Ah, young man, you are quite exceptional. The blind elder suddenly chuckled hoarsely, saying, To be precise, your eyes are unique. I suspect you possess a pair of reincarnation eyes. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao was taken aback, a look of confusion washing over his face as he asked, What are reincarnation eyes? The blind elder replied solemnly, To put it simply, you are a reincarnator of this era, thus endowed with reincarnation eyes. Throughout history, every era has seen the emergence of a reincarnator with extraordinary martial intent. At this juncture, Ing Yuanzai interjected, the so-called reincarnation eye possesses the potential to comprehend the martial intent of reincarnation. Once mastered, the future is limitless, and one may even regain sight. Therefore, the purpose of summoning you to the main hall is to ascertain whether your eyes are indeed the legendary reincarnation eyes. After listening to their explanations, Lin Hao was left in utter bewilderment. Reincarnator, reincarnation eyes, reincarnation martial intent.
It all sounded rather convoluted, leaving Lin Hao quite puzzled. While he indeed was a reincarnator, could these blind eyes truly hold the potential for transformation? Moreover, what exactly was this reincarnation martial intent? Lin Hao took a deep breath, attempting to reorganize his chaotic thoughts. However, upon confirming that they did not harbor any intent to harm him, he felt a sense of relief. If that is the case, let us proceed with the examination. Soon, Lin Hao regained a semblance of calmness and, spreading his hands, smiled amiably, suggesting that regardless of the circumstances, it was best to verify the truth before discussing future matters. This way, they could avoid any misunderstandings that might disturb their peace of mind.